Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro, this QS 5000 at Surfest 2023. Proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Day 2 of the event window. Yesterday we were treated to the Surfest Expression session. Icons of the sport hitting the lineup out there in Pam Burridge, Jodie Cooper, Pauline Mensah and Beck Woods, who's going to be joining us on the commentary team. And in the booth, we've got a Newcastle icon as well, an international surfing icon, Matt Hoy. Great to have your company, Hoyo, and thanks for having us, mate.
Yeah, Ronnie, good to see you, brother. Good to be back. Yeah, welcome, mate. Welcome. It's good. It's awesome to be back.
And the conditions have come to the party on day 2 of the event window. Yesterday, it was barely lapping the shoreline. It was garbage, to be honest.
Yeah, it was.
It suddenly brought some swell, though. And even though it's still a bit jumbled out there, there's going to be plenty of scoring opportunity, high frequency of set waves, and we're going to get the first round of the men's event underway.
Yeah, I just had a look then. It's really messy still, but yeah, the wind. I thought the wind was supposed to drop this morning, but there's plenty of swell. It's like 3 foot, 2 to 3 foot, and just waves are everywhere. It's going to give everyone an opportunity to get away with it, which is one good thing.
We've been saying it for about 20 years now, but onshore is the new offshore.
Oh, yeah, true.
For these guys especially, that onshore wind often brings with it that progressive element of surfing above the lip stuff. I think we can expect to see plenty of fins ditched, plenty 100%. Of big ramps out there today as we get this first round of this last major qualifying series event for our region done and dusted. 5,000 points up for grabs. So this is the big opportunity. If you're outside that top 7, to get yourself a big finish here and potentially get yourself into those Challenger Series events. But overnight, some big announcements being made by the WSL about the schedule for the Challenger Series, about the numbers that will be making the jump through to the Challenger Series from these regional qualifiers. Have they dropped
or have they increased?
Well, what we had is the field for the Challenger Series events has been condensed. So as a result, the regions now have fewer numbers in the mix. Jesus. But Australia, we're lucky. We're going to be well represented on the Challenger Series just based on some of those changes.
Okay.
On the men's side, we're going to have 7 surfers graduating to the Challenger Series, along with 1 wild card. On the women's side, it's going to be 4 surfers and a wild card. However, those that competed on the Challenger Series last year, if you finished between 11th and 20th spot, you're automatically in the Challenger Series. And the good thing for Aussies, we had 3 surfers featuring on the men's side, featuring in those positions. So they're straight in.
They're confusing it, aren't they?
Morgan Sivlik, Dylan Moffat, Jacob Wilcox, I believe, are those surfers that will be making the jump. So our region is looking the goods.
Have they made other regions smaller?
All the regions took a hit.
Yeah.
So, 7 is the most that you can have from any one region. That includes North America, South America, and then,
They're ruthless.
They're ruthless. But I think just watching the Challenger Series events unfold last year, at times, there was some depth missing from that international field. So by condensing it, obviously we're going to be able to pounce on those swell windows within the waiting periods a little bit better. Also, a bit more prize money to divvy up for the Challenger Series surfers.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They need that too. So there's a couple of, last year, one-off event in South Africa. They would have cost you a mint to get there and back.
Oh, mate. Tell me about it.
And so have they changed the schedule too?
There's been some changes. Halle Ever's not on the schedule as the final event now. But yeah, it's all, there's a lot of news to digest, and we'll be bringing it to you throughout the day. But starting to get excited about this first round. After working on some of these qualifying series events, Hoy, the depth here in the Australian Oceanic region is next level.
Yeah.
And the first heat is stacked. Elliot Parada-Reid, the Kiwi, up against Archer Curtis from Palm Beach there in Queensland. Taj Turner from Port Stephens, and Brent Dorrington, who's, obviously chased down big results on the qualifying series in the past. So this is going to be a good one to kick things off here at Surfest 2023. Great to have your company, and great to have the support of Destination New South Wales, the New South Wales Government, through its tourism and major events agency. Destination New South Wales welcomes competitors and spectators to beautiful Merewether Beach. And
beautiful Merewether Beach.
Even though it's not maybe doing its best version of itself today, Merewether, we're going to definitely get some highlight moments. Yeah. Contestable, and the coffee's still piping hot.
Yeah. I got a nice cold one.
Oh, yeah. You've always been pretty cool. Hoy, but
hot flushes.
Yeah, I love the buzz around Newey this time of year for a couple of reasons. Everyone seems to welcome this event with open arms, and you feel well hosted every time you do come down to Newey. But yeah, just I think the buzz of just the fact that this is the last event and there's so much on the line for the competitors. Last year we felt it. Yeah, amazing.
There he is, defending champion. Merewether's own Jacko Baker, mate.
Check
Good
out.
he's in the comp. Apparently he wasn't in at the start. I wasn't happy. No one was happy, actually.
Everyone just wants to, you want to feel the love. You're the reigning champion. Yeah, you want to. Playing hard to get.
Yeah, don't they all?
And it worked. It actually worked really well.
And there's Morgan too. Yeah, two of the Merewether boys. Good. See him down there.
Yeah. So this is, massive. Morgan's work on the Challenger Series is going to be rewarded from last year.
Yeah.
He's already qualified for the Challenger Series.
They've done that, I reckon.
But he's going to have his tail up in a big way competing here at Merewether. We saw what he did in the CT event here a couple of years back, got the jump on John Florence. You just know that he'll want to join the honour roll for this contest, which is unbelievable. It's like the who's who of surfing, the honour roll for Surfest.
It is.
It's amazing. And
only one Newcastle winner, which was Jacko last year, which is even weirder. You know what it was, though? It used to be always at Newcastle Beach. None of the guys who were competing around the world surfed Newey. Hardly ever, anyway. So
yeah, that's right.
Until it moved here, we didn't really have it was as good as any chance as anyone else in the comp.
Mikey Madonna's been on a really solid run up until this point in these regional qualifying series events. Such a great young surfer from Lennox Head. Love watching him.
Hedgie. Legend, they're all here.
Yep.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Second place in the event last year.
Yeah.
And can you believe it? If he got the victory, he would have been on the Challenger Series.
That's crazy.
But, man, he did.
They should have let him win.
He still had some big moments last year, even without making that Challenger Series. Got the call up to surf in Tahiti and made it all the way to the semis.
Yeah, that was crazy, eh? So good. I love it. Just the passion, like I said, can't stop, won't stop. Loves it.
Oh, mate, he was surfing across dry rock last year.
Getting so pumped too. That there's footage of him actually in the shorts. Just so pumped on the rocks. It's epic.
Yeah, so mentioned that past winners list at this event. You know, in recent times, you've had a number of CT surfers break through for victories. Jackson Baker, Julian Wilson, Alex Ribeiro, Mikey Wright, Yago Dora, Matty Wilkinson. But as I said, plenty of the legends of the sport have had wins here as well. You know, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson. I'm sure you could rattle off a couple more names for us too.
Karen Oki. Tom,
They were the big ones
yeah.
in those early days.
Oh, they were huge. It was the biggest comp of the year here for like 4 years straight. Biggest money, most points. It was huge.
Before I started
100,000
commentating, I would come to Newcastle for Surfest,
Yes.
not to work.
To watch.
Yeah.
Oh, it's madness.
Yep, the nights.
I saw Pagey actually on the weekend, and I surfed against Pagey in my first ever pro contest here.
No way.
Yeah, got an interference with Pagey.
There's the winners list, and yeah, on the women's side too, just, you know, some of the greats: Victorious, Wendy Botha, Frida Zamba, Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, Pauline
Yeah,
Mensah.
the women's is a who's who as well.
Yeah, Pam. It was, you know, a real battle between former winners Pam Burridge and Pauline Mensah in the expression session yesterday too. That was a good. Pam laid down one mean front
Oh, I
side.
saw that. They had that on the news.
That was really
Sick.
sweet, riding the quad. But things are getting underway here for Surfest 2023, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. The Burton Automotive Pro is now a go. Heat 1 is going to get started here. A 25-minute exchange. And it looks like the surfer in red, Elliot Parada-Reed, who's eyeing one off here at the moment.
Didn't really do a good job of clearing the water by look. There was people everywhere still.
Get out there, Hoy. One whistle.
Can't whistle.
Here we go.
Is that Doro? Yeah. I saw Brett Dorrington in Aldi in Foster randomly. What? I know. So what are you doing here?
And he was competing in the qualifying series events?
No.
Just surfing?
No, just I don't know what he was doing. It's out of the blue.
Wow, yeah, seen him around. Man, he's still just such a great surfer.
Yeah.
Qualifying series journeyman, had some big results on the qualifying series, never quite made the grade and got himself into those championship tour events. But I think, you know, especially in Hawaii, he was a guy who kind of made a name for himself and had the respect of surfers that, you know, had collected bigger results than him. Just a real talent. And that was Taj Turner there getting things started. So he'll have the hometown support from just up the track at Port Stephens.
Good representative from Port Stephens too in the comp, and from Newcastle, like we were talking about yesterday. There's the biggest contingent in Nova Cashman in the comp probably ever, so which is good to see. Get the local crowd involved, and good to see all the boys having a go.
Yeah, they turn up big time as we see Brett Dorrington up now. Big fin ditch there. Wow, really pivoted on the nose of the board and just swung that tail.
There you go. Very competitive.
Great control.
That was sick.
So finding a nice little pocket there, that's kind of going to be the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
Taking some chances on these waves, but even on these junky days, boy, you know, surfer like yourself can really identify what a wave's going to do when it hits that inside bank.
Yeah, it's all sand in there too at the moment, so it's going to be sort of hard to line up where to sit. But they just saw it then. That wave was fine. Here it is, replay. Fades into it. First one's nice. This is the one. This snap. Wow, in the air.
Mate.
And finishes it off. How sick.
You got to love that. Just really
What are they going to?
great
It'll be
control.
interesting to see what they give that. Just because that's like, you know.
There's been a few waves already, so there'll be some of those earlier scores to come through. Archie Curtis dropped a 4.83. Taj Turner's got a mid-range one-pointer rolling through into his account. Brent Dorrington, 3.83 to get started, but we're expecting that last one's going to go quite a bit higher because
that'll
some risk
set the
involved in
scale.
hanging the fins out
Yeah.
like that. That
For sure. That was an air, really.
really solid.
That'll set the scale for the day, though, that wave, right?
Yeah.
I'll look at that and go, okay, that's what you can do.
You know, once that
Oh,
really
wow.
progressive element of approach came into competitive surfing, Hoy, that was probably the nightmare scenario, sitting out the back looking into the beach or watching your rival and seeing half their board stabbed out the back of the wave.
Don't watch. I never used to watch.
And here we go.
There's his first one.
Nice. Yeah, so
that was his first wave, yeah.
Yeah, the 3.83. So he's backed it up with a 6.83. Brent Dorrington just screams into the lead. Just astonishing to me, Hoy, that someone can go out there and throw that kind of just recklessness at a section so early in the morning.
I know.
It's rude.
It is. You have to, though, right? That's what it's all about. Putting it all on the line. Otherwise, these days, if you don't put it all on the line, you just don't get scored. It's pretty much. If you're soft away like for a score these days, you just don't get the score. It's simple. Which back in the day, sometimes if you softed a wave and just went for the score, they'd give it to you. But now they just go, nah, sorry.
Yeah, Elliot Parada-Reid from Piha. You've no doubt spent a bit of time down there over the years.
Spot. Yeah, had a ball. Went mad in Piha actually a couple of times. It was good.
Down the Razza?
Yeah, we went down. No, everywhere. We went there for a few air shows. It was pretty madness. It was good though. It was a beautiful spot. What a spot.
Yeah, magic spot.
New Zealand, the whole place is good. But yeah, Piha's beautiful. Got some sick waves there too.
Yeah, really fun waves, but then also, you know, a lot of days where that wind kicks in. Got some dolphins out the back here at the moment, but yeah, Elliot would be pretty comfortable, like all these surfers would, and yeah, they'll make something of these onshore conditions. I've been loving Elliot's work in Mackenzie Bowden's post on Instagram, Mr. Thank You Please.
Yeah,
so he's one of the comic geniuses involved in some of those skits, but Elliot getting himself a decent score here, 5.33 for this one. And he's got his campaign underway here at the Burton Automotive Pro, day 2 of the event window. Got some fun little conditions, already some reasonable scores dropped, and you know, I think, you know, that last major 5,000 that we had, the Tweed Coast Pro.
It's good they've had one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah, well,
having 2 in a row.
The level of surfing at that event, you know, it's solid at all the stops on the QS, but you just kind of felt the intensity lift at that 5,000. And as we moved through the rounds, oh man, the performances got so strong towards the finals.
And the waves were fun too, eh?
Waves were fun, but yeah, they don't need a whole lot. Like as you saw from Brent Dorrington earlier on, just half a section he's able to, you know, hang the fins out to dry.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit underscored, mind you. But
it's early in the morning, mate.
Yeah, I know.
We'll
I get it. That's what I was saying. That's set the scale. So you got to better that really, which is gonna be hard to do. Are they dolphins?
They're dolphins,
yeah,
mate.
The jet ski's a bit worried of it.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there, come on.
18 minutes to go here.
Just to make it a bit more exciting for the morning.
18 minutes to go, 6.83, 3.83 for Brent Dorrington in a good position here. Surfers starting to gear up to hit this lineup. Really probably just trying to identify where that predominant scoring opportunity is in this lineup. As Archie Curtis.
Yeah, just it's like a strip of sand out there at the moment too, so it's not really any proper lineup. Usually on a day like today, you'd have the rocks bowl and like the middle bit, but there's just no lineup at all really. It's just a strip of sand. So,
what's that? What's the situation out there with the tide when it fills in? Is it going to kind of move onto the inside a little bit more and be more of that sort of
I reckon
chunky shore break section, or is it big enough to kind of hold out there?
There's just a channel in between that and the shore too, so it's not going to move in much closer. It's just going to keep breaking on that, like I said, strip of sand. And then low tide, it's going to, I reckon it'll move more over to behind the rocks there, but there's a little reef there, little shelf.
Yeah, you can just see something capping there on the inside at the moment.
So I don't know. It's going to be. With these conditions, it's so messy. It doesn't really change.
No.
And it's not supposed to be this windy this morning, eh? Well, that's what they were saying, but That's what Gavin told me on the news last night. So I don't know what's going on.
Are you one to check in on the cams, Hoy, and follow the surf forecast,
Sorta.
or are you a waltz down to the beach and have a look?
I look, but I'm just going, it's going to be good, and then I go, and it's terrible. So, like I said, it's supposed to be. I looked at last night, and looks like the wind was supposed to drop, but it hasn't.
Hoy,
I'm hopeless at that.
Let's wind the clock back to those early years when you truly became just obsessed with surfing and what it meant to have a pro contest at your local beach. What did that mean to you, to be able to walk down and watch your heroes?
I surfed in the first one, so it was even better. Like I was my first ever pro comp. I was 14.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the heat with Robbie Page. But it was just awesome, mate, to have them all in town and hang around and, see the vibe and see how they acted, really, you know what I mean?
I know you became mates with a lot of those guys that you competed against.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
But
mate,
how
sure
were
good.
they? Was the reception frosty for a 14-year-old back then?
Mate, it was so frosty for an 18-year-old 4 years later after I went on the tour, mate. It's heavy. They were nightmares. Actually, you meet your heroes and think they're going to be cool, and they're wankers. But
Were
no,
they, and
no, they
were
good.
they? Did they seem I mean,
Next
they
level.
were men, but they were still pretty young men at that time. But did
Arrogant
they just seem
young
like
men.
giants to you at the time?
Oh, for sure. But they like, it was weird because I saw them here a lot before I went on tour.
Yep.
Like, you got to see them a lot for like 4 years or 5 years before I went on tour. So you sort of got to see who was the cool ones and who weren't. But then, we got on tour and they were just frosty as, mate. It was heavy.
Man. Who was the nicest? Who was the nicest bloke, the most welcoming, looking out, big brother figure in your
I reckon
life?
Potts for me was, because I'd met him a few times before. He was gnarly, but he always took me under his wing a bit.
Hey, I
And
say
Tom
that, I tell
Carroll.
people that about Potts all the time,
Yeah.
because I worked on the commentary with him for a long time. He kind of had that punk,
Yeah.
sort of real aggressive demeanour.
Yeah.
But when you get to know him,
Oh, yeah.
he's the nicest guy, maybe of all of them.
Yeah.
And
We had him
big
before,
heart,
like-
hey, huge heart.
Luke, of course, and then Ross. And
Yep.
But yeah, of the top guys in that time, it was probably Potts was the man.
I love those stories,
And
but
Froth
also,
too.
come on, we got to call them out.
Yeah.
Because I know that you've probably made peace with the individual. Who was the gnarliest person to compete against back here in the day at Surfest and, all over the world?
Dawn was pretty gnarly back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
The Iceman, and then the Americans didn't like the young Aussies either too much, pretty much all of them. And then even BL was pretty gnarly. LK, all of those guys. And like the older guys too, MRs, and I did the tour for a couple of years with MR and Sean Thompson in heat. So it was
Wow.
like they were even like more, what do you call it?
Staunch.
Steely, yes. Yeah, just like, whoa, these
Wow.
guys are gnarly.
Oh, I love it. And for a lot of Groms,
But they, mate, like I said, and now they're just some of my best friends.
Yeah.
Love them.
For
It was
sure.
epic.
Oh, I think too. You're going to see that a little bit in these qualifying series events too for the youngsters. There's the journeymen in these events that at some point you're going to have to come up against them. Different world now. But at the same time, you're going to have to take on some of your heroes, surfers who are really well established, well supported.
Yeah.
And you've got to overcome that
Don't think about it. They're the same
fear
as you.
or anxiety about coming up against someone who's, obviously more favoured than you
They're
are.
out there doing the same thing as you do, but they're just a little better than you. That was the hard bit, You just had to overcome that.
Oh man, these youngsters have got
good,
their
though.
hands full at this event because this is the big one. It's certainly not lost on those surfers who've been at it for a while and are desperate to get themselves into the Challenger Series events. So it's going to take a spirited campaign, a really focused, intense campaign to get yourself into the finals here and give yourself the best shot at getting into the Challenger Series. It's a long break between
when's
now
that
and when the
start?
QS kicks off again. So you've got a lot of time to marinate on
When
that
is
missed
it?
opportunity.
So it's after the CTs in Australia.
The Challenger Series kicks off not long after the Margaret River event when the cut has been made.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay,
for those
so
that
everyone
are
gets a chance.
competing here and graduating to the Challenger Series, you're carrying some competitive momentum into those events, and you're on I'd say you're on a positive high because you're on the up.
Yeah,
Whereas
for
if
sure.
you're coming off the CT, you might have the competitive experience, but you are just feeling so dejected that you're not going to be competing in the back end of the season. So, there's the little advantage for those who are coming off those regional qualifying series events. But
For sure, it's a bummer they got to wait until then too, because they're coming straight into it. It'd be a lot different. It's hard to go back from the CT to the QS too. I remember going from there doing 2-man heats and priority, and I mean you still got priority these days, but going back to 4-man heats without priority, it was gnarly. You didn't know what to do, and everyone's scrapping and frothing, and you're like, I just usually sit and wait because you had priority. Hard going back, really hard. And like you said, especially if you're on a bit of a downer after you've missed the cut.
here we go. This is Taj Turner getting his best ride by the looks of things. Couple of little swoops there, sticking with it, looking for more on the inside. Punches the foam, and he'll kick out. So Archie Curtis has been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but he hasn't had the kind of scores that have kept him in the top 2 here. Brent Dorrington, he did the damage early. Quick combo. He's up again at the moment, trying to get rid of a 3.83. Just great style. Wow, throws everything at that section. You know, he's found the steeper sections that have really allowed him to throw some solid turns.
You got a 3.83 for one turn at the start, so that's maybe.
I think that's better.
Yeah, it was a good turn that first one. He only did this cutback before it, so probably about the same actually. Well, yeah, pretty much exactly the same turn.
Nice
First
little
one.
punch there.
What Queenslander surfer hasn't got a good style?
Oh, man.
Is there any?
Especially those that grew up on the points.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I don't think there's any.
Yeah, and you've actually got to go out of your way to find a wave that's not a point break up there.
Exactly.
So
But why would you bother?
No. So numbers coming through for Brent Dorrington, and the judges are going to give him a bit more credit for that one. It was a steeper section, a bit chunkier, and he actually flowed into it beautifully. So 5.77, well out in front now. Elliot Parada-Reid hanging on to that second spot. He's got the priority. He'd be feeling a little nervous at the moment, though, with 9 minutes to go. He'll definitely want to dump the 3 and replace it with something better, because Archie Curtis, well within striking distance, only needs a 3.51. Taj Turner, a bit more work to do, but he can still, I think, chase down one of those top 2 spots by turning in 2 scores, but you don't want to leave your run too late.
No, especially in waves like today. Everyone's getting a chance. That's what I like about waves like today. Everyone gets a go. I mean, it's messy and it's hard to read and everything about it, but there's plenty of waves to surf. Everyone's going to, if you got to just take your opportunities, which is good. Better than not getting the opportunity. That's for sure. It's a given, isn't it?
Sure is. So, mate, a really interesting start to the season. I mean, the regional qualifying events are happening, obviously, all over the world before we gear up for the Challenger Series. But Elliot Parada-Reid here, there's a nice, powerful punch through the lip. Little drift on the tail there. So Elliot is looking to get rid of a 3 here. He's probably done that already. Yeah. But he's keen to finish it off right here on the shoreline.
Wow, they are getting it through that flat bit. It's good.
So that's going to really help his chances at hanging on to that second spot. Don't think it'll be the 7.27 he needs to jump into the lead here.
Doing the runaround too. Soft sand.
But yeah, looking fit. But yeah, what I was going to say was, it's been fun to watch the CT events unfold already this season with 3 different winners from the first 3 events on both the men's and women's side. So, that the race for the final 5 is going to be an intense one, but the focus is going to be who can survive that mid-season cut. It's so intense.
I thought that was sick. Second turn there through the tail. This is going to better his 3 by a mile. Yeah, the mid-season cut's gnarly, isn't it?
Oh, it's brutal.
It's brutal.
Just sneaks up so fast too.
Yeah.
Look, I
Especially
thought
the
Elliott,
waves it's into at the start. It's not. It's like, I don't know. It's a bit weird for me.
Yeah, well, it's a big change.
Yeah.
You know, for someone like yourself who's been around and seen a lot of different changes and to the.
Well, they had
the
it when
sport.
we did it. And they barred it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the biggest change in recent history.
Yeah.
And I think everyone had got pretty familiar with the format
Yeah,
and
how it
understood
was.
the processes. And it's it's a couple of years now of getting your head around this cut. Big adjustment for surfers who've always sort of had the thought of throwaway results in the back of their mind, and I've
Yeah.
still got time to recover and I'll be
True.
okay.
True.
But also counting on pet events later in the back half
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the season,
yeah.
that's out the window. You've got
Yeah.
to perform in those first 5 events or you're
Yeah.
done.
For sure. Yeah. Everyone has their pet event too.
Yep. Yours?
Bells.
Yeah, baby.
And like up the Goldie too.
Yep.
For all the ones in Australia. Really.
It was a very.
I had my hated ones too. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I think everyone does. You're telling
Huntington
yourself to
was-
remain positive about those events on the schedule, but you just
Huntington,
full
I just
egg face.
33rd. If I got a 17th in Huntington, I was killing it.
So just on 5.5 minutes remaining here, and Elliott Perata-Reid turns in a 4.9 for that last ride. And that has lifted the requirement for Archer Curtis now. He's after a couple more points to get himself up in a second, 5.4. Taj Turner's falling behind just a little bit here. He needs a 7. He's having a look at one on the inside. I want to find an oncoming section. This wave fading away. And he goes down on that first section. Didn't have a whole lot of wall on it.
I didn't hate Huntington. I had a hell time when I went there.
Oh, yes.
I knew I'd get last.
It was, like Surfest, it was one of those events which was a celebration as much as it
so
was a
good.
contest.
Yeah.
And
was
quite often
madness.
competitors found themselves on the celation side rather than the competitive
Not
side.
even winning.
Yeah, but winning in some ways.
Winning.
4.5 minutes to go. A grey morning here at Merriweather, but when there's waves for a surf contest, no one's complaining. And I guess the good thing is when you get these onshore winds is you get a really tight interval and a high frequency of waves rolling
Look
through.
how many
So-
waves have been ridden.
Yeah, so no one is ever really out there, dropping
Sitting.
anchor waiting for a wave that isn't coming. There's
Yeah.
always opportunity.
You got to, and I reckon in waves like this, you got to keep getting the opportunity, keep making the opportunity, keep surfing waves. So you never know, one pop, what could happen to a wave. It's not like it's all lined up and perfect, is it? You got to just go on anything. Anything could happen.
Yeah, sometimes in these shorter interval conditions for a 4-man heat, it's preferred.
Oh, for sure.
Because if it's too clean, if it's a long period swell and there's 4 people in the lineup trying to get two
Not
decent
every, yeah,
waves,
no one.
it
You got to,
gets a bit scrappy.
yeah. It's got to be 8 waves in 25 minutes minimum, right? 8 good ones. That never happens, does it?
I think we're going to see really big scores drop today, Hoy.
Yeah, I reckon. Low tide. it'll be a lot better.
Bigger individual turns.
Yeah.
I
The
think
tides are huge too. It's a 1.97 high today. It's huge.
massive. So 3 minutes to go here. Hoyo, what's your
Strategy.
daily program surf-wise? How often are you getting out there in the water, mate? You still loving it?
Yeah, I love it. It's so good. Surf when there's surf. That's my program.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Smart.
3.
Good tactic.
I'll drop
Love it.
everything. But I've got to, deliver beers 3 days a week. But then if there's waves any other day, I'll just surf.
Yeah.
That's good.
Archer Curtis has a
Oh,
good-looking
this-
wall here.
This could change it here. Needing a 5.4.
Yeah, I've seen
Whoa.
plenty of Archer's backhand. Nice to see him on the forehand. Got a couple of good little hits in before that wave kind of faded away, but he's after a 5.4, and I guess when you make the comparison to what we've seen from Elliott Perata-Reid and Brent Dorrington with the bigger individual turns, I just don't know if this one's going to go there.
Yeah, just needed one more, didn't he?
One more. Or the first turn was
steeper.
solid. Maybe that
Yeah.
second turn needed a bit of release or something. But still some nice surfing on show here in the first heat of the day. But, yeah, I've seen some shots of you surfing, mate. The legendary Peter Boscovich still
Bosco's
clicking
still,
off a few frames of you. And are you still shaping your own boards?
I have been. Couple, not many. You got to have customers to shape boards, and I haven't got any customers, so I don't shape them. But a couple every now and again. I actually shape myself a good one, just an old school, but put 20s and tri-fins in it, goes really good. But
perfect.
Haven't, not doing many at all.
No, I've only been waiting about 10 years for my custom hoy.
Still get what you're given.
I love that though. Yeah. It'll be ready when it's ready. You get what you get. You don't get upset.
10 years later, it sounds like McCabe worth ethic.
I remember when we had a conversation, you said, what do you want? And I rattled off a couple of things and said, no.
You're not getting that.
No. The question was, do you want a surfboard or do you want a six-pack?
Yeah.
Probably. Not
One
what
or the
dimensions.
other. Yeah, no dimensions. Just get it.
Yeah.
You probably really like the one that I shaped, actually. It's fun.
I'll have a go this week. Here we go, Archer Curtis. Swinging for the fences on that section. Knew he had to do something because that last score came through to 4.53. It's one of his best, but not enough to see him into the lead. He still needs a 5.4 to get out of third spot. And with 30 seconds to go, that might
He wasn't
be
far
really
off from
tough.
that last one.
No, and we said that maybe he just needed one more section.
Yep.
Here goes Elliot now trying to really consolidate that second position.
At least sitting further off the
Oh,
box.
there's a solid
that was
turn.
sick.
Kind of drove through that lip and managed to hang on through the cupped out section of the wall. So that could score pretty well. Just that one big individual
I think
turn.
he got one in before that as well. Like a check turn.
Well, it's coming to a close this heat. We've got some scores still trickling through for the man in red. But it feels like Brent Dorrington's done enough here to get himself into the next round. And we'll see if Elliot he's going to turn in a score big enough. He needs a 7.27 to get himself into the lead.
This is the turn. Oh, that was sick.
Yeah, love it. Just
Laid
really put
in
it all
there.
on the back
Yeah.
foot, didn't he?
Yeah, the first turn was
So it was a 7.33, enough to see Elliot up into the lead. Brent Dorrington's going to hang on to second spot. The first heat here at the Burton Automotive Pro is in the bag. More to come right after the break.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the show, day 2 of the event window. And we've got the opening round of the Burton Automotive Pro unfolding here. We just saw Elliot Reed make a late charge to the number 1 position in that first heat. Brent Dorrington finished up in second, progressing through. And now we'll introduce heat number 2. Lennox Smith is going to be out there in the red. Brock Cooper is surfing in the blue. David Perry in the white. So just 3 surfers out there. And that means whoever finishes up in third place is going to have no company.
No company.
As they get bundled out of the draw here. But let's see how Brock Cooper can go here, getting things started. Great speed as he flows through these flatter sections. This one is going to fade away completely. He had a 0.5 just to throw away earlier on. It's not going to count for much, but that last wave might factor in. Lennox Smith opened up with a 4 earlier on, we're yet to see David Perry click into gear just yet. Ronnie Blakey with Matt Hoy. And
I love seeing all the, like, I don't know any of these names, really. Like, usually I know a few, but it's so good to see the depth in Australian surfing. It's epic.
Well, even since last year when we were working here on the event, Hoy, you know, there is obviously that move that the younger surfers make in that break. I mentioned before that between the QS schedule, finishing and kicking off again, there's a massive growth and evolution that can happen in these surfers and their style. They go from pro juniors to suddenly thinking about building a seed on the qualifying series or having maybe a full-blown crack at getting themselves up into the top 7. So, you know, you do see a lot of new names, and I love the opportunity to get down to these events and see what the depth is like.
Yeah, for sure. It's epic, I reckon. It's good to see. That's so good they've done those events in Australia too. It gives them an opportunity not to leave the country and get some competitive stouts.
Yeah, it was a mad commitment back in the day, wasn't it?
Oh,
I mean, you established yourself on tour pretty well before the QS, as we used to know it. Sort of really became an established tour, but to go chase down results on the qualifying series was a year-long campaign.
I never had to do it.
From one country to the next.
I'd had to do it 1 year in Brazil. I went and did the QS, but that was it, really.
And you were pretty high on the ratings on the CT that year. It was just a full
no, I was actually not going to make it, so I had to go.
Had to go check it out. Yeah. But here we go. This is David Perry. Nice style. Gee, he squeaked a few turns in on the end there. But yeah, it was huge. Now I love with the regional qualifiers, not just the fact that the youngsters get an opportunity to test themselves and build a seed without travelling too far, but also veterans are lured out of the woodwork and come back and compete in some of these events. And
for sure, it's good. It's good for the Groms too to see those older guys in it too. Teach them a bit of competitive stoush. Is that the word? Get them going. And
build their prowess. So we see Elliot Parada-Reid looking pretty happy with himself, and why wouldn't he? Getting a victory in this really important regional qualifying series finishing event.
He had actually set over further off the rocks, which is where that little ride is breaking to there. It's a bit like the top bit of the rocks bowl would be sort of showing today, so we'll peak it up. A bit lower tide, you'll see it over there way more. I reckon there'll be more rights coming off it, but now it's just sort of dead high, I think it is right now. So it's a bit washy, but I reckon as he goes through the day, that ride will get a lot better. That's where he got that last one where it bowled up. One little bit of the shelf is still there somewhere.
Yeah, 19 and a half minutes to go. Still plenty of time for each of the competitors to lock in some big numbers. Lennox Smith with the best of them at the moment. Just a 4, though. I think we'll see all of the surfers out there improve on those numbers that they're hanging on to at the moment.
We haven't seen anyone go to the air yet either.
No.
Well, Doro sort of went to the air. I'd claim that doing an aerial if it was me. But.
Were you I think it's a dangerous game to play at the moment with a few surfers in the lineup, but were you ever of the opinion that it was wise to pace yourself through an event, or did you just go out and rip in from the first heat to the last?
Yeah, had to. Yep. I didn't know anything else. You had to sort of do it, though. The guys you were surfing against, what if they were ripping in? You know what I mean? I was pacing myself. I was just lucky to get through heats.
Yeah,
I couldn't
now that you think about it, it's a ridiculous question. Matt Hoy, did you ever pace yourself?
But I didn't ever knew how to do that sort of stuff. Really, I was just heat by heat, wave by wave.
Yeah.
I was always better when there was heaps of waves.
Yeah.
I was hopeless at sitting. I just picked terrible waves. And
just get antsy and go something.
Yeah, go something. J-Bay was a perfect example. I'd just see an inside runner and go, and then the next one would be a 6-foot set. Yeah,
that, it's sort of like one of the real keys to competitive success, your ability in especially world-class conditions to let
waves go.
Pretty good waves roll
Perfect
by.
Waves go. You're going, whoa, this one's sick.
I mean, it's good, but
yeah, it's not a 9.
Yeah. No, that's
It's so hard.
fantastic point.
That's the hardest thing in the, like, you know, not the hardest, but mindset is the hardest thing for it. Just not going waves. You think, I'd be going that if I was free surfing.
Well, let's see who can tap into the right mindset in this second heat of the morning. So it hasn't been as busy a start as that first heat that we watched, Hoy, as we now see David Perry up against. Had a 2.67 to kick things off. Has that real clean sort of knock-kneed, narrow stance style.
There's Arkman in that style.
Yeah, there you
Simon
go.
Robinson.
Local absolute shredder, one of my favourites from back in the day, Robbo.
Still now.
Still ripping.
Yes. Yeah.
So 17 minutes to go here. And priority is with Brock Cooper on that outside section.
Priority's not going to
Head
really
on a
mean much
swivel.
today either, is it?
No, it's definitely just feels like you can.
You're not holding your competitors off many ways today, that's for sure.
No, sitting out there and waiting for some kind of magic set to roll through could
It's not
be a
happening.
big mistake.
Just surf them. Surf as many waves as possible, I reckon.
Just on 16 minutes to go, and we are now going to check in with one of those surfers that progressed out of the first heat of the morning. Let's hear what he's got to say. We'll get back there in just a moment.
Just bit of wind
Lost
blowing.
in the wind,
didn't
yeah.
he?
So it is still
Blown away.
howling out there. It's very comfortable here in the booth, Hoy, but yeah, still a bit of weather around. I'm grateful for it. I don't mind it.
Well, it just keeps it, like, the swell's coming by the look of it. But I thought it'd be a bit bigger today too. It looked bigger yesterday afternoon than it is this morning, which is weird too. Like I said, I'm hopeless at the surf, predicting surf. Even if it tells me in front of me it's going to be like that, it's never the same.
So, Hoy, we've been talking about the depth in this region. Obviously, we've got Australia and New Zealand competing here. A couple of other internationals joining the field at different stages, but you know, it was proven just the depth in our region last year, and maybe the fact that the Challenger Series kicks off here in Oz is a big benefit to our region as well. But Sheldon Sipkus, Callum Robson breaking through, getting a victory in the first one. Molly Picklum finalled at Snapper Rocks last year. So, you know, it's kind
a
of
huge advantage having them here.
It tells you though too that, you know, we're well represented when those challenges roll into town. That will be the case again, even with a condensed field. I think it'll end up being that we have an additional surfer.
Yeah, right.
Including the
compared to what it was going to be. Yeah,
yes,
right.
because you've got 7 and a wild card,
Yeah.
and then you've got the 3 guys in
Already
I
on.
mentioned earlier on, in Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox and Dylan Moffat.
Yeah.
So, you know, we will be well represented again. But that first event at Snapper Rocks last year, that first Challenger Series contest, the level was incredible, like across both divisions.
Yeah.
And you know, it brought the best out of the surfers in our region as well.
Yeah,
you
for
know,
sure.
There was surfers
Well, they'd
from
want to
North
be the best
America
they
that were
can.
just blowing minds as well.
Yeah.
You know, it was just such
It's such a
an
good
entertaining
event too,
contest.
though. You get to say, oh, that was a nice hit there.
Yeah, it's sort of, you know, you get to see the best of it. You know, quality world-class waves.
Yep. And you see how people
expose
surf.
people as much
Yeah,
as they
100%.
give them the opportunity
Yeah.
to kind of show what they can do. And if your surfing's not up to scratch on a world-class wave, you'll be found
Shows.
out.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, totally. That's what's good to see. You see the real surfers, how to read a wave, not just to surf, you know.
We're seeing some pretty good reads here in these first couple of heats, just in getting to sections like that. You know, there was really nothing.
How did he do that?
It was just a bit of cappuccino froth on the inside there, and he knocked the top
On
off
sand.
it. Yeah, he knocked the top off it big time. That's Brock Cooper there, and he needed a number. He's trying to get out of that third spot. You know, it's It should be an advantage for the surfer in third position here at the moment, not having that fourth surfer in this lineup, because you're not wrestling waves away from another competitor.
Yeah.
But he did really well here.
And you can get stuck with priority too, I reckon. Nice first turn. This is these two on the inside. This next one is crazy how he got up and at him.
He's got no speed.
No.
Look, just finds it there, taps into it.
Through the tail, nearly.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Dragging the fins through the sand as he rode out of that one. Not a massive score, but enough to get him out of third spot, 3.03. So David Perry's got the 4.67, the strongest wave of the heat at the moment. That's got him out in front, and he's out there at the moment, just hustling around the place, looking for any opportunities he can find. Lennox Smith, great surfer, back in third position at the moment, and waiting for his opportunity. Needs a 2.03.
He just lost that thing at the back. Lucky no one was standing under it. No.
Yeah, that weather blowing things around all over the place.
Yeah.
Just over 11 and a half minutes to go. Really nice yesterday, Hoyers. We kicked off the day giving our respects to Nanas.
Oh, yep.
And Rog Clements.
Yeah, that was good.
That was lovely to see.
Yeah.
And I believe their families were down here too,
Yep.
which was nice.
Yeah.
But two people who are kind of on the other side of the cameras, working in administration, working in judging, and
Roger himself.
their contribution is going to be felt for a long time.
Roger, yeah, actually really good surfer. Was up there with all the boys back in the day, so yeah, competed in all the events over Australia. I think Australian champ. Aussie champ for sure. I think he won the Matara too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had massive turnouts for the paddle outs for
Yeah.
both those surfers as well.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it on the news, and yeah, it was great to see. You know, it's really cool when people who have dedicated their life to the sport get that acknowledgement
Yeah.
and credit.
Oh, what? There's a seal. What?
Oh, awesome.
Wow.
How cool is that? You don't see that every day,
No.
Merriweather.
No, never. Seen one in my life, two now. Wow. Our friend actually got bit by a seal on the beach here. It was
No
heavy.
way.
Yeah. Walking past it and it bit him.
I thought it might have been Vaughan Blakey in his 3-4 having a swim before stepping into the commentary booth.
It's skinnier than that seal. Look, he's that little ride off the rocks that I said. It's a bit cleaner over there. Like I said, just that first bit of the shelf is there, but the rest of it's not there. But
This is one of those
it
interesting
peaks it up.
scenarios where Lennox Smith, for me, he's the favourite going into this heat, but he just can't find the sections, and he needs nothing to get himself up into the top two. Just a 3.35, but he's kind of already sensing there's a bit of desperation there.
Well, he just went up there then. He got into second. He didn't even need it. He must have got that on the wave before, did he? Because it wasn't that wave.
Yeah, 2.37.
Yeah.
He had the 4-point ride,
Oh, did he? Yeah.
but have a look at the separation between the three competitors. There's nothing in it.
Nothing in it.
So it can be turned pretty quickly.
Yeah, that first heat had some actually decent scores. This one just, no one's really finding that
Yeah.
clean face with the wedge to it.
Yeah, that's one steep oncoming section or
Yeah.
a bit of wall to tap into on the outside is the difference between a 4-point ride and a mid-range 6
Yeah.
or even a 7. But
Well,
yeah,
that one turn, that last bit of that last heat, he got a
Yeah.
huge score for that.
Elliot Parada-Reid, just really did lay into it. I guess that's got to be the MO for these competitors. You know, you can't basically safety your way to those big scores. If something stands up in front of you, you better smash it, because
Yeah.
you're not going to find it all day. You won't tap into those bigger sections on every ride. So I think Brent Dorrington and Elliot Parada-Reid have kind of set the bar for
We
what's
said
gonna
that.
score
That
well
was
today.
that was first heat too. Come out of the blocks firing, the boys.
Those more innovative turns above the lip and whatnot that we were saying with an onshore wind, we're likely to see a little bit of today. They've been hard to come by, because even in onshore conditions, you still need the wave to cup up and give you a bit
Come
of a
at
ram.
you. Yeah, exactly. They look like they're like bending back out to sea. They peak up and then bend every which way. But yeah, it's hard to get that wave coming at you, isn't it? For sure, to get those sections.
Let's.
When the tide drops, maybe though. I'm sure it's going to get better when the tide drops. Just we're hoping.
Hoy, I know that having competed on the championship tour for so long, and you've probably got some opinions about the changes and whatnot. And we've spoken about the QS, how great the regional QS is into the Challenger Series for not just our region but all over the world. And then on the CT, you've got the cut now, which you kind of shared your thoughts on that, and then the race for the final 5. You can't deny how exciting the world title showdown is, and how fantastic was it to see Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore actually surfing against one another for a world title. They've kind of traded their world title runs, and it's been other surfers pushing them to get to the crown. But watching Steph and Carissa battle last year was all time.
Oh, that's crazy. Crazy day of surfing, wasn't it? I don't like it either, that whole, setup at the end.
Tell us what you really think, though.
Yeah. But I think it was amazing to watch. But I just think, Carissa was the world champ, really. But then Steph took it off her.
Steph kind of said that. But then,
but you know what I mean? You go around the world and surf all these events, and, that's why they do so many events. And you have the cut now, especially.
Well, let me put this to you then, as a comparison.
Do it.
In NRL,
yeah,
if you won every single game in the season, you're clearly the best team. But if you don't win the GF,
you're not the best. Yeah, true. Is that what? Yeah, that's one team against the other team though, at the end.
And what we had was 2 world champs fighting it out for a title.
You're trying to sell it, aren't you? I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
Doing well.
1-0. No, but
it's going to be like 100-0 Robbie by the end anyway.
No,
so mate.
I think what we had in the first year, right, of the surf off for the world title is those number 1 surfers over the season winning the world title.
Yeah.
And
the
then
second one you did it. Yeah.
Last year was the first time on the women's side that we've seen that it wasn't the case.
Well,
Steph went from 5th.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Nowhere near being. Not
don't worry, I'm stoked she did it. I was happy with Larry, whoever Larry is. But
yeah, it was so thrilling to watch. It was just a remarkable run to the crown. The surfing that she did was the best surfing that maybe went down all of last season.
Yeah, for sure.
To get that victory.
Probably up there with the best she's ever surfed.
Yep.
Wouldn't be far off.
Agreed. But on the men's side, Felipe Toledo,
I thought Felipe should have won the year before.
There you go. Yeah, well, he's just so
mad. So he deserved. I was like, he's got to win this year.
He's so world champ worthy.
Yeah.
I don't care what people.
The turns he was doing the year before, I was like, that blew my mind. And he didn't even do that many this year. I mean, he was ripped the whole event, but the turns he did in that semi-final, I think it was, last year, or the year before, were mental.
It's going to be a mad showdown this year. I think, I think Jack Robinson will be there. Ethan Ewing, I think the surfing that he did at Sunset kind of suggests that he should get back there again, but it's going to depend on what the right-handers on tour are like. But I think if those 2 do get back there, and there's obviously a lot of other surfers that are capable of getting there too, but I think for Australia's chance of the world title, they'd give it a much better run.
Yeah. I think Jack Robbo would be looking over his shoulder a bit, I reckon, at trestles compared to the other guys. If it was that pipe, you'd be going, Robbo's got it over the boys. But I think in waves like that.
I love, though, that Jack Robinson is demonstrating to everyone, but especially this next generation of young qualifiers who now have an Australian surfer again to aspire to be like, is just how mentally strong and the self-belief, how far that's taking. Incredible surfer, but God, he's just so he just
confident.
Does not care about who he's surfing against at all.
Good.
He's got
you shouldn't.
He can wrestle wins away from anyone, and for sure all these young fans who are also aspiring to get to that position would be looking at that going, yep,
that's how
I want to do what Jack's doing.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Been a while since, we've always had people near the top, but it just didn't feel like at that showdown last year that anyone was going to stand a chance against Phil.
No. Well, and the year before. Didn't we have anyone in there the year before?
Yeah, Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, that's right.
But 3 minutes remaining here.
Oh, that was a sick turn by Brad. What did he give him? 4. 1 turn. 4 there, it says it.
Early stages in the contest for you and I, we're sort of thinking, I wonder who's going to make it through the finals. But for every competitor that's kicking off these first heats, they're going, with a win, I might still get myself into that top 7.
Oh, for
So
sure.
like, the pressure's on already.
And all the guys will be looking over their shoulder who are already in, because there's so many points on offer, right? This is huge to end it with this.
So, you know, for Brock Cooper, for example, like that 4.45, maybe up until this point in his career, this is sort of the most important number he's ever had to chase down.
Right now.
Massive.
We should get the ratings next. Let's talk about him and see who. Where's Al Hunt when we need him? Just to go, who's going to make it?
Upstairs grabbing breakfast.
Finishes in Jack.
But yeah, we'll pull those ratings up throughout the event for you for sure. That's a nice turn.
When we get on with it a bit more, it's not use doing it now. I suppose it is, because there's some of these guys, when the seeds come in, that's when it starts to fight.
Yeah, they're the people who, like, if they get upset in the early rounds, you're like going, he might be in trouble if he's right up there in that top 7 at the moment. I know Billy Stammen's sitting in 7th place at the moment, and had a chat to him yesterday, and he was saying, it's gnarly, you know, like, he was, obviously some of those surfers who are at the top already were aware that it's cut to 7 positions now.
Oh, they already
So
knew.
he's kind of going, wow, well, if it was the top 10 going through from the regionals, I'd be sitting okay at the moment, but 7th place, he's got to make some heats here.
Oh, it's
as we see.
4.97.
Look at this. Brock Cooper's found a magic little wall, and he's going to roll this one through. This will be his last wave. He's after a 4.97. Some decent work on the outside.
That wave looked good from the start too. Bowled. You could see it bowling when they had the drone shot. You could see it bowling up.
40 seconds to go. Let's have a look. 4.97.
Oh, it gets a bit stuck on that one. This turn though. Through the tail, yeah.
Well timed hit, that one. And then, you know, he would have loved to have connected through to the shore break as he did earlier on. Brock Cooper chasing a 4.97. Well,
get a 4.
It's come through. He's got himself a 3.6. So Lennox Smith, he'll be surfing this wave like he needs a score. But it looks like he might survive this one. Really close, though. A little too close for comfort for Lennox, who is after a 4.28 to get himself into the lead. Nah, 3.6 for Brock. Just that.
Fair enough. He needed another turn.
As you said, it kind of wasn't his fault, but that first turn, he just didn't sink the rail like he would have liked.
Yeah.
Made up some numbers on the second move, but the wave just faded away, unfortunately. So moving on through, it is going to be David Perry with the win. Lennox Smith in 2nd spot. More action coming your way after the break. This is the Burton Automotive Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2023, proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We'll bring in Vaughan, Blakey and Beck right after the break.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro here at Newcastle, Merriweather Beach, and some nice little wave starting to crank in through here. Merriweather, what a famous beach it is. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with absolute royalty from this event, the Surfest, 3-time winner, Beck Woods. Welcome, Beck.
Thanks, Scott.
What do you make of it this morning? Obviously a bit choppy. That onshore wind is still really howling at the moment. We're expecting it to back off through the day. But yesterday you had the great honour of performing in that Legends Heat, the Expression session, sharing the lineup with former event champions Jodie Cooper, Pauline Mensah, and Pam Burridge, 3 Hall of Famers.
Yep.
Absolute legends, and it was so fun to watch you guys paddle out, but it was really tough going.
Yeah, it was actually nice to have jet ski assist. Pauline wouldn't shut up about it. She ended up getting about 9 million waves.
Yes, she did.
She was cackling past as she kept getting the jet ski. I kept paddling out stupidly, but yeah, it's tough out there with that onshore wind. That east sou'easter is up, and yeah, yesterday I got lost at sea. Merriweather's a very deceptive wave. I needed Philippa Anderson down here to tell me where to sit because, you know, there's so many different lineup spots, and even I was just watching it up there before and interested in seeing where some of these men are sitting.
Yeah, well, I'll get your take. We'll go a little bit deeper on that in a moment. Right now, out in the water, we've got Ty Coulis in the blue, Tai Chi Hagita out there in the red, Matty Boyle in the white, and Felix Burns in the green. So this is the round of 128, heat number 3 for the morning. And doesn't look too dissimilar from what you were surfing yesterday, although the wind already looks like it is sort of, you know, just settling in a little bit here. Yeah, what's the go here at Merriweather? Where do you typically sit, and what are you seeing that's different today?
Yeah, I think it's almost a little bit more, as we see, is it Ty Coulis? Up and riding there. Nice opening snap for him. He's maintaining speed really well through these flat sections. It looks really tricky. Yeah, like I think with a little bit more east in the swell than yesterday. Yesterday seemed to have that kind of south push when that southerly blaster came in and through. But yeah, it seems, you know, it's very onshore wind flow, very direct waves. As you see a replay here. Oh, nice lay back there.
Nice snap. Yeah, Ty from Maroubra, the South End board riders there, and has had a couple of heats throughout this regional qualifying series leg. Did quite well up at the Tweed Coast Pro, made the round of 32, did a bit of work with Matty Cattle, another classic goofy footer from, he was a guy I used to love watching surf when I was a little grom, and now he's doing a lot of fantastic work coaching with many of the Northside crew, North Narrabeen being his home zone, but cool to see him working with Ty Coulis as well.
Good spot in the world.
Yeah.
We've got Felix Burns, local little kid. I did a coaching session with him up at Surfing Australia when he was a very little grom. So it's interesting to see him in this heat. Matty's dad is the youngest. He's the eldest of, it's like 4 kids that they have. So it's awesome to see how Felix is performing now. It's been a few years, so.
Must be pretty exciting to be a grom from Newcastle at the moment. You know, so well represented on the big stage, and there's so many great surfers from not just Newcastle, but this region of the New South Wales coast. The Central Coast has been churning out talent now for a long, long time. Number 1 in the world at the women's, Molly Picklum, you know, just down the road, and.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's amazing, isn't it? But yeah, Felix Burns represented Merriweather at the Cura Teams Challenge. I think he was the Grom surfer, so he's getting that big game experience, and there's no bigger when you're a little Grom than competing at Surfest. Such a famous event. All your wins came from up the road, though, right? Main Beach.
Yeah, the Newcastle Beach, and that's I think we see surfer in red up and riding right now, just trying to make something. Get score on the board. But yeah, I think back to Merriweather, it is tricky. Like the guys out there at the moment aren't surfing directly. From what I can see, they aren't surfing directly on the rock shelf. I was watching earlier this morning. They seem to be sitting a little bit further down. And I think because it is kind of an east swell, it's a little bit more direct onto the sandbanks. Yeah, we can see an aerial shot there. So we've got one surfer sitting up closer to the point and a couple more a bit wider here with White taking off. Matt Boyle from up on the Goldie. Nice snap here, and he's been, you know, starting to make a name for himself, this Grom, because we know his older brother pretty well from these events, and he's here at Surfest,
Just trying to link the dots on this one. Very tricky here this morning, but yesterday morning was dead flat. We turned up and event was put on hold. We ended up running that expression session that you were a part of. But yeah, I mean, it picked up so quickly. It's such a swell magnet. Second that southerly blows up, you've almost got something instantly. You're not having to wait around. So Tai Chi, who we saw surfing earlier as well, one of our Japanese competitors. Here he goes again. And slicing, beautiful carve there to open things up. You can just see how hard it is. There's a little bit of a stand-up section out the back and then a lot of waiting around through that middle part. He'll get another carve in here. So Taichi Hagita
did well.
Fukuoka over in Japan. And he's a name I've recognised from Taiwan, actually. Last few years he's been over there, competing in the QS and the World Juniors, and yeah, it's always good to see a strong Japanese contingent heading to Taiwan, and you get to sort of get a bit of feel of what's going on. All right, let's throw it down to the beach with the winner of that last heat. Oh, I'm talking to him. Where is he?
Hello. Oh.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
How was it out there?
It was pretty tough.
Very, very tough conditions.
Yeah.
What was your strategy when you went out?
I just wanted to catch a lot of waves. Like, there's a lot of flat spots out there, so it was pretty much just try and find something with a big section that'll link up together.
Pez, how hard is it, mate, when you get up on a day like today? You know, you want to put in a strong showing and you see the lineup like it is. Have you just got that eternal froth where you want to go out there and attack it, or are you having to find motivation?
Well, it's actually pretty close to home out there. You know, super windy, pretty small, gutless. Yeah, it's I'm feeling right at home, to be honest.
Oh, good on you, mate. You did a wonderful job out there. It's pretty tricky. Anyone else who's down here in your support team who you can give some advice to?
Oh, not really. I travel around with Pops a fair bit, but I don't even know where he is. He was saying he's stuck in traffic trying to get here.
Well, mate, look, congratulations on a strong first showing, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Good on you, mate.
Awesome. Thanks for that.
And it's wild and windy conditions, but a great surfing competition day here. We're going to see some
So here we are. Wonderful result there for Pez, and yeah, it is a bit tricky. You know, some days, look, I don't know. I'm sure most of the competitors in this field will just turn up frothing to get out there, just ready to, you know, rinse off a good night's sleep and get on a roll first thing in the morning. But gee whiz, if I come up to the beach on days like this, I find it hard to be motivated, Beck, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was interesting even yesterday, just to seeing obviously a paddle in here from Felix Burns.
Let's see what the Grom can do. Off the bottom, snaps it off the top. He's a state champ, so he's tasted victory at a high level, but this for him will just be a wonderful experience. Pulling on that Surfest Rashi. We just heard Matt Hoy talking about it. Do you remember the first time you surfed in this event?
I was trying to think back. It's been a long time. I was at high school, I think, and probably in about year 10. And yeah, it was at Newcastle, main beach. But even yesterday, coming down here, Warren asked us if we wanted to surf, and I was like, maybe. But Pauline was like, no, yeah, of course we're surfing. What do you mean? So she's that eternal frothing Grom.
Yeah.
And I think, if you can approach your heats, and you see it in the younger generation, like they're down there and they're amped to surf. They don't care whether it's 2 foot or 10 foot and onshore or offshore. They're just amping to show their talent, which is good. It's exciting to watch. I haven't watched like a full contest because you're interjecting with work and all of that sort of thing, but just the energy down there it's great. It's nice to be around that again.
Merriweather Beach. It was back on the CT just a couple of years ago. We had some amazing moments. We'll come back to that as we see Ty Koulis just catching a bit of rail. It's so tricky. I mean, look at these scores. Out the back, dealing with the wobble, just mistimed that one a little bit. Boyley, Matt Boyle, Snapper Rocks, he's out there. He's 115th on the ratings at the moment, so looks like qualification for the Challenger Series might have escaped him for this season at least, but he will be looking to get a good result here and carry some confidence and momentum into the next season. He's inspired by Mick Fanning, which is no great surprise when you come from the Gold Coast. Getting to see that guy in the flesh is something else. The power, the speed, everything that makes him, you know, the 3-time world champion and Australian surfing icon. So it must be such a gift. But, you know, for Felix, he's got guys like Jacko Baker, Morgan Siblick, Ryan Callanan. These are the crew who he's surfing with on a day-to-day basis. And then outside of that, you know, pointy-ended CT crew, this city is chock full of talent, men's and women's. Yeah. And it's part of the reason why, you know, a club like Merriweather Board Riders has had so much success in that Australian Board Riders battle over the past few years, always seeming to make the final and a couple of wins as well. And this, nice snap to slide, but Ty Coulis there unable to find something. Let's see.
Yeah, it seems like the lefts, some of the lefts are going a little bit flat, but we see the Japanese surfer up and riding, doing nice opening or second wrap there. It is, yeah, tricky to link the waves together. Reading the ocean today is just, yeah, it's hard work, and everyone's doing. I saw Brent Dorrington this morning in the opening heat, just kill it, like flaring, throwing fins left, right, and centre. So, yeah, done super good. Yeah, I think how many? So there's 7 qualifying on the qualifying series. So I'm still wrapping my head around all of the different series. But so there's 7 from the men that go through, which makes it very competitive.
Yeah, it's been condensed. Nowhere near as many surfers will be qualifying for the Challenger Series this year. This is all fresh news, breaking news out of the WSL. Made official this morning, the Challenger Series was released. 6 events, top 4 will count. I think, the number of surfers who will be qualifying for the Challenger Series out of this regional series and regional series
7
around the world has been reduced. So in Australia, it's 7 plus a wild card. And then on the women's, I think it's 4 plus a wild card. So, yeah, it's just made it that much harder to get onto that Challenger Series. And no doubt there'll be plenty of talk about that over the coming days. But, you know, the Challenger Series, it's a tighter window. These 6 events that make it up this year, there's Gosling right there. So one of the standouts from this morning, Cardo Christie. And, it just makes it, you know, I don't know. I really like that it's a shorter window, that we're not sort of going from now till all the way till Haleiwa. It's always good to have a Hawaiian event in there, but a lot of quality beach breaks in that schedule. And, it just means that, you know, you really have to work extremely hard throughout these regional series now to qualify for that. So,
yeah, it's certainly pushing the level.
But this is the big one, Beck.
Yeah.
This is the big one.
5,000.
This is our last opportunity. It's 5,000. Big points on offer. And, you know, the surfers who are in that top 6 on the men's at least right now, or top 7 I should say, are going to be very keen to lock it away so that they can focus on that new Challenger Series tour that has just been released. Snap off the top. This is nice. Felix Burns, will he get the link up? He does, and he just gets shockwaved off that thing.
A bit of an explosion there, but nice opening turn for Felix. He has definitely grown up. It's good to see him out in the Rashi. In the Opens division, we see a replay here. Really strong opening turn there from Felix. Manages to get through, but unfortunately just gets a little bit blasted off from that second section there.
Yeah, he's fighting the elements. Felix, there's not much of him.
It's a close heat, this one. There's not too many high scores on. I think, we'll come down to the back end, and usually someone will find their feet in the lineup and suddenly spring a big score coming into that last 5 minutes, and it put the pressure on all the other competitors.
I want to know how old were you when you surfed in your first Surfest event?
I think I did Pro Juniors possibly before I did the Open division, so I would have been like 15. Yeah,
15.
Yeah,
wow.
15 or 16.
And what was it like, you know, paddling out against, you know, big names of that time? I guess Lane Beachley, Lisa Anderson, Rochelle Ballard. They would have been all at the peak of their powers when you were 15 and surfing the event for the first time? Yeah,
I think it was a qualifying series event, so you'd get a lot of the Australian contingent for sure. So yeah, you had Lane and a fair few of the older.
Was
crew.
it scary?
It was scary. We had I think one of the finals I was against Lynette McKenzie, who was down from Maroubra zone, and she was quite intimidating. She also shredded very hard. So it was, I think getting thrown in when you're 15, yeah, you've kind of got that young mental say where you don't think too much about it. But yeah, there was certainly some large names that you just really want to take down. I think that was the main thing, where you're out there and you're really just wanting to beat everyone and put your name, your name in the lights, because yeah, these East Coast events for Australia are pretty important. So bit of a paddle battle there with Surfer in White taking priority there. Nice
Matt Boyle
slash there.
Yeah, very nice carve to get things going. This is a better wave. 2 backside re-entries, and carves his way back through onto the inside, the lefts. I mean, what we're not seeing is very many steep sections. So as soon as that wave stands up, you can see the surfers just moving to get out on the face, get a carve happening. I think the big difference in this heat will be if someone gets something that really offers a punchy section, because right now it's a lot of carving, it's a lot of linking. See, Matt Boyle did really well there. Timed it beautifully, got 2 turns out of this one. And Taichi Hagita has been on a similar program on the front side. This is him here, off the bottom. You can see he's got the nice links. He's got a beautiful carving style, but just lacking a bit of opportunity for the big explosive turn that will separate them from the competitors. So a lot of 2s, a lot of really low range scores at the moment. The judges want to see a bit more.
Yeah, we see Matt's score coming through there. What was it there? 3.4. So, yeah, 2 turns. 3.4. Obviously, I think the first heat's setting the scale, as they do in the earlier rounds. And, yeah, it'd be good to see some of these guys getting, a good link-up wave and a wave that actually stands up. But it's easier said than done when you're sitting in here. Here we go.
Isn't it? Yep, here goes... this is Taichi again. He slipped down to 2nd. 3rd, actually. So Felix Burns had moved into 2nd place. And Taichi wanting to get a move on. 6.5 minutes remaining for these competitors. I mean, you're not really struggling for opportunity. It's just knowing which wave is going to give you something is almost impossible out there. It's just so lumpy and bumpy. Couple of nice turns here.
Yeah,
from
I
Taichi.
think winner of the last heat. Mentioning that he just was like, I'm just going to catch 100 waves and just stay really busy and hopefully get one that does allow for those big, as Martin Dunn used to say, the big halo turn at the start and then the second, the combo turns. So tricky out there, but yeah, I think you just got to roll the dice, don't you? See Felix having a bit of a paddle.
6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes.
So the news got announced this morning. 7 spots. This is the last event, 5,000 points. Yeah, I haven't seen the ratings. I haven't been, I've looked at some of the women's ratings and it's super tight. 4 spots makes it really tight, I think. Yeah, so basically what they don't have, Hallie, even now they've got how many Challenger Series?
So 6 events. I think it'll wind up in Brazil, but the window of competition is from now till October, so it's been shortened by a big chunk. That'll end in around about, I think it's maybe Brazil.
Yep.
And so we've got a much more condensed calendar, and we've got a more condensed field. So basically just trying to cherry pick conditions, get events run in a quicker time frame.
Yep.
And it will be on big time. As we see out the back, Taichi finally gets a steep section, but that one flattens and he hits a bit of chop. And now Felix Burns looking for a score here, just a 3.2 to advance.
Riding his dad's surfboards.
Oh, nice one.
Staying busy out there. I think coming down to the pointy end of the heat, it's going to be, I'm a bit nervous actually. Even yesterday when I went out, it was weird. Putting a rash vest back on, you kind of try not to get nervous. Pauline was like, I'm not nervous at all. I'm just having fun on the jet ski. But I was like, yeah, me and Jodie Cooper were having a discussion. I was like, it's so weird getting that like, oh, okay, I've got a rash vest on, I have to perform. It's a lot of pressure, I think.
It's such a different mindset, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just do not surf the same. You don't even feel the same as soon as you pull that rashy on and you've got to start beating other people while trying to enjoy your surfing.
And then you've got people, like I remember through the junior years and coming up through, like everyone wants to tell you and, give you different bits of advice, and sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. I read an interview yesterday with Molly Pickleman, I think it was in Women's Health or something, which is great. You see Ryder up in blue there, unfortunately, wave closing out. And she mentioned that. She said it was, it's been really good just having And you've seen the change and the shift in you know, like the support networks that these surfers have, and it makes such a difference having that crew around you. But Molly basically said, yeah, she had a lot of people kind of inputting, and it felt a little bit like too many cooks in the kitchen. So she's just really happy now that she's got like a psychologist, and she's got a coach, and she's got really good support coming in from sponsors, and she's kind of cherry-picked the people that she's listening to. So really nice looking wave here.
Ooh, nice backside crack from Tai Chi here. And he's got a bonus section. This is beautifully put together. High speed, a nice explosive first turn, some nice light-footed snaps on the inside, and he's only needing a 2.65 to move up into first. Currently held by Matt Boyle, so surfer in white doing a pretty good job. He 3.4, that was on the left as well, and now we'll see a replay here. What are you expecting? This is going to be probably the best ride of the heat.
Yeah, definitely. That really nice opening. Pretty vertical turn, and then into a couple of combo turns to the inside here. I'll eat my words in saying that the lefts didn't look great. That was a good-looking left. I think that's going to really make it hard for third and fourth at the moment, because they are carrying quite low scores. So 2 minutes to go to try and flip a heat with two low scores is difficult. And not impossible, because it is a short paddle out. Is that the seal again?
Oh, that's a little seal pup out there, having a swim through the lineup. Cool shots from the drones, the Burton Automotive.
I haven't seen a
Pro
seal this far up.
Yeah, that's what Hoyo said. In all his years, he's only ever seen one, and I think that had a little crack at one of his mates or something. But yeah, it's not every day you see seals in the lineup, but beautiful always to have wildlife joining us.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd be feeling if I was in the lineup and saw a seal. I've seen one down on the Central Coast, but yeah, I've seen one in England actually. We had a World Tour heat in England one year, and this big seal popped up next to us.
We don't want to get too close, not because they're aggressive or anything, because their breath stinks.
It does, actually.
1 minute 30 on the clock, and there we are. Tai Chi into the lead, a 4.5. And as we thought, that was the best ride of the heat so far. So it is up to Felix and Ty now to get moving. Felix Burns in the green, needing a 3.38. Ty Coolis needing a 2.78.
Small scores.
Very small scores. And Matt Boyle is holding on a second with a 3.4 and a 1.87. Here goes Ty. Ooh, nice hack to get things going. He comes off the bottom and finds a second turn. And he'll bring this one right through. So
for the link up.
If he gets a bonus on the inside, you would imagine that he's going to get a 2.78, and he does complete onto the sand. 45 seconds to go.
Oh, that's, yeah, good timing. I've never been a judge, but yeah, that was pretty well.
Well, I mean, it's definitely higher than a 2.78. There's no question about that. So Ty Coolis is going to move up in a second here. So Matt Boyle will feel the pressure in these last 30 seconds. Felix Burns, just a little Grom, a local Grom, getting his chance to pull on the Rashi. It's part of the Surfest, such an iconic event. 1985, it kicked off, and the honour roll is just incredible.
37 years.
37 years, every champion imaginable, and Ty's found another one here. 4 seconds to go here.
It's moved into second.
Automotive Pro. Oh, big snap out the back from Taichi Hagita to finish off his heat. So he's going to claim this one, and interested to see if Boyley was up before the hooter.
Yeah,
comes through onto the inside. Has he got a steep section here? He'll get a finishing turn, but he does not complete. And he wasn't needing a huge score either, just a 2.43. Interesting finish here. Let's check this replay from Matt Boyle. I'm trying to see whether he was frustrated or feeling it, but oh, he's really having to work hard here. It's not giving him too much opportunity, excuse me.
Yeah.
Comes off and doesn't get the completion.
Right down to the wire.
Can't really see that troubling the scores. I think you compare that to his 3.4 and it's not close. So it's coming up the beach.
That was a tight heat.
Very close heat in the end. And a real tricky heat. I mean, that's as grindy as they get. You know, you're not really seeing waves stand up out the back and getting, you know, any clue as to what it's going to do.
Yeah, these onshore easterlies, they are always... it's interesting because I think the forecast basically said it was going to be a little bit less windy today, but you just don't know in Newcastle. You do wake up and you just got to... Actually, it's good. Terry McKenna has, he does a forecast every morning online on Instagram, so you don't have to get out of bed. But yeah, it's pretty, it's very variable here. The winds just always, they don't do as they're told. So tight heat there. Heat number 3 in this round of 128 for the men.
Well, there you have it. It's Tai Chi Hagita taking out that last heat over Ty Coulis. Matt Boyle not getting enough. Felix Burns in 4th. We're going to have a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro. Be back in just a moment.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Good morning and thank you for joining us. We're here at Merriweather Beach for the Burton Automotive Pro presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, and out in the water right now, Micah Margison, Shane Holmes, Joshua Levy and Connor Lee. And this is heat number 4 in the round of 28. Fawn Blakey in the commentary booth with the 3-time Surfest champion Beck Woods. Beck, it's been tricky this morning, but definitely opportunities here for surfers. A nice little swell has picked up in the last 24 hours. And after watching that last heat, a tricky, slow one, we're off and running here with Connor. Carving back towards the whitewash. And a great surfer, so cool. He's from just down the beach, Redhead.
Redhead zone. Yeah, there's a lot of locals in this event. It's awesome to see. Joshua Levy, is it Levy? Also is he from Merriweather?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep. He is actually the 2022 club champ.
Competitive club too, so it'd be good to watch him in this heat.
That's right, yeah. No shortage of talent in that club. Far out. The list of names is actually crazy when you go through it. I mean, you go back to the OGs. Oh, we'll come back to that. So we see Josh surfing here. Nice snap off the top. Carves his way through. I think these guys really wanted to get off to a flyer after watching that last heat. They would have seen how tricky it was.
Yeah.
Kind of the secret is just go for everything.
Yeah.
Surf your brains out.
Yeah, it seems like, rolling the dice, and they're all getting busy super quick in this heat, which, I think tactics-wise, you just have to go out there frothing. Funny story here, actually. Micah Margison, son of Brendan Margison, is that right?
That's right, yep. The free surfing legend,
there
icon.
You go. I used to have a poster of Brendan on my wall when I was like 13 from the old Tracks mag. I got a year's subscription to Tracks when I was young, and and then I paddled out at sunset for one of my first surfs there, and was terrified because it was big, and I was on like a longboard type board that I wasn't used to, and Brendan basically, it was probably like 10 foot-ish, and he was surfing it like it was 2 foot and just went up and did the biggest layback I've ever seen. I will never forget it. It was one of those turns, like those iconic turns that you see, and I just thought, that is imprinted in my brain for the rest of my life.
I love that story, because like when you paddle out at sunset for the first time, and you feel that Hawaiian power and you understand just the magnitude of the swell and just how tall it is.
Yeah.
It's such a high wave, and you watch people surfing it, and it doesn't even seem...
No.
It doesn't seem real.
It doesn't. Yeah,
it's comical.
The lifeguards came up to me, and my friend, actually, Sheridan, she was from the Gold Coast, and was like, are you sure you want to go out there? And I was like, yeah, what do you mean? Of course I want to go out there. Like, I was 18, first time there, so yeah, it was pretty intimidating.
Oh, well, let's revisit that story. Right now, we're going to throw down to Tai Chi. How you going there, mate? That was a really tricky heat. Hard to find opportunity to get some turns off.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. Like, I see it on a little bit left at first, then trying to get right, but it was it goes flat everywhere. So then other guy got one left, then score 4 something. I couldn't hear that much in the water, but yeah, could hear the guy got a 4 something on the left, on the right. Then I just moved in and catch a couple waves. I was lucky.
Yeah, well, those lefts that you got, you actually managed to get a couple of really solid backside cracks. That last wave in particular, that must have felt good after paddling around just trying to find anything.
Yeah, I'm not in epoxy on this wave, bounce offboard epoxy. It feels really fast and comfortable on this bumpy wave. So yeah, pretty stoked.
That's good, mate. And I noticed you've been spending a fair bit of time up at Burleigh there. This isn't quite the long, clean point breaks of southern Queensland, but a different challenge and a lot of fun.
I usually surf beach break in Japan. I'm from Japan though, but yeah, I was trying to surf on the beach Miami, Nobis every time before the contest. Yeah, it was fine.
Well, good on you, mate. That was a really strong performance, and I love that you built momentum through that heat. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you. Yeah, 日本で見てくれる皆さんありがとうございます。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Awesome. Thank you, Tochi Hagita, winner of that last heat. It's a tricky one, but fought hard, got the job done, and you'd imagine that this will probably be some of the trickiest conditions we'll see in this event. Forecast looks pretty good, Beck.
Yeah, I think I'm in forecast, I was having a look. And then this morning it was a bit windy, but looks like there's really good waves coming, and I think that's great knowing that in the finals you're gonna be delivered some waves of substance. It always gives you something to look forward to, and if you work hard and grind through these early rounds, you can look forward to some really good waves. And there has been really good waves actually in the last kind of 6 weeks, which has been good because summer was a bit here and there down here. But there's been some really nice waves. Autumn has come finally. That summer was the last few days with the 35, 38 degree days. I was like, I don't know if I can deal with this.
There was no wind. It was all muggy and sticky and greasy, and it was just too much.
A lot.
But things have cooled off a little bit. Autumn starting to just feel itself into the air here, and Micah Margison in this heat is feeling his way as well. 6.17 to get going. That's a good score.
That left looked really nice.
This is a stacked heat, isn't it? I mean, you've got Micah Margison, an Aussie champ, former Aussie champ. You've got Joshua Levy, who's currently the club champion for Merriweather. That's a club, if you want to know how hard it is to win that, you've got Jacko Baker, Ryan Callanan, Morgan Siblick, Jesse Adams, Mitchell Ross, so many great surfers in that club. And here goes Micah again. He's
staying busy.
Yeah, he is staying busy. I think that's the tactic for sure. Just catch as many waves as you can. We saw Pauline meant to do that yesterday.
Yeah.
And if it's good enough for Pauline, it's good enough for me.
Yeah, definitely.
But Micah, he's had a bit of a disappointing run throughout this Aussie leg. He kicked things off down at the wave pool event. It was a QS 1000 in the Urban Surf wave pool, which was so cool. And he made, I think, quarters in that one. Got a 5th place finish, but then it's been sort of tricky. He hasn't really had the results that he's been looking for throughout this regional qualifying series in Australia. So he'll be definitely looking to get a big result here in Newcastle and take a bit of confidence into next year.
Yeah, build that ranking up. I mean, it's seeded, isn't it? So next year, whatever seed you end up, the higher the better always.
Yeah.
So, Shane Holmes, that's a name I recognise from down on the Central Coast.
Well, this is one of the big things. Let's have a look at this 6 from Micah Margison. Got the first tap in, gets a little tail release on that turn, and good carve. So throwing plenty of spray, keeping the board moving. Connor Lee.
So this is why I'm not a judge. I would have given that probably closer to a 7 or a 7.5 in the conditions for today. For Micah. Because, linking those turns together in that succession with that power, I was like, it's pretty tricky out there, guys. We'll put the judges out in a heat, I think.
How many times have people wanted to do that? Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
Josh Levy out there in second with a 4.17 for that left that we saw before. So, yeah, Connor Lee, he's dropped some incredible free surfing clips over the past few years. He doesn't just bank on the surfing, he does a little bit of part-time work as a painter. And not sure if he's still doing that, but I know that he definitely had sort of, picked up the tools and offset, his lifestyle and his love for surfing with a little bit of hard work, picking up the paintbrush, painting houses and whatnot. And Shane Holmes, well, if you want to talk about gritty, blue-collar, working-class heroes, you can't do better than the concreter Shane Holmes from North Shelley Board Riders. Always a massive standout in the big teams events. And a guy who, experienced competitors really watch closely. They are terrified. I remember when he came second to, I think it was Taj Burrow in Karamas at a QS 1000 over there.
Yeah.
And, Taj didn't really know who Shane was at the time. And I think Shane might have even taken out Parko in that event.
Oh, right.
And, Taj met Shane in the final and was just like, I did not take that heat lightly. He might not have known much about him, but he knew he was a powerful force.
Yeah.
And you don't make the final of any QS unless you know what you're doing. So this guy has been around for a little while. Actually, one of the great things about this three-tiered system, the QS not just forcing you to pack your bags, get 9 credit cards and go travelling around the world for non-stop for an entire year if dreams of making it. With this regional series now, you can get guys like Shane who are world-class surfers taking a bit of time off work and coming to throw their hat in the ring and maybe, get some extra prize money and possibly even qualify for the Challenger Series, which would be amazing.
Yeah, I think of all of the positives, I think, as we see Shane taking off here on a nice looking left. He's got some power, hey?
He's a powerful unit.
I think, exactly on point there, because it is expensive. Like, I remember doing both tours, like QS and CT, and I think I worked it out to be like 50 grand. So, and you're doing your tax and you're sitting there and you're working it all out in your head and you're like, it's a big commitment. That was back in the day. So to have these regional events and this pathway, it's awesome. And also, like, I think seeing someone like Callum Robson in that last event in Portugal, I can't believe that weight he got. I can't stop talking about it.
Oh, my goodness.
I was like watching him, I was like, don't paddle for that. So don't paddle for that.
Yeah, I mean, it was less wave and more like just a big old slab of concrete. Shane Holmes probably would have been the only other bloke who could have pulled it off. And here goes Connor Lee's found a beautiful one here, and this is rapid-fire surfing, massive tail blast.
Oh my gosh.
On the inside. Connor Lee here has put himself right into the mix of this heat. Beautiful surfing. What I love about that ride back is the speed. Really maintains it right throughout this one.
And just so fluent, like the fluency between, there's not that like large amount of Huntington hops. He's really, put a good wave together with this last huge blast their fins out. So I mean, tricky conditions today. I really like his transitional turns. I think in waves like today, my first instinct would be to just try and get as much speed as possible, and there'd be a lot of bouncing going on, which I hate for myself, but didn't see any bouncing there from Connor at all. He's like, very fluent surfer.
Yeah, it was a standout junior for years, and his old man Justin, a great surfer as well. So Connor Lee gets a 5.83.
Straight up into second with that one.
Straight into second. Judges loving, as you say, that speedy, rapid-fire flow of Connor. And, to get really zappy surfing going on in these sorts of conditions, it does stand out.
Yeah, you definitely, as soon as he was up, you could see that, he's got a solid bottom turn take too, which is nice. Nice to see. As I said, like watching it from like a full contest this week is going to be really exciting. Because you do see snippets. I saw you guys up at Cabarita there, and, image-wise, it looked so pretty. It was nice to watch. I wish I could have just sat there all day and watched the whole day. But I think regionally allowing guys like Shane Holmes to step into, take a little bit of time off, like you said, and sorry, things falling down behind us. But regionally, it opens up more opportunity, I think, and gives takes away that privilege aspect of the sport, which can sometimes happen. where certain surfers will be given a fair bit of money, and sometimes it can be a little bit who you know in certain industries, but it's really taken it back to grassroots level, and you can get, you know, anyone qualifying. You know, pure talent, like the cream always rises, and I think that's why I do love watching surf heats continuously.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, there has been no shortage of Kickstarters funding these regional QS campaigns. That's as grassroots as you can get, getting your community to, you know, do raffles or offer prizes. Here goes Holmesy, just caught behind, but yeah, there is no greater grassroots effort. And I know that Jacko Baker had one cranking for a little while. Callum Robson did one, and you know, he was able to actually repay the community during those North Coast floods by donating his prize money from, you know, one of his first couple of CTs back to the community.
What a legend.
And that's just, you know, to me that is, I don't know, that's just the true spirit of, you know, what this regional Q can do. It really brings a community energy to, you know, the campaigns of these competitors, which is fantastic.
Yeah, he got a second at Bells, didn't he?
He did. He got a second at Bells, but I think, you know, the highlight of his career is going to be that 10 in Portugal. That's a life-changing wave.
That's amazing.
Yeah, anyone with a social media account knows the name Callum Robson now. It was just so thick, so heavy.
Yeah, I thought he should get 10K. That was my call. I was like, yeah, the Yeti's good, but give him 10K as well.
10K for a 10. That's hectic. Here's Micah Margison. And as he found something on the inside, he just loses his balance, overcooks that one a little bit. This is Surfest. What an event. One of the real prestige events on the Australian surfing calendar, been going since 1985, 37 years. It's a great honour for me to be sitting next to a three-time champion. Beck, I was actually up here. I've seen you win a couple of those events with my own eyes.
There you go.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
It's gone back a while. No, it was great. I think just being able to come up the coast, see the Kiwi surfer there on screen. Ricardo, I think coming up the coast and just having your family and, you know, your friends around to be able to support you. When you're overseas, you don't get that all the time. You know, you'll come out from heats and you win and you'll like high-five one person. You'll be like, oh, well, I won. That's great. But, yeah, having it up the road here, really, like, it's awesome. It's nice to be able to drive to an event and not have to fly, you know, halfway across the world. Because sometimes you do fly to events and it's 2 foot and onshore.
Oh, and just losing first heat, it just must be such...
It's devastating. Yeah, you just go and sit. I used to go and just sit in the shower for a bit and be like, okay, I'm just going to have a little bit of sook here for a few hours. And
all that money, all that effort, you get over there, it's onshore, you lose first heat. You just... I don't know how you have the resolve to not chuck it in, but, you know, that's how it was. It's not like that anymore.
Yeah.
Just on Ricardo Christie, that shot we saw of him getting ready, the Kiwi surfers, you know, it's not just their last opportunity to try and crack into that Challenger Series top 7. They've got the added pressure of having to keep an eye on their Olympic qualification, because I think Billy and Kihu have already qualified for the New Zealand Olympic team, but there's one more spot available.
Right.
And so where they finish in the, you know, in terms of the ratings is going to have a huge impact on who qualifies. So I know that Corbin Hutchins is in the running, Ricardo Christie is in the running, Elliot Parada Reid is probably in the running.
Yeah.
It's a huge, you know, extra bit of pressure, an extra bit of weight that they're considering in their run throughout this Burton Automotive Pro. So just keep that in mind when you're watching Ricardo surf. He's been to the elite level. He knows how to soak up the pressure.
Yeah.
He's a big moment performer.
He had some amazing
It's going to
heats.
be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, the Olympic qualification adds an extra level of, just a little bit of pressure there, but also, like you said, he's a very experienced competitor. But his heats, like when he surfed that year on the World Tour, his heat scores were like, he was getting 16s and killing it, but unfortunately just every kind of second he was getting pipped by the big names, and it's hard to get in when you don't have a great ranking. But we see Conestana nice right here again, throwing fin.
Wow, really gets the tail release there. And he's just staying so busy on these waves. I mean, he is hunting and really, you know, just driving through sections. And I think that, even though it looks onshore and kind of dismal in terms of the weather, it's actually the water's so warm. You can be really loose out here. You don't have to sort of warm your body into it at all, as we see now. Josh Levy, who got off to a flyer, he's feeling pretty pumped.
Yeah, he's happy with that one.
In front of his home crowd, so he really wants to put on a good show here, Josh.
Does have a 4.17, so he doesn't need too much. A 4.84. I didn't see the start of that wave. Tricky out there, but yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for third and fourth with Connor's last wave. So we'll see how that plays into the last 5 minutes of this heat.
Josh, I believe he represents Japan and Australia, like Connor O'Leary.
So I wonder in that regard, again, with Olympic qualification, whether he would be looking for a spot regarding...
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll check in with him later on. If you would imagine he's going to bank a score here on the back of that last wave. He was feeling it.
And I heard that there is some complexity that we see. Connor has gone into the lead with that last right, but a good-looking wave here.
Oh, wow. That was a big, powerful first turn from Micah Marges, and he really wants to put a stamp on this thing. I think he's had a gut full of leaving events early. This is his last chance this year to put a big result on the board. And he's already got a 6.17. I would imagine that there's 4 points just in that first turn. He really committed to the rail. Pushed it right through, got that bit of release. It was a pretty spectacular turn, but I love this surfing here from Connor Lee. Look at this. He's just staying busy. You can see how the wave sort of chops. It stands up, it goes flat, but when that section presented itself, the big tail release, and that's going to bank some points.
Yeah, just seeing this, the flow through that, I think he might have been sitting. Do you think he was sitting a bit further south there, up towards the point a little bit more? Nice body surfing there. Here we see a replay. Oh, nice backhand slash there from surfer in white. 2 turns out the back.
We missed that, so you can see why Josh was really feeling it. We sort of joined about here, and we were thinking, okay, he's picked one off, and he's got some work done on the inside, but when he hits the sand,
he did well.
You see he's just pumped.
Wave
and then this turn. Here. Oh, what did you like? What did you think about that?
It was good. The tail slide, and then again, not holding back at all, even with a competitor there. You've got to do these things when you're in a heat. So this is going to be an interesting exchange because they all did get, link turns all the way through to the inside and super fluent, super strong surfing. So it's going to be, we've seen a bit of a change, but we're still waiting for a wave for Micah to come through. I think there we go. It's come through as a 4.83, so he's gone back into the lead. He needed to get that in that, the pivotal 2 minutes 45 left, so he's done well to go into the lead there.
Well, Holmesy, let's see what he can do. Off the bottom, throws a nice big backside hanger. Will he get a bonus? No, he doesn't look happy at all. Very
frustrated
contrasting body language to Josh's, but there's a real battle happening here for second and third. I think that Connor Lee has been really zippy. He's looked impressive, but Josh, he's been good too, hasn't he? And I love that he's got the fight. He's got a bit of mongrel in this heat. You can see he's fighting for it.
He's got the priority, so looks like he's going to move a little bit further north away from Connor in the green, which is probably smart. I mean, only needing a 5. It's very close between those two. A minute 54 to go. See, I'm getting nervous again. This is why I can't watch surfing anymore.
You've picked a great job for it.
Getting anxious, but good. Good wave selection, good flow for all of these guys. Just to select, after we saw that the heat previous to this one, they were struggling a bit, but these guys have all found, their momentum. And I think that's important in conditions like today. If you sit for too long, which is what I did yesterday, you're just waiting for the perfect wave, and there's not many perfect waves out there.
You'll be waiting till this afternoon, maybe even until tomorrow. I mean, you've really got to work hard. You've got to make your own opportunities in this sort of lineup. Micah Margeson, just you can see, these guys are heavy hitters. They're experienced competitors. Micah's been on the QS for a while, so he knows how to surf these. Wow, that was a beautiful turn from Connor Lee. Is he going to get a link up? He doesn't, so just the one crack. Do you see that going north of a 4.93?
I don't, but again, not a judge, should never be a judge. But yeah, Connor, I really like, he's got such a nice, his timing is everything, but just even on his previous wave to that one, his link turns, really, really important in waves like this. But
oh, this is a big wave. Oh, beautiful hack from Josh. And that was a good money turn. He's looking for a pretty solid score. He's really working this one over. He's going to come through into the shore. He gets the finish. Oh, this is tricky. A 5-point ride. He's looking at the watch, 15 seconds.
End of the heat.
And this is huge. I mean, he really worked that wave over. There was definitely that one nice tail stomp right in the middle. Has he done enough to overtake Connor Lee here, though? Oh, it's going to be right there. Far out. What a finish to the heat. His body language, he didn't give himself the big pump up like he did last time. Maybe the wave just wasn't big enough.
Yeah, it's hard to see. We see the replay here, which is good. We've got opening carve. I just don't know. This second turn was awesome. Nice little almost layback, but huge amount of sprays he's thrown. But I don't know. I don't know if, in comparison to his last wave, what do you think?
I don't know if it's going to get there, actually. A 5. Connor Lee was just so fast. Really explosive out of the top, added a lot of flair. I think he might hang on. And it looks like it is official. So Micah Margison taking that one out. Connor Lee holding on to second. Just Josh Levy putting in a huge performance, but just missing out. And Shane Holmes in fourth. We're going to take a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro. We'll be back in just a moment with Ronnie and Mitch in the booth.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Burton Automotive Pro, part of Surfest 2023, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And we're getting stuck into it now. This opening round, Heat 5 hitting the lineup, the round of 128, 25-minute exchanges. And you're looking for a top 2 finish to stay alive in the mix in this important final QS event for the region of 5,000. We've got a good lineup here. We've got Jack Reagan out there in the green, Ash Jenner's in the white, Tane Dobbin is in the blue, and Ricardo Christie is out there in the red. Ronnie Blakey with Mitchell Ross, a local boy and former QS warrior.
Oh, yeah.
Now coaching some of the world's best on the championship tour. Good to see you, Rossi. Thanks for having me.
Always welcome, mate. Always welcome in these parts. Stoked to be down here, though. Couple of waves. This is what we're used to at Merida, southerly.
Yeah, it's kind of giving all the competitors a whole lot of opportunities out there. You know, not world-class conditions, obviously, but still, you're just thankful for the opportunity to ride multiple waves and maybe let go of some big individual turns. Here goes Dobbin.
It feels like, yeah, like as I mentioned real briefly, like it's a southerly. Here we are at the Newcastle event. Every year we generally get a southerly buster. And it came a couple of days ago. Yeah, and as you said, it definitely sort of, I think a lot of the competitors enjoy conditions like this because they get a lot of opportunity. You know, sometimes when it's offshore and perfect, there might not be quite as many waves as, the conditions we're seeing today. So, yeah, a lot of opportunity for the surfers to, throw a heap of crap at the wall and hopefully something sticks.
Yeah, hopefully they can polish something up. Here we go. Surfer in white, this is Ash Jenner. Good little compact style as he drives up into the lip, swings that tail free and just loses it on trying to add some extras down the line. But early stages here, and there's been a couple of low-scoring heats throughout the morning. The first one kicked off with some really quality surfing from Brent Dorrington and Elliot Parada-Reed. So, you know, the good numbers are out there. Obviously, you've really got to make the most of the steep sections on that outside before it does kind of move into that deeper water and maybe links through to the inside section.
Yeah, we're surfing a bit of a sandbar at the moment here at Merrither. As you're aware, there's a rock shelf. There's a couple of rock shelves, but today, well, actually for the last few months, it's been full of sand. So just like last year, in fact, we're sort of surfing a bank down the beach a little bit. It's kind of a bank that's always there. It's probably not premium Merriweather. Premium Merriweather's to the right of the screen right there. There's some reef breaks. But yeah, today just a beach break peak, a couple of lefts, a couple of rights. That swell definitely hanging around. Bit bigger yesterday, but sort of calmed down a little bit more today, Ron.
Yeah, it has. And yeah, as a result, I think we're seeing a couple more decent-looking rides for the competitors. Tactically, Mitch, I mean, you've surfed a lot of big QS events yourself and coached at the elite level, but for you, like going out there today with 4 surfers in the lineup, you know, you're probably not thinking of playing the patience game when you got that priority, but you do want to make it count for something.
Yeah, I think the general rule is like when you've got priority, sit and wait, and sort of under priority, you know, get a little bit busy and maybe sort of keep out of the way of the surfers that have got a priority ahead of yours. I don't know. As you can see, it's a real open playing field, so it's pretty sexy to a lot of these competitors because you can sort of hide away and then maybe when you've got priority, sort of get in the pack and sort of, you know,
limit opportunities for other people.
Exactly.
Is it you know, a day where the surfers are really thinking like just one big explosive turn could be a 6 or a 7?
Yeah, absolutely. It's even from the top down to the bottom nowadays. I think, I don't know, even a few years ago, it felt like sort of one big manoeuvre wasn't rewarded that high, but I don't know. Haleiwa, Dane Reynolds, Griffin Colapinto, it's sort of a couple of big manoeuvres there. One manoeuvre waves has sort of, I don't know, carried on.
And the trend starts at the top, right?
Yep.
It starts on the championship tour and what is happening there kind of trickles down through the ranks. So I just don't think we've seen that big individual turn yet to kind of encourage everyone to go for that one move. It's like if you can link a couple of turns together, of course you're going to try and add the combos, but
it's hard. But, as we see this man in white, he did exactly what you were talking about then. He sort of linked that wave the whole way through. But just like surfing the section in front of you to 100%, sometimes, you know, you see it all the time. You see surfers sort of skimp through a couple of sections just to finish the wave. But so that opening turn wasn't brilliant there from the man in white. Lincoln with it. You never know what happens in these heats too. You know, it's a little bit tricky out there. This wave might end up being a backup score. Nice turn on the inside there. That's Ash Jenner, of course. That'll you referred to as a bit of a sort of nuggety, pockety, solid surfer, the man in white. Now watching red. This is your old mate, Ricardo Christie, Ron.
Yeah, Ricardo, he's been at the CT before. He actually moved away from competitive surfing for a couple of years, but that's the beauty of this regional qualifying series. Someone like Ricardo can basically give themselves another crack at it. And, yeah, good to see him taking on this regional QS. I think he's got some ground to make up, though, if he wants to get himself into that top 7. But he's obviously enjoying his time back in the Jersey. It's been good to see him around the place.
Powerful natural footer. You can see paddling out in the red, currently in 4th spot, waiting for that score to get locked in.
Spoke to Matt Hoy earlier, and he was lucky enough to get an opportunity as a 14-year-old to surf in the very first event here in Newcastle. But what about yourself? You obviously witnessed the event for a number of years before you put the jersey on and paddled out there, but was it something to look forward to each year when everyone came to town?
It was, and yeah, growing up in the area, you don't start at the QS. You know, you start at the Scholastics. There's so many sort of breakaway events from the main blue ribbon event down here in Newcastle. You know, you got Scholastics, you got Pro Juniors, you got regionals that are sort of, you know, a part of this event down here at Merida. But yeah, I surfed in it for years and years. A lot of fun.
Well, 16 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. It was a solid performance from Micah Marguson. Good morning, mate.
How are you?
Going really well, mate. Good to be back in Newcastle again for Surfest.
So good. Well, this is actually my first ever time doing the Surfest, so yeah, pretty excited.
No doubt enjoying your time here in Newcastle though, mate.
Yeah, it's been really good. Been lucky enough to come down a few times this year for the ABB and a couple of other trips, but yeah, I love the place. It's so good.
Mate, how you been travelling on the regional QSs this year?
Yeah, it's been good. I've had a bit of a shocker results-wise, but yeah, kind of just coming into this last event with no expectations and yeah, just having fun. And it was sick having a heat with one of my best mates, Connor Lee, then, and we both got through. So it was he was sitting at the other end of the beach and I was at the other. I was like, I'm not going to sit near you.
Yeah, it's a beauty of these sort of conditions, right? Howling southerly, beach breaks, peaks everywhere. Do you like surfing in events when it's on shore and sort of a bit messy like this?
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't surf at home enough like waves like this. Like, I mean, Cabba kind of gets like it here and there, but when it's pretty onshore, I'm like, I'll just try and find somewhere cleaner. But yeah, it's so fun. At least I'm stoked. This is kind of like the biggest waves we've had for the QS so far this year. And yeah, it's good to have a bit of meat and yeah, be able to do some turns.
We love it, mate. Mate, just talk to us a little bit about the depth. Obviously, you're kind of right there on the front line battling this field to try and get yourself in a position to have a run at the Challenger Series, but you've travelled the world as well. How does the Australia, Oceania region stack up against the rest of the world, you think?
Yeah, well, it's pretty, like, I went to Taiwan at the end of last year and it was so sick. It's crazy, just like even cool having the Japanese over here and the Indonesians and so on. And it's kind of cool. It's like a little bit of a mix-up than just, you know, versing every Australian each heat. But it's so cool, you know, just being able to verse some of your best mates and people from halfway across the globe. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Beautiful, mate. Well, love that performance in the opening round for you, Micah, and all the best as you look to make that big charge from 47th position right up to the top end.
Yeah, I'll do my best, boys.
Good luck, mate. We've, you know, we've seen in this particular event, like last year, we saw surfers, you know, like Nathan Hedge, I believe. He was pretty much out of the sort of the top 10 frame coming into this event, but he got a second and he was knocking on the door. Michael could do the same thing.
Yeah, it's huge. Big points up for grabs. 5,000 points, obviously, for a victory here in this one. But yeah, we'll be really pointing out what the possibilities are for different competitors who are outside that qualification mark at the moment. Obviously, they're going to need those top seeds, the big dogs, to trip up a little bit at some stage to open the door for a massive climb up the ladder. But yeah, we're going to see it. We're going to see some shifting around for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and welcoming a couple of you know surfers that can do damage that don't necessarily need the points. You know, guys like Jackson Baker. You know, there's some big threats that have entered the event. The points don't mean that much to them. Morgan Siblick's another one. As we see the man in white, this is the current heat leader, Ash Jenner. Nice opening turn there, just to try to get a little bit of speed, momentum down the line before, unfortunately, catching a little rail. Quick wave there for Ricardo Christie.
My favourite thing about the working on the qualifying series events is watching the evolution of newcomers to this QS level. And yeah, it's been great to watch throughout the series so far. And again, like someone like Ash Jenner, just improving every time you see him out there. At the moment, counting on a couple of low scoring numbers, but you know they're right in it. You know they've got big futures ahead of them, and yeah, this is where it all begins.
Absolutely. Speaking of the beginning, next heat's a good one. There's a local kid coming up, and he's a star of tomorrow, Ocean Lancaster. Massive event for him. Only 14 years old. Sorry. That's going to be really fun to see him rip into his first QS ever.
You can speak to it, what it's like tackling qualifying series events for the first time, leveling up, if you will, and just taking on surfers that aren't in your age bracket, which is how you kind of do it through the cadet events and the juniors, and then suddenly surfing against real men.
Yeah.
It's a massive jump. But what's it like? Is it intimidating?
Oh, absolutely. I remember when I was a young fella, I surfed against a couple of big names, and you just get so intimidated. But look, I was never at the level of an Ocean Lancaster. As we see, Ricardo just keeping busy on this one. There was a bit of wave there for the Kiwi. But yeah, Ocean, he's going to ruin some dreams. He's an unbelievable surfer. I've said for a few years, I think, out of Newcastle, the two guys that I think will go on to make the championship tour are him and Eden Hassan. I'll stand by it. They're incredible. So I'm really excited to see how Ocean goes and, surf against kids that are going to be double his age.
Yeah, it's a big step up for sure. And then obviously, it's a big thing to compete in front of a hometown crowd as well. How did you deal with that back in the day? Did you relish it?
I didn't like it. No, I didn't like it. I got really nervous. I think I made a lot of mistakes. I was never, look, I had a good time doing the competitions, but I was always really nervous, particularly at home. It wasn't really at home when I was in the event because this is my home here at Merida. It used to be at the main beach, which is like 5 kilometres up the coast, but it made me feel a little bit more comfortable because I wasn't right here. But I don't know, something about surfing in front of, the home break, and that's what Ocean's going to do.
The weight of expectation.
The weight of expectation. But Ocean, he doesn't really have that. He doesn't get threatened or. It's going to be really exciting to watch that next heat as we see the current heat leader. Bit of a flurry of waves there, Ron. Couple of scores on the way. I think Ricardo got a decent number.
He's been the busiest out there, Ash, but still a really low-scoring heat. Like Jack Reagan's in 4th spot, but, with a 3-point ride, he can get himself up into the lead. So it's anybody's heat, this one. Those top 2 spots are anyone's at this stage.
It's just a whole lot of threes at the moment. If you look at the scores, Ricardo owns the best number, a 3.83 in that last. But, sometimes what happens, scores all hang around the same number. And right now, it's the land of the threes. 8.5 minutes to go. Got a left-hander here. That was a bit different. Nice backhand snap. Looking for another, sort of hoping to go vertical, unfortunately. A little lateral.
Well, I think what happens too sometimes on a new day of competition is, the judges are showing restraint in the scoreline. They're encouraging the surfers to give it a little bit more, and quite often it can just be an individual performance or a single turn that sort of shifts the mindset of the entire field going into these opening round heats. Everyone's kind of at the moment, from where I'm sitting, just looking a little reserved in their approach to those opening sections of the wave. They're thinking, okay, most people are progressing, just doing multiple turns and milking it through the shore break and getting a little tap on the shorey. But at some point, someone's going to throw everything at the opening section and drop a 7-point ride, and it'll change I think the attitude of all the surfers in the field. But that hasn't happened just yet.
It can be a little sometimes the surfers overthink it. Surf away from the top to the shoreline might not be the best approach. You can get a huge score in the one section out the back. So, I buy what you're saying, Ron. We just need to see a couple of surfers sort of maybe rip in a little bit more.
Come on, we're putting it out there. We're not even going to wait for an individual to put that performance on the board. We're going to encourage it from right here in the booth. We want that highlight manoeuvre, and every single one of the surfers in the draw is capable of those turns. I think it's tactically you've got to play a smart game. You don't want to throw more risk at sections than you have to progress through these heats. But if a lot of these surfers were free surfing at the moment, their whole attitude towards those opening sections would be completely different.
Yeah.
They'd be pushing it a lot harder, but at the moment it's a measured approach from the entire field. And like I said, I think one turn will change it. Who's going to throw that turn at us? Is anyone in this lineup capable of doing it?
Well, of course. We've got Ricardo's got those turns in his here we go, his repertoire. As we see the goofy footer, that was a nice opening manoeuvre, and that was big too. So 2 solid turns, a little bit bigger than what we've seen over the last few minutes. So that might be a pretty decent score there for Tane.
Here we go. Nice little drift over the foam. So not a lot of pushback on that first section, but he made something of it. But it was the combination of the 2 turns, which I think will see him turn in a pretty decent number here. Ricardo Christie putting a bit more into it. Nice whipping turn, moves a bit of water there. And there's a nice blast. You know, when you reflect on everything we've seen so far today, the best individual turn, you know, it's a toss-up between Elliot Parada-Reed. Nice big forehand hit where he really pushed on the back foot. But for me, it was the backhand blast of Brent Dorrington. Bit of risk. Put, you know, 2/3 of his board out the back of the wave. This wave, I think Ricardo surfs it incredibly well for what it is.
Yeah, pretty average wave, but that sort of that epoxy looked really, really spicy. Didn't look like a shorter board. It kind of had a little bit of length in that board, but yeah, the epoxy just flying through the water.
I think these guys hurt us. I think they put a bit more into these last couple of rides.
That's the biggest
Tane
score.
Dobbin, he's turned in a 4.57. Sorry, Mitch, to get himself into the lead. But Ricardo Christie's got a number on the way too. Only needs a 4.08. I liked just the extra effort in his final move there. It was only like a small section. It laid down a lot, but he bust the fins free as we now see Jack Reagan up.
Yeah, not a great wave there for Jack as he kicks out. A 4.43 for Ricardo. So, as you were saying, Ronnie, 2 of the biggest scores of the heat thus far were registered by Ricardo and Tane. As we see a bit of a set rolling through here. With 4.5 to go, we've got Ricardo and Tane out in front, and Jack and Ash both looking for scores. And slowly but surely, the requirements are getting a little bit higher for those surfers. Jack looking for a 4.34, and Ash Jenner, who's been leading this heat for the majority, is down in 4th. We see Ricardo going big.
Yeah, unfortunately, unable to ride out of that one. But yeah, he is out in front at the moment, and he'll want to push a little harder now, trying to get rid of a 3.83, the Kiwi. Tane Dobbin hanging on to that second spot at the moment. And he's after a 3.69 to jump up into first. Jack Reagan in third after a 4.34. Ash Jenner's got the priority. He's after a 4.58. So have a look at that. The sun breaking through. Grey skies here at Merriweather, day 2 of the event window. Surfest 2023 finally getting underway, although there was a showcase heat yesterday afternoon with a number of surfing icons in the lineup. Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah, Jodie Cooper, and fellow commentator Beck Woods getting out there and finding a couple of nice sections. Geez, they were surfing well. Pam Burridge and Pauline Mensah probably got the best rides out there, but Jodie certainly had some nice big turns as well, as you see there. That's it.
Yeah, a couple of Kiwis. Yep. There's Billy Stearman, Hugh Butler, Saxon Reber, Marlon Harrison. And look at that. The QS crew, Ron.
Mate, they love it. You know, a lot of the surfers too who got dumped off the championship tour after the cut last year. They went back to the Challenger Series, and they just loved the camaraderie between each of the regions. They tried to slot themselves into that. I heard an interview with Ryan Callan at Swell just saying how cool it was, the camaraderie between the Aussie and the Kiwi crew, getting down to support each other, and was trying to slot himself into it, just awkwardly standing on the outside of the circle, trying to find an opening to get in there. But yeah, it's great. You got to back each other on this regional qualifying series too, because it is a grind. There's a lot of surfers battling through it. You got to support each other. You give your mate a leg up if he needs somewhere to stay, and yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, I even spoke to a local yesterday, and he said Willow Hardy is staying with him, and he's got a sort of second dwelling at the back of his house, not charging him, helping him out. Oh, it was really cool. Chris Davis, little shout out, and have taken care of a couple of the pros coming through town. It's all about giving back in our beautiful little sport of surfing. Got a little over a minute to go at the moment as we see Jack Regan looking for a 4.34 here, Ronnie. Kind of slow looking way, but it might double up down the line.
He's done well to gather some speed for this first hit and flows nicely into the float, but he's after a 4.34. You've got to make the comparisons to what we saw from Tane and Ricardo in the last exchange, and it just doesn't feel like that one's going to stack up with those scores. So I think Jack's still going to be chasing that number coming into the final 50 seconds here. Ash Jenner's been sitting out there. He took an opportunity earlier with priority and didn't convert, so he's after a 4.58. He'll need to find some space out there because he's sitting pretty close to Tane Dobbin, who's holding priority, and will look, here he comes now, moving in to control the lineup. 25 seconds to go. And Ricardo Christie should be safe here, whether he hangs on the first spot or gets bumped down in the second. But he's done the work here, the experienced head hanging in there for the victory, it feels like.
And as you said, he needs a big result to get up into the qualifying ranks, and it looks as though the dream's alive for Ricardo, as he will win this one. So a nice heat there from the Kiwi, along with Tane Dobbin. Good surfing, as we see Ricardo, bit of a victory lap here. Big snap.
Yeah, nice stuff from Ricardo, the veteran. Still got it as he finishes this heat off in fine style, progressing through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Back with more from Surfest in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Coffee.
Welcome back to the show. We're loving our time here at Merriweather for the Burton Automotive Pro, this big QS 5000, and you can feel it. You can feel the pressure. There's no doubt. You go out there and stand on the beach amongst those competitors. They know it. They're all playing it. They're all being pretty understated. They're not saying too much, but they're looking at their mates standing next to them thinking, I want to beat you. I want to get that place on that Challenger Series. But what we're seeing here in the round of 128 is some of the lower seeds trying to fight their way to the top end. And we're also seeing some young prodigies who are rising stars, having their first real crack at some of these bigger QS events. Hugh Vaughan, he's out there in the lineup, surfing from down there on the central coast of New South Wales. He's in the white. We've got Connor Lyons in the red. Cale Enfield is surfing in the blue, and the young local boy who Mitch Ross was talking about, touting just moments ago, Ocean Lancaster, is in the green. It's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. We already saw a good score lock in for Huey Vaughan, 4.67 for something that you were talking about earlier. There's one big turn, and yeah, Huey did it. Big score for the one manoeuvre. Look at this, Ron. Have a look at the replay.
Yeah, you know, this is a
thought it could have gone higher.
A kid with a bright future. There's not much of him. He's going to grow a lot more. His surfing's already big, but it's going to get a lot bigger. But he's, you know, well known to even the best surfers in the world already. Huey Vaughan. He's part of the
North Shelley
Stab High event as well. Got the call up to go compete in that and put up a fantastic performance. So he's one of the big name Groms. And then you've got Ocean Lancaster, whose star's really on the rise.
Yeah, a little younger than Huey, but I'm sure they've done a lot of surfing together. As I sort of interrupted you before, from just down the road, you know, at North Shelley is Huey. So Ocean and Huey done a lot of surfing over the last few years. So a good number there for the man in white, and waiting for a few other scores to get locked in as we look at the replay here for Connor Lyons.
Yeah, Connor Lyons just whipping it up there. A couple of decent turns from him, but just a 4 is the result. So the best score still belongs to Huey Vaughan. Then we had this one for Cale Enfield.
It's a good heat.
Fantastic heat. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because obviously Ocean, there's a lot of growth left in him physically, but you know, also in his surfing. He's going to evolve a lot over the next few years. But what is it when you're thinking of kind of run the highlighter over certain individuals? What is it about him that sort of sets him aside, that makes you think he's got a great chance one day of getting onto the CT?
He's one of those kids that all the waves come to him. Okay, you know, it reminds me of like an Ace Buchan, or you know, those hot shots that just always in the right spot at the right time. He's like that. He's got a low centre of gravity and he's got a lot of power. He, you know, even for the last few years before he had anything to do with power, when he was just this little grommet, he just put his board in the right sort of spot of every wave he rode. His feel is just really impressive. You know, he just ticks a lot of those sort of simple little boxes.
Is that... Oh, here we go. We might have a wave here for Cale, who had a 3.8 on his last one. There's a nice little whip on what is a pretty flat section, but he's still got some speed to get through to this shore break, and he does well to stamp it nicely there before kicking out. Yeah, it seems that when you're kind of looking to highlight that emerging talent, those young prodigies, the thing that comes up a lot is they have like a really mature, like veteran feel for reading a wave. Mm-hmm. And is that what you're touching on with Ocean? He just like picks a really good line on his walls. And
exactly, yeah. It's a good surfing year for the goofy footer. Ripping this wave. But you know what? Like another guy is Huey too. I think they've got the same sort of instincts. You know, the whole tube riding thing. You can't really. It's real. You know, you see a lot of these guys that sort of born with that sort of powers of a barrel. They know how to find one. I don't know if you saw it, but an Instagram video that Huey put up the other week of dropping into a barrel so late, sort of took off halfway up the face of the waves and found himself in the barrel. It's something that you see Bruce Irons and those sort of guys do.
Yeah, right.
And I don't think you can get taught that.
Yeah, they're sort of. It's like you're watching a mini version of some of those really well-established names, isn't it? When you see a prodigious talent. But Cale Enfield's kind of getting on a bit of a roll here, showing some real flow, great speed. His equipment's looking really sharp, and he's got a 3.8 and a 2.87. I think he might have another score on the way too, with just over 18 minutes to go. Let's check in with one of our favourites. Great to see him back in the jersey. Ricardo Christie, congratulations on the first round win, mate. How are you?
Cheers, brother. Yeah, good, mate. I'm good. Stoked to be here.
Let's talk about this reigniting your competitive fire, because we lost you for a couple of years, mate. We missed you from these events.
Yeah, bro. I just got stuck in New Zealand with COVID and everything going on. And yeah, I got a job.
Love it.
And yeah, bro. So this was just going to be a bit of a challenge for me to get fit again and get back in the water. And yeah, mate, just stoked to be surfing every day and trying to be fit and healthy. And yeah,
sorry,
pretty much it.
What was it that you were doing? Were you selling houses when sort of COVID broke out? Is that what you were doing over there?
Yeah, well, like when I fell off tour, it was for me, it was like, all right, what am I going to do? So I ended up, falling into real estate. Had some friends who kind of mentored me through that, and so I just did that full time for 2 years without even really thinking about it. And then I thought, I kind of miss surfing, so I thought I'd get fit and go surfing again for a little bit and reevaluate.
And what's that big sticker on the top of your nose? What is that one? And I'm sure they're helping you sort of get over here and chasing your dreams again.
Yeah, well, this is actually my friends, a couple of my good friends' company. I was actually rocking it on tour. These shorts, As You Were, it's like a subscription clothing company. My good friend Noah Hickey and his brother's a designer, Sam Hickey. So yeah, mate, just supporting mates. That's what it's all about for me, and yeah.
I love it. And Ricardo, obviously we've been touching on during this heat just the different level that some of the competitors in the field here at the Burton Automotive are at. You've got youngsters like Huey and Ocean who are surfing at the moment out there chasing their first big qualifying series results. And then we've got veterans like yourself putting the jersey on and getting back out here, but you're coming at it from a different perspective, sort of similar to the Nathan Hedge thing where you've got kids, you want to put on a good example for them. Obviously they haven't seen you compete for a while either, but that must be a big inspiration for you.
Yeah, it is for sure. It's so cool to be around all these kids, chasing their dreams. And I know there's a lot of guys with a lot of pressure on them for this event, trying to get into that Challenger Series. So I wish them all well. But yeah, for me, I've actually got my 13-year-old here with me, Milo. We got a camper and we've been tripping up and down the coast, finding waves. And he kind of travelled on tour with me, but he was heaps younger. So it's cool just to see him kind of check everyone out with a bit more age and understanding for what I did for all those years when he was just a grommy.
Oh, that's magic, man. We've been touching on some of the rising talent on the Australian coast, the East Coast in particular, with the two surfers that are out there at the moment. But, I mean, Kihu's on a magic run at the moment, but who are some of the other rising talents from New Zealand that we should be watching out for?
There's a few younger guys that I've had my eyes on, and girls too. Little kid, well, he's not little anymore, Teo Mouldy. He's a really good surfer from Mount Maunganui. Another little Grom, Tyler, from over there. They're a little bit younger. I don't think we'll see them over here for a few years, but trying to just keep in contact with them and make sure that they keep chasing their dreams. There's a chick, Ava Henderson, who's got a lot of talent. She's a girl from Christchurch. But yeah, there's some talent over there. Just yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, the old tour. So yeah, hopefully Surfing New Zealand can kind of help them get over here a bit more and mentor them through this process.
Mate, I haven't been back for a while, but my last trip to New Zealand was so fun, and I was absolutely losing it at just how psyched the NZ surf community is on the tour, on competitive surfing, and I really hope that we can get a QS, regional QS, a bigger one on the schedule over there too, because I know you'd relish the opportunity to compete at home as well.
Yeah, man, it would just be so good for the younger generation coming up, just to see the level of talent that is over here, and to bring them over there would be awesome. We almost had the one in Piha.
Yep.
The Corona Pro, and then it got cancelled.
Oh, man.
Spewing.
We'll get back there, mate. But you want to send a shout out to all your family and friends and supporters back home?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's watching, but
they are, mate.
But,
they're always watching.
But yeah, hey to everyone at home, and support these guys coming up and trying to get into that Challenger Series. A few Kiwis going, so yeah, let's rally behind them.
Absolutely. Good on you, Ricardo. Congratulations on the heat win. Looking forward to chatting again, mate.
Cheers, bro. Later.
What a breath of fresh air.
He's awesome. And again, that's the benefit of the regional QS isn't, something that is just coming the way of the Groms who are getting the opportunity. It's also great for the veterans to test themselves still and maybe have a shot at getting back on the Challenger Series. But I think for the youngsters, serving against competitors that have been to the CT, it's a major test. Like he's got so much competitive experience that if you can overcome someone like Ricardo Christie, you know, it's a massive confidence builder. It's going to teach you a lot surfing against someone like him. So, yeah, it's great to see him in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, heat out there at the moment. It's sort of heating up a little bit. A couple of mistakes from the man in blue. I thought he was in a position to get some big scores on the board, but falling on the last manoeuvre kind of cost him. As we look at the replay, this first turn's pretty solid. Or the second one, sorry. Nice smack there. And the goofy footer links it through the inside and gets rewarded with another section, but unfortunately goes down. So much speed through this dead section here. It looks like it's going to be hard to sort of make that inside connection, but it was easy as that. Unfortunately goes down. That was going to be a pretty decent number there.
Yeah, Kale's kind of hanging on with the two mid-range threes, but the danger men for him out there at the moment are Huey and Connor. They don't need a whole lot. Ocean's got a bit more work to do, but it's one of those situations where anyone could be progressing out of this heat. It's certainly not a lock for anyone at this stage of the game. Just over 10.5 minutes to go. And let's see if the youngsters, the real Groms in the field here, can get themselves into the top two. It's going to be fun to watch. But we do want to send some shout-outs to the companies backing Surfest this year. Burton Automotive, of course, are right behind it as we see Huey looking to get himself into the lead here after a 2.33. There's some of that placement and timing and variation that's kind of, it seems, beyond his years. There's not much of Huey. He's kind of a small Grom. 16 years of age.
Yep.
I think turning 17 this year, but hey, he just put that wave together so beautifully. And with his timing, he moved a lot of water and mixed things up on every approach to the lip there.
Yeah, checking out the replay. First turn was solid. So much spray at the back, and this carve is just textbook. And the final little smack off the top. So each manoeuvre was kind of different to the last, as we see Ocean also getting a wave. So nice little exchange there from the two younger surfers in the heat. Ocean tried to get a bit of a inside connection.
That's a spark in his serving. I mean, that wave gave him nothing, but I just love the ability to spring up onto the foam, as we see, on the outside, really leaning into it. So he got the work done on the outside, and he might get a decent score here.
I think he waited for maybe like 10 minutes for this wave. He had priority for a long time, and you could see that's what he was waiting for. I'm sure he's been down here all morning and eyeing off sort of that right-hand bank, and yeah, a great exchange there. I think some big scores. That might even be the best two scores of the heat. I know Ocean was looking for a 4.41, as you can see. So that will put him up in a second. And Huey Vaughan, well, he's going to go to the lead. We're still waiting for that score to get locked in. But it's going to be a doozy. And now we're watching the current heat leader, who might need this score to count. And there you go. He's also got a big number on the screen. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that'll be Kale's best for sure. Really nice combo. Didn't have to ride it. Didn't milk that one through to the shore break. The two big sections stood up for him on the outside, and he's going to get a good score. But Huey Vaughan has just dropped to 6.67 and deserved every single part of that score, because it was great variation, you know, and at no point did it look like he was kind of grovelling his way through the ride, just linking it through to the inside beautifully.
A local surfer who'll be out there next. He's from Redhead, Phoenix. Good little goofy footer. Get low there, Ron.
Yep. Lower than I've been in the last, 15 years.
Yeah, local surfer from, say, maybe 15 minutes down the coast. As we see the man in fourth, using priority. Good looking ride here. Had some great heats up at Cabba. Looking for an inside connection. Hasn't really got a major manoeuvre done on this one. Looking for a bit of speed through this inside section and put a bit into that final manoeuvre. Unfortunately, not riding it out. Was looking for a 5.54 prior to that wave, because some scores have been locked in, and it was a big score for the man in blue.
Yeah, it was 5.73. So Kale's really kind of consolidating that second position at the moment. Ocean got his best score, 4.53. So he's right in striking distance of that second position at this stage of the game. you know, Connor's probably got the advantage of just having that, being a bit more mature and having that extra power and physicality that he can throw into his moves. But his wave selection's been on the nose. Just hasn't been able to connect with the wall that's serving up the kind of push that's allowing him to get that board on rail. So as a result, he finds himself well outside that top two in fourth position at the moment. He's after a 5.54 to get up into second. It's a big score to be chasing.
Yeah, pretty decent number today. Anything sort of over a 4 is going to require a couple of decent turns. As we see the man in white racing out for that next heat.
Yeah, Adrian Kovacek. And we'll see how he fares. But we did want to mention our sponsors, Burton Automotive. They are the title sponsor for Surfest this year. Destination New South Wales. Really happy to welcome everyone here to Merewether once again, spectators and competitors. The City of Newcastle, right behind this contest. Reflections Holiday Parks, they're our presenting sponsor for the men's event. And speaking in colour, the presenting sponsor for the Women's Pro in 2023. But it's a huge mix of local businesses that get together and chip in to make this contest happen. Thank you for your support. And I know the competitors are thrilled to be back here at Merewether to finish off this regional qualifying series as we see a replay of Huey.
Yeah, the current heat leader. Nice first manoeuvre, coupled with a nice bang on the inside.
Oh, we're already seeing him, you know, another big growth spurt. I think even since the first QS, it looks like he's grown a couple of inches. So I think Huey his surfing's just going to get stronger and stronger in the next year. He already has that impeccable form and the amazing read on these waves, and the bigger he gets, and you know, I think the harder he'll be to stop.
Yeah, for sure. As he fills out a little bit more, some power. He's got a little bit of John about him, a little bit of... It reminds me of a couple of the best surfers in the world. It's like he's just copied a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then he's his own sort of unique style.
So he's got a healthy lead out here at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a couple of points on the field. 6.67, 4.67. Cale Enfield's just been hanging on to his place in the top two since the opening exchange here. But it's not out of reach still for Ocean and Connor. We'll see what they can do here. They're both after 5-point rides. So let's see if they can turn it.
As we see a couple of waves roll through there, unridden in pro at the moment. It is the man holding down second spot, the goofy footer. The lone goofy footer, Cale Enfield.
It's not really, you know, it's a day for surf competition, not necessarily a beach day for spectators. A little overcast, a little grey, but you know, the last couple of years I've been here, Mitch, have been loving checking out the ocean pools, the baths along the coastal walks here in Newcastle. Awesome to check out some of the biggest ocean pools in the world.
We've got one just down the maybe 100 metres down the coast at Merewether. It's a beautiful one. Then we've got the one in at Newcastle, which is massive.
I love the bogey hole.
The bogey hole.
The convict-built bogey hole. It's kind of exposed.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there, and when the swell gets big, waves crash into the pool. But that's a really cool little spot to check out if you're ever here in Newcastle as well. 1819 it was built.
Wow.
As we see, Huey Vaughan here starting to just push things a little. He wants to get rid of a 4.67. That one was a little flat, and it didn't work out for him. Ocean Lancaster going after that second position, maybe even the lead here. Needs a 5.01, and the wave just faded in the deep water on him. 2.5 minutes to go. We'll see if he can get another shot at it.
He stayed in another steep section. The first turn was good, but yeah, the wave just went to sleep. As we see Cale finish on the inside, we missed that wave. So interested to see what happens here and see if he can consolidate that second place at the moment. We've got 2 minutes remaining, a little over 2 minutes remaining. And waiting for a score for blue, score for green. And Looks like Connor is still out there with priority, looking for a 5.54. A little bit of an upset if he was to go down in this one. The oldest of the 4 competitors. Been around a while, Connor, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get another opportunity to swing for the fences to move up into first or second spot. Let's have a look at this wave, the natural footer, up around the Sunshine Coast area.
Minute and a half to go here. Time running out. So, yeah, time is kind of getting the better of Connor Lyons and Ocean Lancaster here. Huey Vaughan, for me, has done enough to progress through. I don't see him getting knocked out of the top 2. It's going to take something exceptional, as we see Connor Lyons drifting that tail. He has to push it. He's going to hang on to the move, but he's going to ride out of it on his bum. And incomplete. That one, you'd say. So he's still after a 5.9.
Yeah, a little sort of disappointing performance there for Connor. He's still got 45 seconds to try to pluck something out of the air, but I doubt that he'll find something on the way out. It's that kind of bank that you have to be out the back. There's no sort of waves that you can pick off on the sort of wave back out.
Yeah, there's not that in between. There's not really a reform with any kind of scoring opportunity, is there? The shore break's really difficult to negotiate. As we see now, Cale Enfield going for the rotation. Loses his footing though. 20 seconds to go. And can Connor and Ocean save themselves here in the final 10 seconds? Are they going to get a shot? Huey Vaughan, job done for him. Kale will be feeling a little anxious, but it looks like time's going to get the better of the man in green and the surfer in red. And they're going to be bundled out of the draw here in the opening round. Heartbreak. But for Huey Vaughan and Cale Enfield, feels like they're going to survive this opening round and charge on through. So we're going to take a quick break here. We've got more big heats coming your way. We're going to bring in Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy to call the action right after this.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back. This is the Burton Automotive Pro as part of Surfest here at Merriweather Beach, Newcastle. And the swell's picked up. It's a little bit choppy, a little bit onshore, but plenty of amazing surfing going down this morning. Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, Vaughan.
For another day, mate. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, mate.
And we're into it. Action. Zane Assink, here we go. The Sunny Coast surfer getting a couple of nice rapid-fire turns to kick things off. Oh, he loses it. That's a bummer. Because any opportunity to get speed and
do a turn,
fire off a couple of turns, and you're kind of looking good.
I said that to the boys down there just then. Like, if you see a section, you got to have to hit it hard to get your score. There's not many out there.
Well, Beck and I were talking this morning about, what's a good strategy when it's so choppy and wind blown and all over the place. Gets the fins out over the back. Bit of flair here from Zano.
That would have been a good score without that last slip up.
Surely, the strategy is just surf your brains out. Catch as many waves as you can.
Yeah, just hope for the best, really. Don't sit out there and wait for a good one because you could wait the whole heat.
They all look awful. But that's the funny thing on days like today. You know, if you get the right headspace before you paddle out and you just go, you know what, I'll just catch everything. And any section is a bonus then. So we're seeing here, this is Tako Kovacic. He's a bit of a wild man, this guy. He's remember when the big dead man sessions were happening in on the northern beaches of Sydney, those big ECLs, and this guy's from Bronte.
Yeah, Bronte pig. I just had a chat to him in there. He said I was at Boxer's wedding with him. He was classy. When I remember me, I said, oh, yeah.
Well, Ado, he paddled out to this wave called, I think it's at Waverley Cemetery. It's called Semos.
Oh.
On that day, surfed it by himself, had a chopper fly over. And we'll stick here with the surfer in blue, Arch Whiteman from North Ave. You would have been mates and surfed against his old man at different points throughout your career.
Dino.
And you can see here, this is Adrian. Tako is his name. But yeah, he paddled out, had choppers come to find him and snapped his board and got rolled around and, put on this one-man solo session off Semos there at Bronte. And
wow.
Crazy session. Yeah, unbelievable stuff. So he's a unit. He's a wild man.
100%. That's crazy.
Yeah, and the Bronte crew will be watching on.
The
Jeez,
pigs.
there's good surfers from Bronte, eh?
Yeah.
Who are your favourites?
Rod Kerr.
Of course. Of course.
Dribbles. No, there was a heat, mate, and they keep producing them these days too.
Did the box ever take a CT? He did, didn't he? He took one.
No.
No, never.
No.
Final though.
Yeah, in the Gunston.
Gunston against Gerlach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got engaged that night.
Did he? How'd that work out?
Not so well.
20 minutes to go. So
he's happily married now, though, Box. Congratulations.
Yeah, I saw just recently.
Yeah, it was a classic wedding. It was epic. That's what we were talking about before. It was all time. It was a huge catch-up with everyone. It was a beautiful day. It was epic.
The other surfer in this heat, we haven't mentioned him yet. He hasn't caught a wave, but that's Phoenix Vischer from down at Redhead. Saw some good clips on his gram, getting drained in the Mentawis.
Yeah. Fishy's old man actually saved my tattooist. Paddled him in when he got bitten by the shark. Lenny, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's Fisher's old man, yeah.
You see there was a seal lurking around
Yeah,
on the lineup this morning.
I've never... Like I said, one of the boys got bit by a seal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
They've started turning on us, mate.
Yeah.
They have started turning off. I saw there was I don't know, some sort of viral clip of a little pup seal in Africa just started mauling people on this beach, chasing them everywhere. It wasn't that funny, but it was kind of classic. So here goes Vish now. Nice little upside down turn there. Hoyo, and I heard you saying to Ronnie this morning, you know, it's so good to see such a big local turnout. Not just from Newey, but, you know, all the surrounding region.
Yeah.
Sunny Coast has just been churning out so much talent for a long time. Look at this, gets the fins free into a reverse. Zane Assing.
And is that onto the rocks right there? Is he going right into the rocks?
Wow, that was a cool turn.
Yeah, mate. I think it's the biggest showing we've had for years in the event, which is good. Look, it is the rocks. I thought he was onto the rocks there. That was right onto the shelf. They're pretty much covered by sand at the moment, but they're still there lurking. A bit lower tide. Tides are so big too.
Yeah.
1.97 high and a 0.2 low, I think. So
Kind of catch you off guard too. If you're not used to surfing here, you might go, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just surf this left right over here, and next thing you're getting dry docked.
You're on the shelf. You see it at the end of this wave.
So this is Zane. He does a bit of part-time surf coaching up there. He's on the sharp eyes, as you can see, and gets the board up and over. How many Groms do you reckon have hit those sharp eyes since, Philippe and Jack Robbo started excelling?
Everyone. Everyone's had a go.
Morgie's on him.
Yeah.
Morgan Siblick, he would have been interested to see the whole schedule for the Challenger Series released last night by the WSL. 6 events, starting 2 events here in Australia. So
6 events.
6 events, mate.
That's ruthless.
It's pretty good. I feel like a shorter tour in a more condensed window, it just keeps your interest up. When we had that 4-event series in 2021.
Yeah, yeah.
It was unreal. You just were going, you could keep up to date with who was doing what.
Yeah.
And even back-to-back comps is unreal because
back-to-back comps.
If you lose early, you can kind of fix your mistakes. And
yeah, back-to-back is way better.
And build momentum too.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Keep
pretty
on a
interesting.
roll.
Bit of a bummer there's no Hawaii in there, but...
Exactly. Have you got it there?
Yeah, we got it. Let's have a look at it. It kicks off in...
Snapper.
That'll be the Boost Mobile. Then we go to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. That's at Narrabeen. Good to see. Northie back on the calendar.
Wow, that's a great...
Well, you go from a really high-performance right straight into a high-performance left. So that's going to be all time. And here goes Adrian again, the Bronte.
He's got a good-looking wave here.
Oh, what about that for a little bit of rail commitment? Just draws it through the slop. And you can do that. If you commit to the rail and you've got your momentum, you can fully pull it through just about anything. I mean, you were the absolute master of that.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you second-guess yourself, oh, he's on the breadies too. Jeez, he's keeping it old school. This fella.
Doing laps. Love the run around. Good old school run around.
So on the Brett Warners representing...
oh, he's on the Warners.
Bronte Beach.
Warner ready yet?
And here we go. Crack out the back. Arch Whiteman. Just the one turn. Twin brother Van, they've been dropping some pretty major clips the last couple of years.
Have they?
Couple from Indo, but they did one of those classic sort of pilgrimages into the Aussie desert.
Oh, lovely.
Like a Hugh and Bruce Surfing World Special.
Lovely.
And, mate,
Nothing
they
better.
got pitted. Oh, they got some vision.
As you do.
I just love it when, you know, you're an up-and-coming, you know, competitive talent, but you still have the need, the calling to just pack the car and take
Go
off.
on a surf trip.
Yeah.
Especially there. That's a proper surf trip.
It's
well, that, you know, proper. You're in for it. You're not just staying in hotels and drinking lattes.
Oh, yeah, mate. No, you're doing it legit when you're packing the 4B. And,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Making sure you've got 4 jerry cans of fuel and a couple of
spare tyres.
Spare tyres in the water and hitting the desert. You ever get on one of those, the desert trips?
We drove from here to Kalbarri and then back through South Oz.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were telling me
Mate,
it's a lot longer than you think.
Oh, it's a lot longer than you think. And we had nothing. No spare jerry cans, no spare tyres, 2 tanks of petrol.
People must have been losing it when you were stopping for fuel.
Yeah, you had to stop every stop. If you did, or you didn't make it. It was gnarly.
That sounds like the most
heavy.
anxiety-riddled road trip of all time.
Yeah, it pretty much was. It was sick, though. We had a hell time.
So following Narrabeen, we hit Bolito, which, you know...
one-off, too.
Yeah, you know, it's just a one-off in Africa, but Bolito is diamonds or
rough,
coal. It's just one or the other, but, geez, there've been some good surf comps
Pretty
over
much
there.
like here.
Yeah. Zane's having a good heat here, Hoy. He's really found
nice,
a lot of tail release, and he's really just looking zippy. Doesn't look bogged down at all. He's really feeling out this wobbly lineup, Merriweather Beach. But yeah, Bolito. So you've got a world-class right, a world-class left, and then a pretty punchy and on its day, you know.
Yeah,
mad setup at Bolito. Then you go to the US Open, which is just the carnival. I mean, it's got to be done. It's part of the whole circus, and
it's got to be done.
It's always been there, and it's always been classic and far out, man. I mean, some of the most iconic moments in pro surfing history have gone down there. Karananoki heats, for example. Bo Emerton beating Kelly Slater.
Yep.
That was a big one.
Huge
in the final over there. Were you there for that?
I would have been, but I wouldn't have been at the beach.
And then after the US Open, we go to Portugal, Ericeira, which is kind of like a Belsy looking point.
Belsy gets really good, that wave on its day. It's just got to have the right direction, right tides. It gets sick. I remember back in the day we used to go there. It was pumped.
I don't think we've seen it in the last few years without a good sort of 4 to 6 foot on it. So it's been pretty fun.
It's a hard one to read, but
yeah.
But I've seen it really perfect. Going past the rocks in the middle too. Sanded up, it must have been.
Well, my highlights from that comp are the Callan and requalification year against and the Medina final where they really sort of ignited their rivalry.
Yeah.
And Arcal giving it to Gabby on that occasion.
Yeah.
And then they surfed, I think they surfed a European CT final about a month later. So they really went at it. And just a priority usage here and nice off the top from Phoenix. He'll be loving the experience here, wouldn't he, Hoy? I mean, I heard you talking to Ronnie about pulling on that Surfest Rashi for the first time when you come from the local area. Just, it's something that you've always dreamed of when you're a Grom growing up in this region.
Oh, for sure. It's a huge event. Like I said, it was one of the biggest events in the world at that stage. So it was
the richest.
Yeah, it was the richest.
Yeah.
It was crazy. For, I think 3 years running. So it was just, everyone was here. It was just a good, good to see all the pros in town and see how they see how good you are too at the level that they're at. And like, whoa, I've got to step my game up here. These guys are a lot better than I am. But it's so good for the experience for everyone to get involved.
Yeah, well, Phoenix, we saw Ocean in that last
Yeah.
heat. There's a bunch of Groms who are really getting their first taste of a big, highly rated big star Kiwi. And they'll find out pretty quick what the standard's like.
That's right.
Phoenix keeping in touch here though. 2.57 and 1.6. He just hasn't really found a wave to let loose on. At the moment, Zane Assing from the sunny coast, 4.83 and a 4.17. Archie Whiteman, that big backside snap, not quite cracking the fours, but close. And Adrian Kovacic out there in...
I thought those two hacks he might have got a boost.
Yeah, well, maybe just
a bit flat.
Well, there has been a lot of like really nice, smooth linking surfing, but the judges haven't really been giving it much love.
They're rewarding that huge move, aren't they?
The big explosive manoeuvre. Yeah.
Even if it's one. In that first set, it was one turn and he got a 6.9 maybe, 6.8.
So how's this though for this is heavy. I mean, you think it's hard to qualify at Haleiwa. The last Challenger Series event is going to be the Sakurima Pro in Rio.
Oh wow!
I mean, imagine what you're going to be coming up with in that event.
That's
Not just the froth of the Brazilian Storm, but the hometown crowd going loony.
Yeah.
Wow, but I do like, mate.
That could be dangerous.
That's all over by mid-October. So you're really condensing that window. You're able to get momentum, use momentum. I just think it's
Is Haleiwa going to be on the CT? Triple crowning back?
I saw a story about what was going on there, but I can't remember it. I'm going to have to go find it.
That's a bit of a bummer it's not on there.
Yeah.
To finish.
Well, France also hasn't hosted an event for a little while now, so
yeah, that's a bummer as well.
We'll get onto that. But here goes Ado again, the taco, and Arch Whiteman. So holding down second, Arch at the moment.
Pretty low scoring heat. The tide's just running out too, so I think it's going to improve during the afternoon. It sort of smooths it out a bit when the tide drops.
Here goes Phoenix, looking for a section, bashes it off the top. That's nice.
One turn. He needs to get one where he can throw a couple of turns in.
He's trying to link this up. Right through, and no, nothing there. It might have been in his interest to really attack it a bit harder.
Yeah.
Kind of looking for a completion and hoping for a second section, but I think when it stands up, you've got to go hard. You can't leave anything in the tank. Still, good turn.
Good turn, just nothing after it.
Yeah, Arch Whiteman from North Avalon, former event winner, has come from Avalon. Mike
Milsey, that's back in the day. There's a blast from the past.
Triple Crown champion.
Yep, crazy.
And
charged.
I was there that year. Were you there when he won the Triple Crown at Pipe, but he won the World Cup at Sunset? He might still be the last Goofy to win it.
Really?
Oh, it's been a long time since a Goof has won at Sunset.
Well, they don't surf the same sections anymore. That's why. They don't get the opportunity to Goofy footers.
Have you been firing up about how Sunset is surfed?
Well,
because there's been a big old.
I agree.
It's almost like a petition coming through from
There
him.
should be.
Gary Elkerton.
Well, so there should. I reckon all our good old boys. I agree with them.
Here we go. Heat leader, Zane Asink. Nice speedy float.
Just quick in and out. It's been pretty slow in this heat. Not even over a 5, which is a bit weird. There's other heats. Here he goes again. The Bronte Pig.
Oh!
That's what you like. That's what they've been judging. One big turn like that.
That's a classic Bronte turn.
Isn't it? It looks a bit like Bronte Reef. It's probably exactly the same looking Bronte Reef today. John's will be out there with all the pigs.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that Newcastle's finest had moved down to Bronte.
Fitting right in. Yeah, that's all. It'd probably look exactly the same, actually. It's the same sort of setup.
Favourite Bronte surfers, Tommy Whitaker. He would have hit that end section in a similar fashion. Luke Hitchings.
Yep.
Shmoo.
Yeah.
R.I.P. the great Shmoo. But, really fast, powerful surfers who love a big closeout to crack.
Yeah. You have to.
Yeah, indeed.
The reef's not the best wave in the world, although they'll claim it is.
Do they still play Frocker down there? They used to have this annual game of soccer in dresses. It was Frocker.
Isn't it Australia Day, isn't it?
Yeah, it was one of the big social events on the Bronte Board Riders calendar, I believe.
Of course it was. The best.
I think one of different surf companies throughout the years, but particularly in the late 80s, early 90s, used to do the best fashion shoots. Hot Tuna, Quicksilver, you were in a few of those, but what about the Headworks fashion shoots with Box just looking steamy?
Oh, classic.
They get a smoke machine and have smoky stuff all around him, his long hair hanging down. Oh, I love the Box. He's such a legend. 6 minutes. This one's really
flown by,
hasn't it? Yeah, and it looks like
you got a 4 there.
Kovacic getting it done there, a 4-point ride. And what did he learn from those early waves was that he just had no sting. He was putting it together beautifully, but kind of figured it out, didn't he? He was like, all right, if we're going to start cracking lips for scores, then let's bring it on. And he really punched that last section for a spectacular move. So Arch Whiteman with work to do. Needs a 3.01. And Phoenix Vischer out there in the green. And here goes Surfer in Blue. Archie throws it up. A little bit wobbly coming out of that one. Oh, it's a tricky wave. There's so much lump through the face. And now Phoenix slices off the top. Is this thing going to stand up for him? Oh, it's nice.
2 nice turns. Only needing a 4.07.
He's showing the kind of form that hints at good things, though, isn't it? It's I love that really live wire, rapid fire turn.
Young.
It's amazing how much an experience like this can just. I guess it, like you said, it gives you something to shoot for. You realise that the standard is high, even in this sort of junky surf. It might feel like a bit of a crapshoot, but you see what Zane has been able to do out there, and he'll watch this heat, the replay, and go, oh, okay, all right, so I've got to step it up.
For sure. You've got to step it up. It's not a club round. It's not a little QS. This is the biggest QS there is in Australia. So you've got to step it up. No matter what.
Arch Whiteman not really improving on his position there. I'd like to know, Hoy, do you remember Rommel's win at Surfest?
No.
Oh, well, what are your favourite wins here? What are the contests that you remember most? I remember an epic final between Julian Wilson and Ryan Callanan. That was just a dead heat, I think.
Yeah, it was a dead heat, yeah.
That was all time. And wow, look at this. The Taco has put one together here, and this is a good power surf.
Come back and this, it just falls off at the end, but that's going to better his 2.9, so he's going to maybe go to the lead.
He needs a 5 to get into the lead. I reckon there might be 5 points on that first turn.
That's good. Just fall in that last one. Yeah, that was a sick final, Ryan, and Ryan should have won, if you ask me, but I'm a bit biased, of course.
But Julian does live in Newcastle. Does he get the local status yet?
Hope not.
I think he's surfing in this event.
Is
So,
he?
but yeah, it'll be good to see Julian back in the Rashi.
Wow.
I actually hung out with him on the weekend. He was a guest of honour at the Coffs Harbour Board Riders Club Challenge.
Oh, yeah.
And surfed a couple of heats against him, actually.
Wow, how'd you go?
Yeah, let's just say, as a pro surfer, I make a pretty good commentator.
You do all right, Blakey. Don't worry about that.
Well,
I've seen it.
It was crazy, I hadn't seen Joycey surf for quite a while, and I was going, I wonder how he's going, and he did about a 9-foot air on this 2-foot mushy wave. I was like, oh my god, good surfers are always good surfers.
Yeah, true.
But I just wonder how sharp you keep your blade once you've been out of the game for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't care how I surf anymore. Really, I just go surfing for the enjoyment. That's
I was talking to Simon Anderson about this. Only a few years ago. We'll stick with the action here because we could see some big and important scores, but no opportunity there. Simon Anderson was saying to me, I was saying, how's you going? Have you been surfing much? How are you going in the water? And he goes, Vaughan, I've reduced my surfing to 3 things. Bottom turn, tube ride, cut back.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, on me too.
Why bother with anything else?
Well, that's right. That's all that surfing is anyway, isn't it, for me? That's all I can do.
Yeah, the
Classic.
great Simon.
I can imagine Simon saying exactly like that too. Dry as.
Oh, just, nothing flashy.
No.
The laybacks are gone.
Yeah.
The vertical off the lips, done with that.
Yeah.
Just get in the tube, do a cutty.
Yeah.
Bottom turn.
bottom
I
turn.
like that the bottom turn's still there. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the thrust is.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
Yeah. Bottom turn into the tube, come out and do a cutback.
Perfect.
Yes. Tick, tick, tick.
1 minute. Oh, it's not that hard, is it? It's like you ruin your surfing life by trying to do anything more than that.
True.
1 minute to go here, and Zane Assink has had a really nice heat. He's just put it together beautifully. I feel like he got out there with a really good strategy on his shoulders, 10
waves surfed.
10 waves surfed, which you and I
said
called
that.
it right at the start. I was like, if you're going to paddle out in these heats, don't let yourself get frustrated. Just surf yourself into rhythm. And I really like that he was able to just mix it up a little bit, get some tail blows, a couple of nice little floaters. Adrian, on the other hand, has just brought the power game. A couple of big snaps. Didn't quite get the 5, but almost there. 4.5 for the backside whack.
Yeah, it doesn't fall, you reckon, he gets the 5.
Yeah, and Arch Whiteman now looking for a 4.6, 20 seconds to go. Phoenix Fisher, he'll be stoked for this experience. Nothing better than pulling on a rash in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, they're all down there too. There's a good lot of supporters down there cheering the boys on. It's epic.
And it looks like we might have a late paddle here. Oh, there's a little bit of conjecture, but yep, he will have.
Oh, well, ruthlessness is good.
Yeah.
You've got to do it.
Well, in this sort of conditions, that's why they used to call it the grind. And the taco's frothing.
Sick.
Well played, sir. Yep, and it looks like Zane and Adrian are going to push on through here. Arch Whiteman and Phoenix Fisher, unfortunately, will be eliminated. So let's take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro, part of the Surfest. We'll be back in just a moment.
Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with a word you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Baby, foolish, but igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro here at Merriweather Beach, presented by Reflections Holidays Parks, and it's been a nice morning. Yesterday was dead flat. It was just lapping the shore, not much there, like a thirsty greyhound, wasn't it?
Yeah, real thirsty.
And we've had the southerly kick in. It's incredible how quickly the surf picked up. It was 3-4 footers out there yesterday afternoon. As the
Good yesterday
tide
afternoon.
It did look fun. Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy in the commentary box. So we bring you into heat number 8, the round of 28, round 1 here at Surfest.
Beautiful Merriweather. Look at that.
Man, oh man.
Where would you rather be?
It's just Surf City, Newcastle. It's such a fantastic joint. So many beaches, so many options. Surfest used to be at Main Beach. That was fun.
Yep.
But it's awesome to have it back down here at Merriweather. Kind of like the spiritual home, isn't it?
It's the premier spot.
It is the spot.
Just ask us.
Any famous houses up there on the hill? Any celebrities living up there? Wow, up and over for here for a good start for Luke Brumby. North Shore Board Riders representative, so another sunny coast surfer. And we saw, who was that? Zane Assing from the sunny coast as well. So a real push coming out of that region at the moment. And, you know, Sophie McCulloch was probably the big story from the sunny coast last year. That was amazing, you know, seeing her qualify by winning. She had to win, and she did win at Haleiwa. And Brumby, look, he's taken Zane's approach. Just stay busy, get out there and just catch waves. A couple of nice little backside snaps. Who else?
Where are they from up there? Coolum?
I believe.
Different spots.
Brumby, I'm not sure. Where's that? That's kind of just a little bit north of Alexander Headland, I believe.
I get confused up there.
Yeah, me too. The beaches kind of all blend into one if you're a blow-in.
Well, and you don't like and they're a big distance apart. Alex to Noosa is like a long way, and there's all little nooks and crannies the whole way.
Well, Tim Bain's out there. He's from Noosa, so he's been one of their sort of club men for a long time now. But North Shore, they have just, you know, since they won the ABB, they won the Usher Cup earlier this year. Yeah. They've gone so mad in the last couple of years on the back of, you know, former Surfest champion Shane Bevan.
Yeah.
You know, sort of being at the helm up there.
Just getting them psyched up.
Yep, the Reginato brothers are from representing North Shore as well, so it's a really strong club. And yeah, Brumby, another guy from that region. Also out here, Samuel Bissinger and Ken Watanabe. Ken's a familiar name. He's been around for a little while. I remember him surfing in the World Juniors a few years back and actually made a final of the HIC at Sunset.
Really?
Ian Walsh and Jack Robbo, and I think Billy Kemper was in that one too. So, you know, a bit of an experienced QS head here and part of the Japanese contingent that are in this event. Already had a win this morning.
I was going to ask that. Can other competitors from other countries compete in our regional
I think
tour?
they can. I'm not sure whether they qualify for points.
Oh,
Sarah Baum won the Tweed Coast Pro but didn't get any points for it.
What do you mean? She's been here for how long?
You check the names of the winners there on the side of the scalp, you can see what our list.
Okay, so in fact, the Asian Australasian. So there are points.
Yeah, there are. So, but Sarah Bourne, but she's lived here for ages.
But she's South African, so that's not part of our region, and because she.
Does she have to go back to South Africa to qualify?
Well, South Africa only had one event in their regional qualifier, so apparently she got the wild card to represent South Africa.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, well earned though. She's won the Tweed Coast Pro. She deserves to be there.
Yeah, and she's done well here.
But yeah, Ken Watanabe. There's another Ken Watanabe, isn't there, from your era? Vaguely remember him.
Really?
Yeah, a bit of a legend from Miyazaki, and owns the surf shop up that way.
Really?
Yeah, almost positive.
It might be junior.
It could be.
Yeah.
Did you ever think about calling Tex or Axel Matthew?
No chance. It's like the American thing to do, isn't it? It might be right there, though. Another one. Weird. There's no way. Matthew. No, thank you.
So, Sammy Bissinger from out
Matthew
here.
Junior.
Well, he's from Frenchman's Board Riders.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, good value, the Frenchman's boys. They always have an annual single fin comp out there. It's so good.
Who's from Frenchies? Is that Froggy?
Yeah, Froggy, yeah.
Yep. Dan Frodgen, I remember he was really, one of those Groms who competed in that Hicho, Aussie Ride.
Yeah.
Sort of
that was a competitive
Nathan
bunch,
Webster,
yeah.
Chris Davidson era.
They were a competitive bunch, weren't they?
Oh, that was a pretty powerful force. That was kind of the last big Sydney push, in terms of having multiple qualifiers for the CT. I think Nudes, Richie Lovett,
That's nice.
Davo. Yeah, it was a good finish here. That was
A
Brumby.
couple of nice turns and then good through the tail right at the end.
Yeah, but it has been.
That was that Pro Junior thing too helped in Australia, I reckon. That whole, they started in 1990 maybe, 91. Was it?
Yeah,
92 maybe.
You would remember there was only really the one premier junior event in the world, and that was the HB O&E Pro Junior.
Yeah.
And that was, you had
Triple J was on too. They had.
Yeah.
Pro Junior.
But then you had Slater, Dorian, Machado. Every big name would come out to surf in that one junior event. It was the world title.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, the junior series kicked off on the back of that.
Junior series was epic when it first started.
Yeah, insane money.
Yeah,
And,
it was.
Yeah,
it was $5,000 a win, maybe.
It got up to 8.
I think I was the first year. It was $5,000 a win.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And there was like 5 comps too. It was sick and good waves too. It was epic.
Well, I mean, the
Maybe
first
not have been
generation.
5. It can't have been 5, could it? Might have been though. I'm pretty sure.
By the time that Mick and Joel and Hedgie and those crew were onto it, it was $8,000 for a win.
Yeah, well, it might have been 5 when it first started. Because there was, I think there was 5. I won it the first year it was on, and I made just as much money on that as I did doing the tour.
Wow,
it was crazy.
Yeah, that was the big boom, and that's really what allowed your Joels, your Micks, your Dingos to just ditch everything and go surfing full time.
And it was a big boom in surfing too, I suppose, around then too.
Yeah, it was so strong. And, this is what this 3-tiered CT Challenger Series, regional qualifying series has been designed to do, is to allow, grommets to not just sort of come off being the big fish in the little pond, get onto the QS and just get absolutely walloped by journeymen. You kind of you get a chance to pull on the rashy against big names now in these 5,000s, 3,000s. A perfect example is just recently we saw Glenn Micro Hall surfing heats against, Ocean Lancaster and Sweet Coast Pro. Josh Kerr made it through a lot of heats, and crew were having, he's been retired for a few years. Yeah. And everyone's paddling out going, oh, my God, this guy, a CT-level surfer, pretty much stays at that level for a long, long time.
And especially Josh, he's riding the 20s. He's flying around. He's surfing as good as he's ever surfed, probably.
Well, let's join Zane Assink, who won that last heat. G'day, Zane. How are you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Just got through a kind of scrappy heat, but... it feels good to finally get the ball rolling a bit because I've had some shockers this series, but I think it's time to give it a good crack.
Good on you, mate. It's Hoyo and I were talking about it. Looked like the strategy was just get out there and surf your brains out, try and get as many waves as possible. Is that your game plan?
Yeah, it was. It was just to go out and sit off to the left a little bit, off to the north, and it paid off. But I feel like I got a little bit rushed. I could have been a bit more patient and kind of started going for airs and stuff. And I don't know. I'm happy to get through, but I can be a little bit more patient, I think.
Mate, the Sunny Coast is just so powerful. So many good surfers coming out of there. The club scene is really firing. What is it?
Yeah.
What's happening up there? How come you guys are flaring so hard?
I don't know. We kind of just grind away. The waves are always pretty bad, so we just kind of, you just have to go out, whatever it's like, and just grind away and just keep chipping away at it.
Yeah, I would imagine that a lot of crew turn up to a day like today, and it's sort of hard to find motivation. You're like, what? It's over knee high. Let's go.
It's pumping.
Yeah. That's awesome, mate. Well, listen, have a great event. Awesome to see you just, find beautiful rhythm out there, and it was good to see that tail flare and that whippiness, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Cheers, appreciate that heaps. Thank you.
On your Zane. Yeah, good performance there from Zane, and as you say, well, as he said, Hoy, you know, when you're from the sunny coast, any wave is a good wave.
Exactly. But then you get pumping waves too.
It fires up there.
Yeah, it's just in the in-between, the interim between the good and the bad.
And here we are. This is Bassinger just off the bottom.
Straight down. He's had a couple of same sort of waves, low scoring heat for him. Low scoring heat for everyone really so far.
Do you remember, boy,
changing at the time?
when Ock was on the comeback, he made the final of the Pipe Masters against Kelly Slater, his first, you know, legit CT event since sort of disappearing off the scene. I think the only thing he'd done before then was the Billabong Challenge up in the northwest. And everyone was like, hey, you're back, man. You should go in a few events. They gave him a wild card. This is Mark Occhilupo. And I remember his first QE when he was like, right, okay, I'm ready. I'm going back on the queue. It was at Point Cartwright.
Yeah, right.
Sunny Coast, you know.
Is that long ago?
Cyclone Swell Point, yeah. And he rode a fluo orange Dahlberg, and he ripped the absolute lid off the joint.
It was pumping too.
Yeah, and that was his first pro win in a long, long time, and it set him up for that world title run.
4X Pro.
That's it.
Loose as. That's why he did so well.
So yeah, but the surf was pumping.
Yeah, it was pumping.
And that little zone is incredible. And I actually was up there for either Cyclone Betsy or Roger. Mate, there was some waves going off up there that looked like pipeline.
Yeah,
proper. Yeah.
I saw actually some good photos of lefts somewhere. Crazy.
Yeah,
lefts.
That's it's a secret spot. I won't say where it is, but it's not too far from Point Cartwright.
Yeah, right.
And look at this. You know, surf fans, they'll take any chance they can to get down here. He's got the Florence jersey on. I hope he wasn't too disappointed when Morgs wiped the floor with JJF. That
two in a row.
That epic.
Giving it away. What a classic.
I mean, I was down on the beach, like in amongst it. The crowd, the Merriweather board riders had pitched down here just at the base of the footpath. And the energy for Ryan and Morgan's heats was
crazy.
Off the charts. And Jacko was a wild card in that one. And man, oh man, when he got John, it felt like grand final day. It felt like, you know, that atmosphere, a full footy crowd atmosphere.
Yeah, perfect. Newey, mate, Newey. What we do. Oh, that was so good to have the CT here. It was a bit of a bummer that it was that little space in the CT time when they were giving 9.5s for air reverses on flat waves. But you know what I mean? Because there was pumping waves that whole weekend, and they were going left off the ladies and getting huge scores. It was a bit of a weird scene, or a bit of a weird period, I reckon, for that.
Look at this, big cheers.
But it was sick. It was so good to have it here in Newey and have a CT back in town.
And this is the crew. They've been
out of the wind. Yeah,
all
boys.
morning, out of the wind. There's Reginato, obviously. Back in the sunny coast is in. He's got a dog in this fight. North Shore board riders, Luke Brumby, fellow club man, and Timmy Bain out there from the sunny coast as well. Samuel Bissinger from Frenchman's board riders, and Ken Watanabe. I don't even know if he's out there.
Is he? I haven't even seen. We can't find him. No show.
So it's Brumby who's found...
Bainey hasn't even ridden a wave either. White hasn't even taken off. 9 minutes left.
Yeah,
Have they missed waves? What's going on?
No, mate, I think it's just sort of backed off a little bit. Looks like the wind's actually backed off a little bit too.
Well, it's supposed to today.
And here goes Brumby again
what's
off
he
the
got
bottom.
here?
Speedy up and over and just overdoes it there.
Too much whip off the board then. Put him over the front of the board a bit too much.
Yeah, that is funny what you say. You know, judging, the criteria hasn't changed.
No.
But interpretations of the criteria definitely
100%
evolve over time. And it's funny, Italo, you know, he surfed out of his skin. He got to within a heat of the world title and barely got into the excellent, couldn't crack the excellent scores much at all last year.
No, and this year. A couple of heats I watched, maybe Bell last year. Hey, he was surfing as good. Anyone they were just down scoring. I was like, whoa. Righto,
It's
you've
hard,
had
though.
your run, mate. Like, it was weird.
The
to
judges,
watch.
the judges are consistent.
Yeah,
They back whatever they're liking,
Yeah.
but it's just been really hard for Italo, and I was really enjoying Make or Break, that, the
Yeah.
new series
Is
on
it good? I haven't watched any.
Apple TV. It's
Yeah,
incredible.
yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. You get such a good insight into the personalities, where they came from, what motivates them.
It's good.
It's real.
Good. They haven't done that ever.
But
really.
Italo is just saying in that series, I just can't find the joy. I'm so angry. I'm so frustrated. I know I'm surfing good. And,
Well,
he goes, when I was surfing for that year of the world title, everything I did was just pure fun, pure expression.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, I reckon. He's lost the fun.
And Fanning makes a good point in that series too, where he says, if you win the world title and you go a couple of years without winning it again, you feel like you're failing.
Yeah.
And that gets into your blood. That gets into your cells. That's like, man, what is going wrong with me, rather than just enjoying the moment.
Yeah. As I was doing before. Because the lead up, the what do you call it? The come down's not as good as the lead up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you're on the roll and you're building.
Everything's good.
I mean, you won 3 CTs in your career. So Reunion Island, Portugal, and Bells. And then,
Don't forget that one, mate.
Oh, as if you can forget that one. Iconic. But here we are. This is Bainey.
Oh, this is his
Snaps off
first
the top.
wave.
It is. Yeah, he's really waited a long time. And
Well, he's waited. This is worth the wait, maybe. Hit it. Yep. Oh, that's not
nice.
bad. Good
Gets
ending.
the completion.
Wow, he's waited a long time though. That's 19 minutes for that wave, and there's plenty of waves. It's not like there's.
But what I was
got
going to ask you,
opportunities
mate,
out there.
yeah, I mean, that was it's a pretty odd strategy to be out there just waiting for something that's going to be better than something else. Like,
Set on days like today.
you could be paddling into a chip shot that just hits the bank perfect on the inside, and I mean, I saw Pauline meant to do that all day yesterday. It was amazing.
Yeah.
And here goes, nice little snap to slide.
What did he do?
So this is Sammy, mate. It's so good to see all these Groms getting out there. I just love the fact that sometimes they surprise you.
Yeah, for sure.
There was the Grommet, the pastry chef who made the final here once.
Pastry chef?
Yeah, there was a local guy who was a pastry chef, made the final one year.
Really? I don't know. Pastry chef?
Yeah, he was pretty sure he was riding PDs at the time. Yeah, I'll have to go back through my memory
Me
books.
too. Pastry chef on PD, I should know.
He was a baker. And he went in the event.
Jackson baker?
Not a
No.
Jackson baker, but...
Not a
No,
pie
he went in
eater.
the event as
Pie
like,
cooker.
just like Sam or one of these local Groms, got all the way to the final. It was big and stormy at Main Beach.
I don't know.
Trying to remember, but I'll come back to you on that one.
Yeah, right.
And this was a good little first turn.
Oh, this is that.
Just lost it on the second.
Mate, you can't do that on those sort of waves. That's a score right there. 2 turns like that.
But what I wanted to
Right
ask you,
out of
boy,
that.
we were talking about reaching that flow state, feeling fun. Like, you feel it when you, like, do you know you're on a roll when you're in those events and you're building towards the finals, or do you start slow, or, are you out there in those
Ronnie
events
asked
that
me
you won,
before,
just going, oh, I'm on here?
Well, those days they had it like they do now, just had the quarter semi-final last day. But like those couple of days, it was like, I'm on a roll here. But at the start of the comp, I nearly got beaten by, I should have probably got beaten by, he'll say it, Poncho Sullivan in the 17th round. You could probably, I got a score at the end because I just softed away and got the score, but he probably should have beat me then. The waves were pumping too. Then the next heat, I got on a roll and went, all right, I've got to step up here. And then I sort of got on a roll after that, but you just feel, and then Portugal, I went there, I'd been in London for 10 days or 2 weeks nearly, just having a good time.
It's just checking out the Buckingham Palace,
doing
museums,
doing all that sort of stuff.
Tower of London.
Did everything tourist with the ex, and then I got there and I hadn't surfed for a couple of weeks, so I was just amped to surf, and the waves were fun as, so I was just into surf, and I just kept getting through heats. I just wanted to surf. That sort of got on a roll there, but different. Wasn't thinking about competing, just wanted to be in the water and have a go. And then reunion, I probably got lucky there too.
Oh, you've got to take advantage of those little.
No, everyone would say I got lucky there.
Well, the little calls that go your way, you got to make them count. Like I just saw Katie Simmers scratch through a heat with Sophie McCulloch. She had Katie on toast.
Yeah.
She had priority, and she just got this little chip shot on her last wave, and Soph couldn't get on it.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, she's won the comp. You know, so.
Yeah, it's crazy. You
Yeah.
There's even the judging. Like if you're getting scored, well, you got to roll with that good scoring because you're going to get underscored at one stage, or you're going to think you are always. But you know what
Always.
I mean.
Do you always think you're getting underscored every single heat of your entire career?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Every time except for when I won.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one guy who never gets underscored. Me and Ronnie have these little faux heats sometimes when we surf together, and geez, he gets marked up. We score ourselves, of course.
Yeah.
Bainey. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Bainey's heat. He waited so long for a wave, and you can sense that he's feeling a little bit rushed now.
Yeah.
You know,
well, and he got the highest score in
he did.
heat of the way. Oh, weight of the heat.
It worked
sorry.
kind
Heat
of
the
for him,
way.
but it's still like what he's done is, like, look at him. He's just trying so hard to stay busy. And
he waited 19 minutes.
But, I mean, he'll get probably up into the lead here.
Yeah, I think he will. He waited a long time to start. And everyone else has fallen apart at the end, actually. They started all right.
Especially Ken
The
Watanabe, who didn't even turn up.
Where is he? Did he miss his heat?
He must have.
If he's in, he's paid his money. I hope he's not on the verge of...
Like running it. Did you ever miss a heat?
Yeah, I missed a
I
few.
thought so.
Bad.
Thought you might have.
Yeah, you know I have. I missed one. I missed a couple of important ones too. It was bad. I missed a quarter-final in...
A quarter-final?
Yeah.
Oh, my
In
goodness.
France. Probably could have won the comp.
Sammy, off the bottom. Nice snap here. Oh, this is good. Will he get a second turn? No. Oh, a finishing turn there would have been nice. And this guy, Luke Brumby, is going to stay with this one, 1 minute 40. So just looking at these scores here, Hoy, it's such a low-scoring heat. But Samuel...
Amy's gone back to the lead, got the lead now. I didn't surf a wave for 19 minutes. Now he's in the lead.
I think what happened where he was sort of looking like jittery and amped to just get anything was that he knew he had the highest scoring wave. So it was just like anything.
Yeah,
anything will
just-
do. I'll just get into first and then I'm not at risk really. And Brumby's had a good heat though. I've been impressed with his style.
Just can't find those open faces, can they?
I mean, there is a lot of young talent, emerging talent in these early round heats.
There'd be a lot of water moving too right now with the tide just running out straight off the beach because the beach is pretty like steep at the moment. It's not flat. So there'd be a heap of water going every direction at the moment. So even harder for the competitors.
So Tim Bain, a long, long wait to get going.
Mate.
It was such a, it really was against the grain of what has been getting through heats this morning, but it's worked for him. So he got a 3.63 and a 3. So it hasn't really been a smooth flowing heat for anyone in this one. And but Timmy, you know, as soon as he got the hustle on and got that second wave, he put himself in a pretty good position.
And like you said, he just went, I just need to get another one here. I've got the best scoring wave of the heat, just get another one.
Yeah, and the Sunny Coast crew all together right there where the big board is, the heat draw.
Staying out of the wind.
Staying out of the wind because it's freezing down here for Sunny Coast crew. I mean, it's still board shorts for everyone else, but we've snapped a slide here from Tim Bain, who's taken out this one. Luke Brumby in second, and a good showing here from Samuel. He'll appreciate the experience and come back bigger and better next year. Going to take a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023 and be back with Ronnie Blakey and Beck Woods in the booth.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Surfest 2023 is well and truly alive. We're into the round of 128, into the 9th heat, actually, and it is a stunning lineup. Spencer Kay out there in the red, the young surfer from Victoria. We got Alex McGuffin from West Oz out there in the blue. Corey Taylor from South Oz is out there in the white, and Ryuichi Inoue is out there in the green, representing Japan. Ronnie Blakey alongside a three-time winner here at Surfest, Beck Woods, who also took part in the expression session yesterday. Beck, how was it out there?
I don't know if you'd call it taking part. I did lots of sitting.
Patient, a patient
older,
game.
I just was like, I'm just going to wait for the 9.5. It wasn't a good tactic.
Were you being respectful because you were out there with some of your surfing heroes?
Yeah, I was
just giving them the space.
And here we see a replay. Looks like surfer in green.
Yes.
Got a quick start, nice second blast off the top. Is this from the last heat? This is the.
Yeah, this is the opening exchange, I believe.
We've gotten busy.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. That swell still pushing in with these onshore conditions. Looks kind of fun out there at the moment, actually.
Yeah, it's
little more fun than yesterday afternoon, maybe.
Oh look, I don't think there's any excuse really, is there? I couldn't switch my comp head on, but Pauline definitely smashed us all out of the water. She was frothing. Got surfer in blue, nice bottom turn, snap combo off the top there. Super vertical.
Yeah, this is refreshing to see what the surfer from Margaret River, Alex McGuffin, can get done here, because you give him a follow on Instagram and he's usually pulling into big, throaty desert caves. And here he is in some onshore conditions and letting go of a couple of decent turns too.
Yeah, utilising that Newcastle power, but that was a huge blast off the top, and he backed it up with a nice second crisp, in the pocket turn. So really good to get off to a quick start. I think the last heat might have motivated them a little bit, because it was a little bit slow just watching the end of that one. Lots of threes going down, so looks like the surfer in blue, Alex McGuffin, has started with a very strong score. We'll see what comes through for him.
Yeah, nice exchange to kick this one off. Corey Taylor, he opened up with a 5.67. Ryuichi, he had himself a 4.67. Spencer Kay a 2.67. And yeah, expecting something pretty decent for Alex there. But I've enjoyed picking the brains of Mitchell Ross, former QS campaigner, also doing some coaching and helping Carissa Moore get to a couple of world titles over the last few years, and then Matt Hoy obviously as well. But Beck, you're a certified coach as well. It's always kind of interesting listening to people trying to formulate a game plan for conditions like this in a heat where you've got three other rivals fighting for waves as well. But the conditions almost play into your favour in this instance.
Yeah, I think it's nice to come to a location like this and not have to worry too much about priority, because I think when you've seen the change in the format, when they've gone to 4-person heats with four priority systems, and sometimes I think if I was in priority heats, I'd get in my head too much, and my performances were always better if I could just go out and surf and get that momentum going and, pick your peak and stay away from other competitors and just get the ball rolling. And I think sometimes you see the priority exchange, even at the top level, some people tend to, it's if you're holding priority, it's a stress, but if they're in that second priority position, they're just hungry and hunting for waves. So yeah, it can be a blessing and a curse, but it's good to see, I think analysis-wise, just figuring out what I would do if I was in a 4-man heat with priority system, because we didn't have that. We were like QS warriors who used to just paddle over the top of each other and snake everyone, just go straight out on the hunt. So I think it can be a blessing and a curse, but you can see in the lineup here, there's a couple of surfers who have opted to stay out of that and stay on their own peak, and I think Merriweather's good for that, because there are so many different little rock shelves, and it looks like the beach setup is different depending on what the swell's doing. So see a paddle here from surfer in blue. Nice looking left. Oh.
Yeah, you kicked off with a 5.07, so one of the better numbers to open up a heat that we've seen so far today for Alex there. But, you know, that backup's not really going to do too much for him. He'll head back out. Yeah, I think even though it's onshore, there's definitely some waves that on that outside stand up a little bit more and do find that connection through to the shore break. So, you know, while you don't want to get stuck out there being overly patient, waiting for a wave that might not come, you do have to take a chance on some of these walls as well, as we see Spencer Kay there looking to get things going.
Good opening. Probably one of his scoring waves now when you're seeing that in a replay. Solid off the bottom, off the top combo there, straight, fins free, and draws a second turn, blasts it into that section. So you definitely need to improve on that 2.83. So is Spencer from Janjuk?
He is. Yeah, he had no choice either. His dad's one of the keenest surfers I've ever met. And,
I think you have to be.
He would have been dragging Spencer out of bed as a grommet, just kicking and screaming and throwing him in a wetty and putting him in the lineup down there at Janjuk. But it's
so
paid
many
off.
good waves. Good waves down there. But going down to Bells every year. I used to go out at Janjuk just to try and get the nerves out of the system because surfing at Bells sometimes can be a bit. Look, the bowl's a hard wave. I love Rincon, but the bowl was always hard. But I just go and try and loosen up at Janjuk a bit. But there's so many frothing groms down there, and one of my mates, Amy Stewart, who still lives down there, she was like Juk Queen. She used to rave about it. But I always love Juk. It's a good place in the world. And there's so much talent coming out of that area. So many good waves.
Kind of interesting too, but all the waves down there kind of do have that similar kind of characteristic. I mean, Bells is really unique, but you know, there's that same kind of energy at each of those locations. So, you know, creeping away and finding some space and getting comfortable in that cooler water and getting used to just as I said, those characteristics down there kind of could pay off big time, as we see now. The surfer from Japan.
Yeah, he's staying busy too. We did see a wave from above from that drone image where it looked like blue. It looked like a pretty solid wave too. I don't know if we can get a replay of that one. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that was a huge turn. Combo turn there for surfer in blue. That will be a big score, I would say. We see the Japanese surfer backing up his opening ride there. Looking to link a nice finish turn there for the Japanese surfer. All the way through to the inside there. Yeah,
Ryu's starting to warm up here at the moment, but Alex McGuffin, you'd think, has got a good score on the way. When you look at where these competitors are sitting on the QS ranks, that they've got a lot of ground to make up. Obviously, this being the opening round, the round of 128. You're going to see some of those lower-rated surfers trying to fight their way up the ladder. Spencer Kay, out of the four surfers in this heat, is the highest rated at the moment in 55th position. Had a pretty good run at the Tweed Coast Pro.
Huge score dropping there. For surfer in blue, Alex McGuffin. It was a 6.67 for that two-turn combo backside. It looked really good from the from the drone shot. I was like, oh my gosh, that guy just got the best wave. So nice to see it from the front angle, and fins free.
There was kind of a sleepy period after the first heat of the day. We saw some pretty big turns. Brent Dorrington threw down a big backhand fin drift on a left. But other than that, it kind of turned into a bit of a, talking to Mitch Ross, where he was saying it looked like it was a reserved game plan, a measured approach from the competitors.
Yeah.
And quite often that's the case until someone goes out and puts up a performance that lifts the field.
Yeah.
Alex McGuffin sort of seems to be taking that approach at the moment. He's finding just that big opportunity on the outside, but he's not thinking about safety turning his way through to the beach. He's really throwing a lot at it.
Yeah, and I think if you do come into these, now that this is the highest rated series for Australasia, it's, you got a WA surfer, a South Oz surfer, and a Victorian surfer, which is actually pretty rare, but they're no slouch in waves of consequence as well. So they're going to be very well-rounded surfers. So yeah, you'd always be looking over your shoulder with all of these guys, I would say.
Yeah, this is Corey Taylor from South Oz. He's sitting 129th on the ratings at the moment. And really, I don't know how much experience he's had in these bigger QS events. I know he's tackled the event down at Phillip Island before. But yeah, this is a big opportunity for him to put on a big performance a bit further away from home.
Yeah, and then you've got the Japanese contingent coming in. I was talking to a couple of the competitors and about the co-sanctioned ruling and the co-sanctioned events, and interesting how that all pans out as well, because a few of my old competitive mates were like, you're getting to the pointy end of the stick and you're wanting the Japanese surfers to take some of their close rivals out for them. So it's actually a really good like the way that the regions are working now and it's all linking together. It's something that I think really needed to happen, and it's great to see that it's progressed to that now. Because doing the Pro Junior Series was awesome in Australia. Like we had such a great system to push you into the QS. Like I felt ready when I went to the QS, so it's good to see this whole system is running smoothly now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good to have some of those international competitors. But it was an Aussie boy getting the win in the last heat. Tim Bain joins us now. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate that, guys.
Mate, how was it out there? What were the challenges?
Yeah, it was really challenging out there. I don't think I got my first wave until about 10 minutes to go. Just waited 15 minutes, but I don't know. It's just hard to tell which ones to take off on. They just go into a big gutter, so yeah, it's just getting on the right waves is going to win you the heat.
Mate, whose boards are you riding and what did you opt for today?
I'm on a round tail. It's a Campbell design, Exo Flex. Just a 511. It's been going real good in just smaller, grovelly conditions just like these.
Tim, how have you enjoyed the regional QS this year? Obviously, you guys are firmly fixed on chasing down big results, but do you have a good time along the way, mate?
Yeah, definitely have a good time. I'm travelling with like 3 of my good mates, so yeah, it's been good. It's my first year on the QS, but really enjoying it, yeah.
Talk to us about the adjustment, competing in those pro junior events, those amateur events, and then getting up into these contests where, you're coming up against surfers that have had a few laps around the schedule.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more pressure, but I guess it's got to push you a bit more. Definitely pushes you surfing against the older guys that are surfing really good. So yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot.
Who in your eyes is kind of the benchmark surfer that we haven't yet seen graduate to the Challenger Series that you've sort of thought has the potential to get up there and shake things up?
Oh, there's a few of them. I'm not sure. Maybe some of the boys from down my way, like Cooper Davies and Alistair, they surfing pretty good. So I definitely reckon they have a shot at it.
Mate, you guys have a special charge coming from up there on the coast, and it just seems like all you guys are getting right behind one another and pushing each other on to great things. So it's good to see you part of that crew.
Yeah, cheers for that. Thanks, guys.
And best of luck in the next round. Tim Bain there.
Thank
what a
you.
Performance. Looking strong.
Yeah, always tricky conditions, but he kept his head on. I think to turn a heat with 10 minutes to go, it's always hard to do, but yeah, managed to keep his head on and get a couple of scores and push himself through. So good experience for him.
Most definitely. He goes Spencer Kay. So back in fourth spot at the moment. It's not going to get much out of that wave. But Beck, you know what it's like in those situations. It kind of does sort of come in waves when there's like a group of talented surfers from a part of the coast. They seem to egg each other on to big results and push each other surfing. And coming from the Central Coast, you definitely had that. The Central Coast was so represented on the women's and men's tours when you were competing.
Yeah, for sure. I've got a surfer in white up and riding. He's done his second turn there, a nice open face carve. Looking to link this one through to the inside. But yeah, Corey managing to get a 5, 6, 7 already in this heat, so he's staying busy. But yeah, definitely. I think it's such a big. I saw that Adrian Buchan had. So I've got a surfer in green up and riding. They're staying busy, these guys.
Yeah, Ryu there, just letting a nice slice go, getting a little tangled up in the whitewater there. But Adrian Buchan had a bit of a
event, yeah,
retirement gig.
Yeah, down the other Saturday night, I think it was, down on the coast, and it was good to see that. Like Adrian spent so many years on tour. I think it was like 17 or something.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and like he was a couple of years older than me, but managing to stay on for that amount of time, winning events, he was always grassroots, coming from Avoca, and stayed in and around the area and just inspired a whole generation of people down there. And I think, yeah, like sometimes there's so many surfers that you know, like Maddie Wilco, Glenn Hall, got a replay here of White. A little bit of a flatter section at the start of that wave, but he managed to get through to the inside here and do a nice little snap off the top. So carving finish there for Corey Taylor. But yeah, so much talent. Amy Donahoe, you know, like she was one of my idols and she was on tour. Just a down carb there for the Japanese surfer. That wave was a little, it didn't allow him to do too much, so he's in and out of that one. But yeah, there was a whole contingent of strong surfers, and we all pushed each other, and it was nice to have that kind of support overseas as well. Yeah, as much as we were rivals, we also wanted to see each other do well and represent that area of the coast for sure. So same as Newcastle now, I see the talent pool is just, you know, the depth in and around here from Sydney all the way up. Yeah, all the way up the East Coast, obviously. But yeah, there seems to be a very hungry contingent of Groms coming through.
Yep.
And I just love seeing that. Like, I've seen that the Vaughns are doing really well in these contests. And yeah, I worked with their dad a couple of times up lifeguarding on the northern end of the Central Coast when I was still on tour for my last few years. And they were babies then, but yeah, there was talk amongst the crew of how good his boys were surfing. So to see them come through now, it's just, yeah, it's really exciting. And it's good to see. I think getting this platform in open men's as well and getting the experience, like it would be quite daunting for them to go from juniors to WQS events, but qualifying series and then on to Challenger, like it's a whole stepping stone now. So yeah, really nice to be exposed to that and just the depth of talent that we do have here. It's competitive. 7 spots.
Mate, it's so intense. But, you know, we know that we were well represented with some real performers from this region on the Challenge Series last year, and we had a few surfers finishing in the top 20, which means they've automatically qualified for the Challenges again, which is going to be fun to watch. So that's on the men's side, and on the women's side, it's even tougher. You know, it's limited numbers up for grabs. 4 surfers from our region will qualify, plus a wild card.
Yeah, four spots is yeah. I mean, it's great. You know, the cream generally rises. It's competitive. It pushes the level of surfing too a lot. So yeah, I think it's you know, condensing the field, but yeah, really awesome to see how certain surfers react under pressure and respond under pressure too. Like, I do love that aspect of it. So yeah, I think even I was saying to Vaughnie earlier that Callum Robson at that last event, just under the pump and hadn't had results, and then just to take off on that wave that looked 10. Terrifying. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh no, please don't paddle for that. But yeah, like that, you know, they're make or break moments in people's careers, and yeah, he just performed so well under pressure in that, you know, in that exchange. I just couldn't believe it. It was awesome. So yeah. Yeah, and he's that type of grassroots surfer that you've seen come through this series and kind of negotiated and get crowdfunded and, you know, taken it to the world. So it's really good. I like it.
It's cool. Yeah, the most amazing thing about Callum is he, just like this event, his run on the regional qualifying series was reasonably average until the final event of the QS season. The major, and he had a victory that got him to 10th spot.
Wow.
So he was the last in.
Under pressure.
Ended up making the CT and, you know, almost taking Rookie of the Year honours last season. But he's backed it up. He's in a good position again now, and probably coming into 2 events that I feel really suit him. But I did want to touch on that, you know, like how radical is the cut, but also if you're a rookie, how insanely difficult the first 5 events are to figure out. They're waves that usually take like a few years for rookies to work out. As we see, it is the surfer from South Oz here, Corey Taylor, just throwing everything at that final section. He kind of needed to because he didn't have a whole lot on the outside. But he is in 2nd spot with 5 minutes to go. But yeah, you think about those first events on the CT, it's brutal.
Yeah, we see a replay here of Corey Taylor. He's definitely got board control. That's in these type of conditions, throwing fins like that.
How did he make this section?
No, it wasn't even a wave. He's gotten through all the way to the inside, and unfortunately, I think just a little bit too hard on that. But yeah, technique-wise, really impressive. But yeah, look, Sunset, I would say, is one of the hardest waves that I've ever surfed, because not only is it big and slow, but you're on equipment that's like if you're coming
You're
from
on lumber.
Australia and you're surfing waves like this, I'm basically surfing my dad's board. So it was like you're out there and very unusual experience. But I think, Molly took that out.
Yeah.
I think that's, saying something about how much work she's done in the last year. And, and then, the new crew coming through, Katie Simmons taking out the contest in Portugal. And that looks, Portugal looks hard, looks cold. Looks very cold.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be when it was staged in kind of mid to late October.
Yeah, that's when I was there. So I was looking at them and I'm like, wow, it looks like they've got 7 layers on. But yeah, the guys managing to stay busy in this heat there. It's gone very quickly. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining. We have got the surfer in blue in the lead with that strong 6.67 backside attack and a 5.07 to back it up. So, I mean, two solid scores like that, Ronnie, in these type of conditions, you would expect would serve you well and get you through. But we do have 3.5 minutes left, so let's see how this plays out.
Oh, he might have found another gem here. Alex McGuffin drives up into the section. Nice little hook off the top. Setting up this one. Times it even better and lets go of plenty of water. Oh, a third move. This is going to be a big score. He's going to just boot that 5.07 out of the account and replace it with something a lot more impressive. Might be the best number of the heat.
Yeah, that was very impressive. From a surfer from WA too, he probably loves his reef breaks. There's so many good reef breaks over there, and he's come out here firing, so he's done very well in this heat. A little bit of a catch on that first one, but really made up for it with this second turn. Super high and tight. Straight off the bottom, no bauble, and just, that huge amount of spray. Certainly got a lot of power.
So good when a surfer has the timing and power in their surfing to make something of a relatively flat section. The second turn was money. There's big points in it, but he kind of brought the ride back to life with that final turn. Just resuscitated it, if you will. And moved a lot of water. So I'm expecting a good score for this one. And Alex is going to shore up that first position. And it's going to be the battle for second spot, you'd think, because everyone was kind of chasing him, needing a pretty decent score, something in the 6 to 7 point range. So he's on fire here, Alex, and the numbers rolling through. 6.1, so not his best, but still pretty impressive. And now Corey Taylor's after a 7 just to get to first. Ryuichi is after a 4.14 to get into second place. Spencer Kay's after a 4.81, so it's within reach for third and fourth, but they're after second spot at this stage.
Yeah, interesting now to see where they're sitting in the lineup. You've got, Corey there in the white. He seems to be sitting a little bit further south of the peak. I think if I was in the second spot, I might be coming over to put a little bit of pressure on the others to catch some crappy waves right now. But yeah, the 4.14 and a 4.81, very attainable for both of these surfers in the dying minutes of this heat.
Beck, do you just become a smarter and smarter competitor post-career when you're just watching heats and you start to really identify, having obviously made some mistakes yourself?
Oh, yeah.
You're just picking it apart and going, oh my gosh, get over there.
Yeah.
Come on, you've got to cover these individuals.
I'm like, be straight on them. I think, again, with that priority change, it's like, maybe for Corey, he's staying away from there and trying to build on his 3.13. That might be what's going on in his head right now. But I think, with my old hassle tactics of the no priority system, I'd like to go. Probably I would be straight over there and sitting on red and green. That would be like sitting right next to them and putting pressure on them to lose priority, and then trying to get priority back off them, I think.
Oh, he's found a little bit of room to move here. And he's done so well just to make the connection through to this section. And the wave standing up nicely. You can tell what he's thinking. He's definitely a surfer that I think backs himself above the lip. That one didn't really stand up or ramp up for him. But he sticks with it. This one's winding down. He's going to look out the back in a second and see if anyone's riding a wave. He's taken this one right through to the shore.
Is it the strong heat?
Is it better than a 3.13, that one?
Yeah, well, he
Probably
did manage
right
that one solid turn on that wave. We'll see if surfer in green or red managed to get another score, but pretty solid heat there for the surfer in blue, Alex McGuffin.
Oh, impressive stuff, yeah. The Margaret River audience, they'll be tuned in and very proud of that one. Getting it done and powering through to the next round. There'll be one to watch for sure. And it looks like Corey Taylor, I believe he is going to hang on to that second position. So Ryoichi and Spencer Kay falling out of the mix there. We're going to take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Back with more right after this.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hustling. Hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catch.
Welcome back to the show. If you've just joined us, we just saw a great performance from Alex McGuffin to take a victory. And along with Corey Taylor, he's moving through to the next round. But it is now time for Heat 10, the round of 128. Kazuki Okamura of Japan is out there in the red. Ross Cadden is going to be surfing in the blue. Kyan Falvey is surfing in the white. And this should be fun. Just a three-man heat. So potentially a little bit more opportunity for these surfers. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Beck Woods, the former world junior champ. God, that sounds good.
It was,
Hey?
yeah.
Must have been a magic day for you, Beck.
It was good. It was at Narrabeen, so it was great. Yeah, I was certainly losing that final very badly, but I did manage to
Wrestle
scrounge.
back.
And it was 3 waves then, so we're talking about a long time ago. But yeah, it was very good experience. I won't forget that one for sure.
Perfect. Where's the trophy? Where do you keep the cup?
At Mum and Dad's. Yeah. Mum keeps trying to chuck my trophies out, but she's not allowed to, so.
Perfect. Love that.
She's like, are you coming to get them? I'm like, no, they can just stay there until I move into my place. So, yeah, we're having constant wars, but I'm the youngest child, so they have to keep all my stuff.
Of course. You'll be looked after. They'll treasure them forever.
Yeah.
Beck, you're, I mean, you've tried your hand at a number of different things since your professional career, but you've moved into the medical world.
Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah. No, moved into osteopathy and, working 25 hours a week just down the road.
Awesome.
Down at Newcastle Osteo. So, yeah, it's good. I think I've always wanted to just have a job that allows me to still surf and do the things that I love and help people as well. I think, even with surfing, I had a lot of people who helped me out to get where I got to, but I did have a few injuries along the way, and you need that, you need that support in times like that when you are in pain. So, it's been a good little journey. University was hard. It was a very big change from competing on the world tour. Yeah,
I bet.
It was a lot.
And do you see a lot of surfers in your work?
Yeah, we do in Newcastle because it's Newcastle and everyone seems to surf. And look, patterns from surfing are pretty similar. People get pretty common and low back and neck usually will be the ones unless you've had a bit of a trauma incident in the surf. So, yeah, we see a lot of surfers in and around town, which is good. Always have a chat. We were having a chat and we see surfer in white up and riding right now. A nice open face carve there.
Oh,
he's
that
fast.
was solid.
He's got a tail slide on him.
Yeah, he's a great surfer from Cabarita. And Falvey finishes that one off on the inside. That's a great way to kick things off.
Yeah, you can tell he goes right.
Oh, big time. Yeah, really strong forehand. And you'd like his chances in this heat. But does it change if it's a three-man heat? I mean, you're still gunning for those top two spots. Is it just the benefit of having one less surfer to worry about out there?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think in conditions like this, though, really the main we see a replay here. He managed to finish that off really well. I think the main issue is catching the right waves. So yeah, it's really going to be a contest about your own performance, and I think if you can keep the blinkers on and really focus on trying to build scores, because I wouldn't want to sit out there too much and be selective like I did yesterday.
No.
Yeah, there's not going to be a perfect wave, and I think some of these waves, when you do watch them, and some of the guys when they take off, I'm like, it doesn't even really look like there's going to be a wall on the wave too. So, yeah, of course it helps not having an extra surfer in the lineup, but I think the main challenge is getting 2 scores today. With that east onshore flow.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because you could go out there in a free surf and ride just about any ride that comes your way, but these competitors, even in this sort of messed up lineup, are really trying to identify some scoring opportunity, particularly on the outside section. Alex McGuffin in that last heat, he did such a great job of, just I think falling into rhythm with the ocean and really capitalising on the steeper sections that stood up in front of him.
Yeah, and played to his strength too. Like I think, his 2 major scores were on his backhand, but really solid, really strong, and utilised that Newcastle power. I think it is, like, even being out surfing yesterday and watching everyone warm up basically for this contest. It's a strong wave, Newcastle. It's one of those waves, East Coast wise, that even when it's small, it still has punch, and I think that's why I always loved it up here, because you don't have to work too hard for speed, but it is wave selection that you've really got to focus on. You can see the competitors have moved a little bit further south in the lineup there. I think red and blue were having a little bit of a priority paddle battle up down south there. So we're looking back at the contest site. So they've definitely moved south towards the rock shelf there. But it was a surfer in white who drew blood on that first exchange with a 4.0. So potentially looks like they're moving around the lineup a little bit, trying to find their rhythm. Like you said, Ronnie, that last heat, surfer in blue just absolutely dominated. I don't think we've seen a lot of 12-point total finishes for a while. So he had a couple of 6s, and that was a really strong performance for Alex McGuffin there.
Yeah, Ross Cadden was on screen there for a moment. Just a quick wave. It's going to be a throwaway for the surfer from Foster.
Good spot in the world.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, I actually just went up to Treachery last weekend with the whole of Sydney, I think. But it was, the waves were pumping. It's always good. Like, I just can't believe how many good waves they get up there. And good to have all of the big headlands around too. And a few weeks before that, I managed to get seals on with that cyclone swell. So, I've never seen seals really doing it that, except for once, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and I paddled out and 2 of the boys from my local area were out, and it was like snapper. And then I've just never seen it good since, except for the other weekend. So many good waves in and around Foster. Like Boomerang and Blueies and that whole stretch of coast. Very lucky to be from that area, and the watercolour up there is so good.
Incredible. Yeah, we'll see if just growing up in that region is going to help Ross here, but at the moment just hanging on to a throwaway, but dropping a couple of big numbers on us in that last heat was the WA Tube Pig, Alex McGuffin, showing us what he can do on the outside of the barrel. Well done, Alex. That was great surfing, mate, and you really made the most of those big sections.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I wasn't too sure coming into the heat. I mean, it's sometimes a bit of a lottery, but I managed to find a couple of fun ones, and got a nice start to the heat.
Mate, it must be all about really trying to tap into a positive mindset when you're looking at the ocean and thinking, well, if I was given the option to just go for a free surf out there, maybe I'd go out. Maybe I'd just go have a nice coffee down the street. But mate, it seemed like you were well and truly switched on.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to not be able to find the motivation. Sometimes you just got to force it when the conditions are like this. But yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely waves out there and it's fun. So yeah, just going to keep it going, hopefully.
Alex, back here. Did you go out looking to catch those right-handers when you paddled out?
Yeah, no, I was looking for the right-handers for sure. I was kind of hoping to find a left because I love a little left, but yeah, the rights are probably the go-to for that heat out there.
Mate, talk talk to us about just the gravity of the situation here. This is the last major qualifying series event. I know you are sitting a little down the list in 63rd position, and cracking that top 7 might be out of reach. But
yeah, I think it's out of reach.
Yeah, what are you vibing? You know, are you feeling the pressure to perform in this last big regional QS?
Yeah, just the first few results. So just kind of told myself that there's no real pressure for me in this event. Just try.
We lost you, mate. But Alex McGuffin with one of the performances of the opening round so far there, and looking forward to seeing him perform as he charges on through to that next round. But yeah, he's feeling like it is out of reach, but I think he's seizing the opportunity to put together a big performance in, you know, what might be his best finish in a qualifying series contest. So we'll see how he goes.
I mean, it's that he recognised that and said, I'm just going to, don't have any pressure on me anymore. And then, it goes out and surfs like that. So, yeah, I think even in this end of the, part of the year, always climbing up the rankings to get as high as you can. Just it always helps surfing less heats. I think if you are ranked higher and not surfing as much, and getting in the red rashy, there's as much as sometimes it doesn't help. It is also nice to know that you are the high seed, that you've worked hard for that. So
there's a element of kind of getting a return on the investment too, right?
Totally,
I mean, for the surfers in this round of 128, a lot of them are, well outside of reach of the top 7, even with the victory.
Yeah,
it's going to be difficult. So for them, getting through some heats, getting some money back, because, like I said, it's an investment to chase down the regional QS. Not as big as sort of chasing results all over the world, but it's
some action.
It's still crucial.
Yeah, massively. Some action just unfolding there. Both surfers on the same wave, but on different sections of the bank. So it'll be interesting to see how the scores come through for both of those surfers, but it looks like a score has dropped for our Japanese surfer. He has got a 5.5. Pretty solid score compared to what's going on, but we are waiting for a few other scores to drop for the surfer in white, and I think it might have been for Okamura as well. Oh, there's a nice replay there.
Oh, I love that finish there. Yeah. Kazuki,
he must
really
have just got
solid.
that, because that was a solid wave.
Super clean. I just, I loved it.
Is that the 5.5?
Didn't skip a beat.
Nice and fluent. I'd like to see him catch a few more waves, actually.
Yeah, that's the really cool thing about these earlier rounds at the QS 5000s. It's the level up that we're seeing for those competitors that have been battling away in juniors and whatnot, and don't really have any big QS results to speak of.
Yeah. And I think, jumping up into the open format from juniors it can be a little bit daunting at times. I remember going straight into, surfing against World Tour competitors who were experienced, and just seeing how they operated in the lineup. It was great. It was a great experience, but you learn a lot in these heats.
Okay, let's see what Ross Cadden can do here. Nice style as he hammers away at the pocket of this one. This wave fades away though, and he's going to kick out. So you can see it, and you see it in almost every single competitor out there when they're on their board and they're kind of looking to connect with some decent sections. They're coiled. The talent is there, but finding a wave that gives you enough push to generate some speed and let go of some of those bigger turns can be difficult out here. Just over 11 minutes to go now.
Yeah, I do wonder how a lot of the Japanese surfers, compare these type of waves, and when they do come out, how they compare these waves to the waves in Japan. I've never been to Japan. They took the contest off for our tour when I was on tour, and I think just to see the similarities and differences. But I have heard it's a lot of beach breaks over there, and there's a whole contingent of women that were out in the lineup yesterday, and just seeing how they approach the waves. I think like looking at the different styles and techniques, and how where they've grown up has shaped the way that they surf. So I mean, we even saw it in that last heat with the South Oz and the WA and the Victorian contingent. So, yeah, you can see the styles and the approaches to the waves and the wave selection. But, yeah, I feel like a lot of the Japanese surfers have such good flow and such good energy in these type of waves. And their experience level, it does shine. And, yeah, I think that interesting that you, Ronnie, with the point system, that you can come out from Japan and get points and surf over here and you can take those points back. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so, because the regional qualifiers for Asia last year was kind of, and for Japan, was all based on one event.
Oh,
so
wow.
if you had a shocker in that contest,
right.
it was pretty tough going. It was, you know.
Yeah, not the event to have a shocker
exactly.
in.
Like Australia, where we're, and since this regional QS has been introduced, we've had multiple events.
Yep.
We've had, you know, even for big names like Mikey McDonald, for example, you might drop the ball in one of these major ones, but if you can get a victory in the 1,000 and take 1,000 points, it's likely you'll be attributing that result towards your qualification for the Challenger Series. So you might need a win to do it, but you do get those opportunities to kind of save yourself.
Yeah, and you definitely need them when the waves are tricky. Yeah, and I saw a lot of people travel over to, was it
Cruy?
Yeah, some of those locations, and Taiwan. Is that like. That's, I think, experience-wise also good, because, yeah, if you're going to step up onto the World Tour, there's so many different, like a variety of waves like we talked about. So, yeah, it does give you, like, a bit of regional exposure as well, so that's nice.
Yeah, well, the Cruy event had incredible waves, so that was, you know, really a nice addition to the schedule. For Billy Stearman, who had a second-place finish there, he counts on that result as holding him in seventh place in a position to qualify for the Challenger Series this year. So crucial event for him. But 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And have a look at the numbers here. You know, it's definitely, Kazuki is definitely crept ahead. Sitting on 9.07, but Kian Falvey's not far behind.
Surfer in blue using his priority. Nice.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, connection there for the surfer in blue, Ross Cadden. Unfortunately, that wave just not opening up for him, but he did, he needed to roll the dice, I think, because, surfer in white was hovering on the shoulder there.
So that was a little sort of validation to what I was saying before. He looked so poised on his last ride, couldn't find a steep section. Here he finds it and lets go of a great turn. Kicks on the tail. I mean, as you said, ran out of room here, but still feel like it might be one of his better waves, Ross, and it might chip away at the requirement a little here. He was holding on to a 3.17 as his best wave, and he's definitely going to improve on that. So he'll still be in third, but now only after a 3.4 to get up in the second spot.
Yeah, much more attainable today. That board looks, like it's flaring for us. Nice little red spray on it.
I saw you were out there on a thruster yesterday, but what are you typically riding these days? Are you still on your high performance thrusters? You haven't
I try
moved
to go
on to the retro stuff yet?
I try to go into retro stuff, but sometimes, you go past a pocket and you're like, I just wish I could
have hit that.
Could have hit that.
Yeah.
A little bit. Or like a few of my mates are on the mid-lengths and they're like, just try one. And I'm like, I will soon.
Yeah. Man, it's
I've got I got 120 that's fun, but I think there's nothing like being able to put a nice line in with a thruster, the old performance board.
Man, once you step up the volume of your equipment, it's very hard to go back. So
that's the other thing.
My advice back to you is hold off for as long as you can, because I've gone there.
Yeah, also, you do live up north now, so you have to, get in the mix of it at the pass.
The move to Byron, it's come, and just added some volume to the board, dropped a couple of fins.
Yep, excellent.
Yep, straight into Birkenstocks when I hit the beach, and a top knot is not far away.
Yeah, you'll be fitting right in.
Yeah, it'll be perfect.
You can just surf the pass all day long.
Yep.
Be seen and heard up there, but good spot in the world up
Enjoying it. But here we go, just under 6 minutes to go now. And looks like the Japanese contingent are here getting behind one another, which is great to see. And Kazuki Okamura is still hanging on to that lead, but it's tightening up. Have a look at the scores between these competitors. You know, there's less than a point in it. One big turn or one big combination, I think, completely flips this heat on its head. But we'll see. We'll see if Ross Cadden has the grit and the nerve to get himself out of third place here.
Yeah, we're going to come into the madness of the 5-minute mark, I think. Yeah, probably good time to start getting busy. Yeah, if you are carrying a couple of pocket fours, but yeah, again, wave selection is going to come into play here. But yeah, under pressure, we see the Surfer in White straight up off the top there, looking to draw this turn out. Nice smooth arc for the Surfer in White, and blasting finish turn. That was good.
Yeah, that's going to make life hard for Ross, because it wasn't just, you know, that the turns were pretty well placed. I mean, he had to kind of get on his front foot here to stay with this ride, but it was good variation. You know, I don't think it adds to his scoreline too much, but I think he improves on the 4 here.
Yeah, that, you know, the last finish turn, throwing the fins really put a stamp on it, but we see Ross also getting busy. Yeah, a little bit harder wave to surf. That one wasn't as fluent as Kian. Is that how you say Kian's name? Sorry, I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, I think it's Kian.
Kian.
But, yeah, Ross is heading back out. And again, I just see that Ross he's just one good wave away. He just looks so ready to lay down some big turns. He's still waiting on numbers to come through for the man in white, for the man in blue. And Kazuki's just hanging on to that priority out the back. He's not in as desperate a situation just yet, but that could change.
Yeah, he's been really patient, actually, after getting that first 5.5. Yeah, I mean, so many things can happen with 3.5 minutes in these type of surf conditions. So I think, yeah, Kayan on that exchange, still waiting for scores to drop. But yeah, I especially love that the final turn. Like, he kept his head on and through fins. Super stylish. We'll see the replay here. Not solid off the top. Smooth, stylish carving wrap, and then this last turn, I really like that. It was like a stamp with the fins free. So, yeah.
The judges like it too. 4.43, so pushes the requirement up just a little more for Ross Cadden, who dropped the 3.1. And that's not enough for him. He needs a 3.83. So it was an exchange that worked in the favour of Falvey, and Ross has still got work to do here. But we also saw Kazuki on the outside take a wave. But unfortunately, it didn't go into his top 2. So I'm going to say it again. Not a lot separating the competitors. And
yeah,
I
super
think
close.
the Japanese competitors are going to have to be really wary of both these surfers out here at the moment, because they kind of looks like they're building towards a big finish.
Yeah, they're rolling the dice a lot more. And it is like Merriweather is, I feel like, that type of wave where you can get a bit lost in the lineup. Like yesterday I was sitting out there and I was like, I feel like the waves, like a deep bar, sometimes you go out and the wave's breaking over there, so you paddle over there, and then it breaks over there, and then you paddle down there.
Oh,
so
it's the story of my life.
yeah, I think we see the Japanese surfer is, you know, he's trying to find the location to sit out at Merriweather on the point there. But it can, it's a very big advantage for the locals. I think if you've grown up surfing at Merriweather, you know where to sit, you know what type of waves to look for. It's kind of like surfing against Steph at Snapper. It was always a joy.
What an experience.
Yeah, I had a heat with her. She literally took off on a wave that was not even half a foot and got a 9. And I was like, she paddled back out and I was like, are you kidding? Like, what?
Yeah.
Where did you even find that thing? She's like, it was a grower. That was her words. I think she was about 18 or 19 at the time. And I was like, yeah, you're kidding. Anyway, down to the final nearly minute, a minute 15 left for these surfers. Anything can happen in this mad minute. They're all,
they're all capable, aren't they? Look, there seems to be some energy rolling our way at the moment.
Yeah, a big score for Ross Cadden just for the one turn. So anything can happen in this mad minute. We've got Surfer in White staying busy and away from his other competitors. Nice flaring first turn, and stamps that to finish. Don't know if it'll improve on his last 2, but I'm definitely not a judge.
No, he's surfing really well. I'm with you. I just don't think the wave had more points in it.
Yeah.
He did pretty well with the sections that he had, as we see on the outside. Ross Cadden making his move here, and he doesn't like this first section.
Unfortunately for Ross.
Yeah, he's going to get out of there. He's still got a bit of time to maybe tap into something else.
Yep.
But you don't want to waste any scoring wall on that outside. So he's got to scramble back in the position to get to the apex of one of these peaks.
Yeah, 10-second countdown now for Ross. If he can
He's gotta go
sneak
this
into
one.
one. Yeah, or the next one.
He's got to move quickly here. Nah, this
Get
one.
his hands off the rail, but looking to go pretty flat there.
Yeah, he looks frustrated for sure.
Very patient surfing from the Japanese surfer there in that heat, taking that one out.
I know, you kind of be really nervous holding on to a 357. You want to
Yeah.
replace that, but
He will now, just a bit too
he was
late.
basically looking at every single wave that came in going, is it better than a 357? I'm not sure. I'll just hold priority.
Yeah,
But
really.
he's done the job. Kazuki is through along with Kion Falvey, and they're going to progress on to the next round here at the Burton Automotive Pro. We're going to take a quick break. Back with Vaughan Blakey and Mitch Ross in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Wait!
We're for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro, Surfest, Newcastle, Merriweather Beach. And it's been a big morning and things are just about to fire up again because we've got a huge heat in the water. Matty Job, Blake Necker, who's up and riding right now, Kobe Johnson and Zach McMahon. And Vaughan Blakey in the booth with my dear friend, Mitch Ross. Merriweather board riders through and through, mate. How good is it to be here at the home break?
Yeah, it's great. Love it. Love it down here.
You got a dog in this fight.
We have. We've got. It's kind of. He's a bit of a mixer.
Bitzer, yeah.
He's not really like he's got a bit of Merriweather in him.
Oh, okay.
But he's got a lot of Evans head in him. But he moved here. I want to say when COVID broke out. He dates a beautiful young lady with a legendary father. Shout out to Glenn Turner. Zach's been here for about 3 years. Really good surfer. His backhand's his probably lethal sort of part of his game. Small, but a lot of power. Yeah, good surfer. So, yeah, Zach McMahon surfs here all the time. He also is a lifesaver, I want to say, along with Jake Sylvester. Connor Lee maybe does bits and pieces. Yeah, one of the boys.
That's cool, yeah. Evans Head also on the map at the moment with Cal Robbo representing that town. He represents a lot of like working class blue collar areas up there on the North Coast, Cal.
You know that area pretty good, don't you?
Yeah, pretty well. He represents Evans Head. He represents Woodburn. Obviously got devastated in the floods. He went to high school out at Lismore. He's a bit of a bitzer himself. So, good to have Zachy down here and representing. I think, did he surf for Merriweather Board Riders in an ABB?
Yeah, he has before. He's one of those part-timers. It's funny, like the captain of the kind of squad, the bitzers, they're respected probably 80%. You know what I mean? Like I think if you're born and bred here, you get selected a little bit easier.
Oh, okay. Well, it says a lot then to get a start in the team.
It kind of works out like that. But
that's good.
I think Zach's actually been clutch before. I think he got a couple of big scores at the ABB maybe 2 years ago, a couple of lefts. Yeah, but great surfer. Pretty tough heat this one. Blake Necker, he's from up around Cabaway. Really good surfer. We just saw Matty Job who blew the back out of a right-hander a moment ago. It was just the one turn, but that's going to be a pretty decent number.
Yeah, Matty's such a good surfer, isn't he? Burley boy. And g'day to all the Burley crew who'll be watching. Wow. Snap off the lip. He's a live wire, this guy, and he just puts it together so beautifully. For years and years, I've been watching him on the single fins, mate. I go up to the start. The very first comp of the year in Australia that you can possibly go in is the Burley single fin. And it's the best way to kick off a year because it's really fun. Nothing too serious, but at the same time, people, they get their head on.
Has he won it?
He has won it, yeah.
He has,
yeah. Just only recently, last couple of years, but, Parko's a 3-time winner of that. Creed McTaggart's won it, Taj Burrow's won it. It draws a huge crowd, but...
Yeah, it's fun until you maybe get to the semis. Is that right?
Yeah,
get to semis and
exactly.
It's like,
and then people start stink-eyeing, and flexing a bit. But the thing about Matty is I didn't see him surf on a shortboard for years. I just saw him on the singlies, and he was ripping. And once I finally saw him, surf in the ABB for Burley and a few other little events around the traps, I was like, oh, my goodness, this kid is legit.
Yeah, he's another guy. You watch him on those first two rides, he's got to be another chance of making the tour at some stage. It's wild. It feels like we weren't saying those type of things a few years ago for a couple of the Aussies. But now, I was even walking down, I live down the road. I was walking back, had a quick break, and I was talking to Baron Hall. He's a bit of an athlete manager of some of the surfers.
Yep.
And I was actually talking to him. He was like, mate, the surfing's incredible now. And I agree.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are so good. For a while there, we were worried that, there wasn't too many good talents out of Australia.
Oh, it's stacked now. But just hold that thought for a sec, Rossi, because we're going to go down to Kazuki Okamura, who won that last heat. Hi, Kazuki. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Awesome. Great to see a strong Japanese representation here at the Burton Automotive and some good results this morning.
I'm so stoked. Thank you so much.
And, mate, how many heats have you made in these type of events?
Sorry?
Oh, gosh. I was trying to be slow. I'm not very good at talking slow, but I'll do my best.
Yes, pretty slow.
Whereabouts in Japan are you from?
I'm living in Osaka.
What a place. And similar conditions to what we're seeing here at Merriweather?
I like it. I like wave, and I like food, and I like people. So good.
Well,
we should have dinner then.
We like you, Kazuki. We like you a lot. We're very happy to see you get through that heat, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, mate. Congrats. And we've seen a lot of Japanese surfers in this event, Rossi, and that's another good result. This morning, I think Taichi got through his heat. And, it's good to see this international flavour, part of the Asian and Australasian regional qualifying series. So points on offer.
Wow.
So the crew have come down and they mean business, and a good result here for Kazuki against Kian Falvey and Ross Cadden.
I saw Hiroto Hahara. He's also in the draw.
Yep.
Of course,
he's a classic.
He won the US Open, I saw maybe 9 years ago now.
Do you remember what he said?
Yeah.
Do you remember his speech?
I saw it yesterday again.
What was it
about the cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday and I was like, wow, it felt like maybe a couple of years ago. It was nearly a decade ago.
What?
Yep.
Wow. Gosh, time flies.
But he hasn't grown that much. He's still same sort of height, little Hiroto.
Yep. Well, not big on stature, but a couple of big results for Hiroto. Awesome to have him down here as well. But it is interesting what you're saying, mate, about, just the depth of talent. And I think a big part and a big reason for, seeing that depth evolve and kind of continue is just how robust our regional series is. Like, we've got so many events. You can really learn quickly if you're doing back-to-back events. I mean, you'd know better than anyone from way back in those junior series where you just travel from contest to contest to contest, and your game just lifts to another level so quickly in that environment.
Yeah, I bet if you're watching these events, taking a lot of notice of them, it'd be interesting to see some of these surfers from the beginning of the tour to right now. I'm sure they're learning a lot. And this is the semi-local bloke. That was Zachy McMahon, but they'd lift, they go confidence after event. What is there? There's been 5?
This is the sixth. So far, and I was just thinking about it. Blake Necker has been, he's from up there at Kingscliff, Cabarita Way. He's been in 3 events on this little run so far, so he's just packed the car with the boys and done a little road trip. And you're living the best times of your life when you're doing that. You know, going from event to event, free surfing your way all up and down the coast, and then pulling on the rashy and getting it done.
How about Ricardo Christie? We interviewed him before. He said he's been in a camper with his 13-year-old son, just going from events to events, surfing, having the time of their lives.
Far out, that's cool.
How good, yeah.
And that's you know, Ricardo is right in that Olympic conversation as well as, you know, trying to qualify on this Challenger Series. So pretty huge comps for the Kiwis.
Absolutely. There's a couple of them that are knocking on the door. Billy, Kehoe, and Ricardo's trying to put his hand up. He needs a big result.
Yeah, I think Elliot and Corbin Hutchins from up there as well.
Yep.
And so there's a few of them around, and it's just a huge comp for the Kiwi surfers. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it's Matty Job at the moment, a 5.67 and a 4.83. It was only just a few weeks ago when the ABB was on. I was watching Matty representing Burleigh up at Main Beach. Oh, so strong. That early morning, I think might have been the first day in the individual rounds, he was just flaring.
That little right-hand rip bowl built for him.
Yeah. Compact unit.
Yep. Yeah. Small power. There we go. Zachy McMahon, also kind of short, a lot of power. I said I like his backhand.
Oh, how was that little link up?
Right then left.
Yeah. Love that. It's a good feeling. Yeah, but Kobe Johnson, we were talking about, you know, surfing back-to-back events. He's been in all 5 events so far. So this is his 6th event. Imagine the knowledge he's gained just in that run.
Absolutely, especially when you get to an event like this, and you know, if he makes a heat or two, he's going to get a Julian Wilson, a Jackson Baker. You know, pretty cool opportunity for some of these guys. Is watching the man in white right now. One snap, nice little knock-knee style there. Pretty cool. Unfortunately, didn't make that opening manoeuvre.
That looks like an epoxy, doesn't it? So we've seen a few crew on the epoxies this morning. What would you be opting for, Rossi? Or if you were coaching charges, what would you be telling them?
If I was, I'd probably ride a big fat quad.
Yeah.
I'm at that stage now.
Hey, it worked for Pam Burridge yesterday in the
There you
expression session. She was flaring on a nice little Ravage quad.
Absolutely. That's one forehand calf she did was sick. But, you know, it's so hard to try to speak on, you know, for someone else, but a lot of the top pros, they're like, I know people that ride a PU out there, I know people that ride a epoxy out there. Sort of depends on the feel of the athlete, I guess. I think Felipe Toledo could ride maybe a door out there.
Yeah. You could ride a sponge.
A sponge, there you go.
A wet sponge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still flare on it.
Here's that replay. Looking at the drone shot once again from Zachy McMahon.
He dropped an incredible free surfing clip not that long ago. It was called Joy. He made with a mate of his, Tom Hoy.
Legendary filmmaker, photographer.
Yeah.
He's brilliant.
And, like, you know, when a high-level surfer or an up-and-coming grom releases a film, what's the general vibe like in Newey? Does everyone turn out and celebrate?
I know he had a premiere at the Ship Inn. I know you've been in the Ship Inn, top of town, East End. Yeah.
I have. Actually, last time I was there, I bumped into Gary Elkerton. And he was looking really fit. And I said, geez, you've lost some weight. And he just ripped his shirt off and started flexing in front of me. And
Gary Elkerton.
Gary Elkerton at the Ship Inn. Kong.
That's brilliant.
The 87 pipe master, mate.
Yeah, he had a premiere there, though. And, yeah, they show out for sure. You know, like, what's Zach, 22, 23? He's probably got 50, 60, 100 friends that love that sort of that stuff. You know, go watch a surf video, a couple of beers.
How fun.
Not too bad, right?
So good. And, yeah, I know that, you know, there's probably been quite a few film premieres around this part with local heroes over the years. Craig Ando must get a big turnout when he drops a new clip.
Yeah, I think he had one not so long ago at the Prince. I believe the Prince are one of the sponsors of the event, and got a good backhand.
They are, actually. Goons of Doom are playing there on Friday night if you want to come down.
I was going to get there. Yeah. When is it? Friday.
Feeling amped?
Absolutely.
You ready?
Friday night.
Friday night.
Goons of Doom.
At the Prince.
Claire O'Brien.
Excellent.
A couple of other DJs leading up to you, I think, maybe. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be good fun, mate. And,
Going to play all your classics or your new stuff?
Oh, no, we don't have new stuff.
Okay,
Only
beautiful.
classics, mate. All classics. But 11 minutes to go here. Zach McMahon, what did you make of that last one, Rossi? A bit of a missed opportunity because there were some pretty flary turns here.
Yeah, look good, huh? Just
that was nice.
Wow. Oh, gosh, if he made that, it's maybe the score of the heat or up there with Maddie's. But, yeah, I think he's riding one of his own models. I want to say he's got his own model with JR Serpent or something rather. Looks pretty good. Looks light under his feet. Unfortunately, 3.43. Make that turn, what is it, a 5? Maybe?
Yeah, there's so much meat on that middle turn. Big spray. Linked it really speedy onto the inside section.
So the tide going out here at the moment. Probably make the conditions a little bit tricky for the paddle out, but maybe more waves to ride.
It's a pretty classic sort of, when you go through, you know, who's surfed what events so far this year. I thought Matty might have had a really good crack at this regional qualifying series. He's only been in a couple. He did pretty well at the Goldie Open. Got a 9th up there with that was a 1,000.
Not the right one, not the right event to get a result, though.
No, you really want a final in the 1,000, so that's pretty much the only way those points sort of matter.
Yep.
Got another 9th at the Port Stephens, which was another 1,000. Here's Blake Necker. Yet to see him fire up. This good combo. Wow. Not
great.
Much space to work with. Really hammered that first section. Recovered quickly. Got the second. Judges love a good combo, especially a punchy one like that.
Yeah, no downtime in between manoeuvres. Perfectly done here from Blake. Big snap. Hardly could do another, a bottom turn in between manoeuvres. And rode the manoeuvre out into the open green face. Bob's your uncle. He'll go in a second, maybe even first there. Good surfing there from Blake.
What about the black boards? It's always, I remember my early shapers glasses used to blow up if you asked for a black board.
The wax melts.
Oh, they just go, what are you doing? You're a moron. What are you doing?
I nearly think back in the day they used to bubble. Like, if you,
did.
because we're idiots. When you're a grommet, you leave your board
exactly
out in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the resin didn't like it.
No, I couldn't say that board, looking after my board was right at the top of my priorities. Getting to the tuck shop after a surf.
But what happened a few years ago, I could get in trouble saying it felt like, Sharp Eye, remember they did the black model? It felt like they kind of reintroduced the black again. And then everyone had a black board.
Yeah, well, Craig was riding the black bottom boards, the Hayden shapes.
I don't think that's only... Yeah, that's 50% there. It's pretty aggressive to go top and bottom.
Yeah, it is.
That's kind of what Sharp Eye did, right?
Yeah, the carbon wraps have really come in. 8 minutes to go here, Rossi. It's slowed down just a touch. What's the good tide here at Merriweather? What are we looking at? Do you prefer surfing?
It depends where you surf. On this bank, this is a new bank for all of us. On a perfect day here at Merriweather, to the right of the screen, you have the reef breaks. You need no sand on those bits of sort of Kunji reef. But right now they're full of sand, so I couldn't tell you. On a day like this, you'd probably want mid-tide. But yeah, this shorey, I think it's just going to... this beach break, I think it'll work with anything. As we see the man in white, his best wave, but the best of a bad bunch at the moment. 7.5 minutes remaining. 5.1 there for Blake Necker. A couple of his buddies put on good performances earlier. And Micah Margison, I think, is his best buddy. He ripped.
Yeah, Micah surfed really well. He's had a pretty luckless or unfortunate campaign throughout this Australian League, so he wants to finish strongly. He's a former Aussie champion. He's hit the QS with a lot of enthusiasm, but far out, man. Sometimes you just, you can get on a roll with wins and close heats and things going your way, and you can also have it go the other way where you're surfing out of your skin and you just happen upon, crew who are having the best heat of their career or something like that. It happens all the time, even right up at the CT level.
Was it you that was, I was listening before talking about Italo Ferreira? Was it?
Yeah.
It feels like he's in that sort of position of can't do anything right.
Last year, I think leading into those WSL finals, he'd had one excellent score. Something crazy like that. Like they just weren't paying those sort of
and
full
the year
rotors
before,
to the flats.
Probably had more excellence than Paul.
I think he had 16 in one heat here at Newey one morning where he was just punching it off those shories.
Yeah. That was cool having a CT here.
It was so cool.
Will it ever happen again?
I reckon it could.
If there's another corona breakout.
Well, let's not hope that that's the reason. I mean, Surfest is one of the world's longest running events. For a long time, it was the richest. I think the first 3 years it ran, it was the richest event on tour.
Was it 85 or 87?
85.
85, yeah.
37 years it's been running. It's, such an institution on the Australian surfing calendar. Was a Smith.
Has Slater won it?
Such a lord. That's a good
I don't think he has. He's been here a lot.
Really? He has been here a lot.
I could be wrong, but I now I said that.
Shane Powell's won it.
Of course he has.
Mick Campbell's won it. Mick Fanning won 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. All the best have won it. But yeah, I don't know if Warren will probably storm the commentary booth and tell me, yes, he did. But
Yeah.
I don't think he did. Yeah.
2004.
Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater won the event. Oh, there wouldn't be many comps he hasn't won. Snap off the top. Blake Necker, little choppy, getting it done. What's he trying to replace here? A 3.67 with one turn? What do you think?
I think... Sorry, I'm dwelling on the
Slater thing.
I think Ace Buchan got second that year.
Oh, okay.
It's coming back.
So Kelly did have a one up on Ace.
Yeah. That one was at Newcastle. There you go. Thank you.
Do you think Ace, you must sit pretty well when you announce your retirement? You sit back and you go, well, I made 2 finals. I'm 2-0 against Kelly Slater.
France, Tahiti.
Yeah, feels good, hey?
That's. I don't think anyone else shares that sort of.
Nah.
No way.
Winning
right?
record in
No.
finals? No, 100%.
Yeah, sorry, mate. A couple of scores getting punched in. Got the big turns there, but it is still Matty Job out in front. He got those two numbers in the first 4 minutes, I want to say. Now he's just thrown the anchor in, and he's looking at bettering a 4.83. There he is on the right of the screen. The beauty of conditions like this, look, they're not sitting anywhere near each other. I love that.
Yeah.
Have a free surf by yourself. Zach McMahon, little left, no.
The hustle is only against yourself. You're not having to hustle or gameplay. Oh, snap the slide here from Kobe Johnson. You know, one of the really famous Surfest victories that I remember, Rossi, was Shane Bevan won. But I don't know if you recall this final. Dear friend of ours, Nathan Noodles Webster, was on an absolute heater. Got tangled up with Nicky Wood.
Yeah, it was in the right in the alley. It was about 2 foot southerly, 1 foot.
Yep.
I
And
remember
Nudes
it.
was flare. Like, honestly, had it on toast.
Yeah.
Popped an interference.
That was Nicky Wood's event, wasn't it?
It
Because it
was.
was his comeback and somehow...
And he was ripping too.
Yeah.
And they got tangled.
He was getting barreled when it was onshore and 2 foot.
That's right.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right, Nicky. I mean, yeah, Nudes was on
He was
fire.
surfing so good. Does it sit with you? I mean, I know you've surfed in a lot of these events. Have you seen people throw them away and just that you never ever let it go?
Mate, there was even, I think you mentioned it before, even a couple of local opportunities, like some random guys, as we see Blake Necker, like guys that you probably haven't heard of. Darren Burgess,
Yep.
I think he was really close one year.
Finaled, yeah.
Like Hoy never won it. Luke never won it.
No, it was up to the women to hold it down for Newcastle, wasn't it? Philippa won it. Michelle O'Donoghue won it.
Yeah.
And, but Jacko, what was it like when he took it? Oh, hang on, no. Ryan and Julian were in a final dead heat.
But apparently the countback says that Ryan didn't win it.
Oh.
But yeah, Jacko won it. Yeah, that was big. That was awesome. That was a really crowded... the talent level last year was gnarly. Like, you had Federico Moraes and guys like that in it. Obviously, Ryan was in it. 2 minutes to go. This has been a good heat, this one. It's been led the whole way by the man in red.
I've only seen one heat today, Rossi, where someone sat and just waited for 2 waves. Like most of the majority of crew who have gotten through this morning have just been catching the most waves. So it seems to be they're down here and they're like, you know what, I'm just going to surf. I'm going to surf and surf until, I've got scores on the board. And it's just so hard to pick what wave is going to do something for you out here.
Yeah, I know. I think I mentioned it earlier. You just got to keep throwing crap at the wall and hopefully something sticks.
Yeah.
Right? Well, Matty's top score, would you believe it was a 1 manoeuvre wave? you know. So when you break it down, I know some of the surfers get flustered. They think they need, you know, a J-Bay right hand or whatever, but sometimes just one section and you can get a big number.
Here we are.
Zachy McMahon.
Needs a 5.34 here. Snaps it off the lip. This is nice. Good start. He'll get a carve in. Oh, if he gets a finish here, Rossi, this could be the wave he was waiting for. He's trying to stay with it. Oh, he gets on the tail and he gets through into the shore. He smashes it again. Oh, this is really nice. What a bonus here for the surfer in green. He gets the completion. He looks up to the tower. He's pretty happy.
That might be the first claim, no claim that I've seen all day.
Oh, there was a good one earlier on, actually.
Okay.
I think another local guy, is it Levy?
Josh Levy.
Yeah, he had a good claim earlier on.
It's a big score he's after. So, look, a 5.34 today, that's a big number. Is he going to get it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, there's so much work done here. This first turn, he had to make it pretty spectacular, and he did.
Yep.
That's nice. And skated around.
That was good too.
That's a good carve. There's definitely 5.55 on this thing.
But he had to let rip. If he surfed that first section weak, or, you know, just got a little bit lateral on it, he wouldn't have got it. But even those turns connecting.
That was great. And the time has run out. So waiting on scores here for Zach McMahon. He needs a 5.34. As Rossi said, it's a decent number.
So you're saying yes?
I'm saying yes for sure, because
I'll join you.
Even if he didn't get that link up, I reckon he might not have got it. But those extra two kabows on the inside.
I'm with you.
Kabows.
Kabow. We're all done. Looks like Matty Job will win. Blake Necker, he is in second spot. We're waiting for one last score to get locked in. There's a replay of the man in white who didn't have a great heat. Unfortunately, finishing in fourth spot. Pretty average little left-hander, unfortunately, for Kobe. Still waiting for scores to get locked in. It's coming. Look at him. There he is.
Zach McMahon waiting to hear the news.
I hope we stay in him. Let's stick to him, huh?
He's just listening intently here. Look, did I get it? Yeah? No? What's going on? It's... we're going to stick with him here.
What do your friends say when they're looking? You know, like, do they?
Oh, how bad would you feel if you thought he got it, but he, you know, yeah. Is he there? I think he's just got the news here, Rossi.
What?
He's smiling.
Well, maybe his girlfriend said he's got the number, but we don't really know. Score's still coming.
Judges having a good look at it. 5.34 needed to
like
advance. Tension here. It's this big moment for the local Grommy, by way of Evans Head, of course.
He's got some ink
Shout
on that
out to
left
the crew
arm.
up there. Oh wow, he's
so
skin art since we last saw him.
So Blake Necker, there's the man that is currently holding on a second spot. So he's obviously hoping that Zach doesn't get the number. It's a 5.34, the requirement. Surfed a great heat too, the man in blue. It's a shame that one of them's going to go home. Okay, here's one for you.
Here.
The 5.1 of Blake Necker, the two turns. There's one for you.
Yeah.
What was better?
I am giving it to Zach for sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I did like the punchiness of Blake's turn, but there's two extra pretty decent turns on Zach's wave.
Okay, here it comes. It's so close. It's
Oh my goodness.
Got it.
It's a 5.5. He gets it. There is the reaction from Zachy McMahon, and the locals are freaking. Micah Marguson giving him a big hug there. We're going to take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Surfest is underway. Be back in just a moment with more action.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
at an Automotive Pro here at Merriweather Beach. QS 5000, we are ready to flare into this next round. It is the round of 128, round 1, heat 12. Nathan Cook in the water, Ryan Slattery, Shane Cadden, and Lockie Smith. And we've just been through a ripper in that last heat. Really close, a good fight back from the local Grom, Zach McMahon. And now the action in the water is heating up. Cookie bashes the lip out of that thing. And the Avoca local, who's actually, I think he's moved up the coast, maybe lives at Cabba. Yeah, so he's put in some good performances this year. I saw him surfing in the Usher Cup at the very start of the year, and he was a real standout. I think he might have even, in the individual event, got to about 5th or something, got a 5th placing. So, and that was a stacked field in that one too, Rossi. So, Vaughan Blakey, Mitch Ross in the commentary booth, and made good to shake off the nerves after that last one.
That was a great one.
Great heat.
Great heat. Yeah, Zach McMahon pulling it off on the last wave into the next round. And he's not into the round of the top seeds yet.
No.
It's a way to go. Bit of work to do.
do.
How good's it going to welcome the top seeds? I think it's on Friday, I want to say, Thursday or Friday. That's when we're going to see the big dogs as we're looking to replay. This is Cookie. He's one of those goofy footers that you hate surfing against. That backhand is just so annoying if you see that when you're paddling out.
Nothing annoying about that turn.
You know what I mean, though?
Beautifully done. Oh, well,
just get scores so easy with that backhand. It's gorgeous.
I used to think of Mick Campbell and Mick Lowe a lot. Like they just take off and do 150 vertical punches through the lip and never ever fall.
That's like him.
Yeah. There's so many of those guys.
That vertical backhand attack comes so easy to the goofy footers. A little bit tricky to the naturals. Score in, 6-point ride. So you lock that in, maybe 1.5 minutes into the heat.
Really good start.
Feels good.
It does. What's a buzzer beater do for your confidence? Is it something that rattles you a little bit? Like, I mean, I know it feels good when you do it, but you don't want to be leaving it that late in your heat.
Yeah, but one way or another. Yeah, I know it probably wasn't the plan of Zach, but at the same time, gosh, it must feel ecstatic. Sitting up there now, cameras on you for 2 minutes, and, you know, how good's that?
Yeah.
Had the shirt off, feeling good.
My favourite thing in pro surfing is when someone lets it fly as the hoot is going, you know, signalling the end of the heat, and you just see them flex out, screaming, bashing their chest, kissing the flag on their sleeve, all that sort of stuff. And you spend a fair bit of time on that CT. It's impossible not to get caught up in that emotion, especially when you're at the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the claim thing. I don't like the fake claim thing that much, but you can tell the pure emotion ones. I think they're fantastic.
I heard Stace talking about, Stace Galbraith, talking about, you know, the Kelly Slater fine system for trying to sell a claim. I think it was for every point under a 9. You had to pay $100 or something like that. Put it in a big kitty for the end of the year.
Never heard that.
Yeah.
Wow. Real?
Yeah, well, I think it was pretty legit because he was just getting sick to death of people claiming mid-range scores to try and milk a few points.
But
surely the judges don't buy into that.
The bummer is there, though. Like, there's also a claim for a 4 when you needed a 3.9 and you haven't caught it. There's so many different, you know, reasons to claim.
That's right.
You know, so...
And sometimes a 4 is harder to get than a 7 because you just got the nerves at peak. You know, you can't just let it all hang out if you're chasing a 4 sometimes.
But there's what you said. If you need a 4 and you get a buzzer beater and get the 4, you're going to jump up and down, aren't you?
I would, for sure, mate. There he is, Zach McMahon. He got it done in the dying stages. It was a beautifully surfed wave. I thought the reason why he got the nod is that he had probably 3 sections stand up for him, and he hit them all. He hit them all with commitment and aggression. And
you were all in. You said he got the score. I was a little bit on the fence. Yeah.
No, I was confident. I thought that the two turn combo that Blake did was impressive. Whoa, how good was that?
Favourite turn of the day.
Slatsy just putting it on the back foot.
That was big. How good when you get a speed sort of floater tranny section as he gets here and just eyes off this section. Boom.
Oh, Matt, see that? Out the back there. was Cookie looking straight in. You know what he saw? Just a big tail waft and a huge fan of spray go up, and he went, ooh.
He's just,
dang it.
Maybe it looked bad from the front. Maybe he gagged some rail. That's what he's hoping.
Yeah, well, he is hoping.
No, beautiful surfing there from the man in blue.
He's done all right too, Ryan Slattery. He just got a 13th at the Sunny Coast 3000. You know, like he hasn't been in many events. He's from the Sunny Coast. So it's probably just a local comp that he went in and did pretty well. You can see why. 5.33 for that turn. So Cookie still got him.
And here we go. We've got a local. This is Lockie Smith, lovely young kid. Lives around the corner. Big opening turn there.
Crack.
Wow. He's got so much better. This kid was... He was half the surfer about a year ago. And I think he hangs out with Ocean Lancaster, Felix Byrne, all these, like the next sort of rat pack out of Merida. He's up and surfing every morning, every afternoon, pushing each other. And he's got that much better. Obviously, he's got a ways to go, but one thing to have in the bag is a couple of big turns, and I think he's got them. So that's a step in the right direction.
That's cool, man. I love what you're saying there. We'll stick with this wave. Oh, wow. Oh, this heat is on. Crack and crack again. This is Shane Cadden, Boomerang Beach Board Riders representative. And I noticed on his Instagram he's got the Australian flag and the Filipino flag there. So
wow.
Maybe representing both nations.
He's got a backhand on him.
He definitely has a nice backhand. Crack that one. It's just one of the great sights in surfing, isn't it? When you see a really smooth, deep bottom turn and just straight into a seamless, high-speed backside crack. But yeah, I love what you're saying about, you know, the rat pack. I just feel like your surfing just goes through the roof if you've got a gang.
Absolutely. Every little town, like, you know, Merida's one of many, you know, there's all got an electric bike, they zip around, they, you know, got their own freedom. Just everything is all about surfing and getting better.
And you can only push yourself so far. I mean, if you look at the Cooley kids, you know, Joel, Mick and Dingo, they were just constantly at each other to try and one up, and that just pushes their performance to the next level. Brazilian Storm speaks for itself. But then you see these clusters, you know, the Central Coast, for example, has had so many representatives, men and women, in the last few years. Newcastle's got one, the Sunny Coast has got one going on at the moment. You really see it all explode in these big
Sunny Coast is a good one.
Sunny Coast is a good one.
That's one that could spit out some CT guys.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's been really simmering up there for quite a while, and it feels like they've just had a gutful of everyone else getting the noise, getting the attention.
Sophie made it, but on the male side, when's the last guy out of? Is it Julian without?
Julian for sure.
So he's the last guy?
Good question actually.
Yeah. So it has been a minute. Like he would have qualified 15 years, like 12 years ago or something.
Yeah, I think 2010 was his first year.
Was
on
it?
tour. Or maybe that was his wildcard.
D-Mac.
2011.
How good's that?
Oh, Bronte, Dave McCauley.
What a combo!
Grandmasters world champion, Dave McCauley, and also third in the world one year. Went for the world title, came to Pipeline, and it was a really big event. I think Derek Ho took that year out in '93.
Legendary.
Legendary. So legendary.
I love Bronte.
Got his Masters world title. Oh, Bronte is so good. Charges.
Absolutely charges. Some of those scary waves in the west. 14 and a half minutes remaining. You can see Ryan Slattery out in front, riding a beautiful looking board. I'd love to get my eyes on it after this heat. Wouldn't surprise me if it's got something funky going on.
Oh.
As we see Lockie, little local.
Yeah, there's that turn you were talking about, Rossi. He's really not scared to throw everything at this section. Oh, 3 and 4. How do you like that? The Grom is on one here.
There's the waves he's picking. That right was pretty cool. 3 nice sections as we see Ryan Slattery. Looks like he's going to do the runaround. And now we've got the goofy footer, Nathan Cook, surfing that forehand this time around and looking pretty comfortable on that as well. So he's riding a CI.
You know what that looked like? That looks like that was the point. It didn't
Comfortable.
look. I don't know if you caught it, but Geordie Lawler won that event up there, the Tweed Coast Pro, and he did a full rotator on that left.
I saw
So
that.
there's cheeky little. You see people always a goofy. You never see a natural footer go right on the left point ever.
It's so
But
true.
you always see
Yep.
goofies go left on a right point.
Gabriel Medina did the biggest air ever maybe out here, the CT, remember? On
That's
the,
right. Big lofty. He put the 3-point basket
Yes, on a
the
classic
end of
right point. Started catching lefts, getting 9.8. So here we go. Lockie Smith from the 2.291. Nice snap off the top there. Nice little connector. And this one was good as well. Great stuff from the little grommet. I want to say he's about 14, 15 years old. So, yeah, great opportunity. As we see Ryan Slattery, the current heat leader, just gliding through this one, Vorno.
Yeah, the board does look nice. See that? Just no effort required. Just puts it on the rail and it's just buttery through this sort of lumpy face. Yeah, good stuff. I'd love to know, Rossi, how old were you when you surfed your first ever Surfest heat?
Oh, I was kind of thinking about it before when Ron kind of asked me. There's just so many different events of Surfest when you're a grommet. Like it would have been like a Scholastics or something. I was kind of a part of it, which is really cool. Would have been probably 12 years old, 13 years old.
And still, though, like, you know, feeling the pressure of surfing at your home beach, big crowd, all the local heroes are down there. You're hoping that they're watching.
For sure.
Shane Cadden here. He's been going well, hasn't he?
Gosh, that bottom hand turns deep.
Oh, wow. That was a strong finish, upside down. And plenty of work done on the outside of that one too, Rossi. Love that second last carve and then into that fully committed. And it accelerated through the turn as well. Punchy little finish.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Sort of lip line Rio, the final one. Looks like the boys have found a bit of a sort of a consistent ride. They might be on the back of the reef there at what we call rocks down here. It is filled with sand, but you can see there's sort of dark parts, so it must be a little bit of reef sort of pushing through the sand. And a couple of nice backhand jams there from the man in fourth spot, looking for a 4.64, a mid-range 4 to get up into second. I dare say he might even do better than that. He'll be knocking on the door of maybe moving to the lead. Could be the best way of the heat. We'll definitely, give the judges something to think about. Might get a replay of that one soon enough.
Yeah, he's very drivey. Lots of speed, acceleration, power coming out of that bottom turn. So compact and low. And he really doesn't need a lot of space on the wave face to just hook it back around. Like, you know, lanky guys, they can kind of really come off the bottom hard, but then they need a bit of extra space to get the turn in. He's just really driving it.
Really impressive. Entertaining heat, this one. We've seen plenty of decent scores get locked in, just over 10 to go. And
Boomerang Beach board riders, mate, I mean, you would think, because there's a really core little pocket of talented surfers from that region.
And you wouldn't read about it. There's another boomerang kid in the next heat, Oscar Salt. You wouldn't read about that. Because I don't think there's many boomerang kids in this event,
Well,
but he's really good too.
Is Benny Goodwin from that zone?
He's Foster.
Foster, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you see the whole little pocket of, I won't say too much about the waves, but you would expect the Groms who have grown up there to do some pretty special things. Well,
Pretty sure he's 1 mile. I hope I'm right there. I think he's from Foster. Score in for Shane Cadden. Big score, 6.17. So he did go into the lead. There you go. Great stuff there from the goofy footer. Really putting on a show. A couple of good scores. A 6 and a near 5. So, yeah, getting the job done at the moment, the surfer in white. See how the boys in this heat, they're actually sitting a little bit closer together. In previous heats, they've been all over the place. I dare say that right-hander, it's right there.
They've found it. Yeah, they've found the playing surface. Look at this, off the bottom, throws it up and over. He's putting in a really strong performance here. I think, regardless of what happens in this heat, he definitely hasn't left anything out there. He's going to come in going, I gave it everything.
And in his mind, he's a 3.33 for that last ride. It's pretty low, but sometimes the judges just maybe don't sort of reward what they think of the power. Maybe he's just there's not enough power in those young legs. As you see, this guy, he's big and strong. I was just trying to figure out, what the judges are kind of seeing at the moment.
I was going to say, what made that 6.17 so appealing to the judges, do you think?
I think that sort of last section, because, look, sometimes we're all a product of the sections we get in front of us. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't find a wave that's steep and, can give you some opportunity, you're not going to get any sort of scores. But on that occasion, he got a couple of steep sections linking up to the final, and the timing was perfect, the lip line, and he kind of sort of got spat out of the sort of foam ball.
Yeah, there was something.
It made it look kind of exciting.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, it had kind of an explosive element to it where there was a bit of consequence where it came at him with a bit of force and he had to match it. So they were loving that. But here goes Cookie now, down in second. He's sitting on a 6. Throws up a nice little vert shimmy. And that one fizzles on him. So he'll be keeping an eye on things here, Nathan Cook. He was out in the lead and in previous heats, a 6 and a 4.3. You're almost laughing with that. But Slattery is sitting on a 5.33. Only needs a 5.05 to progress. And the judges are, I think Lockie, he's a Grom. He's surfing in this event. It's a big event, QS 5000. And he just looks a little light, doesn't he, compared to the other guys?
Yeah, I think
it can be an advantage sometimes. But in this chunky stuff, he's definitely surfing well.
I would have thought the 3.3 could have been a little higher.
Could have been a 4.
Yeah, I thought so. But either way, mate, he's got to learn so much experience from surfing such a prestigious, big event. The majority of events Lockie surfs in are probably local ones, even ball club or regional titles, and they go, hey, Lockie, you've got a spot in Surfest.
Cool.
It's a big step up. As we see Nathan Cook looking for a big score to move up into the lead. Mate, the energy tells me he's going to get it already.
Well, he just needs this thing to stand up on the bank. Here's a section. Oh, it's one of those ones with a ridge moving through it. He really was doing a whole lot of S-turning, just waiting for it to give him that one thing. And at the ridge, oh, mate, I actually hate waves like that. You're on them, you're kind of waiting, and by the end, you've waited the whole thing.
I think he did a great job. I think he surfed it perfectly until the last kind of combo. I think if he jammed the final section a little bit better, he got the score. But I think he tried to kind of...
Yeah, there it was. It was just...
Like that last bit, if he just got a bit sort of cleaner and a bit more crisp, I think he would have got a 5. But I think the result's going to be maybe a 4.33 or something. We'll see.
Almost over froth.
Yep.
There was that section. It did stand up, but he was a little late to it. And by then it had flattened out a little bit. But the intent's there. Definitely not looking frustrated or anything. He's just in his zone, trying to keep it happening. Oh, look, I know you don't like talking about your career and things like that, Rossi. I know, but I just want to talk about Lockie Smith. Exactly what you're saying. He gets the call, mate, you're going in Surfest. You paddle out. Like, you're surfing against heavyweight contenders. You're surfing against men. What's it like when you paddle out and you have to, I don't know, even just a name, a familiar name, a name that you might have had on your wall, and all of a sudden you're surfing a heat against them?
Well, the funny thing in this one, I can't imagine Lockie actually knows these guys all that well, which is maybe even more daunting because he's getting out. I've got these guys that I don't know that, it's not like the big names, but then he probably, has a gander of what they're doing on these waves, and he's like, oh, gosh, okay.
Yeah.
3 fins here, 3 fins here. Oh, it's a daunting sort of experience, but it's one that you can learn off. You can sort of, build a bit of confidence out of. But everyone's different too. Lockie might be a little mongrel. Like, he might get... and you know what? He's impressed me. If you look at the scores, pretty average, but I think he's been better than that. He's thrown it to them. I don't think he's fallen off. He's done some pretty good turns, but it's all a learning experience.
It is.
I'm sure Jackson Baker and Ryan Callanan, they did the same down here at Newcastle on their first events. As we see Ryan looking for 5.05. Don't think he'll get it there.
Nah.
Close. He just needed that section to be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, a little missed time maybe, or just a wobble as he was coming up into it. I tell you who's been impressive is Shane Cadden. He's paddled out here. Yep. Didn't really know a whole lot about him. I saw that he was holding some trophies on his Instagram from that boomerang board rider. So he's clearly like a strong performer for the club. And here he goes again. Wow, he's so quick off the bottom, isn't he?
Yeah, a lot of pop. Had too much pop on that one, but yeah, he's been good. And looking at ditch a 4.77. Not going to do it on that one. 3 minutes to go, a little over. Ryan Slattery, all eyes on Ryan. Looking for a 5.05. And Lockie Smith a 7.04. Man in green, little grommet from up the road.
Oh, the big turn. And he's going to get a section. Is he a little bonus? It might find a little wedge in here. Just frothing out heavily. And, just a little wobble. But I am loving the enthusiasm. You know, like we said earlier, he's just not going to leave anything out there. He's going to put it all on the line, and there's going to be a little shot in that. Good little nooner.
That was cool. That first turn was rad. There'll be another, well, there it is, a 3.53 for that last one. The judges loved it in comparison to his earlier scores. It's funny, surfing for the judges. Here we go. Big turn here from Locke. I loved it.
Yeah, that was meat and potatoes frontside re-entry.
A little dizzy down here. Sliding out a little. The drone replay. Boom.
Yeah, you can almost hear the crack.
I believe Locke got the wild card via the Mirror the Surfboard Club. They've got a few wild cards. I think Zach McMahon might have got one as well. Don't exactly know how they were sort of handed out, but I have a feeling he might be a cadet champion or something rather at the moment. Presentation was the other week, and all the grommets, Angus Owens, Ollie Reisenbach, a couple of the locals, they're all surfing this afternoon as well.
Fantastic.
So some big opportunities for the locals later on today.
That is so cool. And this is, this is an event they'd have their eye on, even as micro groms. As soon as you get a flavour, a little taste of what surfing means to this city, and you know what Surfest means to it, you want to be in this event more than anything else.
It's a big one too, because as we all know, this is the last event before the challenges. So, yeah, a whole lot on the line.
Yeah, a lot of eyeballs watching online too. I mean, it's not just the crowd, the home crowd, or your friends and family who are down here. We're going to stick with Cookie here. That one gives him nothing. So a little window of opportunity for Slattery out the back, looking for a 5.05. But yeah, imagine being a Grom and crew are tuning in from all over the world, starting to get ramped up for this QS 5000, the final event, seeing who is going to qualify for that Challenger Series.
It feels like we shouldn't even really have that conversation yet.
No.
It's like, having the state of origin conversation now for the NRL. We're not there. Maybe in a day or two when we start seeing the main seeds.
Exactly.
Then we can scour through the ratings.
It's going to be tense, mate. I mean, I'm already a bit nervous for some of the competitors, especially on that little bubble. This guy is ripping, mate. He can hold his head right up high after this performance. He really surfs so well, Rossi. You're going to be frothing to have a chat to him, no doubt.
Unreal. Yeah, it looks like all over. And Cadden will win. Cook second. Lockie Smith, the man on screen, will be unfortunately wiped out of competition along with Ryan Slattery. Good heat there from Ryan. Feel for him.
Fantastic. All right, well, let's take a little break here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Resorts, and be back with more action in just a moment.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive QS 5000, the last event on the schedule here for our region. And it's all going down as part of Surfest 2023, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And out there at the moment, another big lineup for you. Oscar Salt's going to be out there in the red. Don Thomas will be in the blue. Jai Cook in the white, and Angus Owens is going to be in the green. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mitchell Ross. And Mitch, you're familiar with a couple of the surfers out here in the mix, a couple of local boys.
Yep. We've got Cookie in the white here, just finishing off a wave. But yeah, Angus Owen, he's a local guy. Angus Owens from Merriweather, part of a lovely family. His younger brother, Max, and his dad's a big wave legend here. Is Rod Owens, total legend. When it's ever third reefing, be sure to see Angus's old boy out there. Already locked in a 4.17, so a great score. And the other semi-local is Dom Thomas. As we see the replay here from Angus. Oh, that was a big gouge there, Ron.
Really solid.
Yeah, nice surfing there. Looks like the boys are surfing the back of the rocks there, finding a little bit of form.
Jai Cook getting wound up on this one on the backhand there. Yeah, this will be fun to watch that unfold. Oscar Salt from down at Boomerang. His sister Layla, a great surfer as well. Had a couple of ninths on the QS this season, but in those lower rated events. So finds himself as the highest placed surfer out there in the water at the moment, but in 46th position at this stage of the game. So yeah, he's got a mountain to climb to get himself up into one of those sort of qualifying positions. He's probably maybe out of reach too. I think we're going to see those the surfers in this round of 128 really just looking to cause a bit of a shake-up and take down some of the big names on their road through the contest. But when we move into those seeded rounds is when we're going to see surfers who are really in a good position with a huge finish here at Merriweather to get themselves into potentially a position with a victory maybe to get themselves into the top 7 and onto the Challenger Series this year as Angus finishes one off on the inside there.
Yeah, another decent ride there for Angus, the lanky natural footer. As I mentioned, already opened with a 4.17. There it is, a 2.83 for the last ride there. Had the energy going here, Ron, but unfortunately not much steep wall to work with.
No, just chipping away. I mean, great small wave surfing, real desperation there and just wanting to get some work done. But a bigger, lankier guy, he can make a lot of some bigger sections. But he's taken the early lead here, 4.17 and a 2.93.
Dom Thomas with a 3. As I was saying before, he's another semi-local from down at Frenchman's, which is about 25 minutes south. A couple of great beach breaks down there. As we see the man in red from Boomerang. He's got some talent, this guy. Beautiful surfer. One of the better surfers out of Boomerang. No local legend up there, Mick Molston, has always said, Oscar, one to watch.
Yeah, you could see it straight away, just the way he sort of was gliding through those turns. Seems like he's got another gear he can get to as well if he can find the right wave. That was Dom there, just incomplete on that occasion. Just nice sitting up there today, Mitch. We've got all the partners, the people that are really backing Surfest, enjoying lunch up there in the Merriweather Surf Club, overlooking the lineup here. A big shout out to everyone. Thanks for coming down and getting behind Surfest once again as we see the replay here for Oscar Salt. Really clean, flowing line from start to finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of style. Doesn't bury too much rail.
4.07 for that one, and just on 19.5 minutes to go, he's in second spot. Yet to see Jai Cook really put up anything significant just yet. But, mate, this is always a big week on the sporting calendar for the city of Newcastle. The town sort of comes to life. There's always, plenty on in the evenings as well. Guernsey Derm are playing at the Prince over the weekend. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think Prince are one of the sponsors, so I think they've got a whole lot of action down there. You can watch the event down there. But as you mentioned, your brother, lead singer of the Guernsey Derm, that'll be fun.
Yeah, one of the front men for sure.
Yeah, a whole lot of fun here down at Newcastle. Even cool for, as you mentioned, I'm from here, but I like guys like you coming and
thanks, mate.
Yeah, checking out the spots.
Well, I will say this of Newcastle, just an unbelievable restaurant scene here. Such an incredible food. And I know all the competitors are loving that opportunity. But let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Shane Cadden. Well done, mate. Another close battle, that last one, just getting the edge on Nathan Cook. That's got to feel good in the round of 128.
Yeah, no, thanks. It was pretty tricky. We started off towards the corner more, and the boys drifted down the beach pretty quick and kind of left me there by myself. So I was pretty stoked.
Mate, bored what you're riding out there, because from up here it looked like you've been one of the standouts. A couple of those back end blasts you did, really impressive.
Thanks. I actually got a new board. Neil Wheeler from Sydney there. We just shaped this board for me and my brother on him, and he's done this especially for this comp, so pretty stoked. So shout out to Neil.
Unreal. And what beach are you from? Are you from Boomerang or Blueies or something up there? The Palms?
So I'm from Foster,
Okay.
but I've just moved down to Newcastle last November, so been getting a bit of practice in.
Unreal. And you're good mates with Oscar Salt as well, I assume?
Yeah, I got Oscar staying at my house actually. It's it's pretty funny. It's good.
Back-to-back heats, mate. Did you get to give him a tip for this one?
I didn't get to see him. We kind of drifted down the beach towards the end as well, so I'm just hoping he's kind of watched the start of my heat and kind of got a bit of tips from that.
Maybe you should go switch to emulate what you did.
Cheers.
Nah, good stuff, mate. And all the best throughout the event. If you keep that back end cooking, I'm sure you'll get a big result down here at Merewether.
Thanks so much, guys.
Good on you, Shane.
I don't know if you saw that, Ron, but...
Hey, that was good. It sounded like you were breaking up a bit emotional towards the end.
He was good. I've never heard of him, and he was really good. One of the better surfers of the day.
I like it, and you can claim him as one of your own now, which is cool. Living in Newcastle and making himself right at home here at Merewether with a victory in the round of 128. So great stuff there from Shane Cadden as we cast our eyes out to the lineup. We see Jai Cook there, just the body language suggesting he's a little frustrated that one didn't make the connection.
I think where they're sitting at the moment is the back of rocks, and with the south swell, so it's that peak on the southern, so the southern sort of peak of the two, where the blue and the red are. With the south swell, a lot of those waves there can be really sort of shouldery, and that's what you see in those last couple of occasions for the man in white. You need to get those ones a little bit more east direction, so they sort of come back at you, a little northeast.
So there's a bit of a channel there?
Yeah, so it doesn't like a south at these sort of conditions.
So you think that Dom Thomas might be initiating a bit of local kind of feel out there at the moment?
I think it's sensible sort of sticking away from the other three guys. I know there's been good waves there, but not a lot. So, yeah, under priority. I don't think it's a silly tactic what Dom's doing at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a few throwaways, Dom, so he's got some ground to make up. He wants to make that jump up in a second spot at least. Needs a 3.01 to do that. 15 minutes remaining here. And Mitch, I know you're big on the cams, big on the forecasting. What can we look forward to over the next few days?
Yeah, the update on the forecast, it doesn't look too bad. I don't think it's going to be out of control. I think tomorrow's going to be similar to today. Then the day after that's pretty decent. Then it sort of drops off a little bit, but it's going to be cleaner. So,
no, we'll take that.
Yeah, it doesn't look flat, right? So, mate, you've even heard a lot of the guys getting interviewed today that they've been really happy with the conditions. Like, I think all they want is swell.
Well, I think what they've had through some of those 1,000s and 3,000s is some smaller conditions, so that they welcome it. They welcome the onshore wind. They don't mind it as long as they've got the opportunity to maybe really attack a bigger section on the outside. You know, they're pretty happy, and we'll see what Angus Owens can do with this one.
Yeah, a lot of power chucked in that first turn. Throws a lot of spray, trying to sort of hang with the power source of the wave right in the pocket. Not a great ride there for Angus, but I dare say it will go into his account. Maybe his second score might be a mid-range 3. As we see Dom Thomas, stylish natural footer, unfortunately goes down in the second turn.
Yeah, you can kind of see Angus is just trying to find some liveliness out of his equipment, wants to keep it going. It's always like a pretty good approach in slower surf to really look alive on your board and, you know, looking like you're in the heat rather than looking dejected and letting your body language sort of shine through that you might be frustrated with the conditions on hand. So
he's really busy.
Engaged in the heat, isn't he?
Yeah, he puts everything into it. And we see Dom's last left-hander. That was a nice opening manoeuvre, unfortunately. A little bit late on the final bash, trying to go vertical. But just lost his fins and couldn't recover in time. So another throwaway score there for Dom Thomas, the natural footer. I know he does drive around in a Toyota. Member of the Burton Toyota family. Kim Burton, the crew looking after Dom. And look after a lot of these surfers around this area. I know Jackson Baker's on the team. Mikey Clayton Brown. There's a whole lot of them. Philippa Anderson.
Says McKenna.
Yep. They've been looked after for years, Ron. Maybe one day you'll get a flashy car from Kim and crew.
Oh, can you pass my number on for Kim? That'd be awesome.
You just got to get through a few heats.
Oh, God. I've survived the first round so far. So hopefully I'm back here tomorrow. Just over 12 minutes remaining in this one, and Don Thomas just trying to just chase down that 3.01. Wants to get himself up into that top two. Yeah, the underdog story that we're looking to uncover one of those lower seeds in this opening round that, you know, shows the kind of the spirit and puts it together a performance that has us thinking like, could this person go all the way? Alex McGuffin surfed really well earlier on in the first heat of the day. Elliot Peralta-Reid had a couple of decent rides. But what do you think? Do you think someone can fight their way through the round of 128 and go all the way to the number one position here?
I don't think it's been done for a while, so the odds are definitely, you know, up against them. But looking at the talent,
there's a nice turn there from Angus. He's had a couple on this one. Yeah, I'm really just loving the commitment to each of his rides. Even the ones that haven't kind of panned out, he's been there just working for his points. And that's going to be better than the 2.83 for sure. It might even be better than the 4. So we'll see. But one really quality turn in there, getting those fins loose, maintaining control and finishing it off.
Looks like Angus will opt for the runaround after this ride. As we see the opening turn here for Angus, nice big snap, kicked the fins out the back and backed it up with another solid manoeuvre. Carving, looking for something more. Unfortunately, doesn't really get a good finish.
No, he's sort of, after the one big turn, he's just chipping away at it, really. But still definitely think he's going to consolidate that number one position with that ride. As we see, Jai having a look at that one on the outside, doesn't like the look of it. Gives up his place in that priority order, just looking at that wave.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from the man in white. As we see a set coming through here at Merriweather. The tide rolling out, so those waves tend to break a little bit early. Not sort of rolling through a bit early. We saw the waves break on the reef a little bit better.
So, Mitch, obviously, I mentioned the restaurants, plenty of that you can check out here in Newcastle, but great little cafe stops too. Give us your top three. Obviously, right here under the surf club's a pretty good option if you're doing the morning surf check.
Yeah, Blue Door. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, Blue Door Cafe. It's been there operating for maybe 5-10 years, and good coffee.
You took me to one this morning, owned by a surfer.
Yeah, Dan Brown.
Dan Brown.
Mullet Lord.
Lord's Cafe.
Brilliant coffee.
Good coffee there, but everyone's got their little spot, don't they?
That's mine, and it's, 5 kilometres backwards from where I live, but you got to travel for good coffee, Ron.
Sure do.
There's a couple of really good spots around here, heaps of cafes. As we saw a nice little air reverse there from Dom Thomas. Was looking for a 3.01. Going to be close there. It was a 4.77 for Angus's last ride too.
Yeah, that's the best of the heat so far. As we see Dom now on the replay. Loads up. I mean, he kind of just
pretty good.
Forced it out of the section.
4.33.
Yeah, that's enough to get him up in a second spot. That's what he's been after this whole time. Priorities with Oscar out there, and he doesn't need much to get himself back up into the top 2. But, you know, from first to fourth, there's not a whole lot separating these competitors at the moment. Just you know, from first to fourth, it's, you know, a 6-point ride basically could sway the heat.
There's this wave. This is the type of bank that we saw Morgan Sibley beat John Florence on. This is the Rocks Bowl. And when it works, it's super fun. You can see that first section was nice there for Oscar, and somehow he manufactured a couple of, snaps down the line. Pretty good surfing there from the man from up around the Pacific Palms region.
I liked it. I just like the fact that, you know, he has a different approach to Angus Owens. Angus is kind of busy between his manoeuvres. Oscar, he finds some space, just a little more settled, and makes those turns count, as we see the replay here.
Big turn there.
Just glides across that flat water, doesn't he? It's a shame he couldn't get the rebound here to finish this one off, but it was a, you know, decent 2 turns on the outside.
I think if he made that final manoeuvre, he would have got a monster score, but it was only 3.53. First turn was great.
4.07.
Oh, sorry.
He gets, so he jumps up in the second spot. Angus hanging on to the lead. Dom Thomas pushed back into third again, needs a 3.27. Just a really slow heat for Jai Cook. Hasn't really been able to put too much together out there at the moment.
Well, he's got 7 minutes remaining to knock together a few scores.
Did you just kind of resign yourself to the fact that you were going to have a hard time getting yourself out of a heat at this point if you were, say, Jai Cook, or did you have that never say die mentality?
Oh, I probably did if it was looking for a couple of 6s or something, but if he only needs a couple of high 3s, at this point, he should be fine. But he has to catch waves better than that. That thing was horrible. You just need to get a wave with a bit of green face, and clearly he's a good surfer, but it's not a tall order.
But you can have those surfs without a jersey on, where nothing goes your way and they're super frustrating. It must be super difficult to get your head around when it's happening in a heat with a jersey on, as we see Oscar Salt there, incomplete on the rotation.
Well, he would have been doing that much practice before this event, running heat drills, the whole 9 yards, and then you get to game day and it just doesn't work out.
But you've coached one of the greatest of all time in Carissa Moore. Like those heats do happen, those surfs happen.
Absolutely. They probably happen less for the world's best, but they definitely do happen. Some days it's just, it's not your day. If the best surfer was always going to win, maybe John would have probably 8 world titles and blah, blah, blah. It's a tricky one. It looks like Cookie at the moment, he's having one of those days, but even, the heat he's had a couple of 1s, but he's still in it. He only needs a 5.77. And as I said before, he's clearly got talent. He just needs a wave. You go upside down on twice and he'll get the score. So, 5 minutes remaining. Dom Thomas has been pushed back in a second, as we saw earlier from that ride from Oscar Salt. He's only looking for 3.27. So really tight heat, this one.
Yeah, I guess when you reflect on the heat, it's not like anyone's kicking the door off the hinges and just out there so far ahead of the pack. A 6-point ride puts Jai Cook right in this, but he'd love to, I think, chip away at the requirement at least. I'd love to have at least a 3 on the board.
He's in second priority, so it's a little bit of good news as we see a bit of a set rolling through.
Here we go.
Pretty straight, but he's looking at this left-hander.
Needs to hit this section and just lost a little bit too much speed. 4 minutes to go. With every kind of wave like that he takes, it just gets a little bit harder to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. Go from second priority back to fourth. Have to paddle out and try to get in position once again. As we see the blue, looks like a bit of a closeout here. So he's looking for one big section. Unfortunately, that's not the ride that he was looking for. 3.5 minutes remaining. And it is Cook. Here we go, Ron.
Let's see what he can do. Nice little vert, stabs it into the pocket there. Just a bit of a bobble off the bottom, but he's going to stick with this one. No, this one fades away as well. So his dramas continue with just 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go now. Yeah, Angus is kind of sitting in a pretty powerful position.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you know.
4-point rides.
As you see, red, here we go. Great surfer, this guy, Oscar Salt. Unfortunately, average wave. Dom Thomas, that worked before when he got the 4.33 for a similar manoeuvre, so tried it again. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work.
Just the benefit of getting away to that quick start is on show here from Angus Owens. You know, he did the work early, so he's out there not really feeling the stress, sort of waiting to react to whatever challenge these other competitors throw at him. But while he's got priority, he's just being really smart. He isn't riding any more waves. He's not hearing the onside announcer yell out, "Oh, red, you got a 4," or "Blue, you're in this." At the moment, he's going, "Okay, well, I'll sit here." Even if someone overtakes him for the lead, he's only going back to that second spot.
He's been smart, though, sort of smothering the man in red. You know, sitting right next to him, sort of more so limiting opportunities than probably looking for waves for himself at the moment.
2 minutes to go. And, yeah, he's not letting Oscar Salt out of his sights. There's probably a couple of other competitors he could focus on too, but Oscar's probably the smart one. He's in really close check.
This is a close. There's an opportunity here for the man in blue, looking for a 3.27. He finishes it. I think he's going to have a chance. Wow.
Nice little whipping turn there for Dom Thomas. And he's going to get a solid finish on the end of this one as well. So Oscar Salt in trouble, and he does have Angus Owens breathing down his neck with priority here. So Dom Thomas, didn't he find some opportunity there on the end of this one?
The wave looked horrible at the start. Then here you would have thought he was nearly going to pull off, but fortunately this wave just doubled up. Well, we haven't really seen it happening all day long, especially at low tide. Nice section here and a big slide. That was incredible. And this final manoeuvre probably didn't even have to go this hard, but he did. He'll get the score for sure.
So waiting on that number to roll through. Dom Thomas, took a gamble on riding that wave through to the inside. We've seen plenty of surfers commit to the shore break section, and when they get there, it's just a gurgling mess. But that one actually did clean up quite a bit, as Oscar now goes after a 4.3. So Dom Thomas did do enough to get himself in a second spot, but we've got a decent wave here now for Oscar Salt, and he'll get a little finish there on the inside. He was after a 4.3.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, Dom Thomas had a 4.03 for his wave.
Was that for the...
And you've got to say that the majority of the work was done on the shore break.
As I said before, it's low tide now.
I don't think it's that far off.
It probably isn't, but I think that wave after the
fact it faded away.
It faded away so quickly.
10 seconds to go. It'll be his last shot at it. It's well short, 2.7 for Oscar Salt. So Dom Thomas, really solid, and held his nerve in the early stages there.
Absolutely. Here we go. A bit of a paddle here from the current heat leader. It looks like Angus Owens, a victory lap. Well surfed heat there from the local.
Yeah, he hangs on, and that is an important heat win for him. Dom Thomas going to finish in second spot here, also progressing through. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a moment.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023. And we just saw Jay Okalupo get his campaign started here in the red on that rock section, that inside section. He's been putting together some amazing performances lately. Jay Okalupo making his old man proud, that's for sure. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a 3-time winner here at Surfest in Beck Woods. And Beck, this is going to be fun because this is a pretty stacked heat. You've got Geordie Liakman in there in the blue jersey, Oliver Reisenbeek in the white, and Eden Hassan, who's a great young surfer, is in the green. But here's Jay on the replay.
Oh my gosh, that was a huge open turn there for Jay. Good to see the replay there. Looks like his timing's on point. Whoa. Okay, that's a good start to the heat.
Unbelievable start. Love the control as he dished those fins on the inside, and then Oliver got one in the mix as well.
Yeah, getting a quick start. Looked tricky that last heat. A couple of fours looked like to get second place through, and yeah.
Oh, man.
A bit of hard work, but yeah, it seems like after seeing that wave of J's, he's definitely figured out where to sit.
Most definitely, yeah. That last heat, interesting. Angus Owens did the work early, put the pressure on his rivals. They all looked desperate from, the opening stages of the 25-minute heat, and kind of surfed that way, if I'm going to be brutally honest.
Yeah.
It just sort of looked like they were all a little nervy and sort of struggling to really put it all together. But to kick this one off, we're seeing some really decent turns laid down. Eden Hassan on the replay here. Look at this wall standing up for him. A tricky wave to read, and he did kind of link it together pretty nicely.
Yeah, the heat is definitely on.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
In a huge way. But,
how old is Eden Hassan?
He's a youngster in this field, for sure.
Yeah.
And, having his first real good run at some of these qualifying series events. And we're seeing that, we're seeing a bunch of surfers who through that pandemic period really sort of got stuck in limbo after finishing their junior careers or at least reaching that point in their junior careers where they're ready to start making that next step on the pathway to qualification. And
building momentum.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely loving it. And, I was going to ask you, I mean, we get the opportunity each year to catch up here at Surfest, but how close an eye do you keep on the competition scene?
Yeah, I'm in and out with it just because of work. So I think, I love watching events. I watch a lot of the World Tour events and love watching the up-and-comers and how the rookies take on with the older crew. Because obviously you've been on that journey. But, in and out a little bit with the juniors. I see who wins and I keep my eye on locals and some of the photos that come out through the stream around Newcastle. And obviously I'm mates with Philippa and Bormy in and around here. So, you're still in there and they're discussing tactics and, you're working through all of that stuff. But, it can quickly evolve if you don't keep your finger on the pulse a little bit. So, coming in and watching some of these junior guys, I'm like, wow, level-wise, it's very competitive. Even seeing Oki's son, because I have been hearing he's been gaining a lot of momentum. My dad went and checked out the Evoca contest last week and briefly or was watching it online and said, he saw Jay surfing and was like, it's great to see that next gen coming through, and he absolutely was smashing it down there. So, it is difficult because there's so many contests all year.
I know. Yeah, there's a lot to take in for sure. And like you said, if you've got a life away from competitive surfing, work-wise especially, can get a little distracting. But the big moments kind of filter through on your feed generally, and Jay Okalupo's got one of the turns, I think, of the QS season. Big rotation down there on the Central Coast last week, and he got a big number because of it. But he's kicked off this one in fine form. He's got the best opening ride so far, 6.5. And that's just such a huge advantage. Anyone that's banked a 6 so far today has progressed through to the next round. So,
it's a solid score to start with as well, especially
I'm just putting my
QS.
neck out. I don't actually know if that's true. But
it's like, has anyone got a 7? But I feel they haven't. They've been,
No, if you get yourself a 6, especially early on, you've set yourself up really well to make that next round because, again, you really only need I think it's sort of been around that combined heat score total of kind of
10-ish.
8.5
Yeah.
and above that's seen surfers getting through in second place usually. So
Yeah, I think if I'd ever started a heat with a 6, I'd want to back it up with a 4 pretty quickly, minimum, and then just from there, like, try and find a good wave.
I guess from there too, then you can really push
Push
it
it,
and
yeah.
throw some risk. And
Yeah.
and Jay is a guy that, you know, he can find that freedom in the lineup. He's got the kind of turns that can go excellent.
Yeah.
So bring it on, Jay.
And then you get those, like, unusual heats where all 4 surfers are getting scores of like 2 7s. And I saw there was a few of those down on the Central Coast as well, actually. So I was like, oh, there would have been some good heats to watch down there.
Yeah, well, the QS season came roaring to life. Well, at least this Australian run of events.
Yep.
With the Tweed Coast Pro, the surfing up there was next level. We had huge heats, really stacked heats with, you know, surfers falling out of the mix that were hanging on the 9-point rides.
Yeah, wow.
And even the change up in approach on what was a right-hand point break, we had surfers aiming left and just squaring up oncoming sections and launching huge full rotation airs to go near perfect.
Yeah,
so,
right.
it was a great sort of display of modern surfing. As we see Jay looking for that backup number, a couple of solid hits. That's the combination that you want to get done and done quickly on that outside section to get yourself decent scores. Okalupo's about to streak further ahead here, as we see Eden also finishing off a decent second ride. So things are looking good. Promising
going
signs.
to the air. Straight up, going to the air. I like it.
Yeah. It's the new approach. I mean, things trickle down from the CT. We know that. And at the moment, if you want to be contesting events, going for wins, you have to surf with your foot to the floor.
Yeah,
100%
definitely.
of the time.
Yeah, there's no holding back anymore. Yeah, we see a replay of Eden's wave there with the zoomed out. But yeah, nice little air reverse there. He's got great technique.
Great technique. He's starting to really, you know, collect the kind of clips and moves that warrant the attention of, I think, the greater surfing audience, but his peers as well. He's just had a fantastic run over there in Hawaii. He bagged a monster backside rotation. And, it was cool seeing it shared around and celebrated by surfers that, you know, are really well established, as we see now. This is Geordie. He's a great surfer as well. Just trying to get himself in this heat. This will be his best wave to date.
So this is his first year on the QS?
Yeah, there's a lot of surfers here who are having their first real run at the schedule, and also even a couple that are having their first crack at a qualifying series event here at Surfest this year.
Yeah, a lot of locals. Oliver is from Merriweather, is he? First year on the QS was in 2021. I think he may have only done a few events, but I just seen even that last, like each heat seems to have a couple of locals in it, which is really good.
Yeah, it's incredible just how well supported the locals have been in this contest. Any time it turns up, and when we say locals, you're actually talking about a big stretch of the coast, Beck. I know you felt a lot of hometown support when you went on to get your victories here, as we see now. Eden up again, a real class to his approach, isn't there?
Yeah, he's staying really busy. And, I think we're going to go down to the beach for an interview.
That's right. Speaking of locals, Angus Owens getting the job done in that last heat. And Angus, you kind of relieved a lot of pressure for yourself by getting that quick start and bagging those fours, mate. Was that the game plan?
Yeah, it's always good to get a good start. I was pretty stoked to get a quick start and get that sort of 4 through, and then, just work from there.
You did a great job, too, of not kind of getting flustered and use your priority well. Is it hard when there's 3 surfers under your priority, just scrambling and getting desperate on the inside?
Yeah, it's always hard when you can't really hear the scores and you don't know what situation you're in, what to do with priority, but worked out and I'm so stoked.
Mate, how many qualifying series events have you actually had the opportunity to surf in?
Oh, well, this is my first QS I've done. Thanks Cal, Porto and Warren for the wild card. I'm so stoked, best opportunity ever. I've done one Pro Junior, the Redhead one, which was, only a couple of weeks ago.
Mate, congratulations. That's huge. Your first QS and getting an early win in the opening round. Tell us about what it's like surfing in front of a hometown crowd and having everyone here and coming in after a victory?
Yeah, it's so sick surfing in front of everyone, especially at your local break. Watching the other Groms in the ball club that surf in it as well is just, the best atmosphere ever.
We've had some amazing performances from hometown heroes here in the past. Jackson Baker got a victory here last year, but even when the Championship Tour event was on, we had Morgan obviously performing well and Ryan Callan also putting on a great show. Were you part of that big support crew down here watching those big moments unfold?
Yeah, I was down here for Jacko's final, and it was the sickest thing ever when he won last year. Everyone was so stoked, especially for Merriweather to get a victory in the first time in a while. He's so sick.
Mate, Surfest, big event on the schedule, but obviously for Newcastle, it's one of the biggest sporting moments that happens each year. How many events have you watched unfold here at Merriweather over the years, and what's it like to put the jersey on and paddle out yourself?
Oh, for the first time putting the jersey on, it's, unreal. When I was a kid growing up watching Surfest, it was so busy, everyone was down here supporting the Merriweather crew, and it feels really good to finally surf down here in one of the Surfest comps.
Oh, congratulations, mate. It was a magic first round performance. Best of luck as you move on through.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Well done.
Yeah, Angus Owen's there. He is buzzing, as is Eden, who's really starting to thread it together out here at the moment. Geordie is not going to be left behind either. He looks pretty hungry out there at the moment. That wave doesn't do much on the inside. But 12 minutes to go, and this heat's seen the performance levels lift a little bit. Probably based on the fact that Jay just dropped a bomb on his rivals in his opening two rides.
Yeah, and he managed to back it up really quickly, which adds to the pressure, I think, for people in second, third and fourth. And I think they'd be aware of that now. I think the wind's dropped a little bit, so you could possibly hear a little bit more with what is going on out there. But it has been a busy heat. Definitely surfer in green, Eden. His technique it's awesome to watch. He's got really nice amount of speed, but just the fluency in his turns and ability to get across those flat sections. So I'm really enjoying watching him at the moment. It's going to be a pretty tight heat coming down to the final 10-ish minutes, 11 minutes. Really good Angus first event, putting a rashie on, surfing in green, taking people down.
I like it.
It was good.
Well, it was great.
Good to hear his journey.
Beck, you've surfed a heat or two. You've also obviously watched probably as many heats as just about anyone. But you can kind of see it with the young phenoms, can't you? Yeah. Surfers like Eden. You know that they've still got some growing to do, some muscle to put on. Yeah. But when you have that kind of form as a base to build on and to grow from,
we'll see a replay
and evolve, it just means that you're set up really well to have an amazing career in the sport.
Yeah, and I think... Yeah, I mean, to negotiate that section and then, throw fins as well. We see a replay of Blue as well. A quick in and out for the surfer in blue, Geordie there. He'll be looking for a wave that gives him a little bit more face, I think. I don't know if that's a replay of what just happened, but to see Eden already on the few, he's been busy. He's got more waves than anyone else in the heat, but he's dropped a 5.77 on that last wave, and technically, for the conditions and what they are today, his ability to negotiate that flat section on that wave, like it was nothing, and basically transition between that smoothly. I think, it's just the really little nuanced things that you start looking at, and you're like that. I don't know how old Eden is, but he looks young.
Yeah, I get the feeling that he's kind of got that same sort of magic as, say, Huey Vaughan. You know they've still got to go through that really big growth spurt, and they're going to have to sort of deal with that extra height and that lankiness that period. But I think he's got a bright future, as we see Geordie just staying on pace with his rivals here at the moment. He reminds me of, say, Oscar Salt in that last heat where it's all there. He's just got to connect with a good wave. He looks ready to go, but he's kind of playing catch-up. Eden's in second spot, needs a 6.41 to get himself into the lead. That wave's a wobbly, tricky one to read, and he opts out of it.
Yeah, so Geordie throws a quick air, gets himself back in the heat. Probably won't need as much, as we see a replay here. Good ability to maintain speed and then just to be able to pop that straight up and around. It's crazy what kids can do these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just I think, you see, you're talking about, Ronnie, that growth spurt period where they do get a sudden growth spurt and then maintaining and, like the strength as the bones grow and the muscles grow and the coordination and negotiating that. You see, I mean, even watching, I went to a pro junior when it was like my third last one. I think I had 3 years left and Parko came down and just did his last ever pro junior. It was crazy watching the final. He just, he comboed everyone. He just came down. I was like, I just want to do my last ever pro junior. And
was that the World Juniors?
no, it was just like
A Pro Junior,
yeah. And, just kind of walked his way through. He'd won J-Bay that year, I think.
Yeah.
And his air game was just it was flawless. I watched him and just thought, oh my gosh, it was him and Daylight, really. He just comboed the field and then, he had won a World Tour event that year, but you get those phenomenal talents that do come through and they really, immediately, he was, I think, a couple of years older than me and I just thought, I just don't know if my ability level is, I was, I qualified and I'd won events and stuff, but I saw Parko and I thought, that's they're those phenomenal competitors that do come through and, I think he'd kind of negotiated that growth spurt really well and he just had that cheeky, him and Fanning had that, good wave here for surfer in white, Oliver there. He did need a bit of a score. It looks like he's coming in maybe to do the runaround.
Yeah, checking the clock, seeing that he's got some time and some, some serious numbers to make up here. That'll be his best. I'm not sure how much it's going to chip away at that requirement for him. But you can see him there on the outside. Let's go have a nice turn. Had good speed on these 2 outside hits.
Yeah, he negotiated that really well to get through those 2 sections and using his local knowledge, looks like he's got a bit of a runner all the way through. So good wave selection. Nice finish turn there too for Oliver. These guys all look like they're pretty young, all the young up-and-comers in Australia. Pretty quick run around. He knows where he's going to run straight out. It's quite hard yesterday. I was gonna paddle out and then I thought, I'm getting the jet ski.
Smart.
Yeah.
Really smart.
Yeah, but I've watched everyone jump off and they know exactly where to jump off through these rocks here and negotiate it really well. So
he's only a Grom, but he would have worn his own path through those rocks over the years.
Looks like
number of sessions. Look how quick he's going.
Got a 4.23 for that last wave, so it's put him back in the heat. Only needing a 5.87, and if you can find another one with maybe just a little bit more open face in that initial turn that he did, I think it's gonna be close running coming down. Last 5 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of it. Often the way with the 4-man heat, the heat goes for a period where everyone's in it, and then someone pulls away, and then it's the battle for that second spot, and you see some tight tussles for the second position. But what I've noticed over the last few heats is that surfer that's got themselves that solid 2-wave total early on in the heat and kind of gets to the top order of priority does move into that position of control and doesn't even really need to look at waves that aren't going to better their situation. Jay had a bit of a look at that one. He actually lost priority there. I thought,
right. Yeah, I was wondering. I think it'd be hard to be a priority judge. I definitely don't envy that position. But yeah, it was almost like he was utilising his positioning as a bit of a blocking technique. But he's going to have a go at this one here.
Oh, he may as well.
Yeah.
4th in the order of priority. Just hits a bit of a boggy section there and opts out of this one. But yeah, you got to look at that as a mistake, obviously, even though Jay's leading the heat by a pretty decent margin. If you got to be careful these days. They'll flip that priority on you pretty quickly. You can't block.
No.
You can't sort of. It used to be you had to have real
Good
intent
paddle.
when you were looking at a wave. But yeah, I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, I think in the four-man heats it would be I guess in Eden's position here, it would be interesting to see, or it will be interesting to see what he does. As far as it looks like he's just going to keep trying to build on his scores, which, I think that's been the hardest thing for me to work out from the old priority system to this new one. As we see Surfer in Red staying busy down the bank, getting away from his competitors.
Just the one turn. It's not going to go into his top two, but it's another pretty dynamic move there from Jay Okolupo. As we see Geordie up. He's going to force the rotation out of that section. That's one of the most remarkable things about the modern day pro surfer is their ability to, launch or flick that board out towards the flats with really no speed at all. It's rude almost.
It is a bit rude. It's, the ease of it. See surfer trying to keep himself in this heat. I think
it's heavily scrutinised though, that move, maybe more than any other move.
Well, I feel like I'm desensitized to it now, and I can't even do them. So I'm like, oh yeah, that was all right. But it's I think when you see full rotations in the air, you're still just like, oh my gosh, that was nuts. But if I could just do that, I'd be stoked and I'd claim it for the rest of my life. So it's like, it's funny now, the ability and how far it's progressed and how quickly it's progressed. Technically, just with the evolution of surfboards too, we see a replay there, really fast, lightning fast feet there for the surfer in blue Geordie. I'm interested to see what that score comes through as.
What a sick heat.
Yeah, it's been.
Looking at the replays, everyone's been getting their share of it. There's been strong moves from every single surfer out there.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty stacked actually.
I still think, you just look at Jay's 6.5, great wave, surfed really well, but, if there is a couple more of those kind of walls, that there's, not a whole lot of time left, but I think if Geordie and Oliver get one, that there really are a chance at maybe jumping ahead of Eden and Jay, but, that's a...
Yeah.
There's not a high probability of that happening in these kind of conditions, but they're surfing really well.
Yeah, it is actually quite hard. I think in Jay's position now, he had such a strong lead at the start. He was so far ahead that I was like, well, he's definitely through. But now you look at it, and this is where the level's risen to the next. You blink and you miss. You can't take your finger off the pulse at all. It's like you've got to defend your position, but also really work on utilising the wave when it comes to you. Whereas back in the day when it was just that four-man format, it was more about hassling. So, people would get through because of their tactics as opposed to surfing. But the priority systems just allowed it to progress so much, which I really like, because there was some frustrating times when you just couldn't literally. I had a heat I just won a WQS event. Countdown is on here, sorry. Jay Okolupo taking that one out, I would say.
Time is ticking by.
Won't speak too soon, but I think really dominant performance there from Jay. It was great watching him. I'd love to see a replay of that first wave of his. I'll have to go and watch it later because it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really solid. Set standing up on the outside. Unfortunately, caps on Geordie and Eden out there. And you can see Eden's just pretty much sitting on the back of Geordie's board there. He has to play that defensive role.
Good heat.
Unbelievable heat. Big performances right across the board. And just when we were sort of saying that if you amassed a two-wave total of up around 9 points, you're probably getting through in second place usually. Well, that wasn't enough for Geordie. He had 8.73 as a total. He finished in third, and it was Eden Hassan hanging on to second position, and Jay Okolupo jumping up into first and through to the next round. We'll take a quick break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Back with more in just a moment.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023, Merriweather Beach. It's been a beautiful morning. There's been lots of opportunity, a few scrappy heats, but as the tide's going out, we're starting to see these wind swells stand up on the bank a little better and some explosive surfing. Jay Okalupo going mad in that last heat, Beck.
Yeah, that was nuts. I actually haven't watched a lot of Jay. I've just been hearing about how good he's surfing, and just slammed 2 scores straight away, and then basically, just cruised the rest of the heat. There was a lot of toing and froing priority, but to start with a 6.5, I think that's he really just stamped his authority on this next generation of Aussies.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, he was a really talented Grom, one of those Groms who was super tiny, and then all of a sudden he turned around and he was 6 foot tall and ripped out. No, I don't know if he's 6 foot, but he's definitely a big boy these days.
Yeah,
and,
he's looking strong.
Put it together. Really but Vaughn Blakey, Beck Woods, the 3-time Surfest champion sitting next to me. Pleasure to see you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's good. It's good to be back and good to be watching some surfing.
Yeah, it is good. And this is a really important comp, isn't it, in the scheme of things? We're down to the last event of the Australasian regional qualifying series. This is it. This is what's going to decide who qualifies for our Challenger Series. It's just been announced this morning, and 6 events that will basically create the next wave of rookies to hit the elite surfing tour. Out in the water right now is Jack Thomas, a guy who has actually tasted a bit of CT experience from yelling up. He surfed in the 2022 Margaret River Pro, and that would have been a pretty wild experience for the young fella. This is him here. He's up against Cooper Puttergill and Louis Dunn. Wow. So Louis, a local bloke, of course. Bit of a character. A surfer, musician, spiritual advisor.
Yeah, right.
Life coach, part-time model. He does
He's got it all. I like it.
You tight with Louis?
Myself?
Yeah.
No, I don't surf Merriweather a lot, to be honest, because I want to catch waves, so I tend to surf away from Merriweather. I think having like the local contingent like Philippa and who surfs from Merriweather, you hear about the up and comers, and growing up Central Coast, you're always hearing about have you seen this person surf? Have you seen that person surf? And great to see the locals be given the opportunity in this heat, and a few of them made it through, which is awesome. See Red up and riding. He seems like a super solid surfer here. Strong legs. Typical WA surfer.
Whoa.
Huge hacking backside.
Huge. Just smacks it on the inside where you can see why he got that opportunity to surf on the CT. We'll come back to that in just a moment. But right now we have Jay Okalupo joining us. Congratulations, Jay. It's been tricky for some people this morning, but you found plenty of opportunity out there, mate.
Yeah, it was really fun. Found a few corners and allowed me to kind of do my surfing. So I was, stoked to start off quick and kind of build throughout the heat.
Yeah, man, you were a super impressive, really, grommy surfer, I guess I'll say, and a few years there to sort of grow into your frame and get it going on. But it seems like you're just hitting top form now.
Yeah, no, I'm really been enjoying these last few comps. I've been working with my coach, Adam Duffner, for the last few events, and I feel like it's really helped me before my heat, just feeling more comfortable and calm, and I feel like it's been a good help.
And mate, what do you make of this Australasian regional series? Back-to-back events, plenty of opportunity to get some momentum going. But have you had a lot of fun as well, just jumping in the car and going from stop to stop with all your mates?
Yeah, for sure. I've been having a hell time with the boys. It's so good travelling with some of your best mates and just seeing everybody around the comp side, and everyone brings each other up, and it's been such a fun series in Australia.
And mate, just before we let you go, what's success look like for you in this one? Are you looking to really make a stamp and get deep into the draw?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like everybody's here to win, and I'm definitely here to win, but just every heat that I can get under my belt, just trying to take it heat by heat and just trying to improve throughout the event, and I'm keen for it.
Good on you, mate. Well, we're keen to see you go deep. Jay, and fantastic performance there, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Jay Okalupo, famous name in surfing, needs no introduction, but this guy is, I think he's in, he's on the perfect career arc. It helps to have, a little bit of time where, you've been a name, there's a lot of pressure on you, you sort of, especially when you've got a famous surfing name like that. But he's taken the time to really find himself and grow up, and now he can hit it with sort of maturity, experience, and a bit of a cooler head.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I look at some of the, if you've got a famous surfing parent, I always wonder how that would. I mean, obviously, I surfed against Coco Ho and Leanne Curran on tour, so it was always like it would be the first thing that they would mention would be like their family heritage, their parents, and I often wondered like what if you didn't even really like surfing? But yeah, no, they all seem to really like step into that kind of groove and grow into that maturity with time. I remember seeing Coco when she was like 11 and just thinking, oh my gosh, she's shredding. But yeah, she really like handled that pressure well, I think, and same with Leanne. But yeah, seeing all the Groms coming through now, it's pretty crazy. Like Margison, all the names. Okalupos, it's funny. You see them all coming through and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling a little bit old, but it's also, it's great. It's great to keep it inside the surfing family.
It is cool, yeah. And I think, Josh Kerr and Sierra Kerr is another big one.
Yeah.
We're seeing that. No, it doesn't seem like the pressure or the weight of expectation of holding that name is as intense anymore. I feel like people are quite happy to let kids just grow up and be their own people. And, and I think
they love it. Like, yeah, looking at Jay, then they literally have grown into their own person, and they surfing is whatever it represents to them as a person, as opposed to being like Oki's son. So it's like it's nice to see, like them absolutely enjoying themselves in that experience too.
That's so cool. Yeah, it is nice. And right now, it's all eyes on this guy. He's a real favourite here. Big deep bottom turn. Louis Dunn, another feather in his cap is that he absolutely charges. He is such a wild man. I saw him earlier, I think it was last year, he was down on the south coast surfing at some sort of secret bombie. Not exactly sure where, but it was himself, Ryan Callanan, and they were trading some absolute stonkers.
Really?
Big heaving, throwing, shallow water slabs, and just beautiful style up and over here for Louis.
Strong surfer as well.
Very strong surfer, yeah.
Sneaking a wave away from his competitors. I think he probably was a little bit irritated after that last bottom turn. A little bit of a bulk, a little bit of a catch, but on a wave like today it does happen, so it's good that he's washed that off pretty quickly. Goes straight back out and does a turn like that, so yeah, I'm sure he'll be looking for a couple of combos, but getting a score on the board early is always nice, especially when the waves are a little bit tricky like this. This heat seems to be a little bit slower to get started than the last one, and I think with the tide going out, it plays with you. This type of lineup plays with you a little bit because it presents a few more opportunities. So you've really got to sit down and decide where you're going to sit, and then potentially come up with a game plan so you don't get too lost. Yeah, I always found Merriweather tricky because when I won Surfest, it was at Newcastle Beach. So, I could figure that beach out, but this Merriweather's always been tricky for me, as we see Louis Dunn. Just a quick backside snap there. He's going to be looking for a more open face wave now, but he's got 2 scores on the board. So, I would find local knowledge would be a big payoff here.
Oh, yes, definitely. I think Louis has just made the option. And I don't know, you would assume this is local knowledge because he's paddled way up the beach. He's left these 2 guys to fight it out.
Yeah.
Jack Thomas and Cooper. And, he's just sort of finding a little bit of flow and rhythm. He's got his choice of these waves on the north bank.
Yeah, and I think sometimes if you do leave the competitors, I think we've got a paddle here from Red. Quick up and down there for surfer in Red, who has don't know where that was in the lineup there, but must have maybe potentially priority. Nice hack there.
Wow, nice one from Cooper to get going.
Now, I think Cooper is pretty young as well. And, yeah, did a bit of reading. was 2020, was on the junior series. So I think he may also be a local as well. So it might be one of his first QS events.
Yeah, there's a whole heap of them in this event. Just a quick up and over there from Jack Thomas. But good signs here from Cooper. Just love the way he leans into this and hammers it. That would have felt really good. Doesn't slide the fins out too much. Didn't want to get into a layback and have to fight to get up. Just gave the judges plenty to think about. Louis down on the end here.
Yeah.
I can't tell whether he's frustrated or having fun or whatever, but he's only managed to find those little one-turn waves.
Yeah, he got out of that one pretty quick, which is good. But yeah, being left to his own devices a bit wider on the peak, as we see a paddle here. Not on that one.
Such a renaissance man, Louis Dunn. I saw him up at Splendor in the grass doing backstage interviews with all the big
Really?
band music stars.
Yeah,
and
right.
stuff.
So he's into his music as well.
Yep, he's he's very clever DJ, musician,
Yeah, nice.
digital composer.
I think after seeing Paul Fisher go where he's gone in the world,
Yep.
Anything is possible for the current crop, isn't it? That's so crazy. Yeah, I saw they were like a musical, like it was almost like a concert performance of one of Fisher's songs. Sorry, like a musical composure of one of Fisher's songs, and I was like, oh my gosh, it sounded really good. I was like, but yeah, who would have thought I'd be watching one of Paul Fisher's digitally redone songs in like, yeah.
Oh, look at this for big heavyweight Newcastle royalty. Luke Egan and Matt Hoy. That looks like
Having a
Jarvis
chat.
Earl there with Louis, the World Junior Champ, already locked away his wild card for the Challenger Series. He did a wonderful job to take out that world title.
That's huge.
Over in California last year.
Yeah, very big.
Rising star from the Shire, Cronulla, and Louis down that way as well these days. No, I think his heart's always in Newcastle.
Yep.
Here he is.
We just
and,
Hoyer's just come back in, but so what? Luke might be doing a bit of coaching there.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yep.
Yeah, he's helping out a few crew. Carolyn Marks, I think, is one of his charges this year on the CT, so that'll be great to see. She's had a little break from the tour. She looks energised and ready to, compete for that world title that we know she's capable of.
Yeah.
It's actually an incredible year on the CT for women's surfing.
Yeah.
We've got
Yeah.
a seismic shift happening with this new generation coming through.
Yeah.
What Steph did last year was so incredible. I'm still got goosebumps thinking about it.
It's pretty crazy.
To just make the cut and then surf all the way to the world title, like next level. And the surfing.
Yeah,
in that
if you ever think, to discount Steph, then you really.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
You've got to give yourself a good hard look in the mirror and a couple of slaps around the face if you're going to discount Steph. But she's in a bit of strife. She's got some work to do this year. Let's stick here with Cooper. Crack off the lip. Beautiful vertical turn. He's going to try to do the old Huntington hop right through onto the inside. Gets a little rebound. So that was pretty nice.
Yeah, that was good.
But Jack Thomas, who's also in this heat, he's actually leading this heat with a 4 and a 2.13. So he got into the Margaret River Pro. Oh, hang on, we'll come back. Louis pulled a gem out here. He's on the Alex Cruz thruster, and the board looks amazing. I love that little high line, but that wave just. So this is the danger for Louis. Even though he's kept himself well away from the other two competitors, the waves down there just don't seem to offer more than just the one turn at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be. At the moment we see a replay here of Blue. Nice fins free surfing. The wave a little bit, going a bit wobbly, not allowing for much as far as a backup turn. He does manage to get off the whitewash there, but nice looking wave, nice left for Louis here. He did a bit of a flare, but unfortunately, just not allowing him a second turn. And I think the same for Jack. So it is the surfer in blue who has jumped into the lead Cooper. Put a gill here. 4.33, 2.27. It's going to be a close heat, this one, with 9 minutes to go. Really, I think we haven't really seen the best of any of these competitors yet, and it would be nice to see them just get one wave that allows them two big turns.
It's tricky too, because you see someone like Jay Okalupo in that last heat just blowing up, and these guys would have been on the beach going, oh, unreal, there's heaps of opportunity out there.
Yeah.
Louis, nice little fin bust, but again, just the one turn, so you can't see that troubling anything further north of a 2 or 2.3 thereabouts, which are scores he's already got. He's in third. He needs a 3.81 to get into a progressive situation here. But Jack Thomas, so he made the CT, and check some of the names he got to surf against in that. He had an opening round heat against Philippe Toledo and Owen Wright. And then in the elimination round, he came up against Jadson Andre and Kelly Slater. So how imagine having that in your back pocket as an up-and-coming Grom that you'd surfed against Felipe, Owen, Jadson and Kelly Slater. I mean, yeah, he...
Straight up.
It was a bit of just an experience for him because, you know, he felt the full force of that power, that experience in those heats. But once you've had a taste, you want to get back there.
Yeah, 100%, I think.
Oh, look at this section. Throws it up late and gets the bonus. So Cooper put a gill here. He's putting it up, and now danger signs for Louis. A big speedy snap. Is he going to get a little low road here? No, he doesn't.
Frustrating for Red, but yeah. Cooper's actually been putting together a bit of a heat. You can tell he's like keeping his head on. He's not like the body language where you throw your board away and you start getting a bit irritated with the swell. It seems like Cooper's keeping his head in the game right now and selecting or picking the eyes out of it. But it does look like it's changed again with that outgoing tide, which makes things a little bit challenging. Seems like they've moved north, a little bit further north there.
Here's the replay, Beck.
Yeah. Super fast. And nice solid finish there. Don't know where the scores will go. Not a judge, but yeah, I'd say that Cooper would almost improve his position there. Unfortunately there for Jack, just couldn't get that second turn in. Feeling a bit frustrated.
A little bit of a bummer because that was a nice speedy turn, wasn't it? It was almost like the perfect setup for something huge, like a big open face carve. But
yeah,
you know,
he's looking strong,
take
Jack.
what you can get.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. Yeah, I'd love to see him get a few more waves that do allow that second hack. Yeah, backside that, from what I saw on his first wave there where he got a 4, it looked really like he's solid on his feet. So 6.5 minutes to go. And it's going to be one of those scrappy heats, I think, coming down to the final 5 minutes.
It is.
They're all staying away from each other in the lineup, which I think I would do too at this point in time. I'll just go up here and try and get my own wave. And stay away from everyone else because, yeah, it's already a little bit frustrating as it is without having someone sitting on you as well.
It's funny, the opportunity this morning, one of the sort of silver linings to a day like today is there's just so many waves breaking. They're here, they're there, they're everywhere. You're not really sure what's going to pop up, what's not. So, you know, you kind of can roll the dice and take off on just about everything. But this heat has been a little slower. There hasn't been as much opportunity. Maybe the tide going out actually sort of just sucked a bit of energy off the back bank.
Yeah, I think the
just
boys
particularly
just
for this heat.
chat.
Yeah.
Those two were having a bit of a chat as they were paddling past each other. But yeah, definitely, it seems like it's in that in-between, yeah, tides and working itself out a little bit at the moment. We see Jack up and riding again. To a nice backside hack. The wave's flattening out a little bit, but he'll wait for this section. Still a tiny bit flat there, but smashing it vertically there. And another 10. So he's done really well to pick this one out. Oh, finishes too. So, yeah, smart surfing there from Jack. I think he needed something that opened up a little bit for him. Carrying a 2 is never fun, so he's pretty aware of that. He seems like he's also pretty switched on. So it's Louis who's in a little bit of trouble here. He seems like he's just lost composure a little bit. Famous last words, though, in these conditions.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you know, if we get a little flurry of waves, you can easily get a couple in 4.5 minutes. But you're right, it's just been a little bit frustrating. I think the body language for Louis has been telling the story. He's happy with the first turn and then kind of bit bummed about not getting a second chance on a lot of the waves he's picked.
Yeah, and I think it can be frustrating, like when you rock up and, like now, I would rock up and be like, I'm definitely not surfing today. But, yeah, you can tell the competitors who go out with that positive attitude and really, like, they make something of nothing. They're very good at it. I think, I mean, for someone like Louis, he might use that to his advantage now and just want to do a massive punt. I know that some guys seem to do that when they just get so frustrated and then they just go and do a full rotation and stomp it and then come in and they're like, yeah, that was really frustrating, but at least I could do that. So It's all about mindset, I think, in conditions like this. But yeah, looking really tricky on the screen there as we look from that panned out view. Yes, I think I kind of would prefer to be in commentary today, but I am nearly 42, so.
Well, finding the section is going to be everything. 3 minutes 30 to go. It's, what is it there? A 3.77 for Cooper to move up into first. So it is Jack Thomas who has reclaimed the lead. Pair of fours, a 4.1 and a 4. Cooper has the highest wave of the heat, a 4.33, but his backup is a 3.27. Louis Dunn just sitting on a pair of deuces, and he needs a 5.17 to progress. This is the Burton Automotive Pro, big part of the Surfest experience. It's been going for a long, long time here in Newcastle, and it is far out. It's an institution.
It is,
Man,
actually.
I just, you know, we've talked about it so often, but it really is one of those comps that's not just about the contest. It's about the city sort of flaring up and celebrating surfing, celebrating its connection to its history, its contribution to surfing. So many great surfers. We saw Luke Egan and Matt Hoy before. Nick Wood, Mark Richards, of course. So many legends from this beach, and now represented, you know, solidly on the CT with Jackson Baker, Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Morgan get back up there. I
Morgan.
think, yeah, those first few World Tour events that he surfed in was, yeah, he was just on fire, on point, really good to watch.
So aggressive.
Yeah.
And fearless in his attack. It was wonderful to see. 2 minutes here. And two surfers will progress. Right now, it's Jack and Cooper who are in the box seat. 5.17. It's definitely not an impossible ask.
No, not at all.
Things have been very slow. It's a tricky one. Like,
yeah,
you know, in this sloppy wind.
Tactics-wise, it would be hard right now. I think I'd have to go and sit in front of the peak, and you'd just have to be watching it for like an hour and think, okay, it's just going to keep changing.
Exactly. Yeah, there's almost
if you're versatile, then you might be able to find something. But
well, the strategy is just surf. Just surf as much as you can. Like, something's going to open up for you. We saw Zach McMahon get through a heat just by staying busy and crack. Oh, I love that. There's a shot. Didn't get the ride out. Pretty spectacular move here from Jack Thomas. And a shout out to all our friends in Yallingup who are watching this one.
Yeah, beautiful
TV.
Part of the world over there.
Snake Lips.
Oh, yes. This is actually the contingent from WA is also huge, isn't it? But yeah, Yallingup's such a beautiful location. Like, I think that limestone reef, it's so beautiful just to be able to see like the blue water and having power in the waves. So many waves down there. We are coming down to the last 45 seconds of this heat, so it's been it's been a job today for the crew in this heat, and they're definitely trying to pick the eyes out of these tricky conditions, but it's it's going to come down right to the wire here for the surfer in white. He only needs a 5.17, so just, you know, I've seen 5.17s been thrown out for just one big turn. So 20 seconds to go. He does have priority. It's definitely not over, but it'd be good if he could get one opportunity here just to show us what he's got.
14 seconds. And a little bit of paddling. You've got to be impressed with Jack Thomas's performance here. You know, from the west, if anyone's going to turn up to mushy Windslop and, you know, kind of lose a bit of interest, you'd think it'd be someone from Western Australia, but he's just put a beautiful heat together to take the win.
Yeah.
And a 4.1 and a 4. So, you know, not a whole lot of canvas to work with there, but got it done. And you've got to respect that. So we're going to have a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro and be back with more action in just a moment.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
The Burton Automotive Pro, a big part of Newcastle's Surfest, and we're up to heat number 16 of round 1, the round of 128 surfers. Coda Killorn, Eddie Hamady, Harry Martin, and Larson Schlachter out there. Yeah, mate. And Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with my dear friend Matt Hoy.
Vaughan, what's happening?
Oh, mate, well, it's tricky out there, but I will say that when the section looms and stands up, the crew are ready to crack it.
Beautiful. That's what we like to see. It's cleaned right up. The wind's still pretty strong, but the tide has dropped right out, and there's actually some good running waves. I've seen some sick ones when I was walking down, like ladies through the back of the rocks there. It looks good.
Yeah, mate. There's definitely a few around, but we just saw a local go out in that last heat, Louis Dunn.
Louis Dunn, I don't even know how he got in.
Oh.
That's good, though.
He just, walked down to the marshalling tent and just grabbed a white singlet off a coat hanger and just snuck out.
Paddled out.
Here we go from deep. This is our American surfer from some Solana Beach. Spent much time over there?
Where?
Solana Beach.
Where is that? I
So,
don't know.
just on the coast there.
Which coast? Wow. That's what I was asking earlier in the day. Like those competitors from overseas, they can come and compete, but they don't get any points.
No, but they can throw a cat amongst the
Oh, no,
pigeons.
that's what I mean. It's pretty, ruthless coming over and doing it, really.
Okay. Going to go down and have a chat the last
No,
half.
I don't. It doesn't worry me, but this is...
Well, he's in the lead.
I know. He's got a one. Shellacking it.
So, a pretty fun heat here. We've got one of the Bra boys, Coda Killorn, from the South End Board Riders. He's a pretty impressive surfer. Doesn't mind taking to the air. Got a mean backside vert.
Oh, is he nice?
Yeah,
Love that.
We've seen some classic exponents of vertical backside surfing from this very beach.
Mm.
Who's your favourite? The Arc Man?
The Arc one, Louis.
And Louis, of
Yeah.
course. Oh, how was that pivot to vert
Yeah.
that Luke Egan could do?
Yeah.
He'd come flying off the bottom and whack it so hard, and he had that sort of bottom turn spray.
Yeah.
Perfect semicircle.
Yeah. Every time.
Beautiful surfer. Chad Edser.
Chad Edser, yep.
He
The
did a
Lord.
Mean nooner. Lord Chad.
No, Lord. Simon Law.
Oh, Simon
We don't
Law.
call- It's not the law anymore. It's Lawd.
Epic. Would he do the backside nooner switchfoot?
Yeah.
He was an exponent of the old switchfoot.
Isn't he? He's one of the best back in the day. Still has a go now. Wherever he can, when he surfs.
Eddie Hamady, the surfer out here in Blue Hoy, guess where he comes from? Penrith.
Penrith?
Yeah.
Wow.
Western
Mick
Sydney.
Fanning style.
Mick Fanning style, and he is one fearless creature. He's
Really?
a beast. He
Where's
looks
he-
a bit like Rastovich, actually. He looks a bit
Yeah,
like
right,
Dave
the
Rastovich.
Eddie.
Yeah. But keep an eye on him. He put in some pretty good performances throughout the Australasian regional qualifiers.
Is he still in Penrith?
No, he's moved to the coast now. But
Oh, here we go.
wow, how good is this
Oh.
little one too? Coda Killorn, this is representing Maroubra. And some rapid fire turns here.
Got a booty on. Must have an injury, you think? Or he just likes wearing booties.
Yeah, some people do.
Yeah.
I remember when when you and I were doing the air shows. Remember who was the Goose? Randy the Goose Welsh. Remember him?
Yeah.
And he'd wear booties in all
right.
these
All
air
the
show
Santa
heats.
Cruz boys too. When
Yeah,
they
that's
used to
right.
come stay over here at my house for Surfest.
Oh, wow. Big hit for Harry Martin. Palm Beach, Burleigh Heads. He's actually followed by Cal Robson on his Instagram. So that says to me, he surfs real solid.
Real so they couldn't hear me, Blakey. I got to speak. I got blocked ear too, so I can't really hear myself, which is probably a good thing. But yeah, just move my mic in. Talking too softly. Yeah. So what did you say? He's followed by Callum Robson.
Yeah. On Instagram, his social media account. He's got Cal Robson as one of his followers. I was like, no, I want Cal Robson to follow me.
Oh.
But I think for Cal Robson to follow you, got to be a bit of a nuts and bolts, hard worker.
Yeah.
And Cal Robson, he said something really interesting in an interview profile piece that Jed Smith did with him for Stab magazine. He said, how's your confidence now that you've had a few good results and you're, starting to build momentum on the World Championship Tour? And he said, I don't believe in confidence. I do the work and I get the results from the work that I put in.
Isn't that confidence?
I guess you could call it confidence, but it's just
weird as.
Well, I like it. It just takes emotion out of the picture. It's
Yeah,
just
true.
you just back yourself to get it done because confidence can be confused as emotion, I think.
Yes,
And
for
you,
sure.
you don't want that. You don't want to feel good and your confidence is up and you feel bad and it's down. You just want to get there knowing you've done
the work,
hard
so,
yards.
Yeah, that's your.
You put your high vis and your hard hat on and you just go out there and treat it like a job.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it's yielding results. He's back in the top 10.
Mm.
What did you make of that 10-point ride of Cal Robson's in
That was
Portugal?
mad. That was a big wave. Big, heavy wave. See, he nearly got lit up when he's paddling back out after it too. That was gnarly too. He was just scratching and just got, I don't know if he got under it, but mate, that was a solid wave.
The commentator laughed as he was paddling for it.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, I think there was like, I don't know, maybe a minute or two to go. He needed an 8.
Yeah.
He was up against it. It was the elimination round. And as he's paddling, they go, oh, here we go. Cal Robson. Next thing, all that pressure on his thighs, every leg press he'd done at the HPC, all 10,004 of them, just came into play as he just comes off the bottom and just parks it.
He just like stopped at the bottom too, and then just went, whoa, got this.
And it sucked in.
Yeah.
Apparently had a big backdraft.
Really?
Yeah, and then he said he was fighting. He was actually felt like he was in a wind
Going
tunnel
backwards.
or like trying to ride a bike into a southerly.
That's not fun.
No, off the top. This is
Depends which way you're going.
Larson, mate. Some nice style here. Getting a start here at Burton Automotive. And this is Eddie Hamady. Oh, he's giving it the good old dismount. Saw you and Luke Egan having a catch up before. They showed us on screen. Two Newcastle icons catching up. What did you say?
Hello, Luke.
What did he say?
Hello, Matt.
Is that it?
Yeah. Then I said I had to go. So, because I think we messed up the schedule. Mitchell Ross messed up the schedule. But, yeah, no, it's good to see him. He's actually out coaching
Jarvis.
Jarvis, yeah. I actually saw Jarvis and his mum down there too. Jarvis, how's that surfing in? Speaking of good surfing, look at this one, nice couple of turns.
Yeah, so Louis living in the Shire down there in Cronulla,
Yep.
and he doesn't go for Cronulla, does he?
Oh, he should. Better than going for the Knights. They're playing each other on the weekend, actually, I'm pretty sure. I think it's the Knights.
Well, I guess he's got the advantage of being able to go for whichever team wins. Then.
That's right.
There you go.
And just go, I went for that team.
Let's go down to Jack Thomas, winner of that last heat. And Jack, from over there in WA, mate, how hard is it to get psyched up when you're living in God's country as far as waves and swell goes, and you turn up to Newcastle for your first round heat and it's tricky?
Yeah, that was a bit embarrassing for me out there. I struggled, and I think I just went the worst ways. But I think I milked it the most I could, and I know, yeah, it's pretty hard to come out here and try and grovel, especially coming from WA. But yeah, I've been over here the last two months now, and just trying to put a few waves together.
Mate, I thought your grovelling was super impressive. You looked like you had a bit of hustle going on. Your strategy was really good. You know, you caught plenty of waves, and I know it was tricky. It was a bit of a slow one, but it must feel good to get through those grindy ones.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm stoked to get through that one. It's always a tough one in the first round. The jitters is kind of a bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, I'm glad to get through that one.
Good on you, mate. And what are your hopes for this event? I mean, I know it's the last qualifying series event, regional one for the year. What's a good result for you going to look like here?
I haven't had the best run this regional tour, but I'm just keen to just get some good heats together and hopefully try and make a few heats.
And mate, just give us a little bit of a rundown about what that experience was like being, in your first CT event over there in WA last year. You surfed against incredible names, Philippe, Owen, Jaddy and Kelly. You always see surfers come out of an experience like that with just so much enthusiasm, so that you get a taste, you just want to taste more of it.
I was pretty overwhelmed getting to that comp. There's a lot going on, a lot of cameras and everything. But after that one, I was just keen to kind of just keep it going and come over here and try and compete with the Groms over here.
Well, good on you, mate. Look, we'd love to see you back in that CT Rashi full time, and look forward to seeing you in the next round as well.
But cheers to that, guys.
Good on you. Jack Thomas there, Hoy, put it together. It was one of those heats, mate. One of those ones where, you're not getting the opportunity to show your best surfing, but you do get an opportunity to show what kind of hustler you are, what kind of grit you've got.
That's good. As long as you get through. It doesn't matter in conditions like this, as long as you win. Doesn't matter how you get through. It's like one of those footy games where you play terrible, but you win.
How did you go?
Not terrible anyway, but he surfed well. But you know what I mean? In these conditions, you just take the win. You got to win. It doesn't matter if you win. Not how you surf, actually, on days like today.
It's bizarre. I was watching I don't know how this happened. I just went down a YouTube rabbit hole one night, and I ended up on your Brazil final.
Oh,
and
with who?
I don't know. I don't know
Fabio
if it's CT
Gouveia
or something like that, but it is like this. It's just washy and messy and all over the place.
Or was it a QS one?
I think so. Yeah,
QS one.
Which you won.
Yeah, Guadalajara.
I mean, how did you go? One of the bigger guys on tour, and how did you find the motivation to sort of keep getting up for surf like this?
In Brazil, it wasn't that hard. I don't know. We're just in the moment. And Guadalajara was sick though. We were staying with Sepultura crew, and it was epic. I liked it when it was like this because I used to surf a lot when it was like this. At Merriweather, especially like days like today. And when it got messy and ugly like this, I really liked it on tour because I knew I was in with a shot and there was heaps of waves. I was never good at selecting waves. I was just good at going waves. So I actually liked it when it was messy and awful like this more than when it was nice and clean because you didn't have to think too much. I wasn't that good at thinking.
Oh, mate, take thinking out of the equation and watch me shine.
Exactly. Take all the mind
the
games
head noise out.
Yeah. Just, sitting and waiting with priority and going, oh, yeah, what have I got to do here? But when it was like this, I liked it. And that's what it was like in Brazil that time.
You see a lot of surfers these days meditating before heats. Is that something that you did a lot of in your career?
No, you don't want to know what I did before heats.
Who were there crew who'd get down on the beach and get in the Lotus and do a good 10, 15-minute meditation before they pedal?
Some people sort of would.
Shane Horan?
Shane, probably, yeah. Shane would have. But a lot of people used to get down and just be by themselves and want nothing to do with anyone else.
Who had the best pre-heat routine that you saw in your career?
Jeez, there's a few. What we didn't really have it like today. Like, you know what I mean? We just sort of just did it. There was a few that, you put the headphones on. Well, you didn't even have headphones. Put your Walkman on. You know what I mean? There was I don't know. It was different. Different whole mindset.
It's funny, the Walkman. You could be getting psyched up for your heat and all of a sudden it chews your favourite tape and you toast before you ever paddle out. You just rattled that your favourite tape's been ruined.
Yeah, you got nothing. Forever. Trying to wind it with a pen.
10 minutes remaining and it's our little fella from Penrith, Eddie Hamady, who's got the best of the heat so far. A 4.5. Did you see that big open face carve? He's got some rail game.
Yep.
Coda Killorn, he's looking lethal. I mean, he hasn't really had the wave yet to open up, but, geez, he looks light on his feet.
Doesn't he?
Lots of spark.
That one left he got.
What about this one, Hoy? What about superstitions? Did you ever have any, how footy players might put, I don't know, like their left boot on their right foot or something like that? Was there anything like that you could or couldn't have happen before a heat?
Sort of little ones, but not really. Just like Siglet colours every now and again. I used to go, oh yeah, I'm not going to win today. I'm going to sing the colour. I used to put my leggy on early too. I used to do it all the time, just put it on before the competitors area, and then so I didn't have to stop. You know what I mean? So you got your leg. You always have to stop, put your leg on the beach. I was like, no, I ain't stopping. I'm not. I don't want to get everyone yelling at me. I'll just put my leg on in the competitors area and just go.
I love that. I'd love to know what some of the more modern ones are.
Yeah.
Because people don't like to give them up either.
No.
It's too much of a rattle. Imagine if you, you
Gave it
see
up,
all the
that's-
lockers and you know that.
That's what they're going to do.
I don't know. Let's just say Conor O'Leary has a lucky feather that he likes to just run his fingers down before every heat.
Just pull it off.
Yeah, Kelly Slater's definitely going to go in and just yoink that feather.
Hey, got your feather.
Oh, there must be some.
Oh, for sure.
Everyone's got their stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Wax up. I used to always wax up before surfs too. Always.
I know. I actually tell that story a lot because
Yeah.
you and I went surfing once and I didn't wax up for 3 days or something. And I thought you were going to have a nervous breakdown.
I was like, man, got to do it. I grew up with the wax freaks, Dave McCauley and Simon Law, so I got taught how to use wax properly. If you'd say it like that.
So
there's a couple, but no, not really. Just the leggy
Do you know
on.
of any?
The leggy on for sure, though. So, like I said, didn't have to stop in the crowd and just people go, good on, good luck. I was just like,
straight
out. Yeah.
Blinkers.
Yeah.
What about Gihum? He wore his leg on his front foot.
Yeah.
Was that a superstition, do you know?
Front foot and like around.
Up high,
yeah.
yeah. Here goes Coda. It's the missed times. This one a touch. It's been a little bit of a flat spot throughout the middle of this heat. But Eddie Hamady is holding it down. He's really going to want to get rid of that 1.77 in the next little bit, I reckon. Just, put the pressure on the other guys, make them answer the question.
I'd like to know what he's got. He's got one booty on too, so I reckon he's got some sort of an injury, cut foot or something's the matter there for sure. You don't wear one booty.
That could be a superstition.
Oh yeah, I just wear.
Maybe he just. That's his good luck charm. Lucky
Well, here we
booty.
go.
Oh, very nice here, Harry Martin.
Needs a good score. Oh, he's got one there. That was good. Well surfed.
This
Smooth.
guy, mate, he spends a lot of time in the funnel, in the vortex.
Really?
Yeah, Burley boy and possibly even a Palmy boy. But he spends a lot of time surfing Burley Point and...
2 riders up there. Burley boy. I didn't know that.
I mean, I know that place is dear to your heart. See
Yep.
up there at the start of every single year. Here goes Eddie Hamady. Has he been able to get rid of this one? I think he'll do it there.
Yep.
Nice little jam.
This is smooth surfing. Nice turn there. And then this turn throws the tail. Boom. That was sick.
Oh, wow. So a nice meaty carve with a good bounce on the inside. This is Harry Martin.
That's going to be a good score.
I think that's going to put him in a good
It's going to be
position.
the best way of the heat.
You reckon you get a 5.1? That's what he needs to get into second.
I'd give it a 5.1.
They gave it a 5.5.
Yeah.
So into second place he
fair
goes. Coda Killorn now. Well,
He's just not getting the right waves, is he? Just that one turn every wave, pretty much.
You know what's annoying is you can tell he's feeling it.
Yeah.
At least in the early stage of this heat, he was looking so good on his feet. Just wave selection really letting him down. But like you got no hope of actually knowing what's going to be good and what's not out here.
No, it's a bit like that today, for sure. There you go, again, straight back into it.
Oh, nice.
First turn.
Jeez, that timing was good, wasn't it? That pocket didn't really offer a lot. Big finish. Eddie Hamady, he'll get the completion.
Really?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, surely.
I'd give it to him, but they're pretty ruthless on that.
They
these
are,
days.
don't they? Sting you so bad if you don't get a clean ride out. He was
Yeah.
wobbly, but I think he might have got.
Here we go. Tell us what you reckon.
Well, I like the timing of this.
That was a good bottom turn. top
Really
turn
good.
combo.
And see how it flattened out, but he managed to sort of just get it out.
Look, ready? That's out, I reckon. There.
Oh, that's out. He rode out clean and then he got
Then
a
he
wobble after it. So
I hope they do give it to him because that will be the best way of the heat.
waiting on scores
Too
to
good.
come in. It's I think they've punished him here, Hoy.
Yeah, have they?
3.47.
He didn't ride out of it.
So
Wow.
they've only scored that first
Yeah.
turn. They definitely didn't give him the exclamation mark. Coda Killorn needs to answer back. You can see how light on his feet he's looking. So it's all there if he can find the wave.
Oh, yeah.
This is, he's working hard for these points. Oh, that's frustrating. I hope he doesn't let that get into his blood. He needs to just keep calm, 4 minutes.
Well, that's probably going to be his best wave. He was only getting those one turn on his backhand. He got a couple of little lefts at the start, but
Well, he needs a 3.5, so
it's going to go pretty close.
yeah, I think he will. That was really working it. He had to
Had to
manufacture
work, yeah,
weight
for sure.
score here. But look at this. How's that for wobbly? And he's up and over the back of that really quick.
Well, they mightn't give it that much because the wave was so flat too. There's no real bowl to the wave at all.
See that
Yeah,
body
they
language
did.
there.
They barred it. Only a 2.87, man, so they didn't like that at all.
They picked their nose and wiped a little boogie on that one.
Yeah, they didn't like that at all.
Well,
fair enough though. The wave didn't bowl out at all, didn't it? It was really flat when you look at it again. It was just like diagonal phone floaters.
He pretty much did everything you could possibly do, but the wave was such a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
So your boy in the green here, Larson, from the
Here he
USA, he's got to get a wriggle on.
There he goes.
I think that board,
looks a bit-
it's epoxy, isn't it? And it looks a little light out there. It's not really tracking through these sort of lumpy spots very well. They can be a bit of a hassle on a lumpy face.
I agree too. Just on the bumps, I don't like them at all.
Mm.
I've had a few and I just can't get into them at all.
Well,
just in the bumps.
your son loves them, doesn't he? Craig Anderson?
That's all he rides. My son of Hoy. South African son of Hoy.
Craig Anderson Hoy. It's got the little hyphen. Beautiful. 2.5 minutes.
I just saw him down there actually too.
I'm feeling
Watching
for
the
Coda here. I really felt like in the early stages of this heat, he was just... I was thinking, well, all he has to do is get the right wave. He's going
Here we go.
to bank some
So
scores.
he's going to double up on the inside.
Eddie Hamady, he's got an epic bottom turn. I love how deep the rail goes. And he's able to really accelerate into the open face. And that's really been the difference in this heat. 4.5, 3.47. Harry Martin, a 5.5 for that really big bash on the inside, Hoy. So it's a pretty close one.
They hammered, yeah, that's right.
Look at Coda. He's so in touch here. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a good wave that he could pull it out. But what he's going to have to be careful of is that Harry Martin is sitting on a 1. So it's definitely going to push up the requirement if he gets anything. Any superstitions or warm-ups that were famous on tour?
Not really. We didn't, like I said before, we didn't really have that many. I'm sure people did.
What about Mr. X, Glenn Winton?
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. He had a couple that he'd have a few, I reckon.
Yeah, like put the webs and take them off 4 times.
What about the tennis player that I watched it just go,
Oh
wow. that's
yeah,
unreal.
wow. I mean, who's number 1?
Yeah.
Spaniard.
Yeah, no, he's
Raf.
Mate, bounce the ball.
And all these bottles in a perfect position.
Mate, he's got
50 seconds. Here we go.
Oh,
big backside. Oh, he's thrown everything at it.
He's in the lead.
Harry Martin. Oh, okay, so he actually jumped up into the lead with a 4.23. So he could afford that. I thought he was trying to get rid of a 1. I was like, what's he doing here?
Yeah, just do a couple of turns, mate.
So 4.23 has put him right up there. So now it is Coda Killorn with the work to do. He's found one here, Hoy, but mistimed it, I think. He did get the completion, 19 seconds.
Oh, yeah. He's had one of those heats. He just couldn't find the wave to open up on.
Oh, you've got to feel frustrated when you know you're on. You can feel that your board's feeling good.
The rider a bit more in the one spot than down the beach here.
And that's the end of
Oh, did he get up in time?
the heat, or is it? Larson, he's going to need something big here. The wave isn't looking that great. He comes through onto the inside, throws a little air rev, doesn't ride out, and that is the end of the heat, folks. So it does look like Harry Martin is going to run away with that one. Eddie Hamady in second. We're going to take a break here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023.
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds until Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the show. Hope you're enjoying it. Surfest 2023 is just really powering along here on the second day of the event window, and we're now moving into the round of 96. We're going to see some of those big names, those seeded surfers hit the lineup here at Merriweather. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mitch Ross. This is going to be a fun one, Mitch. Some international flavour in the lineup here.
Yep, Elliot Pereira-Reid, as you said, New Zealander, up against a good friend of both of ours, Varun Tanjung. But this is the danger man for me, the Aussie. This guy is unbelievable. One of the best prospects out of Australia right now. I'd say he's right at the top of that list with probably Jarvis Earl. Is this bloke in the green, Lennox Smith, incredible.
Lennox Smith. What is he, 21 years of age now?
Younger.
Younger?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, he's a great surfer from down there in the Shell Harbour region, down Wollongong way. Great surfer.
Closer to 19, I think. Here we go. First wave here. In the way he recovered there. Just looks so sparky and energetic.
Yeah, real talent, and expecting big things from him. But this guy's going to be hard to get past. Elliot Pereira-Reid, he surfed well in the round of 128 this morning. You just can't argue with power. And he pushed on the back foot, threw plenty of water, and got himself some pretty decent scores to kick off his campaign here at the Burton Automotive Pro with a victory.
Yeah, surfed really good this morning. One of the better surfers of the day. A couple of big scores. I know he's up around the 13 points, which is really impressive. But here's our friend from Bali. Great kid. And has been showing a lot of promise with his surfing lately. Varun Tanjung. His old boy is an absolute legend over there in Indonesia. Of course, Rizal. Shout out Rizal. Hope you're doing good, mate. Along with beautiful family. Chandra and the crew.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Varun surfing as a youngster. I haven't seen him for a couple of years. Great to see him in Aussie waters, and we'll see what kind of performance he can put together here. But yeah, he just has a great sparring partner too in Bronson, Matey, and we'll see those two guys, I'm sure, put up some good scores throughout the day. Yeah, and Bronson surfing in heat 6 of this round.
Unreal. Yeah, it's his brother. One of the best out of Indo. So waiting for a few scores to come through. It looks like a pretty low score for Varun, 2.67. A decent number for Lennox Smith, who was a 4. And some more throwaways for Darcy Crump, the other surfer that's out there from Avalon on Sydney's northern beaches. Stylish goofy footer.
Yeah, good surfer. Darcy has had some decent performances in qualifying series events. Yet to get that big breakthrough, though, in one of these 5,000s. We'll see if this is the stop that he's going to get it done. But really well-rounded. Can throw a solid reverse, has plenty of power. But it's all just clean, flowing surfing from Darcy. Really nice style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go, surfer in red, having a look at this one. This is Varun. Just working this one over. Nice combo there. Swings the tail, just gets a little side swiped. Couldn't get out in front of that whitewater, unfortunately.
Did great to find that wave on the paddle back out. Found a nice little right-hand wedge, but yeah, unfortunately, couldn't complete the ride.
Conditions-wise, that tide dropping out, I actually like what I'm seeing for, for the possibility of some big individual turns. These waves are starting to really ramp up a bit now. That onshore wind's going to work in the favour of those aerialists. And, yeah, hopefully we can see someone take flight. I mean, we've seen some decent turns laid down today, but, you know, the big highlight individual move moment, I think is coming our way this afternoon with these seated surfers entering the mix as Darcy gets going now.
Well, that was pretty male. You know, that was exactly what you're talking about. That was a big turn. Wasn't a great section, but he, you know, kicked the tail out. A heap of spray. Would have been good to get an earlier manoeuvre in, but a nice start there for Darcy Crump. Goofy footer.
Yeah, looking good. Looking sharp. If you can find a couple of sections to lay into, we could be doing okay. But yeah, big afternoon of action coming your way here at Merriweather. As we mentioned, some of those seated surfers entering the mix now. Who are you looking forward to seeing, Mitch, as we take a look at the heat draw there?
Mate, I've kind of let you know already. I like the idea of watching Lennox Smith. I think he's brilliant. There's, you know, Brent Dorrington back out there again later. Of course, the Hog, Nathan Hedge, will be fun to watch. George Pitter, we won't see. We're going to heat 6, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so, mate, there's going to be a whole lot of heat. It'd be good to see Connor Lee out there again too, the semi-local.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Bronson in these conditions could be pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, Bronson is, you know, he's one of the, I think, kind of establishing himself as one of the most progressive surfers in the world, maybe. Great with the airs. But let's take this opportunity now with not too much happening out the back to have a chat with Harry Martin, mate. Important, getting those early round wins, the round of 128. It's just history now, mate. You're on to the round of 96. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I haven't had too many good results at the moment, but just try to get rid of the nerves and catch a couple waves.
Have you had many runs at these qualifying series events in the past, mate?
No, I'm just trying to focus on the Pro Juniors at the moment, but we've got a little break in between them, so just head down here and get a couple.
Sweet.
Heats under my belt.
Ratings-wise, is this the biggest event you've surfed in, this QS 5000?
Yeah, I did the one down at Tweed Coast, but yeah, this is probably the biggest one.
Huge. And what are your plans here, mate? You're obviously looking to rack up a bit of an experience and get some prize money for yourself if you can get deep in the draw here.
Yeah, that would be sick. I'm not planning anything, but see how it takes me.
And where are you from, Harry?
I'm from the Gold Coast, Palm Beach.
Nice, mate. And you guys have been scoring some good surf in the new year?
Yeah, we've been getting good waves down that way. Got a good wave at Greenie, so I was pretty happy.
Oh, mate, it only takes one. Awesome, Harry. Yeah. Well, congratulations on a first round win, mate, and keep the dream alive.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, brother. Yeah, good performance there from Harry, getting the jump on some more experienced rivals in that last heat and powering on through to this round of 96. And we'll be seeing him most likely tomorrow. But, yeah, 16 minutes remaining in this one. Darcy Crump getting a couple of early scores on the board. Nothing major at this point. This is the surfer that you're excited to watch, Mitch. And, yeah, I'm excited to see what he can bring to it as well. But big combination there. And I get the feeling Lennox is going to be making the jump from fourth, probably up into the lead in just a moment.
Absolutely. 3 solid turns there from the man in green. Great surfing to kick off the round of 96, where a couple of the big names hit the water. This turn was a nice connector through to this last one. Perfect timing on the final manoeuvre. Without a doubt, the best scoring wave we've seen in this heat. You can just notice that the level gets a whole lot sort of better as you push through these rounds, welcoming the top seeds into the draw.
Yeah, this is where the proven, the consistent performers have will make their start here at Surfest. And they've had a pretty decent run. Many of them have already collected good results to get themselves to this point in the contest already. So it'll be fun to watch it all unfold here. But let's see if there's a few upsets as we move through the round of 96. Because the conditions kind of do sort of play to it. You know, there's a lot of room to move out there in the lineup. there's not that sort of chess game happening with priority as much, you'd have to say. It's still a factor, but it just seems like you can, sneak away from experienced rivals who maybe have a performance edge and just find one magic section and get yourself a decent score here. So, if you're going to cause an upset result, these conditions might really sort of work in your favour.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a bit of a lucky dip out there at the moment. Haven't seen too many upsets today, though. There hasn't been any that sort of stand out. As we see Brent Dorrington, he's having fun.
I was going to say, that's about as much meditation as Brent Dorrington's ever done right there. But, he's a familiar face. We've been seeing him compete at this level for a long time. He's sitting way down the back end of the ratings. Doesn't really have any good results to speak of, but he's a guy that could go from that round of 128 all the way and take a victory here. He's a world-class surfer.
Absolutely. Has always been one of the best in any solid lineup.
Yeah, so Lennox makes that jump quite easily up into first position now with that 5.67. And that's left Darcy Crump in second, looking for a 6.17 for Run Tenjung. And then the 3.24, Elliot Parada Reid is after that 3.63. Yeah, you see some faces in the draw here that, you've seen for a long period of time. For over 15 years, we've been seeing Brent Dorrington put together solid performances. He's had hiatuses from competition in the past, but he's kind of a guy that has been celebrated by world champs for his performances on the North Shore. So that's the one thing about the regional QS I love, that it kind of pulls guys that you thought had their day. It pulls them out of that off the job sites, so to speak, and puts them back into the competition with the next generation. And there's a bit of an old school element to some of those competitors too. They're a little bit rougher to come up against, a little bit more intimidating. And it's a good test of kind of the mettle of some of the younger surfers coming through if you've got to overcome these guys. And for that reason, I think it works, because they're going to push you.
It's funny what must go through their minds. We saw Ricardo Christie, he was one of them as well. Go away from the sport for a while, but there must be some itch that just always needs a little scratch every now and then.
I think what it is they sit back and they watch these heats and events unfold and they think, I could beat this kid.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he's good, but he's not that good.
Well, all it takes is a bit of a roll, right?
Exactly. And talking to Nathan Hedge about it, he's kind of inspiring, just in that he just says, mate, you're retired for a long time. You've got a long time to think about it. If you're physically able and you enjoy it, why not do it?
Yep.
There's always judgment that comes with it when the older boys go around again and they're in there, and even the younger crew and some of the guys who have also checked out of competition and they don't, it's their decision not to do it. They get a bit judgy on the guys that are hanging around, but I love it. I wish we could get some of the some more of the former CTers who've been off tour for a long time coming back and doing some of these events. It'd be unreal.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's always fun as we see Darcy just destroy that wave. That was a good score.
Yeah, he's just got that magic flow, Darcy, and he's really mucks around on a lot of different boards, so just has a great ocean knowledge, and he's threaded that one together nicely. But yeah, you think about some of the great CT surfers that we've seen in some of the board riders events and the surfing that they've done. Like, it'd be unreal to see them pop up in some of these events.
If you even sort of, look at boxing, for example, when you see Mike Tyson take on one of those exhibition fights, the world stops and you love it. You love watching it,
Big time.
If Matt Hoy or Luke Egan or someone like that enters the draw, it'd be a real cack. It'd be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, well, Kelly Slater's probably the big story. There is conditions like this that Kelly's going to find it hard overcoming surfers in the mix, even some of the surfers in this round probably. But on his day in the right conditions, he's still the man to beat. And there's sort of probably, I think that's what lures a lot of the former pros out of those roles, those jobs, like Ricardo Christie, because in quality surf, he's got that power, he's got that read, and even on these marginal days, he can still hustle and scrap together a couple of decent scores.
Absolutely. As you see replay, this turn was unreal here from Varun. Unfortunately, he couldn't get 2 sections, but the first turn solid, and then it was Lennox Smith, the current heat leader. This wave didn't do an awful lot down the line. Thought the Varun got the best of this exchange, but I don't really think they're going to go into the top 2 come the end of the heat. We are surfing 25-minute heats. This is the first heat of the round, around a 96. The second round of competition down here at Merriweather today. And it is Lennox Smith out in front at the moment. Darcy Crump with that last one, Ron. 3.23 moves up in the second spot and puts a little pressure on Elliott and Varun in third and fourth spot. 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you were getting excited about with Lennox Smith. I mean, he hasn't gotten above a mid-range 5 just yet. He hasn't broken into the 6s, but there's a lot of potential there for a big number from him. Just looks so solid and
power.
Not catching anything, just looks fit, ready to go, ready to really take one of these walls apart.
I spend a little time with Jarvis Earl, and I often ask him about who's the best sort of guys coming up, and he always says Lennox. And he says he's pretty entertaining to watch in an event. He goes, you know what? He's kind of, I don't know if he'd like me repeating this, but...
We'll do it anyway.
But he's like, look, he can have heats where he's a couple of crappy scores and then he'll lose early, or he starts strong and he'll win the contest. He's like, sort of like all or nothing.
He's a momentum guy.
One of those guys, yeah. Fun fact, those 2 guys date 2 sisters. So they're surfing with each other a lot.
Wow, that is a fun fact.
And push each other all the time, always hanging out and catching waves together.
Yeah, so he's in control at the moment, but there's still a lot of talent in this lineup. 7 minutes to go. And Varun relishing the opportunity, no doubt, to come out here and test himself against the other surfers in this region. But Elliott Parada-Reed is kind of like gaining a bit of notoriety as a Instagram sensation. Sidekick to Mackenzie Bowden.
Yeah, I actually have a little creative agency that I do, and we actually did a job with him a couple of months ago.
With Elliott?
Yeah.
Got him in on a shoot?
Yeah, for Pals and Better Beer.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I worked with him for the day or two. It was awesome. He's actually really funny, yeah.
He's got a dry sense of humour. He kind of seems pretty reserved, or is he animated when you get him away from a surf comp?
Yeah, I think he's pretty chill until you press play,
Then he fires up.
Yeah. No, he's really cool.
Is that the one at the bowling club?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, 6 minutes remaining here as we see that next heat gearing up to hit the lineup. Manojo Yahagi of Japan, Kairi Noro of Japan, and David Perry, Brent Dorrington coming up in that next heat. Just under 6 minutes to go here. No one really challenging Lennox at the moment. Darcy's paddling back out. He might have just had a ride. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with today. And the competitors have had to get themselves up and get themselves psyched to hit this lineup. I mean, they're not struggling for motivation, though, with so many points up for grabs here at this final stop of this regional qualifying series run of events. And prize money's a big factor, too. Talking to Beck Woods earlier, it's not like these surfers are having to fund an international QS campaign like the old format, but still you want a return on your investment. So if you've gone through this schedule without bagging that big result, which is the case for a lot of these lower seeds, this is an opportunity to win back some cash and set yourself up with a good seed heading into next season.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many opportunities at events like this, whether it be trying to qualify in the CT down the road, or just get a couple of bucks together.
You know that saying you got nothing to lose. That's the case for some of these competitors who can throw everything at it, knowing that even with a victory that they can't get themselves into those Challenger Series events. However, you got so much to gain. A victory at Surfest put you on an honour roll with the sport's greats, world champions. Also that prize money, but just like gaining a bit of confidence and reminding yourself that you deserve to be here after being kind of bumped out of events early on in the mix. That's a massive boost for any of these competitors. But we are kind of getting to the point now where surfers have got enough points, some of those seeded surfers, to cause a huge upset, a big boil-over result with a victory in this contest, and maybe nudge some of those competitors out of the back end of the top 7 to give themselves a chance at getting into the CS.
Yeah, a few less spots this year too, up for grabs, so it's got to make it way more competitive this year.
Here's Darcy Crump.
Nice snap there for the man who's currently in second spot. First turn was good, second turn was better, and no doubt, I think that's his best wave of the heat, without a doubt. Looking for a 6.17. I don't think he'll get there, but he'll definitely separate himself from Danger Man Elliott and, of course, Varun Tanjung.
Yeah, just the thing I love about Darcy surfing is he never has that kind of, never seems to change his flow, putting the jersey on. You know, never looks flustered. He picked his moment beautifully on that ride to let go of that big backhand blast. But yeah, he never really sort of seems to get flustered. If he does, it's hidden in that beautiful style. Finds a bit of space between each of his turns just to gather himself and stands back on that tail and really unleashes. So we're expecting a decent score for that last one.
Yeah, only 2.5 minutes remaining in this, and we've been talking about Elliott Parada-Reid, still looking for a 4.16 at this stage of the heat. So not a tall order for the Kiwi. Just needs a bit of green face, and likewise for Varun, all the way from Indonesia. I'm sure he wants a big result here.
A couple of my favourite surfing destinations represented out there in the lineup at the moment. Bali for Varun, South Coast, where Lennox Smith is from. So many good waves down there. Elliott Parada-Reid from Piha, New Zealand, and we've spent a bit of time over there, Mitch. Great little zone. Used to go over and cover the Pro Junior events there. You were surfing in those. Stay at the Scout Hall.
Feels like yesterday. 25 years ago.
Yeah, that was good fun. And then Darcy Crump from Avalon. Been living down that way for about 10 years. Recently moved. Heartbreak. Minute and a half to go here. Darcy trying to hang on. Varun chasing down that number 2 spot with a 4.66 requirement.
I'd love to know how many times he would surf this sort of wave in Indo. Doesn't look like
Doesn't look like he does very often.
I just don't know how many opportunities. No.
Nah. Wait for those crisp, clean mornings, and when the trades kick in, call it a day.
Absolutely. Bit of a set coming through with a minute to go. Looks like a massive one rolling on through. It looks like Varun might be in position for the left. Here we go, having a paddle. Last roll of the dice, I'd assume, for Varun. Nice snap there. Buries a little bit of rail. Tries to kick the tail out. Unfortunately, he will be eliminated in this one. As we see Elliott also going down swinging. Looks like that wasn't the wave he was chasing either.
Oh, he checks the clock, kicks the feet. He knows he's in a bit of trouble here because he's a bit too far inside at the moment. We'll need to really find something small here. It's going to have to sneak under Lennox Smith. So it'll be a smaller wave. He'll have to surf out of his skin to turn this one. 15 seconds to go. And Lennox just hanging on to that priority on the outside. Elliott just begging that wave to back off and give him a bit of green wall to work with.
It's like the surfer in white's found something here, Ron. So with, I don't know if it was on the buzzer.
Wow.
Wow, that was big.
Love the release, the extension. Pushed his board out, couldn't reel it in, and unfortunately for Elliott, That's going to mean he's bundled out here in the third position. And Varun Tenjung also is going to finish outside of that qualifying position. Darcy Crump in second spot, but Lennox Smith, an expected performance. He rose to the occasion, put up some pretty decent numbers. He's moving through to the next round. Stay with us. You're watching the Burton Automotive Pro.
Speaking in colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds to Michael's. Get to the Royal.
To have this happen over the last few years, to have so many companies get involved, it's great.
I wanted to be involved in this is A, it's accessible for a small business like mine, and getting out, being passionate and achieving the best you can possibly achieve.
It brings businesses together, that loyalty and the support for lots of small local businesses.
It's a bunch of great people with good intentions. We live in the best place in the world. Why wouldn't you want to be a part of this?
Welcome back to the show with just a little piece there, celebrating the crowdfunding effort of the local community who all chip in, they get behind this event, and it's basically a lottery-based system. A lot of small community businesses get behind the women's event, and this year, Speaking in Colour is the sponsor for the Women's Pro. So congratulations to them. Great to have their support. But I just love the initiative just to keep the women's event alive here at Surfest. And yeah, what a fantastic thing to be part of. And it was great to have our icons and former winners in Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah and Jodie Cooper surfing alongside three-time winner Beck Woods yesterday in the Expression session, celebrating some of those event partners, as we see replays of what unfolded in the opening stages here.
A lot.
Yeah, a number of waves ridden. This is David Perry in the white, the Australian, and Brent Dorrington's out there in the green. Monojo Yahagi of Japan is in the red, and Kairi Noro is in the blue. But the replay here of David Perry, pretty smooth. Taking that one through to the inside, not expecting a monster number for that one though. Brent Dorrington though, kicking off with a 6.5, but have a look at the Japanese surfer here. Hammering down the line. Oh, got a little stuck there, but it's a good wall and it stands up again, and he makes up for that little mistake and maintains some flow for that finishing turn. Really late into that one.
Loved it. Loved it. 3 big turns. The first one just waiting for the section, just jams it.
Oh, you've got to love that bottom turn.
And it was all a little bit different too. I know he caught a little bit of rail for a second, but I still liked it. And this thing's just the cherry on the cake. Boom.
That's one of the beefiest end section hits we've seen all day. But from the moment he took off on that wave, I think Manojo recognised that he was on a quality wave, because he really laid over that bottom turn. And sometimes we see surfers on the bottom turn in lumpy conditions. They don't want to overcommit in case they catch a bit of rail. But he just burned through the bottom turn to get himself into that first pocket.
Found a perfect wave.
Oh.
Hasn't been too many of them. Just so much green face, and yeah, 3 enormous manoeuvres. That's going to be the score of the day, potentially.
Yeah, Yahagi's got a big one coming. Let's see where this one falls. I mean, he was the last surfer to strike a blow in this opening exchange, but I think he's going to make it count.
As we see surfers warming up for the next heat, mean business.
Yeah, old mate's getting set to ride out of a couple of airs maybe there.
Absolutely.
That was Roy, I think. Might have been Tai Chi. Hagita. But yeah, we've got a lot of Japanese surfers in the mix, which is great to see. Fantastic to have them visiting, and they can collect some points for their region too. They can take those home. But have a look at the numbers rolling through here, Mitch. You were spot on. Manajo Yahagi of Japan is going to drop a big number here and make the jump into the lead.
Just waiting for one last judge to pop his score in, and it looks like it will be knocking on the door of an excellent score. So
it's got to go there, surely. I think it's going to be an 8.
Yeah. 19 to go. We've already seen a big score in for Brent Dorrington, a 6.5. And our Japanese competitor, Yohagi, has just dropped an 8. So massive score. And now we're watching Breno try to answer back. Not that time, but incredible surfing. And now we're looking at the man in blue, Koro.
Kairi. Noro. And yeah, he's been a little left behind here. But Manaja Yahagi, 8-point ride to kick things off here, and did make the jump up into first, but Brent Dorrington might steal that back in just a moment. Brent Dorrington's looking kind of on.
Yeah, he is.
We saw him sort of driving through town last night, keeping a low profile. He doesn't mind a social event, but it feels like he's pretty focused on making this event count.
Yeah, looking really good. Brent Dorrington, paired up with a right-hand point break of any description.
Yes.
Is always pretty dangerous for Breno.
Mm-hmm.
It's it is a point break, but it's not quite a point break. It's like a rock sort of, a bit of this and bit of that.
It has its days, doesn't it? But yeah, this little inside ride at the moment is definitely working in Brent Dorrington's favour. He's just turned a 3.57 in, but Manojo Yahagi has a 2.73, and paired up with the 8 has him out in front at the moment. Let's take this opportunity to have a look at David Perry now on the backhand. He's kind of getting left a little behind, so he needs to stay on track here. He needs to keep pace with the front runners in this one. Not sure how high the number's going to go for that wave. But let's hear from Lennox Smith now, getting the job done in that last heat. Congratulations, Lennox. Good start to your campaign here, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Mate, you're from down there, the Shell Harbour region. Obviously, it's helped you really kind of develop and evolve a well-rounded approach. But how often are you going out in conditions like this? Every day?
Yeah, I don't really surf waves this bad very often because home's always good, but yeah, I don't know, sometimes.
Oh, we appreciate your honesty. Mate, yeah, your equipment's looking super sharp. What are you riding out there at the moment?
I was riding a CI Pro on the Merricks.
Love it. Mate, incredibly stacked field at these QS 5000s. How hard is it to wrestle big results away from those guys that have been campaigning for some time on the QS now?
Yeah, I know. Everyone's so good. Like, every heat from the first rounds are, like, crazy. So, yeah, super hard, but hopefully keep it going.
What's the best result you've had in a QS like this, mate?
I got to the quarters last one at Avoca, so I was pretty happy with that. It's probably my best. Oh, actually, I won the Burley QS.
There we go.
How old are you now, Lennox?
I just turned 18.
Ah, 18.
You're a baby.
Yeah, big 18.
Yeah, mate, the big 18.
Did you have a party?
Did you have a party, and why weren't we invited?
Yeah, I didn't have a party. I was at the Maroubra QS on my birthday.
So this is a big event for you then. You're chasing a big result and a good reason to celebrate the end of the QS schedule.
Yeah, I don't think I'm looking at qualifying for the Changas. I think I'll just try to get a good rank for when it starts over again.
Awesome, mate. And just tell us what your plans will be once this QS schedule wraps.
I don't know, I guess just keep surfing and just keep having fun.
That sounds like a really good plan. Mate, congratulations on your charge. It's been a good start so far through to that next round, and good luck. Hope you can keep it going.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
Lennox Smith, so yeah, 18.
Big fan.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah.
That's young.
He just, the way he surfs just had me thinking he was a bit older, but you were onto it, Mitch. You've seen enough of him. But yeah, he's solid, you know, and that's massive for him to think that he already looks as powerful and, you know, sinks his rail the way that he does at 18. You know, he's gonna evolve even more over the next couple of years. He's got a bright future.
He charges too.
He does,
Some of
doesn't he?
those slabs and
I think that's what it was. Some of the big stand-up pits that I've seen him standing in down there on the south coast are pretty impressive. Here we go. Oh, dropping the biggest number of the day is Yahagi, and he just hasn't really been able to back it up just yet, but I think he will with 14 minutes to go.
yeah, no doubt. Still plenty of time on the clock. And other than the 8, it says Brent Dorrington with a 6.5. They're the only two scores of consequence at the minute. So, yeah, pretty open.
Kairi, Norro, and David Perry, they're a bit off the pace. You know, they've David Perry especially, but Norro needs to actually get himself something. He's got to chip away at the requirement here because you get the feeling Brent Dorrington's going to drop something better than a 3.57 at some point in the next 13 and a half minutes. So, you know, their next ride's got to count for something.
Yeah, have to make it count. Still, the thing about it, like when you say 13 minutes remaining, sometimes it's not that long. Sometimes it is. Today, it's ages. You can catch 5 waves in, 8 minutes or so. It's a really quick paddle out at the minute, and you can turn numbers really quick. As we see, the goofy footer, this is Perry, yet to get a good number on the board. Working hard. He did win his earlier heat, so he has been out there. He knows what the conditions are like.
He's kind of got that nice, smooth flow and seems to want to kind of get a lot of medium-sized turns done. And I just think with the power that we've seen from Yahagi and Dorrington so far, that's not really going to work, that tactic, as we see that replay of the 8-point ride again.
Yeah, see, this is what you're talking about, Ron. You know, that's total commitment, and the previous wave of the white wasn't quite as committed. Sure, it's got a lot to do with the waves. Look, it's a lucky dip at some events, and he got really lucky with that wave, but gosh, he smashed it.
He did. Yeah. What have you seen of Manojo surfing?
Not much, to be honest. No, not much at all.
I've seen 4 waves.
Yep.
And I like what I see. But here we go, gearing up for that next heat. Sean Gunning.
Yeah, another competitive heat coming up next. The local, Connor Lee, up against a few Japanese competitors. So
Taichi, Hagita, and Roe Kanazawa.
Gosh, he's got some speed. That was incredible. Might not be a huge score, but the amount of distance he made up there was really impressive there for the man in third, Norro. Looking for a 6.41 at the moment, Ron. This wave might be the best of the bunch for the blue. Might be. That snap was good. The transition here to get around for one last jam was pretty impressive. Might be a 4.
Yeah, Kairi's he's almost there, isn't he? He's just, it just feels like he needs a bit more space. He was kind of chasing that wave or chasing the opportunities on that wave pretty hard, but he can still turn it with a 5.91. As long as Brent Dorrington's unable to improve on the 3.57, he's got a shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to heat 6 today, I believe, Ron. Still a whole lot of surfing to go.
Bring it on.
Ripping through the round of 96. As we see a couple of surfers having a look at this one. It looks like the current heat leader. Lovely bottom hand turn. Really compressed and low. Big blast there. That would have been another massive score had he ridden out of that one.
Minojo.
Look at that smile, Ron.
Yeah, he's loving his time out here at Merriweather. Yeah, those big sections, pretty hard to execute if you don't have a whole lot of speed, and he just came through flat water to get to that final move, didn't he? But this was nice. Just, you know, in transition, still probably collecting some decent points there.
Wow. Really is a wave catching competition at times, isn't it? That wave was built for a big score. All he had to do was make that manoeuvre, which wasn't easy, but you make that and he's putting up maybe 15 points.
Yeah, maybe he could have just come in.
Yeah.
9.5 minutes to go, though. And
nice shot there, looking down south. Up the top there, you'll see Dudley. The furthest point, that's Dudley, then wrapping through Whitebridge. Around the back there is actually Redhead. Nice coastline, plenty of beaches. There's so many spots here that you can get uncrowded waves, which is really appealing.
It sure is. Yeah, just
Leggy
some
point.
really nice reserves too. Glenrock.
Yep, you can see that to the, you know, just over the hill here at Merriweather is pretty much Glenrock.
Really nice trails through there for a ride to scope the surf down the beaches on the other side, which we don't talk about often. But yeah, it was nice. It's just beautiful little nature reserve over there, and yeah, there's plenty to do here, even if you're not surfing. So come on down to Newcastle and check it out. The city of Newcastle right behind this event once again. So a big shout out to them. And if you want to learn more about Newcastle and some of the things that you can do here, you can go to visitnewcastle.com.au. But I wouldn't be going anywhere at the moment because we've got a really good heat at the moment. Minojo Yahagi, he's in a position here to potentially put up the best numbers of the day. He's already got an excellent score. A couple of high impact end sections. He was just a couple of feet away from riding out of a really good backup number just moments ago, as Kairi Noro looks to make a charge to that second spot here. Great flow, good combination. Is it a 5.91 though?
I doubt it. Look, the judges are awarding big sections. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything big about this. Good surfing, sort of connecting the dots here, wrapping around. Last section was good, but was it a 5.91? I highly doubt it. I actually don't think it'll be his top score, so I still think he will be looking for that same requirement. 7 minutes remaining. Here we go. The current second placer is Brent Dorrington, up and riding, sitting at the Rocks Bowl here. Unfortunately, this way he's going to sleep. You get a bit of a section here at the end. Nice slide. Now you can tell what Brent's trying to do. He's just trying to replace that 3.57, which is a pretty low backup. Once he replaces that, he'll have a little breathing space, but I doubt this is the one that will do that. As we look at the replay, it's a real grovelly type of wave here. Surfed it well. The wave didn't really cooperate.
Love that. Little slide on the tail, but he's trying to better his 3.57. I was just looking through the honour roll here. We've had a number of internationals break through on the men's side for victories. Surfers from the States, also South Africa. Brazil's had a number of victories here. Hasn't been a Japanese champ. Glenn Hall got a victory for Ireland. But yeah, no Japanese champs, but with plenty of them in the mix, maybe this is their year. Minojo Yahagi, he's certainly putting a good case forward, isn't he? That was a really solid performance from him, and he's not done. 6 minutes to go. Numbers coming through for Brent Dorrington's last ride. Didn't go into his top two, just 3.07. So it's still within reach for the surfer in blue, Kairi Noro, who had a 4.57 on his last wave. The requirement for him, he shrunk that just a little bit to 5.51. David Perry's still kind of battling to get himself into this battle.
Interesting to see a couple of the competitors opting to jump off the rocks here at Merriweather. Of course, Connor Lee from Redhead, so surfs here enough to know, where to sort of.
Is it tricky out there? Is it a tricky rock jump?
It's not tricky. When it's big, it's a bit annoying, but nah. You can sort of, maybe a little bit high, you could paddle out without getting your hair wet today.
Are you a rock jump guy?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just for the adventure?
Yeah, I've always
Just a
liked
little,
it. Yep.
little adrenaline charge.
And I like sort of limiting the paddle as well.
Yeah, I'm that lazy, I'd risk getting rolled across the rocks as opposed to paddling through the shore break. So, yeah, I typically go for it as well. As we see now, David Perry, is this the wave that gets him in this heat? It might be. He's had a good flow on this ride. Gets that board up into the pocket a few times. Had that windscreen wiper going.
I like the fade. He kept looking for steep section. I don't think this will be the number, but I have a feeling it will get him a little bit closer to making the jump. As we look at the replay, lovely fade there into the top, a nice snap. I think he could have timed this one a little bit better and made it just one big smack down the end. A little bit early. The judges are going to cruel him a little bit there.
Oh, Brent Dorrington finishing one off there, and the body language suggesting that he's pretty happy with himself. Let's have a look what happened on the outside. Drives up into that section. Nice hit. And really does just sort of iron out all the lumps with that flowing approach. Big finish. He knows it's good. The 3.57 is history, and Brent Dorrington's going to make life really difficult here for Kairi Norro and David Perry. That was solid. 3 turns, great variation. Big number coming.
Put together so well. Yeah, 3 solid manoeuvres.
Geez, so many people on those sharp eyes to Brent Dorrington. Just looking alive on his equipment. You had a go on one, Mitch?
I have. I had a couple.
Did you love it?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just felt easy.
Perfect. It was easy for Brent Dorrington. Easy 6.4. So he's out in front again. And Manojo Yahagi now, he's looking for a 4.9 to get back out in front. But we know that the requirements gotten a little more difficult for Kairi Norro and David Perry now. Norro looking for a 6.17. 7.21 needed for David Perry here as we come into the final 3 minutes. Something standing up on the outside. Perry having to think about it, has to duck under this one. So the challenge has been thrown down by Dorrington and Yahagi. And Kairi, Norro and Perry, they're out there. They're going to have their opportunity here in the final stages to dig themselves out of trouble. But the signs have not been fantastic for David Perry.
Not yet. He's had a lot of waves and nothing over a 3. The thing about Red right now, he hasn't closed it out. He just needs to get a 4. You know, a 3 or a 4 would put him in a really good position. And here he goes, trying to do exactly that.
Got a good-looking wall. Just one turn, but it's strong.
That was big.
Really strong. And he sets those fins free for a moment by the look of things. Great surfer. Enjoyed this performance. I mean, he'll get through this heat, but he's got to reflect on not backing up that 8 properly as a bit of an error, or at least leaving the door open for his countrymen to potentially steal his place in the top 2. But that felt like it might take him into the 3-point range.
We could have it wrong and he might get a big score. There it is. We need a different angle of it. It was a 5.57. So the front angle, this wave must have been big because that turn from here looked incredible.
Yeah, it was solid. That wave was tall. There it is.
The judges loved it, and so cool to hear the judges reward just power surfing. 1 manoeuvre wave.
Yeah, I back it big time because you do see the repetition of those medium-sized turns, and that was the reward for quality over that quantity of manoeuvres, as we see Brent Dorrington after a 7.08 now to get into the lead, because Manojo Yahagi dropped a 5.57, one of the more impressive heat score totals we've seen today. Brent Dorrington's sitting pretty in second spot now, and Kairi Norro, he needs a monster score, 8.33, even bigger required for David Perry with just 40 seconds to go. It feels like their run here at Surfest is done.
Wow, that's some pretty solid performances by the top 2, red and green. Yeah, Norro and Perry looking for massive numbers with 20 seconds to go. As you said, yeah, this one's done.
I'm sure he's had some good performances over there in Japan, Manojo, but this has been
been solid. You know, you do find yourself up against a really experienced QS campaigner in Brent Dorrington and getting the victory. That's big for his confidence. And yeah, he's going to be powering through with ease to that next round. Solid stuff there. So there it is in the bag. Great performance from the Japanese surfer, banking an excellent score. And we're going to take a quick break here. And we've got more great heats coming your way this afternoon at the Burton Automotive Pro. Stay with us.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds in St Michael's. Get to the Royal.
I love Newcastle. It's good. I moved here 5 years ago and love it all.
Beautiful beaches, lovely people, so thanks for having me. Time for me to do a bit more surfing for myself, so it's super fun to reconnect with these girls and yeah, have a bit of fun out here.
As that board looks quick. Nice hook off the top there.
Oh, yeah. Pauline is just picking off gems here. What a session.
Oh, I had an absolute blast. I feel like I'm 10 again.
It's cool watching all the people surf.
Just get behind people that are doing really extraordinary things and show their stuff. It's always good to watch it live.
There it is, the Surfest Expression session. What a session it was. 3 Hall of Famers out in the water. It was Jodie Cooper, world champion Pauline Mensah, and world champion Pam Burridge, along with the 3-time Surfest champion and my co-commentator, Beck Woods. Nice to see you here back at Newcastle. Beck, and how was it out there sharing the lineup with the legends?
It was a little bit intimidating, to be honest. Yeah, I think watching Girls Can't Surf, the movie, and yeah, I mean, for them to be able to tell their story, it really it grew legs, and I think it was a story that needed to be heard. And you know, Pauline was on tour with me for a bit, and she lived up to the name Naughty Paws. She definitely had a good time. You know, she put in the hard work for all of our generations, but is the hard work out there today for all of the competitors here at Surfest 2023, as we see him surfer in white, starting off with a very strong-looking wave.
Taichi Hagita. He already surfed in the earlier round this morning and was very impressive in some pretty tricky conditions. He's already starting to stretch his wings a little bit here because this morning he had one of the toughest heats. He's out there against Roy Kanazawa, Sean Gunning, who is actually Australia and Spain, representing 2 countries, as a lot of people are doing now, depending on what their heritage is. And Connor Lee out there as well from Redhead. And
local boy.
Yeah, so this will be a good heat. But were you aware when you're on tour just how hard, you know, Pauline, Jodie, Pam, Lane, all those women had to fight just to get it to a point where they were treated with respect and equality?
Yeah, I think, like I talked to Pauline, she really was one of my mentors when I first got on tour because everyone was quite intimidating and really on their own program. So Pauline was kind of finishing her career and she took me under her wing a little bit, which I will always appreciate because, yeah, I was 19. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, I just want to surf and that's it. So, you know, there's a lot that goes into that and you just don't realise it when you're 19. So she kind of, she really, like I had some really good conversations with her about what the tour used to be like. And then as we see Surfer in green, nice fluent looking first turn into a bit of a fin throw, but unfortunately coming unstuck there for the Surfer in green. He's looking sharp though.
Yeah, Connor Lee, he has already surfed this morning, so we're through into a seeded round. Roy Kanazawa and Sean Gunning are our seeded surfers in the round of 96. Taichi Hagita and Connor Lee surfing already this morning. Might be a little bit of an advantage even, having had a surf, knowing that it's very tricky. Although I will say it looks a lot cleaner. The wind has dropped off a little bit. There's nowhere near as much bump and lump. I mean, this morning you were basically just paddling into these weird little chip shop teepees and hoping they'd reform.
Yeah, hoping to get the inside breaker. I was just up having lunch and I saw that some of the competitors have moved further south on the peak here, and it is looking a lot more organised. So, yeah, if you were down there watching, you'd definitely be picking your lineup spots and having a bit of a heat plan, whereas earlier I think it was just like, okay, I'm just going to go out and roll the dice, basically. So, I think now there'll be a little bit more tactical plays. We see the replay of Surfer in white. Taichi Hagita opening blast and second really crisp looking turn off the top as his opener. I think that might have been his 3.9, but it was a good opening wave for him. It is looking like it's cleaning up. We see a replay of Surfing Red, really nice off the top there, and a combo blast with that second turn. I'm not sure if that was deemed complete, as we saw Connor super fluent, just coming unstuck there a little bit. Yeah, a little bit overcooked on that turn.
Man, well, going through these replays, it's clear to see that the low tide is really doing good things for this lineup. Finally, some cupped out face. And wherever you see steep face, you're going to see some exciting surfing that just allows you to really get vertical, punch it into the pocket, send a bit of spray around, and some good opening exchanges here. Surfers not able to really lock away anything too meaningful, but at least we're seeing them come off the bottom. And there's a bit of lip there to hit. Hallelujah. So
very true.
It looks like Tai Chi and Roy, a big Japanese contingent in this event. Australia, Asia, all the points in this Asian, Australasian regional series are on offer. And
great they get to have it as a backup. You can kind of pick the eyes out of events that you think you'd do well at, I think.
It's really cool to just be able to share and experience and witness, Japanese surfing here on Australian shores.
Yeah, there's a whole heap. Like yesterday on the lineup when we went out for the expression session, I was like, there is a lot of new breed coming through, which is really exciting to see.
Oh,
Surfer
nice.
in blue.
Crack off the top here from Sean Gunning. Still a junior, I believe. Actually finished third up there at the Tweed Coast Pro in the junior final. Surfed that with Jay Okalupo and a couple of other guys, and that was a good result. 2 years, I think he's been living in Australia, relocating from Spain, and finally, starting to get on the podium. That was his dream.
Yeah, that's a good result. Any result in the Pro Juniors. Always a good little stepping stone. We see Surfer in red replay here. Bit of a carving off the top turn there. Unfortunately, that second section went a little bit flat for him, and then he's managed to bang one on the third and inside section. But interesting to see where the scores will go. Surfer in right on the right there in white. Let's see if that wave didn't offer too much either. But yeah, Surfer in blue combo turn, almost 3 turns there. So yeah. I think setting the scale again in this heat, it would be hard for the judges today. Priority systems would be hard, but also, setting the scale continuously, starting with the opening rounds, but just changing conditions all day long with this tide. So definitely got the work cut out for them. Not envious of their position at all.
All right, well, while we're waiting for some scores to drop, let's check in with Manojo Yahagi, who's down there, winner of the last heat. Manojo, welcome to Newcastle and congratulations on a great win. Oh, we'll come back to Manojo in just a second. But, one thing I've noticed is that our Japanese surfers are really doing well. They've grovelled their way through those tough heats this morning. There's been some big results. We've got 2 guys in this heat right now. And, this is a great opportunity for Japanese surfing to show us what's been happening up there.
Looks like Surfer in Blue scores have just dropped for Sean Gunning, and it was a 5.5. So solid wave there on that left, but he's hunted out.
Nice big
Few
hack.
of them opting to go the left, which is, I think a little bit of that east swell kind of coming back at you. And, goofy footers typically will hunt out a left on any
Always.
location.
That's goes without saying. I was laughing my head off at Cabarita earlier this year when, one of the biggest scores of the whole comp came from a full rotation air on a left.
There you
On
go.
a right point. I mean, if there's a chance for a goofy footer to go left, they'll always do it.
Oh.
And hucking into the wind just loses it. But this is the kind of surfing from someone who's feeling really good. It's amazing. Confidence gets talked about a lot. Some people believe in it, some people don't. And, this guy, I think that result in that Pro Junior has given him the belief that he belongs in this field, he belongs in this
I think for
in this group.
for
in the
most
QS 5000.
100%. For most up and coming competitors, it does really take just one event to unlock that, where you might not think that you're getting through against these big names, or you've stepped into an open division and it's quite confronting all of a sudden. Surfing through from an unseeded round and meeting up with the big names, but one result can really change your perception of and even belief systems, confidence systems. Psychology now in sports has come a long way, but I think like you said, getting one solid result can flip your whole year.
It's about belief.
Yeah.
And one guy who's, we'll stick here, beautiful off the top. This is exactly what we're talking about. Beautiful inside runner, goes for the air again. He looks like a guy who's very comfortable up there. But while we wait for scores to lock, let's go down with someone with plenty of belief, and that is Manojo Yahagi. Congratulations. Welcome to Newcastle. How did you find it out there, Manojo? We'll come back to Manojo. It's wonderful to have you here at Newcastle. A great result there. Must be feeling good getting through that round. Okay, sorry, Manojo. We'll come back down to you. A couple of little mic issues there. But in the meantime, some pretty big turns going down. And this heat is really shaping up to be a little bit of a kickstart here on the low tide. There have been heats that have slowed down and they've really, been struggling to manufacture scores, but already a 5.5 on the board for Sean Gunning. A couple of big air attempts. Saw Connolly blast one out of the back there. Taichi Hagita sitting on a 4.17.
Yeah,
And
that
Roy,
wave from Connor, he seemed to get it from up local knowledge up the point a little bit more. I'd like to see a replay of that if we can, but if not, he was linking through a couple of sections there really nicely. Be good if you could just get a finish turn on a wave like that, and it'll push his scores right up. Looks like they've given him a 3.47 for that last wave that he got. So a few small scores coming through, but I think finding your feet in conditions like this. Sean Gunning seems to have gone down and opted for the left-hander. It's great that he can surf for Spain as well. Here we see him down the beach a little bit more again, opening blast. Yeah, he's found his spot and position down there. Links through those two turns on the inside quite well.
he's having a lot of fun. That's the body language of someone in rhythm, isn't it? He's just catching plenty of waves, getting plenty of turns off. He's not really hunting. He's just sort of in the flow state. And if something pops up, he gives it a little tap. So definitely feeling good. Sean Gunning, he's sitting way down the beach on his own. No hassling needed. He's in first place at the moment, sitting on a 5.5. Nice opening snap here, Beck. Little speed check. Gets another little tap in, and he'll pull off that one. It's not the most spectacular wave, but you know that he's just keeping his body limber. He's staying warm, and he looks good. He looks very good. So a 3.1. He does improve his lead. So Taichi Hagita currently in second, looking for a 4.44 to move into the lead. Roy Kanazawa looking for a 4.8 to move into second, and Connor Lee a 3.47. Thought that turn looked big. I guess he didn't get the completion.
Yeah, I mean, it was more of the linking wave, and then I think he was waiting for that big momentum shift to happen, but unfortunately the wave just kind of ran away from him. But if you could just get one that opens up a little bit, I think we'll see the local knowledge coming out and someone like Connor Lee for sure. Did he surfed earlier today as well?
He did, he did. What's it like, Beck, when you've got a split peak situation like this? You can see crew up the beach. You're only getting that side view of the waves they're getting, so you're probably only getting the first turn or two. How hard is it to stick to your guns if you're sort of sitting in a different spot and it's not as consistent?
Yeah, I think I personally like setups like this because I just really hated the hassling. The hassling really, it was different then because of the priority situation. So I would always try and be 10 to 15 minutes on my own on any beach break location so I could just get some scores, and then you can go back and try and put pressure on other people. But it does look like Sean's set himself up nicely on this left opening hack there for him, and a huge blasting second turn. Third turn.
And a third. Yeah, that's in the bank, that one.
He's found his spot.
So
I think, you've got to play to your advantage, right? So, I mean, as we all do in free surfs too, you see waves and you're like, I'm just going to go out there because that's, I always hunt for lefts because that's what I do. But, same thing for Sean here. He's playing to his strengths. He knows his front side's strong. Super solid on his feet, second turn, and throwing fins on, connecting all the dots together on all of those waves. This is a replay, is it, of Surfer in White?
Might even be live action here with Tai Chi. Couple of nice backside re-entries. All right, let me put this to you then, Beck. You're in the group that's sitting up the beach, and all you can hear is scores, good scores, being read out from the one surfer who's down on their own little program.
Yeah.
When do you start making a move down there?
I'd be at the 10-minute mark. If somebody's getting consistent scores and they're running away from you, then that was a nice flaring open turn for the Japanese surfer and really finishing strongly there on that second one. Kind of pulled out of that a little bit early, but it was a complete manoeuvre. But I think I used to give it 10 minutes. If someone's down there getting like 2 sevens, and you're like, okay, I've picked the wrong bank, I'll have to move, put pressure on them. Yeah, so plan B comes into play. But I think these surfers are all playing to their strengths. They've found positions where they think, this is what I'm going to do. They've got their plans happening. So each surfer's got waves. Some are a bit busier than others, as we can see there. Sean and Tai Chi have got quite a lot of waves as opposed to the other two surfers, and I think that is actually paying off for them at this point.
Sean gunning, he's just dropped a 6.5, by far and away the best wave of the heat, I should say. 3 big turns, and that the extra one, that third turn on the inside was such a bonus because it really stood up nicely, and he got a big spray off for a turn that was almost a bit more than a tap, but I mean, it just adds that extra bit of flair. The judge love to see it. He's on fire. Jeez, he is picking them off right now. Look at this inside bowl, cracks the fins out over the back. That 5.5 could be in trouble here.
And it's almost like these two are in sync unison. But he reminds me a little bit, Sean Gunning reminds me a little bit of Matty Wilco back in the day. Grew up surfing with Matty when he was a Gaff helmet wearer. That's
a big compliment.
Oh.
Big snap there, huge turn, big rooster tail off the back. Gets a little bit of fin release. It's a good 1-2 combo, very smooth.
Yeah, strong, super solid on his feet.
Former event champ, Matty Wilco. Actually kicked off one of the great hot streaks in pro surfing history. He won Newcastle.
Yep.
He won Snapper.
Yep.
Then he won Bells. I don't think he lost a heat for 3 or 4 events.
It was so good. Because I grew up surfing with Matty and, knew how well he surfed, but just putting it together in a heat, as we all know, can be a little bit challenging. But I saw him at the pub at Byron and, gave him a big hug and was like, mate, how's your run going? And he's like, I can't believe it.
Oh, he just pinching himself.
I just can't believe what I've done. Yeah, and I was like, man, well, believe it. He bloody killed it. So, yeah, he's...
That's what 25 sit-ups will do for you, Wilco.
Yeah. Oh, he's a good character. He's done well for himself. Always, watching him at Fiji, actually, Wilco, be good to get some waves of Sean Gunnings out there, actually, and just do a bit of a screenshot comparison of their technique. But, yeah, I always, front side, even at Copper Point, I'd watch him, you know. He just knew that wave so well. Knew parts of that wave that you wouldn't have even thought of that people could ride. And him and Woody used to surf it really well.
It's just so cool that he did get that win in absolutely pumping surf at Cloudbreak, because it really is his backhand that's his major weapon. Come back to that.
Aww.
Here, up and over for Roy Kanazawa. Yeah, I mean, you think of Wilco, the first thing I think of is, you know, nose pivot, tail blow. It's probably his number one weapon of choice, and he is one of the great exponents of it to this day. Still, probably 100%. Very few people can do it on his level, but yeah, that tube riding, full rail hack fest at Cloudbreak. Connor O'Leary in that final.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so two classic Australian goofy-footed characters going at it. Number one in the world
heavy-footers
twice in his career, separate occasions, 2 years consecutive. Unreal to see. You can see Tully Wiley, Saxon Reba, Micah Markison and Ty Coolis getting ready for the next heat.
It's an all Aussie hit out, this one.
A little trot down the rocks.
Yeah, the rocks here, I think when you know your place and position, they seem good, but I don't do I just paddle out.
Here we go. And Roy just overdoing that bottom turn.
Just timing-wise is a little bit off for Roy in this heat. Potentially if he just can, I mean, I think he's trying to catch waves at the moment, but his timing's just slightly off. If he can just connect with one wave, it'll change his heat. It's just like, I think he needs to reset with 4 minutes to go. Not much of an ask. Only needs a 4.15, and Connor Lee only needing a 4.6. So both surfers that's within reach with 4 minutes to go. It's just going to come down to that wave selection.
And Roy Kanazawa, he's a Japanese national champion. You go onto his Instagram and there's just a lot of surf like this, particularly in competition.
Yep.
So the conditions won't rattle him. It's just, can he find a bit of rhythm? And this guy is really beginning to open up. Sean Gunning, just one turn, but beautiful arc.
Board looks fun too. It's got a little bit of width in the nose. I think, for the Japanese surfers, I've never surfed in Japan, so I don't know. What about yourself?
Actually, no, I don't think I have. I've been there a few times, but I don't think I've ever been to the coast. I've just hung out in Tokyo and
it looks fun.
Gone to Izikawa's and had a good old time.
I want to go to the
Connor
snow
Lee,
there.
I've forgotten all about him. He's been so quiet in this heat.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And such a good surfer. He's just gone over the handlebars on this one. Out the back, our surfer currently in second. Big bottom turn. Far out, the acceleration into the lip there. I was just holding my breath going, here we go. Fireworks. Okay, Connor, 3 minutes to go. Needs a 4.6. And, that is sweet. Beautiful one turn. He's feeling like a little bit of obstruction here. And he won't be happy with that, but, I mean, that's unintentional.
Don't know if it affected his turn too much. The turn was pretty strong. That was a huge blast.
Is it a 4.6 in your opinion? Off the bottom, crack, gets the tail release.
That's close.
I think what he was actually, frustrated at is he wanted to come out of that turn straight into another one, but definitely not intentional. That's just one of those things that happens.
He's come down. He's come down off the the south end there, and he's moved down to his other competitors. So. Yeah, I think he had a plan B and he's moved, which is good. See what the score drops in at.
He's got it. He's got a 4.73. The one big turn the judges are saying, yes, if you're going to whack it that hard and release a bit of tail, add that bit of flair, we're going to reward you. And he's done it. So he's up in second place. Taichi Hagita is looking for a 4.04. Connor's going to have to be right on his game here.
It's good to know the judges are rewarding that. I think.
They have to. So aggressive.
Yeah, that type of the one turn, super solid. Yeah, really nice to see for like future heats as well, because you can set a scale with that. But Connor's on fire now with a huge float. Unfortunately, a bit late to that one, but it's funny how you can just switch it back on if you've had a bit of a dead spot in your heat, isn't it?
Okay, well here's Roy. Needs a 4.28. First turn's nice. Looking for the tube, and he finds a cover up. My goodness, of all the things you didn't expect to see today, that is number one.
Well, that's going to be interesting because, it was pretty good wave. I've got no idea how I would score that.
Turned into a tube. It was chandelier-y, but it was definitely a pocket.
Yeah.
I'm so curious. I actually have no clue how the judge is going to score kind of a
Only needing a
little cover-up
4.28.
like that. It's
Yeah, it was quick.
And it was well surfed.
It
I mean, he
was,
came
yeah.
out of the floater and did that little shiv into it.
Very instinctive there.
4.28 though. Just thinking back to Connor Lee's one-turn snap, it was a much more committed sort of approach needed to get the big score.
Yeah.
Where is this going to land?
Oh, this is hard. Coming down to the wire, 30 seconds to go in this heat. So it does look like Roy has got the score there.
A 4.63. So Connor Lee now is
Needing a 3.83.
trying to hear what's going on. He cannot believe. Oh no, he can't hear. So he's frustrated. But Roy Kanazawa finding a gem. I mean, that's a gift, that wave.
There's 8 seconds to go.
8 seconds. Can Connor Lee find something here? 4, and it looks like Gunning is going to use priority and take this little left. Get the big air rev on the inside. That's a big victory lap from Sean Gunning. He
had a great
dominated
heat.
here.
Such a good heat from Sean Gunning. That was so good to watch. That came down to the wire. What an exciting heat. For how
Fantastic
tricky
finish.
the waves were.
Well, Roy just was out of rhythm this whole heat. He gets this nice tap. The fins came up and over, finds the tube.
Comes out clean.
Definitely comes out clean. It was a pretty cool wave, but this one is a really nice approach, isn't it? That little high line, straight into an air reverse, smooth as butter. Churned butter.
Victory lap. Nose wipe, come in. Job done.
Yeah, that's some pretty impressive surfing there from Sean. And unfortunately, Connor Lee does get leapfrogged. So we're going to have a quick break here for the Burton Automotive Pro. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. And a big heat has just gone down. Sean Gunning was on some sort of tear out there, but the big story was Roy Kanazawa, who spent most of that heat languishing in 4th position. He got a score, a mid-range score for a snap, and the first tube of the event to leapfrog Connor Lee, who must be feeling a little bit frustrated. He never really got going in that heat and somehow found himself looking like he was going to get through with a beautiful backside snap, but leapfrogged, and Tai Chi Hagita, our other surfer, finishing in 4th, so his run will come to an end. But right now, in the water, Saxon Reba from Manly, Tully Wiley from Victoria, Torquay board riders Micah Margison out there in the white, and Ty Coolis straight into it here. This is Saxon. North Stain represent, and some pretty quick surfing there. This is Ty Coolis, who has surfed this morning.
Pretty stacked Aussie heat, this one.
From Maroubra. Yeah, they're from all over the place in this one, Beck. We've got Saxon from the Northern Beaches, Tully from down in Victoria, Micah from Kingscliff, and Ty Coolis from Maroubra. And this guy, Tully Wiley, really burst onto the scene and onto our radars, winning the trials at Bells, getting to surf in the CT last year.
Awesome.
Breakthrough moment. It's such a big deal when the local Victorians win the trials down there and get to surf at Bells, far out Bells Beach, please. Number 1. I don't think there's a comp, maybe the Pipeline Masters, where it's like its own world title in a way.
Yeah, I mean,
etch
with that
yourself
much,
into history.
that much history, we see Surfer in green, throwing a couple of backside turns there. Waves looking a little bit tricky, but yeah, these guys know how important it is to get a quick start after watching a few of those last heats, I think. So, yeah, it did well to negotiate that section there for Tully Wiley because that was a tricky wave. I had a little bit of bump in the front of it there. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday I saw a lot of the guys out and women out practicing and just hard conditions, but just making it look so good. The level is just astounding.
Yes, I was watching that free surf yesterday afternoon and it was mind-blowing just how high quality the free surf was. And this is Micah and he means business. I just noticed this morning when he was surfing his heat, so much energy. And it's been a frustrating campaign in many ways for Micah. We spoke about that this morning, but this event he looks on. He's looking sharp.
Yeah, and I think like even if you've had, you know, a bad and slow, we see a replay again for Micah here. So quick off the top there and manages to lip line that one and finish and ride out. Hands, chest over knee. Nice and, yeah, it's looking solid. I think the better you're ranking, it's always going to help for the following year. So even if you have started out a little bit slow. And I think for a lot of these guys, this is the first year of their QS campaign or the first few years. And it's hard. The grind is hard. We see Surfer in red, nice vertical attack there. And again, blast off the top.
Yes. Big power move on the inside. You just can't let those ones go to waste. If it stands up, you've got to cloud it. And Tully Wiley, he's a big unit. He gives it some. Out the back, this is Saxon Reba. Been doing some work with Nick James over the years, and beautiful finish on that one.
Yeah, he's got a nice whip.
He's got that winning feeling too. I think in the Lake Macquarie Pro Junior, he took that one out just recently. So still a grom. Still a grom.
Yeah,
but
young.
Yeah, he'll back himself. I think that kids these days, they love and relish the opportunity to get into these big events and show what they're made of. Here's Tully's first turn was nice, but he gets that nice vertical re-entry in on the shorey. Saxon, he gets an up and over, very nimble. Tail release. Love that whipping turn.
Yeah, he's got a nice tail whip on him to finish those turns out. Nice, yeah, like when you've got your whippersnapper attitude, when you're a nice little finish turn there for Surfer in green, Ty Coulis. We saw him earlier today as well, so I think you do. When you're still surfing the juniors and you're doing the QS, I don't think there is as much pressure on you. And, that was my own experience with it. You're kind of like, oh, well, I'm still a junior. So, yeah, Surfer in white, nice opening slash there.
Oh, inside section looming, bashes it, and feeling good. Lots of positive body language there from Micah Marguson. Now let's go down to a man who had plenty of positive body language in that last heat. Sean Gunning, well done, mate. Geez, you look like you were having a blast out there.
Yeah, it was pretty fun, actually. Thank you.
Cool, mate. I saw on your Instagram that you were happy with a result in the Pro Junior up at the Tweed Coast Pro. How hard is it to get a breakthrough in these Australian regional contests?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's actually roller coaster of emotions, heaps of up and downs, but you've got to keep going.
Mate, how much have you enjoyed the experience of competing on this Australasian regional qualifying series?
Yeah, this is my fourth event. I couldn't do them all, so work and stuff. But yeah, I've been loving it, having fun with some mates, which is always good.
Mate, I loved the mix of approach that you brought to your surfing out there. We saw pretty much the full kit, big open face, hyper-extended calves into air reverses. What sort of surfing speaks to you? What do you love to do?
Oh, I love to do punts, and there's a couple of ramps out there. But I was trying to get 2 waves first, a couple of turns, and then trying to find ramps, and I luckily found one on the last wave.
Well, mate, it was great to see that big air on the end of that section. A good exclamation mark. Fantastic heat from you, Sean, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, guys.
Good on you there, Sean Gunning. Do you detect a little bit of that Spanish accent in there, Beck?
Just a slight little bit. That was good. I liked his heat plan. He was like, yeah, I like to punt, but I had to get 2 waves first. And that was it. I was like, excellent.
Keep it simple. Oh,
the best.
Got it, don't you? Sometimes, you can just... I actually heard an interview on, I think it was the Drop podcast, Stab's podcast with Kanoa Igarashi, and he was talking about his heat strategies going into Portugal, and that he had a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. I was just going, oh, mate.
Yeah.
That sounds exhausting.
That's a lot.
And
And
so,
sometimes it pays off, but sometimes, yeah, if you are on a roll, you've had results and you're just feeling good, it is nice to just, intuitively go with that as well. That was, textbook heat from Sean.
it was, and he had the tactic of surfing up the beach by himself, paid off. He found left after left. He was basically free surfing in the end. That's why he did that big air rev. So, be exciting to see what he can do next. Backside Nooner alert, and down he goes, Ty Coulis. He's really struggling with the bump in this one. Just a bit wobbly.
Rolled the dust a few times, but yeah, I think after watching those last two exchanges, it looks like Micah Margison is all over it at the moment. He's got a 5.17 and a 5.57. That's for those two right-handers that he's got. Seems like he's found his spot pretty quickly in the peak and in the lineup out there. So I think having a pair of pocket fives, you can then really start to work on opening up. And yeah.
See Nathan Hedge here paying tribute to Mark Richards, the
fan.
god of Newcastle, just paying his respects on the hallowed turf. And, oh, man, this guy, evergreen Hoggy, brings so much energy. There he is, shaking hands with Hoy, getting a bit of that Steel City energy. And he'll be loving this. The Hog just loves to pull on the Rashi. He's always up for the fight.
He made the final last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was down here watching.
he missed the Challenger Series by one place. We almost could have had Hoggy back in the big leagues. So that's his goal for this year. And I can't wait to see this next heat. He's going to have Harry Phillips, Ricardo Christie, and Cale Enfield. So that's going to be a cracker of a heat. It's still 14, just under 15 minutes away. And Micah Margison, as you said, in control. Hasn't quite run away with it yet. There's two good mid-range scores, a 5.57 and a 5.17. Saxon Reba sitting there with a 4.43 and a 3.17. So he's looking sharp, but his wave selection, I wouldn't say that it's been poor because you really just got to take what you can get. But the waves that he has chosen haven't completely opened up for him. He's been impressive on what he has been able to catch. Tully Wiley, 4.67, essentially for one big shory bash. And Ty Coulis, he's just, here he goes. Let's see if he can find a little bit of rhythm here. Get himself back into it. I love that turn.
Bit of a Larry.
Plenty of intent. Gets a foam climb. What do you think that'll come in as? Probably going to be around that 3.27.
Yeah, I think, nice vertical attack, unfortunately, coming unstuck for Saxon. I think, for Ty, wave selection a little bit at the moment because he's got a great style, super fluent, and it looks like he's got a lot of power as well. So hopefully he can get a wave with two turn combos. I mean, everyone's hoping for that out there today, but it does look like looking from the texture of the water, the wind's finally backed off because this morning it was quite challenging. I was sitting up there watching in the wind and I thought, oh gosh, I don't know if I can do I don't think I can do this. It's nice in the booth, sitting down here.
What do you reckon's worse, standing in the wind or surfing in the wind? I think I'd take surfing in the wind over standing in the wind. I hate standing in the wind.
Yeah, the standing in the wind, nah, I can't do it anymore. But I mean, we've probably both done it our whole life. So it's like, I think now I'm a little bit triggered by the wind. But it's a hard life.
Yeah, I know. Really, lots to complain about here. Enjoying Surfest. And here is Saxon Reba, currently in second place. That wave not giving him much. Plenty of speed.
Goofy footers on the left hunt.
Oh, I can't believe Goofies get through any heats a lot of the time. And I mean that with utmost respect. But for some reason, Goofies find it extremely hard to let any lefts go past.
Yeah.
Whereas I can let 1,000 rights go past. And
yeah.
I think most regular footers can, but...
Yeah, you go surfing with a goofy footer and they're down the beach all the time.
What is it with that? Why? Am I tripping or it just seems crazy? Micah Margison on the back end.
Yeah, I think that they're just maybe in their minds that exists that there's more rights in the world. But I did grow up on a left point, so yeah, I think the whole population of Copacabana are all goofy footers. And as I got older, I was like, oh, it's interesting that the whole of Copa have moved their entire lives to the left-hand point that exists on the Central Coast. My dad's the same. I was like, did we move here because it's a left? Is that honestly why you moved from the Northern Beaches? And Dad's like, no, there was other reasons, but no. I think on the hunt, they're always on it. It paid off for Sean Gunning in that last heat. He was all over it.
Oh, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I actually can't wait to see Narrabeen back on the Challenge Series. It's just such a high performance, left sand bottom rip. It's not a rip bowl, but I mean it can be. It's just such a long, high performance wave, and really can't wait to see what the Challenger Series bring to it.
Yeah. Shame there for Saxon on that last turn because that first turn was super strong. Yeah, he seems like he's finding his rhythm, so hopefully he'll connect on the next one. But yeah, Narrabeen back on the Challenger. There you go. That's a great wave. I love it down there.
And it's a good time of year too.
Yeah, right.
We could really be in for it. I mean, yeah, well, it just throws that last snap away. Saxon Reba, 11 minutes on the clock. One thing I would love to see is big car park right session. It's far out. It is a heavy duty slabbing sandbank on its day. But I mean, you want to see the left. That's what you really want to see, because there's not a whole lot of rippable, long, winding lefts on tour.
I would like to see the right, though. I've never seen it. I've surfed it. That's where our World Junior Champs was on. They're going back a long time, but it was all lefts, and it was really fun. I mean, I was biased. But, yeah, I think it'd be nice to see the right. Interesting, this right you speak of.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's fool's gold or not. I know it definitely is a legitimate big old barrel when it's on.
Yeah, it'd be good to see, actually.
But here we are. This is Micah Margison, heat leader, gets the foam climb up and over, bottom turns under that one. 10 minutes. It's been fantastic to see Brendan. G'day, Margot, if you're watching, I'm sure you are, but loving your surfing on those album surfboards, mate. Really, really cool stuff. And it's just, when you see your favourite surfers, clips, I'll take them all.
Yep, 100%.
You were saying you got to see him rip off a big turn, a huge sunset, and it still sticks in your memory. Well, I've got a few memories like that of Margot. I saw him tear apart Cloud 9 in the Philippines by himself one afternoon. And it was about 8 foot. Wasn't quite barreling, kind of had a bit of a weird sort of onshore on it, and oh my God. There was more ocean in the water than there was in the ocean, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he definitely, power-wise, my gosh. I mean, sunset too, it is a big wave. Like, I felt like I was a flea out there, and yeah, he just manhandled it. So, yeah, good to see his son out there. He's leading the charge of this full Aussie contingent right now out in the lineup. Looking like a bit of a right-hander coming through for one of the surfers. Unfortunately not going, but... Ugh.
Oh, I love that. Beautifully timed.
Connected very well on that last one. I don't know if he got it first turn on out the back, but yeah, he definitely needed to stamp his authority on the finish turn there, and he's finally done that. So... let's see what the scores drop there for Saxon.
This is nice. Just sets up, and times it absolutely peachy. Just hits that section, big crack, big fan, and rides down with speed. So didn't get hung up one bit. Really pulled it out from underneath the colliding sections, and it was a really spectacular turn in the end. And it gets a score too. So
nice. He was looking for that. So a 5.10.
That's his
good.
best score.
That's what, he needed just to I think it'll be interesting now to see if he gets a bit of momentum, Saxon, and does, start moving around a bit in the lineup and start building on his scores, because he's connected really well on his first turns, but to be able to bank one, go into the 5 range on a day like today, it's something that you need to do, because otherwise, anything can happen, especially in the last 5 minutes. We're coming down to the end of this heat. It is very close.
That's Harley Wiley's been sitting out there for a while now. He's only got 2 waves, so he's probably been sitting on priority for a while as well. And 7.5 minutes, he's going to have to pull the trigger. I don't know really if we've seen that much of a difference between the bigger sets and the little insiders. It still isn't really saying to me that those big sets are going to stand up better on the bank. It's a real gamble at the moment.
Yeah, being out there yesterday, the bigger ones just seemed to go quite fat. So it was like, yeah, I was almost waiting for a big one, and then I was like, I got one, and I was like, oh, that was the fattest wave in the history of the planet. So I was like, okay, I think Pauline is all over this, sneaking up everyone's inside on the jet ski and just going those inside corners. She really, you can tell she has very good water knowledge. She's a water woman.
Oh, this is starting to get a little bit tense here. I can imagine that the Torquay board riders will be watching this one closely. They had a big fundraiser for Tully Wiley recently. He dropped a clip, 10K in 60 days. He went over to Indo, got plenty of vision, came back, showed a movie, and I think they raised a bit of money. The Lip Podcast boys crack on the backside here. Ty Coolis making a move. 5.86, so that'll be tuning in. Big shout out to the Lip boys. Fantastic podcast from down there in Victoria. You can learn a lot about pro surfing heat strategy on every level. And they'll be watching this one keenly. Big fans of the regional QS. And I just wonder what's going through Cale Bell Warren's mind, the great strategist.
Adam Robbo.
Adam Robbo be watching closely as well.
Never forget Robbo down at Winky when he was... Did he get a wild card or was he on the tour that year? I can't remember. But he killed it.
At Bell's?
Yeah.
Oh, all the way to the final.
Yeah. He got second, yeah?
Second to, was it Joel Parkinson?
Yeah, he surfed. It was like textbook master of Victorian waves.
Oh, he was ripping like on another planet throughout that entire event. G'day, Robbo. And this is tense times. So while Tully waits over there with priority, these guys are staying busy on the inside. This is a smaller wave here for Saxon Reba. He's looking to replace a 4.43.
Oh.
He does get a pretty
Just incomplete.
it was sparky.
Yeah, he's looking sparky, but we're going to come down now to 4.5 minutes. Surfer in white, up and riding. A little bit mistimed there. Probably better to throw that one away. Get back out the back. I'm starting to get nervous. It's always this end of the heat where you like.
Oh, yeah. Well, a 4.87, the thing about Tully Wiley is one big turn can do it for him. We know he's got that explosive backside vertical re-entry, and that will do it. So he's backing himself to do it on a set wave, obviously. But, I mean, how long can you sit with priority before you start getting nervous?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard as well if you do take off on a wave that's crap, because then you've just waited that whole time. But
movement
like
here.
Bit of a wall.
Let's stay with him. Tully Wiley off the bottom. First turn. Throws a big bucket. Mistimes that off the top. So now he will hopefully just get some hustling going on. He doesn't have to feel like, he needs something that's going to count.
Yeah.
Felt like the priority was just weighing him down a little bit, really.
Yeah. Get back out there quickly.
And just start moving.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes 40. It is Micah Margison in the lead. 5.57 and a 5.17. Saxon Reba, the North Stain live wire. Definitely looking very sharp out here at the moment. Ty Coolis, he's had a bit of an up and down heat. Hasn't really been able to post anything north of a 3.67. And here goes Micah now on the backhand. Throws it up. A little bit mistimed. So the door is ajar here for Tully Wiley if he can just find an opportunity. Meanwhile, Ty Coolis. Slash. This is a bit more like it. First turn had plenty of commitment. Stylish little carve down as the second turn loses the fins. Oh, I really think he needed to complete there. Just trying to think. A 5.86. I don't think it'll get there. I mean, it was a pretty nice first turn. It was a big turn.
Two-turn combo.
What do you think?
See it in
Beck?
the replay. Yeah,
let's revisit this.
I like the combo. That was critical.
That was critical.
Second carve, it's
The second carve, he went into it with plenty.
Yeah.
And almost sort of backed out of it at the last second. It was stylish for sure. I'll give him that. It looked incredible, but this is giving me the heebie-jeebies. So Ty Coolis looking for 4.97. And I think.
Is that the last score?
I think that is it. I think he got a 4.57. So he did reduce the requirement, but it wasn't enough. So the judges were with me on that one.
Yeah, you were on to that one. I really liked the first turn, and then watching the replay, I was like, I probably would have given it a 5. That was where I was sitting at, but what did they give it? A 4, 5, 7? Yeah, see, can't be a judge, but still great that Ty managed to open up on that wave and get the opportunity to surf like he can, because I mean he has had a lot of shorter waves that just haven't allowed that, so hopefully he builds on that momentum right now.
That's a great observation. That's the first wave we've seen him where he wasn't kind of getting bucked around by wobble on the face. He really was able to just open up. I just think that second turn, he kind of came out of it early to get the third turn in, but then the third turn wasn't complete. If he'd actually linked those together properly, you'd think he would have got the score. So 1 minute 20 here, and it's been a good heat, hasn't it? There's been a real jostle going on. Even though Micah got off to a start, it wasn't a runaway. So people are within striking distance here. It's Saxon needing a 5.64 to take the lead. Ty Coolest looking for a 4.97. Tully Wiley with 1 minute looking for a 4.87.
Coming right down to the wire. Yeah, Micah's really moved away from the pack there. I think he's gone down to 4th priority, so he knows he needs to get down the beach, and leaving the other ones to their own devices up here. It's going to be a very fast or slow countdown, depending on which end of the stick you're on with this one. But
yeah, everyone can relate to that. If you've got to be somewhere and you've got to do something, it just time flies out the window if you got nothing. Micah finds a 2-turn combo, and he'll finish this heat feeling good. That's for sure.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, he got his first 2 waves straight up, and then now he's got his feet in the wax just right at the end of the heat here, as some of these other competitors
Let's
might.
watch this closely. Oh, this wave, it doesn't stand up, and Saxon Reba and Tully Wiley will just watch this clock tick down, and no opportunity here for the Victorian or the young man from Maroubra to get up into the top 2. Congratulations to Micah Margison and Saxon Reba getting through. We're going to take a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro. Surfest 2023 is underway. What a ripper event it is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Wait!
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome back. You are watching the Burton Automotive Pro, part of Surfest 2023, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Life is a holiday in Newcastle. Even when you're working, Hoy.
Every day's a Sunday.
As we see, the big man, Ricardo Christie, looking to get things started. Good to see him back in the jersey. He's loving testing himself against these Groms. He just figured, you know what? I'm going to snatch away a couple of heat wins from these kids and make them really work for it.
Yeah, I saw him after his heat this morning. He said, I couldn't hear a thing. I didn't even know I got through. He came and went, I'll take that though.
It wasn't the wind either. He's just old. His hearing's on the way out.
On the blink.
No, Ricardo Christie, only 34 years of age, sitting in 33rd position at the moment on the regional qualifying series. But this is a guy that's been to the top end. He got there a couple of times. 2015, he made the CT, and he had a quarterfinal. He's his best finish over in Brazil. 2019, he got back there, and that year his best performance came at Pipe. But, you know, it was a tough slog, but did such a great job of getting, New Zealand another surfer on that championship tour because they'd waited a long time on the men's side. Paige Harrop obviously has represented beautifully on the women's side at different stages, but yeah, I think there hadn't been a Kiwi on tour since Maz Quinn, so it had been well over a decade.
Wow. And there's none at the moment.
No. Well, that might change.
Here he goes again.
Because Keogh Butler's looking really strong this year. Yet to see him put the jersey on here at Merriweather just yet. But Ricardo Christie.
Bouncing.
That's his second wave. It's a quick start. I mean, not fireworks for someone of Ricardo's calibre just yet. But he is looking the goods.
The waves have improved throughout the day. It looks actually pretty fun out there if you get the right wave. They're actually surfing down to the left, right in front of the competitors there, in front of the contest site. There's actually a couple of runners up off the ladies, but I saw Hedgie before he's going out. He's a bit, the goofy footers are just looking for those punchy lefts. They don't want those flat rights. The natural footers, though, I thought they might be up there.
Yeah, having a
I always
crack at
say
it.
that, though, because I know where I'd be sitting.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you've got to call on your experience, Hoy, as we see Green, Cale Enfield.
Oh,
and he's from Port Macquarie, really having his first proper run at the qualifying series, sitting in 77th position at the moment. So another one of those guys who, even with a victory, I think that top seven's out of reach.
Yeah.
But
70 spots is hard to make up.
Yeah, it's the new, it's the step on the pathway to getting to that next level for Cale this year. There's a lot of people on that same journey. You've got to start somewhere, and you know they're still super engaged in the fight for a big finish.
Yeah, that's good. That's what you want to do. That's what you're here for. And it's just good to get better. Do you get better seeds? Do they have seeds like normally?
Yeah, then you get
still
your seed
round
up.
one though, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
unless you're in the top, whatever it is.
You want to take some positives into that big break.
Yeah.
For if you're a QS campaigner that doesn't make the grade, you want to take a confidence boosting result away from this final QS event and really go away and work on your craft and get yourself sharp for another run at it next year.
Is there any kids like on these tours that just want to get on and have a good time and party?
Well,
like, you know what I mean? They're going there.
I'm sure they would have reached out to you, Hoyo, for some coaching throughout this event if that was the case.
No, but you know what I mean? Like back in the day, there was a few people that just were on it to just have a good time.
I've actually asked that same question to a lot of the competitors, and they are having a ball.
Yeah.
You know, they hang.
Yeah, I'm not
thick.
just saying to party, but to have a good, just for a good time with their mates and surf and
I'll tell you
compete.
what.
Just like they mightn't be that good a surfer, but they're just hanging out with the boys and travelling Australia and having a good time.
The crew I see having the most fun are probably the Kiwi crew.
Yeah.
The Maori Aussies, or the Mozzies, as Kehu Butler referred to them up at the Tweed Coast Pro.
That's a good one.
He said they just they love their time here, and you know they're serious about their surfing. They get in there and they give it a good nudge, but they're also here to suck up the experience of travelling together and relishing the good times as well. But just under 19 minutes to go. Tell you who's loving their time here at Merriweather. It's Micah Margison who joins us once again. Well done, Micah.
Yeah, boys. Back again.
good day for you, mate. You're going to sleep well tonight.
Oh, yeah, I'm so keen for a big old 10-hour sleep. Be in bed at 7:30, I reckon.
Awesome, mate. It just felt like with that tide dropping out a little bit, there was some steeper walls. Obviously, that's going to suit your kind of surfing.
Yeah, no, it was definitely, I was just stoked. There was a couple of good sections, and I was able to find two, and yeah, would have been good to get a better back half of the heat, but yeah, oh well, stoked to get through.
Really interesting for me, Micah, some of the experienced heads that you can call on. Obviously, you can lean into the surfing ability of your old man, but you can also lean into the QS journeyman expertise of your uncle, Heath Walker, as well. Who was a tenacious little mongrel competitor.
I know. I think that's, I've definitely got the side of the nut from the QS, and I don't even know really.
The head of your father.
I mean, Dad did pretty. I knew you were going to say that, Hoyer. I'll never forget that day at Angers when you said that.
We love it, mate. But Hoy, you obviously got to travel a bit with Margot back in the day, and it must be awesome for you to start seeing this next generation.
Oh, it's epic, mate.
The bloodline's coming through.
So good to see. I'm stoked for all of them. And Margot's such a legend. And so I said to Mike when I was up there, you must be Margot's kid. Have a look at your head.
Yeah.
We love that.
Scarred for life, boy. Scarred.
Mike,
good, mate. Take it.
Take it for sure.
Yeah.
Mate, tell us a bit about the equipment you're on, because you've just got this incredible flow at the moment, and looks like you're racking up those big numbers pretty easily.
Yeah, I've been riding just on the Sharp Eye surfboards. Been lucky enough to have a couple of them for the last year or two, and from the board lab up there in Tweed Heads. But I've just been riding a 510 like Disco Inferno model. It's just a good all-round board, and even when there's a bit of meat out there like that, it still holds in. So I'm loving it at the moment. It goes really good.
Mate, obviously we were just touching on, I don't know if you heard it, just people who are enjoying themselves on the schedule. You look like you really do love your time travelling up and down the coast and throwing yourself into the experience as well as the heats. What's been your favourite stop on the schedule so far?
Maybe this one I've made. This is the most hits I've made all year in a contest. But Cabba's always sick. I've still never made a heat up home, but hopefully next year. But I don't know. Being home's awesome, but to come and do this whole like Oz leg, it's so sick to just have back-to-back events and just like you said, just been enjoying myself and been travelling with my partner and a good crew and just been having a really good time.
I know you guys, like to tuck in and, as you said, get yourself to bed for a good night's rest. But we've been talking up the restaurants in the area. It's kind of just gone off here in Newcastle. You can get
Crazy
so
food.
many good feeds. Have you stepped out for dinner just yet?
Yeah, we went to the Edna in
Oh,
Derby
it's just
Street.
about this. You just took the words out of my mouth. How good is it?
Had a little dinner date with the misso there last night. It was pretty nice. She shouted me, so I was stoked.
Perfect.
She's been making a few more heats, so she's got a little bit more dough than me at the moment. But so I'm stoked.
How good's the Etna, mate? It's a good choice. Good
Shout out
choice.
your dinner. Might be time to drop a knee.
Yeah. It's sick, eh? Yeah, it's such good food there, and I don't know. There's just heaps to do here in Newey, and it's an epic place, and thanks for letting us in here, Hoyo. Stoked.
Yeah, no worries. Pleasure to have you, mate. Legend.
Good on you, Micah.
Keep the roll on, brother.
Keep the roll on, and you might be able to shout true back, and even the ledger.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks,
awesome,
boys.
mate. Well done. Great performance.
Cheers.
Yeah, so
see you, boys.
So good.
You look at the names that are in the draw at each of these events, and I think you look at what clips are dropping on social media these days, and you highlight individuals that you just go, man, he's going to have a really good run at the QS, but it doesn't always pan out, Hoy, and it goes to show just how deep the talent pool is in this region, because as Micah said, he's been through 2 heats at this event. That's the most heats he's made in a contest this year in the QS events. It's hard to believe.
The clips he's been putting out, you'd be going, oh, this guy's going to kill it this year.
Yeah. Oh, Nathan Hedge always looking to kill it.
Yeah, it's...
No, not really finding much out there at the moment. But, it's difficult, isn't it?
Oh, putting the vest on, it's a whole different pressure. It doesn't matter who you are, what you do. It changes your mindset for sure.
When you reflect on your surfing, because one point that we're always kind of harping on about in the championship tour events is the fact that these world champs, the Brazilian guys in particular, have made a real habit of just surfing with their foot to the floor. They all did fall for a couple of years, but once they found that comfort factor of competing at their very best in the jersey, they've just been unstoppable. And it's kind of like this next generation has to kind of get there too.
Oh, for sure.
I would say that Gabriel Medina does his best surfing
in heats.
Yeah.
And they don't hold back. Luke actually said that to me a couple of years ago. They don't even do that in free surf.
No.
In a heat, they'll go for things where it used to be the other way around. Everyone used to go for it in free surfs and soft heats.
Yeah.
And surf, not soft heats, but not surf to their...
Yeah, you tone the risk factor down a little bit.
Yeah, to get a score. Now, because those guys are doing that, you have to surf at 100%.
Yep. And
200%.
Were you the guy that felt like you did some of your best surfing with the jersey on? Did you ever get to that comfortable place competing?
Some heat,
some
for
days.
sure. Yeah, some days, not all days.
You just woke up and felt it.
Yeah, so other days you just, you had to get those, you'd soft a couple of heats just to get your score.
Yeah,
but you could do it then.
Yes.
Now you can't.
No.
If you're not getting nines, you're not getting through.
Yeah, especially
on the CT.
Especially if you are one of those lower seeds.
Yeah.
If you want to beat those top guys,
you got to go for it.
You got to go absolutely bonkers. But yeah, I always kind of find it interesting how I mentioned earlier today, an individual performance in an opening round can change the approach of the entire field. And I don't think we've seen that big performance even in this contest just yet. There's been some great surfing, but everyone's capable of taking it to another level. We've still got the real big names, the top seeds, to hit the lineup here. But, I think
that usually changes it too, don't you reckon? When those seeds come in, they go, whoa, these boys got to go. They got to step up another level.
Yeah,
every time.
But I think they'll be feeling pretty confident, those top seeds, because they've already established themselves as the surfers to beat on the QS this year.
Yeah.
But they've also sat back and watched this opening round and go, there's some good surfing. Some good, not excellent surfing just yet, in my opinion.
Watch this, for sure.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, though.
Quietly confident.
Yeah. Well, Ricardo Christie's kind of chipped away with some of that sort of measured approach at the moment to get himself this lead. And as the veteran in this heat, it feels like he's...
Hedgie's the veteran.
One of the veterans. There's a lot of heat surfing experience between Nathan Hedge and Ricardo Christie. But Ricardo's kind of out there almost tapping away at these waves at the moment, waiting for someone to push him. And until they do, he'll get in that order of priority. He'll wait for the quality waves. He knows that he's got to ramp it up a bit to get into the 5-point range. But
he's got his two, mid-range scores.
It's always dangerous, though, isn't it?
Yes, because I agree.
Look at Nathan Hedge. Yeah, he just dropped a 4.77. But when you think about it,
he's in a better position than all of them.
Exactly.
Because he's got the highest
single score.
Yeah. So he's in the best position right now with 10 minutes to go, really, and he's fourth.
Yeah, so, to people who are tuning in and seeing it for the first time, you think, Nathan Hedge is in trouble here.
But he's not.
He needs next to nothing to get himself to second and
with
not a whole lot more to get himself into the lead.
Yeah, that's right. With a long time to go in waves like this where there's plenty of opportunity.
And Hogg is, I think... He'll truly get antsy around the 5-second remaining mark because he just loves those moments in the later stages of the heats.
And see, he's away from the other competitors too. He's going to get this wave. Look, and they're nowhere near it. This is going to double up. Look at him. Watch this. Narrabeen looking left here. Hedgie. Just as you thought he was last. Down the beach. Last priority. Into that. Hey.
Bang.
Wow. Oh, sick.
He's keeping the fist pumps in the bag in the pocket at the moment. He's not getting ahead of himself, but he's going to rocket into the lead after that ride. Quality surfing, really just traditional lines, but just really clean, just smooth.
Nowhere near his other competitors. Fourth priority, got that? Says something.
Find some space out there.
Yeah,
let's have a look at the replay.
Great looking wave. First snap there, throws the tail. Good carve, clean carve. Nice little carve then, and then a little fin waft at the end, mate. It's it's nothing outrageous, but still, it's a solid score.
There would have been a little snort as he kicked out of that one. So, expecting that he'll easily make the jump up into first here. That was the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
And, we saw Harry Phillips there. Pretty solid, that first hit. He's got some power to punch through that pocket, but just got a little sticky on the second turn. It came through at a 4.1 for Harry. 5.83 for Nathan Hedge up into first. Ricardo's hanging on the second spot.
A little bit more maybe, but...
Yeah, it was...
It was good to... Nothing critical really, was it? It was just perfectly surf wave.
Exactly. Well, that's, that's Hedgie just masterfully surfing at, around 70%, where it's just clean, it's mistake-free, and that score's just really put him in a good spot now. So that's the benefit, isn't it? If you build a decent heat score total like this, to up it, you have to throw some risk.
Yeah.
And you know, I think we'll see him push a bit
And they'll
harder
look at
now.
those other scores and go, you got to better that, mate. You know
Yes.
what I mean? You got to surf better than that 4.47 or whatever it is. They don't just
The bar's been
give,
raised.
yeah, yeah, exactly. You got to do that.
Anyone kind of just exploded out of the draw for you today, Hoy? Names that you didn't maybe know?
I'll have a look who's in that, not the heat before last. Where are we? 6. We're on, right? Here. This red in this heat. Well, that was Mika's heat.
Oh,
This-
that was
this heat.
earlier on down this away.
Here we are, yeah, right.
Yes. We're just having a look
3,
through the heat
4,
draw
5,
here.
6. So this heat, red in this. Oh, Tully.
Tully Wiley,
Yeah,
goofy
Tully.
footer.
Yeah.
Absolute slab of a human. And
Yeah.
yeah, he's
Oh, no,
got
that's
plenty
Mika's
of
heat
power.
too. So Mika won that one. No, this heat, red in this heat.
Oh, Roy.
Yeah.
Kanazawa.
Yeah, right.
The
he's
Japanese
great.
surfer, yeah. Well, a couple of the Japanese surfers stood up for me. The surfer that impressed me most today that I don't know too much about was Manojo Yahagi.
I just saw his red, one of his rights. I think he got the highest scoring wave of the heat, of the day.
What was
one
it?
right, 3 big turns. He floated. I thought it was an 8.5 maybe, or an 8.
Yeah, well,
But it was a sick wave. He attacked it. It was just, I don't know.
Yahagi had an
Yeah.
8-point ride in the heat before.
Oh,
as
was that
well.
it?
Yeah, might have been
Might
him.
have- might have
The
been-
right. Yeah.
Oh,
hey, they
geez.
both surf great.
Yeah, might have been him.
They both
Sorry.
deserve some props, as we see here in the green. Cale Enfield from
Did
Port
3
Macquarie.
big turns on it.
Yeah, decent wave there for Cale.
Get my heats mixed up.
Mate, fair enough too. It was the round of 128 we started with today, so we've seen some talent, that's for sure. That was a nice blast.
Just gets stuck in wave, just flattens out. Other side of the bank there, goes into that channel over there. There's just, like I said this morning, just a strip of sand out the back. The right's over to in front of the contest area, just goes so fat, so quick. The left sort of bowl off like Hedgie's one, but the rights are a bit sort of flat, unless you're further up the point. Well, up the beach. You don't really
Oh, taller wall standing up here for Ricardo Christie, but that one shuts down on him. And out the back, Nathan Hedge is going to assume priority now. And he's just such a crafty competitor, unless he's trying to limit the opportunities for his rivals out here.
Good set approaching too, by the look at this. Love the drone view. Makes it look so much bigger.
Yeah, it just cleans things up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
Bigger and cleaner.
yeah, so Nathan Hedge with priority and so much experience. We'll see how he controls these last 5 minutes of the heat, because he's going to be really aware that he doesn't need to take a wave that's not going to better his situation. But if he can hold off the charge of
Well, what's he
Ricardo
gonna do
Christie
here?
and crew, then he'll probably swoop on something.
Is this a rolling double up?
He had a
No?
bit of a
Oh,
look, but he was
did.
deep on the peak, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Ricardo Christie's going to take off. He's after a 6.13. Great turn there to get started. This wave is splitting, though, and he's not going to find much more to work with down the line.
Probably not going to better his score, is he?
Probably not.
After those ones we saw him at the start.
He'd still...
Maybe that first turn was pretty good.
He started it off brilliantly. Just
Like you
doubled
said,
up.
it just went the wrong way, didn't it? First turn's good. Wave stood up for him, hits it perfectly there. And, yeah, that was a bit of a nothing turn at the end. Flicks out. Be lucky to better his score after that one.
Neat little fan of spray that he threw up, though.
First one was a good jam. Wave stood up for him perfectly.
So another 4-pointer, but it doesn't go into the top 2.
Yeah.
So Ricardo Christie still, going to try and hold off the fight back here from Harry Phillips from Bruley down there on the south coast, where Shane Wiener's from. Runs the surf school down there. Runner up to the Pipe Masters in 99.
Was that 99?
Yeah.
I think I surfed against him in that comp.
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
unless you're in the final, Hoyo, I won't know. I won't bring up what went down in that heat. Because Shane was an animal out there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had some big numbers in that run to that runner-up finish too.
Yeah, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure.
So Harry Phillips sitting in 26th position. So he's put himself well up there on the QS ranks, the youngster from the south coast of New South Wales, but he's in a bit of trouble here. He's got work to do after a 4.48. This is going to be, it's kind of turned into the battle for second spot because Ricardo's in 4th position. But somehow he finds some room to move here. Big section stands up. Well-timed hit. Here goes Cale Enfield from Port Macquarie.
Oh.
He hammers the oncoming section.
Only need a 4.25.
Where's Prince Harry?
Prince Harry.
Looking for his opportunity out here at the moment.
Where is Prince Harry? Good question.
Not at the Palace at the moment.
What have you got there? Who had priority?
Yeah, there was quite a bit of distance between them.
I wasn't going to get around it for sure, but will they claim that? Same wave? Nah.
Don't think so. Don't think they were interfering with the scoring potential of one another at all.
But that was 2 good snaps he did. The first one was pretty good. The second one was real good. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Did they give it to him? No. They gave Christie a bigger score, actually.
Yeah, it was a solid hit, though,
Wow,
from Ricardo.
that's a big-
5.43. So he's added a point to the requirement for Cale Enfield and Harry Phillips here. But it's Nathan Hedge, the 43-year-old, who's sitting 22nd on the QS ranks, who is holding on to the lead. He had a quarterfinal finish in Tahiti last year in the CT event as a wild card. He had a good 6 years on the championship tour, including a 7th place finish in 2004. Had some big finals finishes, never got that big breakthrough CT win, but was kind of robbed of the opportunity in Tahiti one year. He dislocated his shoulder early in the final, which was a real shame, but big finals against Andy Irons at J-Bay, overcoming a stacked field of formed regular footers to earn that place. As we see Harry up now, fighting for a 5.8 on this one.
Here's Harry here. Whoa. Maybe not enough, but still, he surfed that wave pretty well.
Let go of a couple of decent turns. You kind of got the feeling that he was looking at his clock saying, well, I might need to get back out there. He's run out of time, though. Nathan Hedge is going to get the victory here. And Hedge is probably within striking distance.
Really?
I'd say, well, he's in 22nd position.
True.
He might need to do what he might have the same requirement he had last year of needing to win the event. There might need to be a couple of slip-ups from surfers at the back end of that top 7, but we'll try and work that out for you. But Nathan Hedge, a solid performance here in the round of 96. He's moving through to the next round, along with Ricardo Christie. So the old heads have got it in that heat. We'll be back right after the break with more of the Burton Automotive Pro.
Wait!
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Editors leaving the lineup here and feeling pretty good about themselves. Ricardo Christie and Nathan Hedge.
The 2 old heads.
Oh.
Love it. The old bulls.
Old battered heads. Moving on through to the next round. But
True.
yeah, that was a solid performance from Hedgie. He didn't really have to do too much in the back half of that heat because he got the work done early, logged a score, found space when he was in 4th priority.
Yep.
Backed it up.
That was the one. That was the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah.
With 4th priority down the beach away from everyone. That is old head, all right.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this big spread out lineup. You can find that opportunity away from your competitors when you're at the bottom end of the order for priority. But out here at the moment, great heat. Excited to see what Bronson Matey, the Indonesian, can bring to the party. Lakey Peak local, lives with Rizal and his family over there in Bali now, and he's been dropping some of the most exciting clips that you'll see on the gram. He's out there in the red. Bodie Williams is going to be surfing out there in the blue. Bodie's from Point Lonsdale down there in Victoria. Huey Vaughan from down the Central Coast. And Tane Dobbin, who performed really well in the opening round. We'll see how he fares in this one. But, yeah, I'm excited to see what Bronson can bring, because he's got an exceptional air game. He goes so big. He's got
Really?
crazy pop.
Crazy pop.
Yep. He just goes up into the clouds, Hoy.
Really?
Yep. Big corrupts, huge alley-oops.
Sick. Well, let's see it.
Big
Right.
straight airs. I know we haven't seen too many airs
No.
today. I don't know.
There's
My-
been hardly any. The waves aren't really, like...
Haven't been ramping up.
No, there's no ramps.
You know, there's been some good sections, but there's almost this disjointed kind of coming together of the waves. Like
Yeah.
there's two peaks and they're not really lined up.
Yeah,
Almost
for
like you've
sure.
got to like highline it on some to find a line into the section or low road it. But we've got the man in white getting things started here. He's not quite a man yet, but Huey Vaughan, he's doing man-sized turns, that's for sure. And this was Bodie Williams. Well, you can see that that Bronson was loading up for something big then, but just dug in a little hard on that bottom turn.
Lakey Peak too. That's like I watched the Stab High, was it?
Oh, yeah.
Some of that footage was crazy.
Mad.
What they're doing.
Yeah, that wave just flings you into the ramps.
Yeah. Both ways, eh? Especially the rights. Well, look at it.
Yeah, let's hope it happens here, because Huey Vaughan took part in that event, the Stab High event. Put some big airs up. Bronson must have been part of that too, for sure.
Yeah.
But,
In his home spot, he'd have to be, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Be filthy if you weren't.
Well, this will be a fun way to wrap up today's action. It's been jam-packed. There's
Good
been
start.
some good surfing thrown down in tricky conditions, and some inspired performances. I think, you know, everyone's up for this. I think those surfers, those lower-rated surfers, are ready to shake things up and cause some upset results, as we see Bronson up here, swings that board vertically. Not too long ago was signed to the Billabong team, and they made a lot of noise about his signing. They had basically all their team, from their world champs right through to some of their hype stars, welcoming Bronson to the team. It must have been a real buzz for the Grom.
Oh, for sure. How old is he?
I think
huge.
18.
Yeah, okay. That's really
18 years of age. But
That's
yeah,
huge.
he was a sought-after signature for sure. I'm sure there would have been quite a few people bidding for that space on the peak of his board.
Yeah, especially after Rio, right? Qualifying for the CT. It's a huge achievement for the Indonesian boys. First Indonesian to qualify. They'd be looking for the next one for sure.
Yeah, there's, you know, with what's happening with Japan too, there's been it's been reignited, that surfing buzz over there since Tokyo, and having Conor O'Leary and Kanoa Igarashi representing beautifully, Amuro Suzuki getting herself a medal at the Olympics, and also getting some opportunities to surf in CT events. You know, there's a real buzz over there, but throughout Asia, there's talent emerging, and as a result, there's a real focus on the sport of surfing up there. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a major event, maybe even a CT back in Indonesia soon.
They've got to.
That was great being in G-Land last year.
Oh, I
They
heard
didn't
were
score.
No, I know.
But it was it was a tricky event.
Yeah,
but
that's G-Land for you, and it's it's a tricky spot. You're in the jungle, baby.
He goes Bronson. So you can tell he's trying to force it. He wants to really manufacture some numbers out of these smaller waves. Like to see him just settle into this heat a little more before he
throwing
goes
them
there.
out, yeah.
Just get
I think another event in Japan too.
Oh, mate.
They've got to. They used to be the like, I used to get last there too, but I used to love going there.
Oh,
I had
yeah.
a ball. They used to look after us so well, and I love the Japanese people and the Indonesian people. Like, they're missing out on how the good cultural experience that both countries are.
Yeah, they do. They provide a lot. Great stories around the events too.
Yeah.
As we see now, Tane
Wow.
Dobbin finishing strong there. So he's starting to build, but no big numbers just yet.
That's a pretty big one there. Some nice turns. Just old school surfing, but throws a lot of spray on every turn. So the same sort of manoeuvres, and then the last one throws the tail. Not bad though, eh?
Really clinging to the pocket of the wave. So, I think you'll get some credit for that.
But they won't throw it too high, will they?
No, they're going to show a little bit of restraint there, even though he was tight to the pocket. He didn't have the opportunity to get that board vertical at all. He was kind of winding through those calves, but 3.77's not bad. It's the best of the heat so far. Bronson's in second spot. Bodie Williams,
fair enough.
Huey Vaughan with work to do. Fair enough.
Yeah. Sort of the same manoeuvre 3 times in a row, and then, like you said, not getting vert, nothing too special.
What's your favourite turn? There do I even ask? What do you love to see, especially from this younger generation, Hoya? What kind of gets you on the edge of your seat? Because we do see a lot of airs, and so much so that they've almost become the predictable finishing move.
Yeah. Oh, you know my favourite turn, a big forehand hack. Or a vertical backhand re-entry. No, not many people are doing them anymore either. Square off the bottom and vert.
Yeah,
they throw on the tail a lot, but they're not going square off the bottom and square off the top. 12 o'clockers.
Yeah,
they are, but not.
It's an art form.
Yeah, and then it's going. There's nothing better than flying down the line and doing a big hack, forehand hack, going as fast as you can. I think, and just watch the young kids do it. It's sick. Some can do it really good. Some can't even do it.
Yeah, well,
which is heavy.
I think you'll be treated to it a little bit because the Aussie leg kind of really does set itself up beautifully for big hacks. So, I mean, you've got, and it also does for big vertical backhand hits too. You've got bells. I mean, the goofies can get it into the pocket there, into the bowl.
Sure.
And
the
then
CT one.
the hack really comes back in a big way down there.
No one's doing airs at bells, really.
And maybe the biggest hacks on tour go down the Margaret River each year.
Yeah, 100%.
You get that big swell.
Yeah, and big backhand turns too.
Well, you must have been loving the hacking approach of the winner of the last heat, Nathan Hedge, joins us. And Hedgie, experience, it paid off for you, mate. That was a solid performance. And finding a keeper score in fourth priority, solid.
Yeah, boys, stoked. It was, no real rhyme or reason out there. You sort of had to shift and move, and I sat a long time for priority and just figured I just had to get the ball rolling. It was almost a curse to have priority, so a couple of little mistakes at the start, but it all fell into play for me.
Beautiful, mate. You're sitting in 22nd position, I believe, on the QS ranks at the moment. I haven't done the numbers just yet. Do you have a shot, and how far do you have to go in the draw to maybe get up into that top 7?
I think it's a bit like last year, Ron Dog. I think standing up here on the podium is what it's going to take. But listen, mate, I'm not actually asking for anything more this year. I'm just actually celebrating. I stood on the podium, was in the final 20 years ago, so it's been 23 years of doing Surfest, so I'm just stating the moment. Come with a lot of gratitude, I made the final in 14, got second last year, so I've had I just love coming to this event, and I'm just keeping that mind space. I think that's what'll, bring my best surfing rather than expectations, outcomes, points.
Love
I hope I can keep that going. Anyway, sometimes the froth comes out and it goes a bit.
We love it,
the
mate.
needle gets, yeah.
We know you'll give it a good nudge, that's for sure, mate. Just tell us about it. The energy of Newcastle as a sporting town, but in particular, just this week, every year, it's just something special.
It's a very special place, Merriweather. I just love the people, love the town, love what they stand for. They just always got a smile on their face. Just anybody you speak to is always friendly, and they really rally around this event. And there's so much community interaction, and it's just a real pleasure to be a part of it. I know all the surfers love coming here, and it's my favourite event on the calendar, bar bells and and Narrabeen.
Name a couple more.
And Tahiti and Jobo. But no, on the QS schedule for sure, it's got to be up there for you. But, mate, also, I just wanted to ask you, you've stated a few times now that you really do love, installing a bit of grit into this next generation. You've been on the road, you've done this, big QS campaign with these Groms. It feels like there's a real big push coming from this region, including the Kiwi surfers and even the Japanese surfers that are here competing as well. Are you sensing it, that they're ready to reclaim their position at the top of the order?
I'm with you, Ronnie. Yeah, I'm really feeling it and sensing it too. I mean, I've just seen the level from last year, this year even. It's gone up another level, and I think we're going to be in with a really strong showing back on the Challenger Series, and I feel like surfers have evolved, and they've taken note from last year, and it was a new format last year, so I think we're into our second year of it, and I'm excited for Australian surfing. I feel like there was a little bit of almost like a bit of a lag, and we're sort of bit one out, but it feels like there's more camaraderie, there's more, everyone's cheering down the beach, and as a collective, having this little series and this tour has done wonders for Australian surfing. It feels like the good old days when we'd all travel together, and whoever did best in the event would pay for the accommodation. You played cards to see who's going to pay for the hire car. Sick, bring it back.
Yeah, 100%, I agree.
Awesome, mate. Well, we love watching you perform and looking forward to your next heat, and all the best in the event.
Yeah, Hegarty.
Sick, thank you, Newcastle. Let's go.
Just over 11 minutes to go, and he brings a lot to these events.
And he's been, like you said, he brings a lot to the Groms, mate. He's shown them, like he's been there 23 years, he said he's been doing this event for. Just his experience and the froth on him and everything about it. It's just so good for the kids to see.
He's, you don't want to be so intense that you lose your flow and your connection to the ocean out there. But you think about the people that he's been travelling with over the last couple of years, Jagger Bartholomew, Kai's King, and just the added intensity that they're bringing to their heat performances now. It's really noticeable. But
of course they're hanging with him.
That intensity, it's not just in the company he keeps. If someone's bringing that intensity, it forces the other crew in the draw to bring a new level. And I'm
forces
enjoying
everyone to step up, right? For sure.
He's definitely teaching people how to,
Mate,
make yourself popular in a town when you're competing, winning fans over all over the place.
Yeah, always has that. Everyone was frothing for him last year, don't worry. And we had Jacko in the final.
Yeah, 10 minutes remaining here, and look at little Huey Vaughan. He's got his head on a swivel out there at the moment. He wants to get himself in this heat. It's been a really slow start for him by his standards.
Any big Grom, he'd be frothing just to surf waves. He's only surfed one wave. You know what Groms are like. They just want to surf, non-stop catching waves. So him out here right now would be going, whoa, what have we got to do here? He looks like he's sitting up further to the south too than everyone else. Sort of on the back of the rock, which is...
Don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. It's just got to wait for a good wave. There's a lot of insiders up there too that are cleaner than the sets. But they're a long way in from where the sets break. They're like 20 metres in further, so it's hard to read up there, but I think it's more in the same spot, so hopefully he gets one.
Still a low-scoring heat, but Bodie Williams is kind of getting the best of it at the moment. And he has the lead, but it's only going to take one decent turn to basically flip this order on its head. Huey Vaughan can... definitely pull something big out of the bag and get himself into the lead here.
Ricardo got a 5.6 for that one big backhand snap. That says it all.
Yep, and I think the judges have made it pretty clear. If you get that big oncoming section and you commit, and you give it a bit of what for, and you demonstrate a bit of risk as well, you can get well rewarded for a single turn. Doesn't even need to be really progressive.
No,
just has to be solid, just big.
Yeah, big. So that's good though. I like that they're scoring that as well as the airs.
Tane Dobbin here. So he's got a 3.77. Doesn't need a whole lot to get himself into the lead, but he's overcooked that move.
Didn't he? That was a scoring potential there for sure. That's what he needed.
Huey down the beach. He finds a bit of a flow here through to the inside.
Like to see what he did on the outside there.
I just love too when you're watching, you know, a Grom like Huey, and he just understands it's not board riders where you just keep climbing the foam until the wave is basically dead.
Yeah.
He knows what's going to score. He just opts out of that one. He wants to get back to the takeoff zone and get himself a backup score here.
Yeah. His first turn wasn't that good, so that's going to be a pretty low scoring wave anyway.
Still will help him, I think. It's going to be better than his 2-2-3. It's going to chip away at the requirement. Be in the 3-point range.
Yeah, 3-5 would give it. What do you reckon?
Yep. Wouldn't be surprised.
I was doing so well at the ABB, I'd be judging with the boys on the beers.
You were nailing it?
Yeah, nailing it. But then
These are the trickiest days.
Yeah.
When, you know, it's sort of junky and look, you got a 3.2.
Oh, yeah, not too bad.
Not too far off the pace.
Yeah,
I think anything
so
within sort
even.
of, you know.
A point or 3-point difference.
Yeah.
If you get that.
0.3 of a point. Not too bad. Just under 7 minutes remaining here. This is like such a nerve-wracking heat for these competitors. But also the surfers outside of those top 2 spots are probably thrilled that it's not gotten away from them yet.
Yeah, there's no one really taking the bull by its horns, is there? They're just the same scores, really. Look at those top wave scores. 3.77 top score.
Feels
tiny.
Like
it's
Tane's kind of building towards something. Like if he finished his last wave off, I'm calling he's in the lead.
Yeah,
that was a big power hit. He just
had to make that, didn't he?
Overdid it a little bit.
But he had to do it anyway, because he would have only, if he softs that, he still gets the same score as what he's getting anyway.
Yep.
So he had to go for it. Like we said before, you got to go for it. That was the section. He tried to belt it and come unstuck though.
We've got so much to look forward to as we move into the other heats in the round of 96. Maybe as early as tomorrow morning, as we see there, Tane Dobbin.
Oh, he's just got to make one of them.
He's doing the hard work. He's maintaining control as he actually completes the manoeuvre, but it's just right and clear of that white water that's proving difficult at the moment.
We saw that earlier. If you don't ride out, they don't score you.
They give you nothing. But yeah, some big heats to look forward to as we look to continue that round of 96 tomorrow. There's some really solid performers that have been on a bit of a roll.
Try to finish that round too, eh?
First I think so.
Yeah. Although the tide's going to be high in the morning, it's going to be pretty junky again. So
we'll see. We'll see what daylight presents.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Wake up and have a look.
But yeah, there's a few surfers I'm looking forward to watching tomorrow. Kobe Clements, he's just been surfing so well this year. Oscar Berry.
Yep.
He kicked off the year with a quarterfinal finish at the World Juniors where he surfed so well. I enjoyed Eden Hassan's performance earlier today, the 16-year-old.
Yeah, he's surfing good.
He's a star. And Jay Okalupo.
Yeah, did he surf good? I missed his seat.
Oh, yeah, it's a mad power. As we see here, Bodie Williams just starting to really understand that he's in a position of, was in a position of being overtaken. And he doesn't want that, not at this stage. He's been in that #1 spot for a long time in this heat, and I think that's going to definitely help his cause. As we see Huey now loading up. Gets that board vert, but gets stuck on the roof.
One of those heats, just can't find the right wave to put it together. Bodie reckons going to get, that's the best wave of the heat, you reckon?
I think it's going to be, yeah. It's going to push the requirement up a little bit. I still don't think anyone's going to be safe.
No one's safe. Just under 4 minutes to go. Anyone can win this heat at this stage because no one's done anything really. they've tried, but I think it's been one heat on, one heat off all day today too. It's like the long, I don't know, it's just the junky swell. It's the last heat they were getting good scores. Weird.
Yeah, Bodie's number didn't go into his top 2 as we see Huey somehow finds a ramp out of that to get himself into the sky, but didn't complete the rotation.
Was that for that last left he got?
Yeah, Bodie might have a number on the way. I'm seeing a 2.73 there. That
I thought
potentially that's the score.
Mm.
But either way, he still wouldn't be safe. He'd still be panic stations, you'd think, with 3 minutes to go here. He's having a look at another one here. Couple of solid hits.
That's better.
Surely.
Surely it's better than the 2.97.
Really well timed.
Yep.
Hits in a heat where no one's really finding that sweet connection. He manages to get it done. He just looks a bit crisper than everyone else out there at the moment.
I don't know, a nice clean bowl to it too. It's a bit smaller wave on the bank, but tapped it. Here comes a set.
Bronson's been really patient out there and maybe a little too patient for someone who's got such a great strike rate with theirs. But he's going to take one here. Loads up. Beautiful hit. There's that quality. That was a really nice turn on a steeper wave, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's pretty comparable with some of the better numbers in this heat, even though it's only the one move.
Woof. That was nice. That's what they're looking for too. They're rewarding that, but it wasn't that big a section, was it? It was still
I still think it's the best turn of the heat.
Yeah.
Which might help him here. So Buddy Williams got a 3.9 for that last wave.
Fair enough.
Bronson has been pushed back into third spot. He's going to need a 2.9 out of that heat, and he turns in a 4.9.
Wow, they did love it.
Here we go.
Oh, Huey had this section then to do the same thing.
Oh, he's making up for whatever he missed out. And there is a nice combo hanging on for the finish and does ride clear of that whitewater.
That's why.
And there was just a little nod to the beach there because he knew.
He's back in it.
He knew he was back in it. He was in fourth spot in it at 4.2 to get up into second ahead of Bodie Williams.
Here it is
Let's
again.
have a look at it. So you felt he maybe just had to come up under that section a little bit. Still did well.
Yeah, but I didn't know. I thought the wave was going to close out and he missed the whole section, but he nailed it.
Yeah, and
He rode that
wasn't
wave perfectly.
in recovery mode for a very long time there after that final move. So I think it'll score well for Huey Vaughan. In fact, it does. It's the best number of the heat, 5.67. And the 16-year-old, with less than a minute to go, jumps up into first. Bronson hanging on to second spot at the moment.
Doesn't look like he can hear what's going on.
And Buddy
Storm
Williams.
in the judging tower, maybe.
It's still not over. There's 30 seconds to go. 4.68 required for Buddy Williams. Tane Dobbin needs a 4.81. But that was pretty strong under pressure there from the Grom.
I thought he might have blown it because that first turn, as we saw, he just didn't attack like.
Yeah, Bronson's up again. So he's only trying to get rid of a 3.67. So much release in that tail. Can't ride out of that one. Well, this one's coming to a close. He'll probably be feeling a little frustrated, but he's done what he needed to do. And, at the end of the event, no one remembers if you finished in second or first in these earlier rounds. All they care about is whether you're holding the trophy at the end of it all. So a solid turnaround there for Huey, who was having a shocker.
Wasn't he?
Of a heat, and he's just saved himself. What
Look
a
at the
performance.
How old is he?
No. 16.
Oh, so he's, okay. He looks 14. Sorry to say, Huey.
He's just not in his approach,
No,
though,
mate,
or in the way he approaches a heat.
No, he knows how to surf heats, that's for sure. I watched him the last few years, and he's known for a few years how to surf heats. And under pressure there, just didn't even waver, just nailed it.
I just loved the mix-up, the variation on each hit, and just the composure under pressure was super impressive.
For a 16-year-old kid, that is real good.
Absolutely buzzing.
Look, sponsors hat on, mate. This is professionalism at its finest.
Yep.
Let's hear it. We're going to get the interviewing, Brian.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
Let's
it.
see what he has to say.
Feeling the buzz.
We'll see if he reckons he was having a shocker.
Oh, I don't care what he thinks he was. No, that was a monster turnaround for him. And you know what? I think Bronson saved himself just with his class. Just one turn basically got him through that heat. So that was, the advantage. I think Tane Dobbin, he'll be looking on that heat as a
Missed opportunities.
A couple of mistakes,
Yeah,
couple
for
of
sure.
falls, and
Couple of
Buddy
falls.
Williams really he wasn't that far off the pace
Either.
either. So
Couple of falls though, and yeah, he's in it.
that'll hurt you.
Won't
But, yeah, big day of competition. We got through a lot, Hoy. We polished off that round of 128, and we're seeing some of those lower seeds who want to make that big charge up the ladder and have a really strong finish to the QS season
Yep.
here in our region. And
Did we have any in that round that got knocked out that were in the top 10? Don't know.
no.
No.
No. They're yet to surf. They'll be coming up a little bit later on. But I'm
course they
liking
would
what
have
I'm
been
seeing
sent
from the
straight
lower
through, yeah.
seeds. You know, as we said, you're looking at this
Looking over
point.
your shoulder.
You're not really looking to get yourself into that top 7. That's out of reach
Yeah.
for the majority of the competitors that we watched today. But there is a huge opportunity to rack up some prize money and get yourself a big confidence boost as you go into that break to build on your surfing and get ready for another campaign next year.
True that. That's what we wanna see.
Let's hear from the man of the moment. Huey Vaughan, you saved yourself, mate. It was a shocking start to the heat for you. Nothing was going right, but you saved yourself in the end. How good's that feel?
Yeah, it feels so good. Like at the start of the heat, there was nothing much coming through, or at least where I was sitting. But I'm happy to get the job done at the end.
Absolutely, mate. How was the commitment to riding out of that final move at the end there? Were your legs trying to cramp up on you, or is that just something that happens to old blokes like us?
Nah, I just really wanted to make it. Like I knew I needed to score, so I just did whatever I could to make that last turn.
Mate, what's your big goal for this final event, this major event of this QS schedule?
Win it.
I'm just trying to do my best. But yeah, I don't really have any expectations. Just surf each heat as it goes, and yeah, hopefully get as far as I can.
Man, you've had some incredible highlight moments this year. What was it like getting the call up to go and compete in the Stab High event? And has that kind of helped give you some perspective on just where you're at in your career and just how you can go into big heats in a QS 5000 without feeling the expectation of needing a monster result?
Yeah, it's just puts a bit different perspective on it, and like you just get to see how good people are in the air and how much more I can get better at airs and how I can bring them in competition as well.
Oh, we love that.
Yeah.
And Hoy, you'd like to see him start to really work on those big frontside hacks too.
Yeah, of course I would. But I just want to know, mate, do you feel any pressure? Like Ronnie said, you're having a bit of a shocker at the start. And then you got that wave. I was going, oh, you've missed a section. But you must have seen that down the line, felt no pressure and belted it all the way. It was good.
Yeah, like I don't really have any pressure on me at the moment. Like I'm just surfing because I don't really want to make the Challenger Series, and
what do you mean?
It's not really even the goal, to be honest.
Don't tell us that. That's
it's good, mate. You've got plenty of years ahead of you, Huey. It was a great performance, mate, to save yourself in that heat, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good night, mate, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah, see ya.
What a legend.
Yeah,
yeah, he's buzzing. But
Yeah.
I like it too. He is young.
True.
We don't...
No pressure.
He doesn't expect to see himself onto the Challenger Series. He's just enjoying that pathway, which a lot of the young surfers that we watch today are on that same program.
Yeah.
And it's great to see him in the mix and surfing against more fancy rivals, bigger names who've got that experience. So that's already a monster result getting through that clash.
Yeah, and with stealth, just doing it.
Yeah, stealth. Should we come back down there again tomorrow, Hoy?
Yeah, I reckon
and
we
rip
should.
in.
Yeah.
We'll get the round of 96 back underway, probably first thing tomorrow morning. But today we'll leave you with some highlights. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Edge.
those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait! Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.